Chapter 1, Rebirth Struck by a Basketball. Bang! A basketball hurtled through the air, striking Guo Hao squarely in the face. Instantly, stars danced before his eyes, and his body involuntarily toppled backward. Hey! Guo! A companion nearby instinctively rushed to support him. Guo Hao's mind was a haze, his ears buzzing with sounds that seemed both close and distant, the concerned voices around him fading into a blur. After a while, he opened his eyes once more. He found himself surrounded by pairs of worried eyes. Their faces were strikingly youthful and achingly familiar. Guo, are you all right? The face before him belonged to a figure buried deep in his memories. Wang Shi? I'm fine, Guo Hao responded instinctively. Phew! The crowd around him exhaled in relief upon hearing his voice. All right, Guo Hao is fine. You all can continue playing, Wang Shi addressed the onlookers, who visibly relaxed. Sorry, bro. That pass was a mistake. I hit you by accident. The young men apologized in unison before dispersing. At that moment, Guo Hao's mind was still a muddle. These familiar scenes and these youthful faces, had he truly been reborn? Hey, your head isn't actually hurt, is it? Should I take you to the infirmary? Wang Shi observed Guo Hao's dazed expression. No, Guo Hao replied, his voice somewhat unsteady. Suddenly, the class bell rang. Oh no! It's math class. Run! Wang's eyes expression changed dramatically upon hearing the bell, and he quickly pulled Guo Hao to his feet. Still somewhat disoriented, Guo Hao hurried back to the classroom. Phew! Thankfully, the math teacher hasn't arrived yet. Wang Shi sighed in relief as he surveyed the somewhat chaotic classroom. Guo Hao gazed at the scene before him, feeling as if he were in a dream, familiar yet strangely foreign. Quick, return to your seats. If that menopausal witch catches us, we'll be in trouble again. Last time, we were 10 minutes late, and she made our parents come to school, Wang Shi said, shrinking his neck as he hurriedly spoke to Guo Hao. Guo Hao's mind remained clouded, but he instinctively returned to his seat. Soon after, the math teacher entered the classroom. Bang! Teacher Wang slammed a stack of exam papers on the podium, her expression grim. This time, your class math exam results are abysmal. Out of 53 students, only 20 passed. Wake up! There are only 3 months until the college entrance exam. What are you all thinking? Now, they'll call out names. Come up to collect your papers. Zhao Ming, 87 points. Wang Zhang, 99 points. As Teacher Wang announced each student's name, corresponding them with youthful faces, memory surged within Guo Hao, flooding his mind like a tidal wave. Indeed, he had been reborn. A wistful expression settled on his face as he looked at the scene around him. Before his rebirth, he had been a small business owner, navigating the complexities of society for over a decade. To his astonishment, he found himself back in the time leading up to the college entrance exams. A fresh start? Guo Hao felt no regrets. Returning to this pivotal moment, armed with years of experience from the outside world, making money seemed like a trivial task. It was now 2012. With the advanced knowledge stored in his mind, achieving wealth would be a straightforward endeavor. Whether through Bitcoin, sports betting, or real estate, countless opportunities awaited him. Even though many of his memories had grown hazy, his sharp understanding of the broader picture made it clear that amassing wealth was still within reach. Yet, returning to the past meant more than just financial gain. It was about reclaiming lost youth and mending past regrets. With this thought, Guo Hao's gaze swept over the familiar youthful faces around him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Guo Hao! 37 points. The voice from the podium jolted him back to reality. Momentarily stunned, he quickly stood and made his way to the front of the classroom. All eyes turned toward him. Teacher Wang's gaze was particularly severe. Guo Hao! Are you here to study or just to waste time? 37 points. If I stepped on the answer sheet with my foot, I might score higher. If you don't want to study, then don't waste time here. This is a place for learning, not for loafing around. Teacher Wang chastised him, her disappointment palpable. I was wrong, Teacher Wang. I promise to study hard from now on. Guo Hao earnestly assured her. Hearing his response, the classroom fell silent, all eyes wide in astonishment. Teacher Wang paused for a moment. Ordinarily, even the most unruly students would merely endure her reprimands and quietly return to their seats. Yet here was Guo Hao, typically silent, daring to respond in such a manner. All right, we'll see if you truly study hard in the future. You may return to your seat. Given Guo Hao's earnestness, Teacher Wang refrained from further admonishments and allowed him to sit down. As he settled back into his chair, his desk mate poked him with a pencil. Guo Hao turned to look. You were really brave. His female desk mate whispered. Guo Hao smiled, dismissing her compliment. Teacher Wang was indeed somewhat fearsome. Most students were intimidated by her. However, she was also a dedicated teacher, and many students faced her wrath due to their poor attitudes. If one approached their studies with sincerity, she would not be overly harsh. Reflecting on this, Guo Hao felt a sense of nostalgia. Sitting at his desk, he picked up the math book beside him. His previous academic performance had been poor, and after barely making it to a vocational college, he had spent years struggling in society, leaving him with little memory of high school knowledge. Since he had been given a second chance, he was determined not to let his academic record be dismal. Regrettably, he felt he had missed the opportunity to be reborn earlier, ideally back in his second year of high school. Nevertheless, he had to make do. Guo Hao opened the math book, which covered the first year's material, beginning with sets. This chapter was relatively simple to comprehend. Before long, he had finished the first chapter and completed the exercises in the following section. Just as Guo Hao finished the exercises on sets, a notification appeared. Mathematics Experience 5. His expression shifted slightly as he instinctively glanced around. It appeared no one else could see this interface. Was this a system? While the notion of rebirth was already extraordinary, he had not anticipated that it would come with a system. However, considering the magnitude of his rebirth, Guo Hao quickly accepted this new reality. A flicker of excitement coursed through him as a faint blue interface materialized before him, displaying a series of numbers. User, Guo Hao Intelligence, 122 Physical Strength, 8 Strength, 7 Speed, 7 Mathematics, LV05100. In the realm of four-dimensional attributes, a normal person's IQ ranges from 90 to 109, while scores below 69 indicate cognitive impairment. The standard values for other attributes in adults are set at 10. Chapter 2, Golden Level Task. Gazing at the interface, Guo Hao remained silent for a considerable time. To his astonishment, he not only experienced rebirth but also possessed a system. In truth, even without the system, leading a successful life after this rebirth would not be overly challenging. The system is now activated, and it has detected that the host currently lacks the normal knowledge level of peers on this planet. Thus, a golden level reward task is issued. Golden Task: achieve an overall score of over 85 in the college entrance examination, which will take place in 103 days. Task Reward: Brain Enhancement 1, Random Lottery Draws 3. The sudden notification from the system caught Guo Hao off guard. Indeed, it was a system. This reward stirred excitement within him. Brain Enhancement. Regardless of the era or circumstance, the brain remains the most crucial organ in a person's body. If one could enhance their brain, even the wealthiest individuals would spare no expense, willing to invest billions without hesitation. Although he was uncertain about the nature of this random lottery, it was reasonable to assume that the rewards would be worthwhile, given the system's involvement. However, a flicker of doubt crossed Guo Hao's eyes. Achieving a score exceeding 85% within 100 days seemed daunting. A brief calculation revealed that he needed to attain a score above 637.5 to complete this task. His academic performance in his previous life had been dismal, and he had long forgotten the subjects covered in this year's college entrance examination. Therefore, his current knowledge was even inferior to that of a middle school student. Could he really achieve a score of 640 in such a short time? Wasn't that merely a pipe dream? Guo Hao felt a deep sense of helplessness. He decided to take things one step at a time. After all, he had been reborn with a system. He couldn't rely on these 100+ days to achieve wealth. He could always pursue riches after entering university. In this era, possessing a degree from a reputable university would undeniably make many endeavors significantly easier. With this thought in mind, Guo Hao took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. His gaze fell upon the mathematics book before him. Regardless of the situation, he needed to calm himself and focus on studying. Now that he had a system, he could observe the experience points he gained from studying mathematics, as well as his learning progress. This was undoubtedly a positive development. Guo Hao flipped to the section on common number sets, n, the set of all non-negative integers or natural numbers. This chapter primarily discussed sets, an essential concept in first-year high school mathematics. Of course, the difficulty of sets was quite low, primarily revolving around conceptual understanding. However, the multitude of concepts could be overwhelming. Nevertheless, these topics were foundational, and even after more than a decade without exposure, Guo Hao found himself quickly grasping the material upon returning to study. While teacher Wang explained the exam paper, Guo Hao studied at his own pace. His diligence and the simplicity of the initial high school content made learning relatively easy for him. Soon, an entire class period passed. Mathematics Experience 15. Ding! The host has entered a deep learning state for 30 minutes for the first time, gaining a substantial amount of mathematics experience. Mathematics Experience 50. The system's notifications startled Guo Hao momentarily. In just one class period, he had amassed enough experience to nearly elevate his mathematics level. Intriguing. He wondered what changes would occur upon reaching level 1 in mathematics. Class dismissed. Just as Guo Hao pondered this, teacher Wang concluded her explanation of the last question and turned to leave. At that moment, she had already occupied 5 minutes of the time meant for a break. High school teachers typically adhered to this pattern, rarely ending class on time. With teacher Wang gone, the surrounding students breathed a sigh of relief, rushing to the restroom as needed. Nice going. Wang Shi approached Guo Hao, giving him a playful punch. Be gentle. Guo Hao replied irritably to Wang Shi. Wang Shi wore a broad grin, pulling up a chair beside Guo Hao, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he spoke. You, daring to rebut that old witch. Impressive. Scoring 37 and not feeling a shred of shame, you've become quite audacious. Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao with curiosity. Upon hearing Wang Zai's words, Guo Hao felt a wave of exasperation. He shot a glance at Wang Shi. You're the one lacking shame. Who says I was boasting? Wang Zai's expression was peculiar. Howsy, you're not seriously considering studying diligently, are you? You can fool the teachers, but don't try to fool your friends. Wang Shi, Guo Hao said earnestly as he looked into Wang Zai's eyes. In 3 months, the college entrance examination will arrive. Have you thought about what you want to do after the exam? Wang Zai's eyes briefly reflected confusion upon hearing Guo Hao's words. So what? He shrugged, glancing at Guo Hao with irritation. You scored 37 in mathematics, I scored 68. We're not far apart. Only 3 months remain. At this rate, we'll likely end up at a vocational college. What else can we do? You don't seriously think we can turn things around in the last 3 months and get into a university, do you? Why not? Guo Hao replied earnestly, fixing his gaze on Wang Shi. Wait, are you serious? Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao incredulously. If you genuinely want to study hard, why not start now? You haven't been hit on the head by a basketball, have you? As he spoke, Wang Shi reached out to tap Guo Hao's forehead, then touched his own. Not running a fever, are you? Get lost. Guo Hao swatted Wang Zai's hand away, his expression serious as he regarded his friend. Wang Shi, I'm serious. Although we're at the bottom of the class, we still have 100 days left. This is our final opportunity, let's put in some effort. Just 100 days. Wang Shi fell silent for a moment, recognizing Guo Hao's sincerity. All right. I'm curious to see how long you can maintain this resolve. Wang Shi cast a deep glance at Guo Hao before returning to his seat. Guo Hao resumed his studies, his focus unwavering. Having endured numerous hardships in society, Guo Hao's mindset had matured. After years of engaging in small businesses, he had faced countless challenges. While studying was difficult, it was not insurmountable for him. After all, the challenges of education merely required concentration and earnestness. However, life in society involved more than that. To establish oneself, one must wear a smile, be willing to humble oneself, and if necessary, present the other half of their face to someone who has already struck one side. Earning money is challenging, and enduring hardships is not easy. Naturally, all of this hinges on the existence of the system. Without it, the mere act of Guo Hao focusing on his studies would be quite difficult. Being able to endure hardships does not equate to the ability to concentrate well. Without the system, concentrating on something that yields no visible results or progress could indeed be tormenting. Chapter 3, My Love for Learning, and Learning's Affection for Me. Without a systematic approach, who would willingly choose to study? Isn't it far more advantageous to seek ways to earn money rather than pore over textbooks? In this day and age, financial stability outweighs all else. No matter how well one performs academically, it ultimately leads to a life of servitude to others. Most of the endeavors people undertake are fundamentally driven by the pursuit of wealth. However, with the advent of a system, perhaps one could embark on a more meaningful and lucrative path. After all, in the society of the Dragon Kingdom, mere possession of wealth can render one a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. Guo Hao gazed intently at the textbook before him. Although much of the knowledge had slipped from his memory, it lay dormant in the recesses of his mind. As he re-engaged with his studies, he found his pace of learning had significantly accelerated. Whether it be formulas or diagrams, Guo Hao's academic journey was also a process of recollection. As he diligently revisited the textbook, fragments of knowledge began to resurface. Before long, class commenced. Students hurriedly returned to their seats. This period was dedicated to Chinese language studies. Guo Hao, however, chose not to attend to this subject. At this juncture, listening to Chinese lessons seemed futile, as the discipline relies heavily on accumulation and exposure. Merely listening in class contributes little to improving one's linguistic proficiency. Thus, Guo Hao focused primarily on reinforcing his mathematical skills. Equipped with a new interface, Guo Hao could not only witness the growth of his mathematical expertise but also clearly monitor his completion rate for each chapter within the textbook. This proved immensely beneficial. Often, the reluctance to strive stems from the inability to perceive the rewards of one's efforts. When one toils yet sees no tangible results, it fosters a sense of despair, leading to the abandonment of one's endeavors. The same can be said for romantic pursuits. If individuals were presented with a progress bar for their efforts, the majority would be inclined to put forth the effort. Thus, an unusual phenomenon emerged in the classroom. Guo Hao, who previously ranked at the bottom of his class, had begun to apply himself diligently to his studies. Nevertheless, few took notice of his transformation. After all, Guo Hao's academic performance had placed him at the lowest tier, and his typically reserved demeanor meant that only a handful were concerned with his progress. With a sigh of relief, Guo Hao completed over an hour of problem-solving and thorough reading on sets and functions. In his eyes, the completion rate for that chapter finally reached 100%. A notification chimed in his ears, signaling his achievement. Host has successfully completed the first chapter of mathematics, sets, gained 50 mathematical experience. Excitement surged within him. Just as he had surmised, completing the study of sets warranted a commendable reward from the system. Mathematical experience points are now full, successfully leveled up to LV1. Permanently gained 1 intelligence. At this moment, Guo Hao felt a slight buzz in his mind. As his mathematical proficiency advanced, it was not merely an enhancement of intelligence. The once formidable mathematical concepts now appeared considerably simpler. Problems that had previously seemed vexing now bore a sense of familiarity. Guo Hao understood that this was merely an illusion. The elevation of his mathematical level significantly bolstered his capacity to grasp mathematical knowledge. Having grasped the concepts and operations of sets, he proceeded to delve into the second chapter, Basic Elementary Functions. The functions introduced in the first semester of high school were not excessively challenging, after all. These were foundational concepts. Guo Hao maintained a grounded mindset, methodically reinforcing his understanding from the most basic principles. With the system's implicit assistance, he studied earnestly, monitoring his progress and comprehension of the material. As for the teacher lecturing at the front of the classroom, Guo Hao paid little attention. He was unable to keep pace with the senior teacher's curriculum. As the class bell rang, the teacher announced the end of the session and exited the classroom. The sounds of shifting desks and chairs filled the air as students began to move around, some rushing to the restroom, while others engaged in conversation. Guo Hao remained engrossed in his study of basic elementary functions. "Hey, are you serious, Guo Hao?" Wang Shi approached. But his expression quickly shifted to one of bewilderment upon observing Guo Hao's reading material. "Dude, please don't tell me you're still poring over basic elementary functions? Don't you realize we're on the brink of the college entrance exam? You've been at it for over an hour, isn't that a bit excessive? What's the problem?" Guo Hao shrugged. "No problem at all." Wang Shi stifled a laugh. "At this rate, do you think you can even cover the entire math textbook in 100 days? What about your English? What will you do about the science subjects? Just take it step by step. I'll learn as much as I can, and that is certainly better than drifting through each day aimlessly, Guo Hao replied earnestly. Exactly, remarked his female classmate, casting an admiring glance at Guo Hao before turning to Wang Shi with irritation. Look at Guo Hao. Though he awakened a bit late. It's never too late to start learning. Guo Hao's female classmate, Wang Lijuan, was a diligent student, ranking around the top 10 in the class. She was quite studious, with an appealing appearance but a quiet demeanor. Guo Hao recalled that she had performed exceptionally well in the college entrance exam, scoring over 550 points and securing the 8th position in the class, leading her to a prestigious university. Pfft, Wang Shi scoffed. I have no interest in such thankless endeavors. With only 100 days left, I just want to enjoy myself. After the exam, I'll either find a job or enroll in a vocational school and continue to pass the days. Wang Shi shrugged, his academic performance closely trailing Guo Hao's. If Guo Hao ranked among the bottom 3, Wang Shi was within the bottom 10. In his view, Guo Hao's newfound determination was likely a result of a basketball-related concussion, leading him to take his studies seriously just 100 days before the exam. Even with effort, attaining a college degree seemed out of reach. The bell rang, prompting Wang Shi to return to his seat. Guo Hao persisted in his study of functions. In high school mathematics, functions are intricately woven throughout the curriculum, making them exceptionally significant. The second chapter of the compulsory curriculum primarily focuses on the fundamental understanding of functions and their simple applications in everyday life. Chapter 4, A Warm Home Despite Everything. Guo Hao found himself feeling dizzy after an extended period of study. It had been a long time since he experienced such sensations. After 4 consecutive lessons, he finally paused, having completed 80% of the chapter on functions. The results were commendable. He decided to take a short break. As he reviewed his progress, he acknowledged that while he had grasped the concept of sets reasonably well, he encountered some difficulties in the realm of functions, even with the simplest types. Perhaps it was time to seek a tutor who could help him reinforce his understanding from the very basics. Although his school teachers were willing to answer questions, he feared that inquiring about fundamental topics might lead to scorn rather than sympathy. As for his deskmate, he didn't want to waste anyone's time, nor did he wish to be responsible for diminishing their exam results. These thoughts flitted through Guo Hao's mind. After a brief respite, he resumed his studies on functions, delving into the fundamental concepts, quadratic functions, and simple power functions. He memorized formulas and practiced relevant problems to solidify his understanding. Before the evening study session concluded, he finally received a notification, ding. Successfully completed the study of Chapter 2 on functions, gaining 80 math experience points. Upon reaching level 1 in mathematics, the experience required for the next upgrade increased to 1,000 points, making advancement considerably more challenging. The bell rang, signaling the end of the study session. Ding! User has completed a day of serious study for the first time, receiving a reward, Energy Potion X10. The moment the chime sounded, a system alert echoed in his ears. As expected, according to the system's nature, a day of diligent study would yield some rewards. Guo Hao examined the description of the energy potion. Energy potion restores 100 memory and focus for 2 hours. After the effect ends, the user falls into a state of confusion, with learning efficiency decreased by 50% until sufficient rest is taken. The description bore a resemblance to that of a stimulant. Just as Guo Hao was pondering the system's explanation of the energy potion, his friend Wang Shi approached, excitement evident in his eyes. Hey! What are your plans for the weekend? He asked, giving Guo Hao a light pat on the shoulder. Are we going to Tianqing? League of Legends is having an event, and they seem to be giving away skins and runes. Are you in? We can head out tomorrow morning and play all night. No, I need to study, Guo Hao replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Shi's expression immediately fell. What? Are you really that daft from playing basketball? It's League of Legends, your favorite game. Remember all those nights we stayed up playing together? You're almost at the gold rank. Aren't you going to put in a little more effort? Wang Shi's words stirred memories within Guo Hao. Indeed, in his previous life, he had developed an obsession with League of Legends upon its release, spending most of his senior year engrossed in the game. Wang Shi, being his close friend, shared this passion. However, while League of Legends could be played at any time, the college entrance examination was a pivotal moment that would influence their futures in significant ways. Guo Hao replied earnestly, "This is serious, Wang Shi." "Ugh, how dull. You're starting to sound like a teacher." Wang Shi rolled his eyes at Guo Hao. Guo Hao smiled faintly. "All right, enough chit-chat. Let's head home." After gathering his belongings, he and Wang Shi walked downstairs to retrieve their bicycles. Using the social skills he had honed over years of experience, Guo Hao managed to extract a wealth of insights from Wang Shi with just a few questions, reminiscing about many aspects of their past lives together. "Take care," Wang Shi called out as they reached Guo Hao's doorstep, before riding off on his bike. Watching Wang Shi's receding figure, Guo Hao hesitated momentarily before turning back. Entering the neighborhood, he gazed at the familiar building before him, feeling a surge of nostalgia and trepidation. The past and present began to intertwine. In a daze, Guo Hao parked his bicycle in the shed below. As he walked through the dimly lit corridor, everything felt achingly familiar. The closer he got to home, the more an indescribable fear welled up inside him. In his previous life, his rebellion had cost his parents dearly. When his business failed and he was burdened with overwhelming debt, his parents exhausted their retirement savings and sold their last remaining house to help him repay his debts. The image of his parents, aged and weary as they assisted him, filled Guo Hao with guilt. Before long, Guo Hao reached the third floor. The motion-activated light in the corridor illuminated as he returned. Standing before the familiar door, he took a deep breath and fished the key from his pocket. "You're back? Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I can whip something up for you," his mother greeted him warmly as he stepped inside. Seeing the youthful visage of his mother from his memories brought a lump to Guo Hao's throat, and he fought back tears. "Mom," he called out. "Hey, come in. Why are you standing at the door? Let me make you a bowl of noodles." His mother smiled at him. At this moment, Guo Hao gradually reined in the torrent of emotions within him, changing into slippers and stepping further into the home. In the living room, his father was busy writing. In his memories, his father had always been occupied, serving as a minor leader and technical engineer at the state grid. He often left the house earlier than Guo Hao and was still handling paperwork when Guo Hao returned from evening study sessions. His mother also worked for a state-owned enterprise. Due to their demanding jobs, they had inadvertently neglected Guo Hao's education, which led him to seek solace in internet cafes from a young age, ultimately becoming a gaming addict. Sitting beside his father, Guo Hao noticed that he had just finished a document and turned to look at his son. 3 months until the college entrance examination. Have you thought about what you want to do afterward? His father had long since given up on Guo Hao's academic performance, yet he felt an underlying guilt, knowing he had been too busy to provide adequate care. Not yet, Guo Hao shook his head. Think it over, his father replied before returning to his work. At this moment, Guo Hao suddenly spoke up, "Dad, I want to study hard." Chapter 5, I Must Study Hard. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, his father momentarily froze, instinctively turning his head to gaze intently at Guo Hao. Beside him, was mother, who had just brought over a bowl of noodles, also caught wind of her son's statement. A look of delight spread across her face as she swiftly approached Guo Hao, placing the noodles on the coffee table. Hao, you've grown up." A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over Guo Hao. After enduring more than a decade in his previous life, he finally comprehended the immense pressure his parents had faced over the years. They felt indebted to him and therefore hesitated to impose any academic expectations. Yet, like all parents, they naturally hope for their child to gain admission to a prestigious school and university. "All right. Since you wish to study diligently, we shall endeavor together. Even if this college entrance examination doesn't go well, it's no trouble, we can always repeat a year." His father expressed his joy. His son had finally become sensible, which filled both parents with happiness. Observing the genuine smiles on his parents' faces, Guo Hao felt a surge of joy himself. This was the true significance of his rebirth. Was it not? As he began to eat, Guo Hao broached the subject of hiring a tutor. How? Would it be alright to directly engage a teacher from your school? They could come over on weekends for lessons, and we would compensate them accordingly, his mother inquired. Not quite feasible, Guo Hao shook his head. My foundation is rather weak. It wouldn't make sense to hire a separate teacher for each subject. I believe it would be best to enlist a peer, preferably someone from high school with commendable grades, who could guide me across various subjects. Guo's father nodded in agreement. Isn't there a tutoring service set up near the Xinhua bookstore on Dongmen Street? I happen to have a day off tomorrow, I can check it out then. Sounds good. We should all go together, Guo's mother decisively said. Their family was in a comfortable financial position, the cost of hiring a tutor was negligible. After chatting with his parents for a while, Guo Hao finished his meal. Mom, Dad, I'm heading back to my room now. Go ahead. Sleep early. Guo's mother smiled, watching Guo Hao. As he awakened to ambition, her heart brimmed with pride. Guo's father felt similarly. Observing Guo Hao's retreating figure until the door to his room clicked shut. Only then did they exchange a glance, their eyes reflecting mutual satisfaction. Once back in his room, Guo Hao eagerly extracted an energy potion from the system. Almost instantaneously, the potion materialized in his hand. What is this? Some sort of spatial teleportation technology? Guo Hao mused with curiosity, yet he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, he had already encountered the phenomenon of rebirth, pondering the nuances of the system held little significance. He placed his books neatly and took a deep breath, swiftly downing the energy potion. Almost instantly, he felt an invigorating rush. Turning his gaze toward the nearby textbook, he began his studies on Chapter 3 of the first-year compulsory curriculum, Exponential and Logarithmic Functions. Previously, the mere sight of functions had left him bewildered. He had spent an entire day grappling with the chapter, and even the most fundamental functions posed considerable difficulty. Unlike sets, which involved relatively simple operations centered around symbolic concepts, functions introduced a multitude of concepts and algorithms, leaving Guo Hao dizzy. However, aided by the energy potion, he began to regain his previous pace of study. As he absorbed the concepts, he simultaneously sought corresponding problems for practice. He could clearly observe that his progress in mastering Chapter 3 had nearly doubled compared to before. Throughout the day, he immersed himself in studying functions, and just before the evening self-study session concluded, he had barely reached 100% comprehension. Yet now, after just 1 hour of study, he had already advanced to 15%. It is noteworthy that the latter sections tended to be more challenging. The effects of the energy potion far exceeded his expectations. With an unwavering focus, 2 hours swiftly passed, and he managed to achieve a mere 24% understanding of the chapter. As he delved deeper, the complexity of the material escalated. Just as he crossed the 2-hour mark, Guo Hao felt a sharp pain in his mind. The words on the page began to blur, and his once clear thoughts descended into chaos. I can't continue like this. I need a break, he exhaled softly. After closing his book, he switched off the lamp, shed his clothes, and soon drifted into sleep. The following morning, Guo Hao awoke feeling refreshed. The deep sleep induced by the energy potion, while aptly named, perhaps served even better as a sleeping aid. A smile crept across his face. By utilizing it 2 hours before sleep, he could perfectly capitalize on his pre-sleep time and swiftly transition into deep slumber, optimizing his rest. Perfect. Guo Hao stretched lazily, got dressed, and exited his room. Up already? Guo's mother had just finished preparing breakfast. Upon seeing Guo Hao, she smiled warmly. Yes, I'm up. Guo Hao nodded in response. Quickly wash up, after breakfast, we'll head to Dongmen Street. All right. After washing up and enjoying breakfast together, the family set out for Dongmen Street. Dongmen Street is the most bustling thoroughfare in Gancheng, boasting a plethora of shops. How? It's been a while since we've gone out together. If there's anything you wish to buy, just let us know. Guo's mother said with a smile. Sure. Mom, Guo Hao replied, feeling at ease as he strolled with his parents. In his past life, he had incurred an overwhelming debt to his parents. A debt that felt nearly impossible to repay. Even when he earned some money later on, his parents had already grown old, their health deteriorating. Moments like these had become rare. After browsing for a while, the trio quickly arrived at a small alley beside the Xinhua bookstore. A handful of tutors were setting up their stalls, both male and female, each displaying a sign detailing their qualifications and fees. Excuse me, do you need a tutor? I graduated from South China University with a degree in education, and my rates are reasonable, 50 yuan an hour. A bespectacled young man approached Guo Hao and his parents. How is someone with a degree from South China University tutoring here? Guo's father asked, intrigued. The young man smiled shyly. I'm a local from Gancheng. I graduated last year and am currently preparing for the teaching exams for several high schools in Gancheng. But I haven't taken them yet. I thought I'd start tutoring to earn some living expenses in the meantime. Rest assured, if you choose me, I can provide my teaching certificate and diploma for verification. My credentials can also be checked online. Chapter 6, The Super Scholar. What do you think of it, Guo Hao? Guo's father inquired. However, he soon realized that Guo Hao's attention was not directed towards him. With a hint of perplexity, he called out to his son, Hao. At that moment, Guo Hao's focus was entirely captivated by a girl in the corner. She wore large black-framed glasses and an oversized school uniform, her thick, dark hair cascading around her. Before her, a sign simply read tutor. In contrast to the experienced tutors surrounding her, she appeared rather modest. Yet, Guo Hao remained oblivious to the circumstances. The crux of his fascination lay with this girl. Her name was Shen Luoyan, a prodigious talent from the prestigious No. 1 high school, the first in the history of Gancheng to achieve the title of provincial champion, and arguably the most beautiful student among all in Gancheng. During their school days, students from both No. 1 and No. 2 high schools were aware of Shen Luoyan's beauty. Yet they were unaware of the full extent of her allure, as she had always concealed it beneath her oversized uniform, thick glasses, and long hair. It wasn't until the graduation ceremony that she slightly gathered her hair, removed her glasses, and donned a simple outfit, stunning everyone present at No. 1 high school. In her high school years, Shen Luoyan was not only renowned for her beauty but also for her academic achievements and her family background, coupled with her notably aloof personality. Orphaned at a young age, she lived with her grandparents, enduring hardships that were well known among her peers. Despite her exceptional grades, her lack of friends and understated demeanor kept her relatively unknown until her college entrance examination scores were released. With a remarkable total of 721 points, she topped the entire province, and during her graduation ceremony, her transformation from her school uniform to a flowing white dress captivated the entire Gancheng community. These reflections flashed through Guo Hao's mind. He never anticipated encountering the young Shen Luoyan upon his return. At this juncture, it was reasonable for her to seek tutoring work, given her financial constraints. Hao. Guo's mother noticed her son's unusual gaze and curiously called out to him. What's the matter? Mom. That girl is the top student from the elite class at No. 1 high school. Her academic performance is exceptional, and I've heard her family struggles financially, so. Guo Hao pondered briefly before expressing his thoughts. He genuinely wished to assist Shen Luoyan, feeling a sense of sympathy for her plight. Moreover, he recognized that her brilliance could greatly benefit his own academic pursuits. Shen Luoyan was a top-tier scholar, and her profound understanding of high school subjects surpassed that of all instructors from both No. 1 and No. 2 high schools combined. It was clear that if he were to learn diligently, she would be the ideal mentor. The top student of No. 1 high school's elite class? Guo's mother exclaimed. Her interest piqued. Guo's father shared her enthusiasm, aware that No. 1 high school was the finest institution in Gancheng, with only one elite class. However, she's just a young girl. Would it be appropriate to have her come to our home for tutoring? Would she even agree? Guo's father hesitated, glancing between his wife and son. Oh, what's the big deal? Hao only needs tutoring on weekends, and I'll be home then. It's perfectly fine. Guo's mother replied with a smile. Besides, we should ask the girl how she feels about it. There's no point in speculating here. Indeed, Guo's father nodded in agreement. The three of them approached Shen Luoyan's stall. Noticing their presence, she instinctively shrank back. Young lady, are you seeking tutoring work? Guo's mother kindly inquired. Why yes. Shen Luoyan hesitantly responded, her eyes hidden behind her large glasses as she assessed the family before her. This is my son, who is in his final year of high school. His grades are quite poor, but he is eager to improve. We came to find a tutor. And I heard you are the top student from No. 1 high school's elite class. Would you consider tutoring him? His foundation is weak. And it may be demanding for you, possibly affecting your own studies. Therefore, we are willing to offer you a rate slightly above the market price. What do you think? Guo's mother spoke with a warm smile. Shen Luoyan scrutinized Guo Hao closely, her eyes revealing a flicker of uncertainty. Desperate for money, she had taken up this tutoring job. Yet, Guo Hao's gentle demeanor gave her a sense of security. Alright, let's stick to the market rate, she finally replied after a moment's hesitation. However, I must clarify that I will not be alone with him. Even if I come to your home, our sessions will only take place in the living room. I won't enter his room. That's perfectly acceptable. We will adhere to your conditions. Guo's father affirmed with a nod. Then let us sign a contract. Shen Luoyan suggested, taking the initiative. Agreed. Guo's father responded. They left to a nearby print shop to draft 2 copies of the tutoring contract. After confirming the terms and making slight adjustments, both parties signed the agreement. The hourly rate was set at 25 yuan, as Shen Luoyan, lacking tutoring experience, chose to lower the initial proposed rate of 40 yuan. They agreed to 1 tutoring session per week, as there was only 1 weekend day available, totaling 10 hours monthly, amounting to 1,000 yuan for the month. Let us commence the tutoring today, as the college entrance exams are fast approaching, Shen Luoyan proposed. Absolutely, Guo Hao nodded. Remembering the pressing task awaiting him, a golden-level quest. Brain enhancement. Such a thing would be incredibly precious on Earth. In all his past and present lives, Guo Hao had never heard of any technology capable of enhancing the brain. Wait, I need to purchase some materials first. At that moment, Shen Luoyan interjected, "One moment, please." She entered a bookstore to acquire some junior high school materials. After completing her purchases, the 4 of them proceeded to Guo Hao's home. Chapter 7, How did you get into Ijon? Once seated in the living room, Shen Luoyan requested to assess Guo Hao's knowledge level. After posing several questions and having him solve a few exercises, she adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, her gaze filled with skepticism as she scrutinized Guo Hao. How did you manage to get into Ijon? A hint of embarrassment crept onto Guo Hao's face. After all, he had been reborn. And much of the knowledge from junior high had faded from his memory. The only subjects he was currently familiar with were the chapters on sets and functions, which he had only begun studying yesterday. That was 3 years ago. What did you do during those 3 years of high school? Shen Luoyan inquired directly. Guo Hao's embarrassment deepened. Meanwhile, Guo's mother, who had been bringing in snacks, overheard Shen Luoyan's question and chuckled. This boy spent his entire high school years playing around, going online and gaming with his friends. His father and I were both busy with work and had no time to keep an eye on him. With a sigh, she continued. We had lost all hope for him, but unexpectedly, yesterday he said he wanted to study hard. We were both overjoyed. At this point, Guo's mother turned to Shen Luoyan with earnest eyes. Luoyan, you must teach him well. Whatever you can help him with, please do. Auntie, rest assured. Since I have accepted payment and signed a contract, I will certainly teach him diligently. Shen Luoyan replied earnestly. Thank you so much. Guo's mother smiled as she placed the washed fruits down and then left. Shen Luoyan then turned her attention back to Guo Hao. What we need to do now is not merely to cram for exams. Given your weak foundation, I will first devise a tutoring plan for you. All right, Guo Hao nodded. Indeed, seeking out a professional for tutoring was the right choice. Shen Luoyan spent some time assessing Guo Hao's foundational knowledge. His mathematics level was merely equivalent to that of the first semester of the second year of junior high, while his language skills were average. With a few critical poems forgotten, these were not of concern. His English, however, was relatively sound. As he had learned quite a bit during his business endeavors in his past life, though his grammar was subpar, his vocabulary was commendable. As for the sciences, Guo Hao's foundation was nearly non-existent, save for some common knowledge questions. He was almost entirely ignorant. It appears your weakest areas lie in mathematics and the sciences. My tutoring focus will be on these 4 subjects, and I will devise an outline starting with junior high knowledge, Shen Luoyan stated. readjusting her glasses as she spoke with determination. I will make adjustments based on your learning progress. Understood, Guo Hao nodded. We'll begin with positive and negative numbers from the first year of junior high. Shen Luoyan's teaching was swift, these initial topics were quite simple. And Guo Hao found them easy to grasp. In no time, she had covered the key points of the entire first year. Afterward, she assigned Guo Hao a test paper of first-year difficulty. In half an hour, he completed the paper, only missing 2 or 3 questions. Shen Luoyan briefly explained the concepts related to those questions, and Guo Hao took another test, this time achieving a perfect score. Ding! Host has gained 60 in mathematics experience. The fact that first-year mathematics knowledge only yielded 60 experience points was hardly surprising, as the difficulty was low, and Guo Hao's comprehension abilities were commendable. Good. Your capacity for understanding is solid. Now, let us proceed to second-year material. Over the course of the morning, they engaged in a dynamic exchange of teaching and learning. Progressing swiftly due to Guo Hao's diligence and aptitude, coupled with Shen Luoyan's expertise. Of course, the simplicity of junior high knowledge and the remnants of Guo Hao's dormant memories contributed to the rapid pace. However, as they delved into second-year topics, the difficulty increased significantly. And Guo Hao encountered some obstacles due to his insufficient foundation. At 11:30, Shen Luoyan declared, "Let us pause for now. I'm heading home for lunch. We'll continue in the afternoon." All right, Guo Hao nodded. Just as Shen Luoyan rose, Guo's mother, busy in the kitchen, spotted her. "Luoyan, where are you off to?" "Auntie. I'm going home for lunch," Shen Luoyan replied. "Oh, don't. Stay for lunch." "No, Auntie, I haven't told my grandparents about my tutoring job yet. If I return late, they will worry." Shen Luoyan quickly explained. "Very well, be safe on your way home. Come back early this afternoon," Guo's mother said somewhat reluctantly. Throughout the morning, Guo's mother had observed Guo Hao many times. Witnessing her son study so earnestly for the first time filled her heart with immense joy, even bringing her to the brink of tears. A motivated son, a dedicated son. If one is willing to strive and commit, it is never too late. After leaving the Guo household, Shen Luoyan descended the stairs, mounted her somewhat worn bicycle, and departed the complex. As she pedaled through bustling streets, the surroundings gradually grew desolate, with houses transitioning to self-built structures. The roadsides transformed into rice fields, eventually leading to quaint villages, where wisps of smoke began to rise from chimneys. After cycling for several minutes, Shen Luoyan finally arrived at her modest tile-roofed home. At the entrance, Grandpa Shen was leisurely puffing on his pipe, occasionally tapping it against a nearby stone. "Grandpa!" Shen Luoyan called out upon seeing him. "Why are you back so late?" Grandpa Shen inquired nonchalantly. After securing her bicycle, she exclaimed, "Grandpa, I found a tutoring job. They're paying me 25 yuan an hour." 25 yuan an hour? That's quite a sum. Grandpa Shen replied, surprised. "You must express your gratitude. Be sure to be attentive while tutoring." "Of course, Grandpa," she assured him. "Let us go. Your grandmother must have prepared lunch by now. Let us eat," Grandpa Shen said as he led Shen Luoyan into the house. Upon entering, they found that Grandma had already set the dishes on the table. Chapter 8, Progress. What was described as a dish was merely seasonal vegetables, accompanied by a soup made from preserved vegetables, barely sufficient to satiate one's hunger. At the dining table, Shen Luoyan shared this good news with her grandmother, who was equally delighted. "You must work diligently. Just 1 day of work each week. 4 days a month, and they pay you 1,000 yuan. That's even higher than the monthly wages of some laborers," her grandmother reminded her. "Rest assured, Grandma." "I understand," Shen Luoyan nodded in acknowledgement. Both her grandparents were elderly, and her grandmother's health had always been precarious. The family's livelihood relied solely on the modest plot of land cultivated by her grandfather, along with his occasional odd jobs in the city, which barely sufficed. After serving her grandparents their meals, the three of them shared a meal together. Once they finished eating, as Shen Luoyan prepared to clear the table, her grandmother interjected, "Enough. Enough. I can handle the cleanup. You should hurry to your lesson. Since you're eating their food, it's only right to put in the effort." All right, Grandma. Shen Luoyan replied, tidying up a bit before shouldering her bag and cycling towards Guo Hao's home. In March, the brisk spring breeze of Jiangxi province still bore a hint of chill. Battling the spring wind, Shen Luoyan tightened her loose school uniform. After a short while, she secured her bicycle in the shed next to Guo Hao's house and ascended the stairs. Luoyan, you've come. Guo's mother greeted her warmly at the door. Thank you, Auntie, Shen Luoyan replied politely as she stepped inside, where she found Guo Hao diligently working on his exercises. Shen Luoyan nodded to herself. Recognizing his earnestness despite his poor foundation, he was indeed hardworking and intelligent. She felt capable of assisting him. If she could help him improve his grades, then she would find her earnings justified. Approaching Guo Hao, she handed him her old notes from middle school. This is my study material from junior high. Thank you, Guo Hao said gratefully. All right, this afternoon we'll start with triangles. This topic in middle school mathematics is crucial, and it even relates to concepts in high school geometry. You must learn it well, Shen Luoyan said earnestly. Okay. Guo Hao nodded, and the two engaged in a productive session of teaching and learning, the hours swiftly passing. Shen Luoyan's knowledge was profound, and she explained middle school mathematics with clarity and depth, making it easy for Guo Hao, despite his level 1 understanding, to grasp the concepts quickly. He could clearly see that, after just one day of study, he had already covered over 50% of the first volume of second-year mathematics. While part of this was due to the material's inherent simplicity and the fact that much of the knowledge was already nestled in his mind, this learning experience also served as a process of recollection. Today's mathematics is nearly concluded. I will assign you some practice papers and key concepts to review. Make sure to go over them thoroughly. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime, she advised. Got it. Shen Luoyan quickly outlined a series of review points for Guo Hao, providing him with a list of essential books and exercises to complete. All right, that is enough for today, she announced as she glanced out at the dimming light at 5 o'clock. You can complete these 2 practice papers tonight. Would you like me to walk you home? Guo Hao noticed the darkening sky and understood that Shen Luoyan did not live in the city but in a nearby village, where it might not be safe for a girl to ride her bike at night. No need, just focus on your exercises, Shen Luoyan replied, rising to leave. Luoyan, stay for dinner, Guo's mother called out as she approached the kitchen. No, Auntie, I'm fine. I'll eat at home, Shen Luoyan quickly responded, not waiting for Guo's mother to insist further before hastily departing like a startled rabbit. Guo's mother sighed in resignation, this child. Guo's father smiled slightly, remarking, this girl is quite admirable. Despite her humble circumstances, she maintains her integrity. Just look at her when she visits, she hardly touches the fruits and snacks we offer, only drinking a few sips of water. She has her principles. Guo's mother nodded in agreement, falling silent. Guo Hao listened to his parents' conversation without interjecting. Shen Luoyan was known for her aloofness at school. Many discussed how, despite her excellent grades, she had no friends, often isolating herself. The reason was her refusal to accept anything from others or share anything in return. Even when approached for help with problems, she would typically ignore them, maintaining a clear boundary. Guo Hao, however, was unconcerned with her character. He simply hoped for her to provide effective tutoring. What mattered most to him was the reward from the golden task, brain enhancement. He was curious and eager to discover the extent of his potential if he could successfully enhance his intellect. With that thought, Guo Hao stifled his wandering mind and redirected his focus to the review outline Shen Luoyan had prepared. Her outline was meticulous and methodical. After a brief examination, Guo Hao felt a sense of appreciation. Hiring her as a tutor was indeed a wise decision. Without her guidance, he would have struggled to find direction in his studies. Rapidly recalling and supplementing his middle school knowledge was a daunting task without her assistance. After dinner, Guo Hao retreated to his room, where he worked swiftly through the exercises Shen Luoyan had left him. In just over an hour, he completed the 2 practice papers with an accuracy rate of 90%. He felt quite satisfied with both his speed and precision. After reviewing his mistakes, he continued practicing, all the while adhering to the review outline she had provided. By nearly 10 o'clock, Guo Hao had achieved 100% completion of the second-year material. Ding! User's mathematics level has improved, gaining 80 mathematics experience. As Guo Hao had anticipated, completing the second-year curriculum indeed yielded mathematical experience. However, he realized that reaching level 2 in mathematics would require a significant amount of time. Chapter 9, Linguistics Level 1. With a slight sigh, Guo Hao contemplated the situation. It was indeed quite troublesome. The system seemed unwilling to directly impart knowledge, leaving him to rely on gradual self-improvement, a daunting challenge. Guo Hao held little confidence in completing the golden task. With his current level of knowledge, achieving a score above 650 within a mere 100 days seemed improbable. He gently shook his head, exhaling deeply, before retrieving a bottle of energy potion from the system. He downed it in one go, feeling the clarity flooding his mind, and resumed his practice, familiarizing himself with the concepts. In a quiet room illuminated by a single desk lamp, the only sound was the scratching of his pen on paper. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, Guo Hao awoke feeling invigorated. The side effects of the energy potion had vanished after a deep slumber, leaving him well rested. Following the steps etched in his memory, he quickly dressed, freshened up, and exited his room. His mother had already prepared breakfast, mixed grain porridge and boiled corn. After finishing his meal, Guo Hao descended the stairs. Mouse. Let us go. Wang Shi happened to be cycling beneath Guo Hao's apartment. Guo Hao hopped on his bicycle and followed Wang Shi out. As they rode, Wang Shi, with dark circles under his eyes, yawned repeatedly. Did you really stay up all night? Guo Hao could not help but inquire, glancing at Wang Shi. Of course. You have no idea, Wang Shi perked up at the mention of an all-nighter. I ranked up several tiers yesterday, I'm almost at gold. Impressive, right? You wouldn't go when invited, but you don't know how fierce the AP Sword Saint is. Wang Shi animatedly recounted his gaming exploits, while Guo Hao felt a pang of helplessness. He wished to counsel his younger brother, yet found himself at a loss for words. After all, Wang Shi was not like him, reborn with a system. Encouraging him to study diligently might yield little fruit. Perhaps. Suddenly, an idea flickered in Guo Hao's mind. He turned to Wang Shi and asked, have you heard of Bitcoin? Bitcoin? That virtual currency from America? I've heard of it. I even heard people use it for offline purchases. What a joke, a mere virtual token can be used for shopping? Wang Shi chuckled, looking at Guo Hao. Buy some Bitcoin. Purchase as much as you can. If financial pressure arises by year-end, you can sell some, and hold on to the rest for stability, Guo Hao calmly suggested. Wang Shi paused, a look of confusion in his eyes as he regarded Guo Hao. He did not quite understand why his brother suddenly mentioned Bitcoin. Wasn't it just a virtual currency? Even if it had some perceived value, wasn't it merely a game of passing the parcel? However, Guo Hao offered no further explanation. Bitcoin was indeed an excellent means of capital accumulation. In his previous life, Guo Hao had researched it thoroughly. The buzz around Bitcoin had begun this year, with its value hovering around a few dollars. By April, its price would rise rapidly, surpassing $100 by year-end. The following year would mark a significant surge, with Bitcoin prices soaring past $1,000. Guo Hao planned to invest in some Bitcoin, but he would not hold on to it for long. His focus lay elsewhere. There were countless other avenues for making money, such as the stock market, which saw indices double from 2014 to 2015. Not to mention investments in Miheo before the launch of Genshin Impact, and in BYD prior to 2018, all yielding promising returns. Initially, Bitcoin seemed relatively safe. But as large capital flowed in and the mainland prohibited virtual currency transactions, it became less appealing, despite its skyrocketing value peaking at $70,000. For Guo Hao, accumulating large quantities of Bitcoin was impractical. He would only hold a small amount temporarily, selling most at the peak next year, retaining a fraction as a safeguard. With this thought, Guo Hao and Wang Shi arrived at school, bustling with activity. High school students were rising early these days, though the morning bell had not yet rung. The classrooms were already filled with students, flipping through their books in preparation for the day's lessons. With only 3 months until the college entrance examination, both diligent and indifferent students alike felt an invisible weight of psychological pressure. Upon entering the classroom, Wang Shi and Guo Hao exchanged no further words. Returning to their respective seats, Guo Hao settled in, greeted his deskmate, and opened his English book. He reviewed simple words and recited more challenging vocabulary. His lexicon was commendable, given his previous experience in foreign trade. Nevertheless, he needed to refresh his memory of high school English terms. Guo Hao had allocated his study time for the early session, the first half dedicated to English vocabulary and the latter half to memorizing classical poetry and prose. After the session, a new entry finally appeared on Guo Hao's system panel, Linguistics. It seemed that both Chinese and English fell under the umbrella of linguistics. Linguistics, Level 1, 590-1000. Perhaps due to Guo Hao's decent grasp of English, coupled with his native proficiency in Chinese, the linguistics entry had already reached Level 1. Nearing Level 2 with just 400 more experience points. Based on prior experience, advancing linguistics to Level 2 might enhance his intellect, possibly yielding additional rewards. Without these system benefits, Guo Hao truly doubted his ability to achieve a score above 640 in the college entrance exam. After the morning study session, Guo Hao stood up and followed Wang Shi to the restroom. Once finished, he hurried back to class. As soon as he arrived, he pulled out a second-grade textbook. "Brother, are you serious? A second-grade textbook?" Wang Shi exclaimed, astonished by Guo Hao's actions. "What? Do I seem like someone who enjoys joking around?" Guo Hao replied, casting a calm glance at Wang Shi. Chapter 10, Gossip Goodness, You Rascal. Wang Shi exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Guo Hao. To his surprise, it appeared that his companion was serious. Wang Shi had observed that Guo Hao spent the entirety of the previous day engrossed in study. When he had called Guo Hao out to the internet CAF yesterday, he had declined, likely still immersed in his studies. Wang Shi had anticipated that with the dawn of a new week, Guo Hao would begin to slacken his efforts, yet he seemed to have grown even more diligent. "Either you join me in earnest study, or as I suggested, delve into Bitcoin research. Just don't disturb my studies," Guo Hao replied tersely to Wang Shi. "All right." Wang Shi responded with a hint of resignation, pondering whether Guo Hao had suffered a concussion from that basketball incident or perhaps had taken some strange medication. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Shi returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Guo Hao resumed his practice, focusing on the key concepts of the second-year mathematics curriculum, which primarily revolved around real numbers and linear equations, as well as inequalities and systems of inequalities, essential topics indeed. The concepts of parallel and intersecting lines were also significant. While the difficulty was not insurmountable, Guo Hao was only about 30% familiar with the material. As Guo Hao immersed himself in his studies, the school bell rang, signaling the start of chemistry class. He reluctantly set aside his mathematics book. Relying solely on self-study for comprehensive subjects was less effective than listening to the teacher's explanations, while simultaneously reviewing his materials. Upon entering the classroom, the chemistry teacher instructed the class representative to distribute the papers from the recent monthly exam. Guo Hao gazed at his paper, a flicker of despair evident in his eyes. 41 out of 100. He had fallen far short of passing. "This time, your performance was dismal. I won't dwell on it. With only 3 months until the college entrance examination, you should have some awareness of your situation. How many times have I gone over basic oxidation reduction reactions? How many times? Yet you still fail to grasp them." The chemistry teacher, a tall and slender middle-aged man with dark-framed glasses named Mr. Hu, typically exuded a refined and cultured demeanor. However, the abysmal exam results had roused a rare outburst of frustration from him. "All right, take out your papers, and I will explain them once more." As Mr. Hu elucidated the exam questions, Guo Hao found it challenging to follow. After all, these were memories from over a decade ago, and he had not excelled in them back then either. After a while, Guo Hao decided to abandon listening to the lecture and began to peruse his chemistry textbook. By cross-referencing the questions discussed by the teacher with the textbook, he managed to comprehend quite a bit. The troublesome part was the periodic table of elements, which he could barely recall. He could only memorize it. Guo Hao silently recited the periodic table in his mind, grateful that in his former life, he had indeed memorized it. As he recited and recalled, he found it was not as daunting as he had imagined. After all, The requirements for the periodic table involved memorizing only a few dozen elements, not the entirety. Class dismissed. The bell rang, prompting Mr. Hu to halt his lecture and call out to the students with a stern expression. Ding! The system notified Guo Hao that he had diligently studied chemistry for one class, earning him 30 chemistry experience points. Sighing inwardly, Guo Hao lamented the vast amount of knowledge he still needed to acquire. When he had been reborn. Although he had resolved to study diligently and elevate his academic standing, if not for the awakening of the system and the issuance of a golden task, he would have long given up. After all, wasn't it tempting to simply lie flat? Achieving financial freedom seemed so simple. Yet, the reward of brain enhancement was simply too alluring. Some things could not be substituted by mere wealth. The crux of the matter lay with the system. If it could enhance his brain, could it not similarly fortify his heart, bones, muscles, and organs? The system might very well be capable of such feats, an advantage that no amount of money could procure. The second class was Chinese language. Guo Hao continued to study the second-year mathematics curriculum. With a deficient foundation in mathematics being a crucial subject, he devoted nearly all his focus to it. After the second class concluded, it was time for the recess. Normally, this would be the time for calisthenics, but the light rain today prompted its cancellation. Guo Hao stood and stretched, feeling a bit restless after 3 continuous hours of study. He needed a break to refresh his mind. Hey, Shi-go. I'm heading to the restroom. Guo Hao called to Wang Shi, who was still engrossed in his novel. Go ahead, I don't need to, Wang Shi replied lazily, immersed in the climax of his story. With a chuckle, Guo Hao stood up. In the high school building, each floor had a restroom. Upon reaching the restroom on his floor, he found it crowded, forcing him to shake his head and ascend to the upper floor, where the elite classes were, resulting in a lesser crowd. As Guo Hao arrived upstairs, he found an available stall. After finishing, he was about to head downstairs when he overheard a group of girls gossiping. That aloof girl, day in and day out, acting so high and mighty. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was some kind of saint. Exactly. Just because she has good grades and the school's backing, she truly believes she has someone special. She is so unattractive, yet she dares to play the aloof card. It's laughable that there are boys who actually like her type. Guo Hao paused, his brow furrowing slightly as he glanced toward the girls' restroom, where a group of girls huddled together, whispering. Shen Luoyan, with an impassive expression, walked past them, utterly indifferent to their remarks, even as they deliberately spoke loud enough for her to hear. Chapter 11, All Trash. Observing the scene before him, Guo Hao pondered deeply. The jealousy among the girls was far more intense than he had anticipated. The reason Shen Luoyan had not suffered physical bullying was likely due to the school's protection. However, the mental torment had probably never ceased. The more the school shielded her, the better her performance became, making the bullying all the more conspicuous and brazen. Unfortunately, mental harassment was far more insidious, and even if the teachers wished to intervene, they would find it challenging to do so. Moreover, Shen Luoyan had no friends at school, leaving her without any form of protection. She was almost perpetually exposed to the intense jealousy of certain classmates. With this thought, Guo Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Shen Luoyan's support would be invaluable to him, and he admired her tenacity. He could not simply turn a blind eye to her plight. The primary reason for his concern was that he had his own trump card. His father's sworn brother was the captain of the security team, and in situations like these, he felt little fear. Otherwise, even as a reborn individual, he would feel apprehensive in the face of those petty thugs. In this era, these young troublemakers could be quite ruthless, and without such a background, he would hardly dare to intervene. You worthless lot, what can you do besides gossip behind someone's back? With your meager capabilities, even your jealousy can only manifest in whispers, Guo Hao remarked indifferently. Who are you? A few girls nearby were startled, turning to see Guo Hao standing not far off. Why does it matter who I am? I simply cannot tolerate your group of inept bullies harassing others mentally. Whatever your jealousy or disdain, let us settle it face to face. Guo Hao said coldly, fixing his gaze on the leading girl. Who are we talking about? What business is it of yours? If you have the guts, state your name, don't rush off after school. The girl at the forefront, Zhao Ying, was quite attractive and academically accomplished, with notable social skills, earning her a reputation as a social butterfly at the school. She was well liked by teachers and had many admirers both at and outside the school, which established her as a figure of authority among her peers. Guo Hao remembered Zhao vividly from his previous life. She had once instigated a fight between two thugs, resulting in one of them being killed. This incident had made headlines at the time and left a lasting impression on him. Zhao, is it? Guo Hao recalled the girl before him, his expression unchanged. Yes. That's me. Zhao glared at Guo Hao coldly. What's the matter? Are you scared? If you kneel before me and bow 3 times, I might let you off the hook. As she spoke, her friends erupted in laughter. Guo Hao's gaze towards Zhao turned increasingly frigid, her malice was palpable. Just as he was about to retaliate verbally, Shen Luoyan emerged from the restroom, her voice icy as she addressed Zhao, if you dare to do anything, I will report you to the principal and ensure you're expelled. Zhao chuckled lightly, offering no further retort, but cast a lingering glance at Guo Hao. Let us go, she instructed her companions, and the group of girls sauntered away from the restroom. As they departed, Shen Luoyan approached Guo Hao with a furrowed brow. What are you doing here? I came up because the restroom downstairs was overflowing, Guo Hao shrugged. You shouldn't have crossed them, Shen Luoyan sighed, observing him intently. Zhao has many thugs backing her, both in and out of school. Are you just going to let them insult you? Guo Hao met her gaze. What else can I do? Nothing, I suppose, Shen Luoyan replied, her expression unchanged. They are deterred by the school's threats, at most. Their actions are limited to verbal harassment. They wouldn't dare do anything more. Guo Hao felt a twinge of sympathy for Shen Luoyan. It must be tough for you to face this alone at school. Why not report them to the teachers? Guo Hao asked before regretting it, as he had just realized the futility of such action. The school's threats were limited to expulsion, while the girls had far more to lose. Besides, he feared Zhao might retaliate against his grandparents. Shen Luoyan's expression remained unchanged. Guo Hao nodded, understanding her plight. All right, you should head back. Stay out of this. And be sure to return home early this afternoon, don't linger outside. Okay, she replied, though Guo Hao's mind was occupied with thoughts of a solution. At that moment, Shen Luoyan hesitated and looked at Guo Hao earnestly. Thank you. Ha? What? Guo Hao, caught off guard by her sudden gratitude, turned to see her already walking away. Watching her retreating figure, he sighed. Human hearts are tender. Zhao and her cohorts relentlessly mocked Shen Luoyan with veiled insults. No matter how resilient she was, it was impossible for her to remain unaffected. No one dared to stand up for her, and this cycle of harassment continued day after day. Guo Hao's presence had brought her a glimmer of hope. With a sigh, Guo Hao turned and descended the stairs. When he returned to class, lessons had yet to commence. On the other side, Wang Shi sat at Guo Hao's desk, having finished the climax of a novel. What are you doing sitting here? Guo Hao asked, puzzled. I'm just looking for a good book in your spot. I finished mine, Wang Shi replied casually. By the way, why were you in the restroom for so long? Did you have a big one? No, Guo Hao shrugged. Then what were you doing? Wang Shi inquired, confused. I saw Zhao and her gang bullying Shen Luoyan and spoke up for her, Guo Hao admitted. What? Wang Shi leaped from the desk. Disbelief etched across his face. When did you become so bold? You actually dared to cross Zhao and her group? Chapter 12, I have an uncle, so what if I offend someone? Guo Hao maintained an expression of indifference. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Wang Shi scrutinized him with a peculiar gaze, his expression revealing a hint of confusion. By the way, Haozi, I feel you have changed, Wang Shi remarked. A shiver ran through Guo Hao's heart. What do you mean? He inquired, his demeanor unchanged, masking his curiosity. Ever since that basketball hit you, you've been different. You used to play games with me every day, your demeanor was rather subdued. Now, not only are you studying intensely, but you even have the audacity to provoke someone like Zhao? Wang Shi observed Guo Hao with keen interest. You don't actually think you've transmigrated into a novel, do you? Wang Shi teased. What are you rambling about? Stop reading so many novels about reincarnation and cultivation, Guo Hao replied, exasperated. Then tell me a memory only the two of us know to prove your innocence. Wang Shi challenged. You really are pushing your luck. Fine, fine. During our first year of high school, you almost... Enough. Just as Guo Hao was about to divulge an embarrassing moment, Wang Shi quickly covered his mouth. You passed. Wang Shi said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he looked at Guo Hao, who was oblivious to the depth of sorrow and memories hidden in his eyes. Fool. I'm not transmigrated, I'm reborn. Then why the drastic change lately? Wang Shi asked, perplexed. You truly don't know who Zhaoying is, do you? Of course I do. Guo Hao replied flatly. Then why would you provoke her? What if she tells her brothers to ambush you outside school and give you a beating? Wang Shi's gaze held a trace of concern. Despite their playful banter, Wang Shi would stand by his friend in times of trouble. I'll handle it, Guo Hao shrugged. If they want to ambush me, it's not as simple as they think. All right. Regardless, we're brothers. I've been by your side all these years for nothing. Wang Shi stated. Come on. Guo Hao rolled his eyes, responding with a hint of irritation. If a bunch of punks corner me and tell you to leave, you'd be the first to run away rather than stay and take a beating with me. Hey, Wang Shi scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish. I'd just call the police to handle those thugs. Guo Hao rolled his eyes again. As their playful banter subsided, Wang Shi's expression turned serious. Let us be honest. Zhaoying is indeed someone formidable. She knows quite a few people inside and outside our school. We should be cautious after offending her. Howsy? Should I talk to my brother about this? He has some influence on the streets, Wang Shi suggested. There's no need, Guo Hao shook his head. They're just a few petty thugs. My dad has a brother who is the captain of the security team. If they dare to bully me, I'd actually look forward to it. Guo Hao smiled slightly. Without that background, Guo Hao would have felt apprehensive about provoking Zhaoying, regardless of his rebirth and the abilities it granted him. After all, dealing with unruly girls and thugs could lead to serious consequences if he were not careful. Wah! Wang Shi stared at Guo Hao in shock. How did you keep that a secret? You have an uncle who is the captain of the security team? Impressive. You never asked, Guo Hao smiled gently. Besides, we were so low-key, playing games every day, I had no reason to mention my uncle. True, Wang Shi nodded. You're quite resourceful. You're lucky, your parents both work for state-owned enterprises, and your dad is a leader. You must know many people. Wang Shi gazed at Guo Hao with envy. Just then, the bell rang. All right, class is starting, you should head back. Wang Shi nodded and returned to his seat. Guo Hao opened his book and continued to solve problems and familiarize himself with the material. Every moment was precious. Meanwhile, in the elite class, it was self-study time as the teacher had stepped out for a moment. Shen Luoyan continued to concentrate on her exercises. Zhaoying approached and switched seats with Shen Luoyan. Luoyan, not bad. You've learned to flirt with boys, Zhaoying said with a smile, glancing at Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan remained immovable, engrossed in her work, seemingly ignoring Zhaoying. Zhao Ying's expression stiffened slightly, few dared to disregard her in the entire school, and Shen Luoyan was one of the rare exceptions. Yet, Zhaoying couldn't act too aggressively towards her, speaking only in hushed tones. After all, they were still in class, and any overly rash actions or words could be reported to the school administration. She had already received a warning due to an incident involving Shen Luoyan. If it happened again, she might not only face expulsion but also lose her place in the elite class. Zhao Ying's academic performance wasn't stellar. She only managed to enter the elite class because of her mother's connections within the school. Everyone feared and respected her, except for Shen Luoyan, who treated her with indifference despite her own excellent grades and striking beauty. Others couldn't see it clearly, as Shen Luoyan always wore oversized uniforms, thick black-rimmed glasses, and let her hair down, concealing her exquisite features. However, Zhaoying could discern her beauty through her fair skin and facial contours. That boy's name is Guo Hao, right? Zhaoying smirked slightly. Isn't he just a relative of yours? If I let others take action against him, can you still report me to the school? This statement was whispered into Shen Luoyan's ear. At that moment, Shen Luoyan finally reacted, her pen pausing slightly. Chapter 13, Provocation. Zhao slowly shifted her position, her gaze gleaming with triumph as she provocatively regarded Shen Luoyan beside her. Shen Luoyan's brow furrowed slightly as she turned her head to observe Zhao. What do you intend to do? Do? I have no intentions at all, Zhao replied, her smile widening as she noted that Shen Luoyan had finally acknowledged her. The once impenetrable Ice Queen had deigned to respond. This felt like victory. More crucially, Zhao had discerned that Shen Luoyan harbored an interest in a certain Guo Hao. Having leverage was advantageous. She feared only the absence of something or someone that mattered to Shen Luoyan. In school, Shen Luoyan had no friends. Zhao realized that her attempts to intimidate her would be futile. The school would likely erupt in chaos if she tried to act against her. Especially since Shen Luoyan was the top student at the #1 school in Gon City, destined for prestigious universities. Such students were fiercely protected by the institution. Thus, Zhao had always found Shen Luoyan exceedingly difficult to contend with. However, the situation had changed. Now, she had someone and something to leverage. If Zhao were to act against Guo Hao, an inconspicuous figure, surely Shen Luoyan would be powerless to intervene. Would the school protect an insignificant Guo Hao? This thought brought Zhao immense satisfaction as she gazed at Shen Luoyan with a smile. What I choose to do depends on you. Join me for lunch at noon. After delivering this statement with a sense of satisfaction, Zhao returned to her seat, reclaiming her position. Shen Luoyan's frown deepened. Previously, she had regarded Zhao as a mere nuisance, ignoring her taunts as if they were buzzing flies. After all, Zhao would never dare to take action against her. And that was sufficient. Moreover, with no friends in school, Zhao had no means to target those around her. Yet now, the landscape had shifted. Guo Hao. Why had he chosen to stand up for her? Why not simply pretend not to know her? Shen Luoyan felt a flicker of irritation. But it was too late for regrets. Regardless of the circumstances, Guo Hao had helped her. Whether by defending her or by offering to tutor her to improve her and her grandparents' living conditions. She could not stand idly by while Guo Hao was bullied. But what could she do? Shen Luoyan furrowed her brow in contemplation. Even with her intelligence, the current situation left Shen Luoyan feeling somewhat helpless. The morning passed quietly. At noon, students at the #1 school typically dined on campus, as their meal expenses were included in their tuition fees, with the school providing them with meal cards. Shen Luoyan, as usual, queued to collect her lunch and was about to find a corner to sit when she noticed Zhao waving at her. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Luoyan approached Zhao, holding her tray. What are you all staring at? Quickly, give our school's super scholar a seat. Zhao exclaimed cheerfully to her entourage. The other girls, smiling, glanced at Shen Luoyan before moving aside to make space for her. Shen Luoyan sat down in front of Zhao, placing her tray on the table. What will it take for you to leave Guo Hao alone? She asked directly. That depends on my mood. When I'm in a good mood, I naturally prefer to avoid conflict, Zhao replied, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded Shen Luoyan. I never anticipated that this Ice Queen would defend a boy, it truly surprises me. Could it be that Guo Hao is your secret admirer? How amusing. If this news were to spread, I can only imagine the reactions it would elicit. Leave the reactions to me. A vixen is still a vixen. Your demeanor is utterly loathsome. At that moment, a voice interjected from nearby. Zhao and Shen Luoyan turned to see Guo Hao standing beside their table, holding his tray. Step aside. Guo Hao coldly commanded one of Zhao Ying's sycophants. You. The girl glared at Guo Hao, but when she met his indifferent expression and icy gaze, she felt an inexplicable wave of uncertainty. After all, they were still students, and she hesitated before relinquishing her seat. Guo Hao boldly took her place. Zhao, I'm not afraid of you. If you dare, send someone to confront me. A swarm of maggots threatening people, how amusing, Guo Hao derided. His eyes filled with contempt for such women, both in this life and the last. You. Zhao Ying's face flushed with anger as she fixed her glare on Guo Hao. After a moment, she forced a smile through her fury. Very well, I hope your body is as tough as your words. Let us go. She commanded her followers. And they departed. You shouldn't have crossed her, Shen Luoyan remarked, watching Zhao Ying's retreating figure in silence for a moment before addressing Guo Hao. Every moment is precious for you. Your goal is to study diligently, and with your current foundation, you shouldn't engage with someone like her, it won't benefit your education. Are you concerned about me? Guo Hao asked, surprised at Shen Luoyan's words. This girl was renowned for her aloofness in both the first and second schools. Regardless of gender. She had managed to remain friendless, focusing solely on her studies without indulging in unnecessary emotions. He never expected her to say such things. I am concerned about your studies. After all, I am your tutor. I promised your mother to teach you well, and I accepted payment for it, Shen Luoyan replied, her gaze steady on Guo Hao. All right. I figured as much, Guo Hao chuckled, his expression softening as he looked at Shen Luoyan. You need not worry about Zhao. My uncle is the captain of the security team. I will inform him of this matter. A few petty thugs are insignificant, so you need not concern yourself. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Shen Luoyan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. As she regarded the icy beauty before him, Guo Hao smiled, choosing not to pursue the conversation further. The two finished their meals in a somewhat contemplative silence before departing. As Guo Hao carried his tray to wash it, he was playfully punched by Wang Shi. Hey! When did you get to know Shen Luoyan? I heard from the girls in our class that she's an absolute stunner. It's a shame she's a bit too cold, but who would have thought you quietly connected with her? Chapter 14, Time-Limited Mission. Wang Shi excitedly turned to Guo Hao and exclaimed, Get lost! Guo Hao retorted irritably, It's about this morning. Zhao Ying is threatening Shen Luoyan. I just went to tell her not to worry. What on earth is wrong with you? Why are you always so despicable? Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao with an expression that suggested he understood. Guo Hao chose to ignore him and went directly to the sink to wash the dishes. After finishing, the two returned to the classroom together. Hand me your phone. Surely, you aren't using it here? Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Wang Shi instinctively glanced around. Once he confirmed that no teachers were present, he let out a sigh of relief. What are you afraid of? The lunch bell hasn't rung yet. The teacher won't come here at this time, so relax. Guo Hao rolled his eyes at Wang Shi's actions. This guy was so timid yet still insisted on bringing his phone to school, truly ridiculous. Fine, just hurry up and don't let the teacher catch you. Wang Shi cautiously retrieved a basic mobile phone from the corner of his drawer and handed it to Guo Hao. Guo Hao looked at Wang Shi's actions with a sense of helplessness. After taking the phone from Wang Shi, Guo Hao called his father to explain the situation and casually asked for the phone number of a certain uncle. After exchanging pleasantries with the uncle, Guo Hao clarified the purpose of his call. Receiving an affirmative response from the captain, Guo Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Dealing with those small-time thugs didn't require the captain's direct involvement, a mere word from him would suffice. If those ruffians dared to act out, it would be tantamount to seeking their own demise. All set. Guo Hao tossed the phone back to Wang Shi, who scrambled to catch it. You truly live up to your reputation. If it were anyone else, they would be panicking right now. It's good to have connections. Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao with envy as he tucked the phone away. What's there to envy? Enough of that, I need to study. Don't distract me. Guo Hao said directly to Wang Shi. Damn you. Wang Shi shot a glare at Guo Hao. Unfazed, Guo Hao pulled out a book from his drawer and resumed his reading. Having studied for a morning, Guo Hao had grasped 60% of the second-year material. His pace had slowed considerably as he delved into the subjects, pondering whether he could complete the second-year curriculum before the day ended. He wished to finish the junior high knowledge promptly, knowing he had much more to learn and little time left. Guo Hao opened the section on parallel and intersecting lines and continued to work through practice problems. Ding! User has studied diligently for over 50 hours, earning 120 math experience. As he studied until 3 in the afternoon, the system notification chimed in his ears. Does the system really have such achievements? What I need now are side quests. Guo Hao grumbled internally. Just as he was lamenting, the system's mechanical voice sounded again, user's serious learning state detected. Time-limited reward task activated, achieve 100 completion of third-year math knowledge within 1 week. Task reward, 1 beginner lottery chance, 1000 math experience. The sudden notification brightened Guo Hao's spirits. His complaints had proven useful. The system had issued him a task with promising rewards. Achieving 100 completion of junior high math within a week? It posed a challenge but was not insurmountable for Guo Hao. He resumed his studies, having already reviewed all the second-year knowledge. His mastery still needed improvement. To address his weaknesses, he relied on practice problems. Of course, compared to average students, Guo Hao was akin to having a cheat code, as he could see his textbook completion progress. While others could only push through the problems without clarity, he had the advantage of visibility over his progress. By the afternoon, Guo Hao had advanced his second-year learning progress to 80%. His study efficiency was commendable. If he maintained this pace, he might not need a week, perhaps just 3 days to complete the third-year math. At 5 o'clock, the last self-study session concluded. There was an hour and a half before evening study began at 6:30. Generally, except for boarding students, day students would choose to go home for dinner or dine out during this interval. "Let us go," Wang Shi said to Guo Hao. "All right." Guo Hao closed his practice book, and as Wang Shi glanced at the densely filled exercise book, he quickly realized it was from the second-year curriculum. Seriously. If you intend to study hard, you should start from the first year. For the past few days, you've been hammering away at junior high math. What's the point? We're not even taking junior high math exams. By the time you get to high school, won't we all be preparing for the college entrance examination? I really don't see the purpose of all this," Wang Shi exclaimed in exasperation. "What do you know? A tall building cannot stand without a solid foundation. What I am doing now is laying that foundation. But we're supposed to be preparing for the college entrance exam." Wang Shi shot Guo Hao a disapproving look. "It's not like we're building a skyscraper." Guo Hao shrugged. "Let us go home." The two playfully bickered as they exited the classroom. Guo Hao genuinely enjoyed this camaraderie. It was the essence of youth. They reached the bicycle shed, mounted their bikes, and blended into the throng of students leaving the school. Riding side by side, they approached a narrow alley when they encountered a group of people ahead. Guo Hao and Wang Shi slowly brought their bicycles to a halt. "Look! Trouble's brewing," Wang Shi remarked, his expression filled with resignation as he glanced at Guo Hao. "Don't worry, it will be over soon. Just wait a moment." Guo Hao replied with a slight smile. "Are you Guo Hao?" At that moment, a figure clad in a black jacket adorned with sequins, holding a metal rod and smoking a cigarette, approached them. His followers quickly surrounded them. "It's me, my friend. What can I do for you?" Guo Hao maintained a calm demeanor as he addressed the punk in front of him. "Zhaoying wanted me to send you her regards. Get over here." The punk called out arrogantly, his nostrils flaring. Just as Guo Hao was about to respond, a commotion erupted nearby. "Drop your weapons." Chapter 15, Captain. This is a misunderstanding. A group of police officers wearing hats approached, sternly addressing a cluster of unruly youths. The leader of the group, startled, wondered how the police had arrived so swiftly. "Hands on your heads." Everyone crouched down. As the officers drew closer, although the delinquents contemplated fleeing, they were deterred by the authority of the police and dared not move. They could only obediently drop the iron rods they held and crouch down with hands clasped atop their heads. The leader, too, refrained from uttering a word, surrendering his weapon and adopting the same submissive posture. Several officers approached. "Uncle Li," Guo Hao called out to the one in charge. "You rascal! It's been over half a month since we last met, and you seem to have lost weight. Make sure to eat more." Captain Li Xing replied with a smile. "I appreciate your help this time, Uncle Li," Guo Hao responded cheerfully. "What trouble? This is simply my duty. Especially with you high school students. You are our priority to protect." Li Xing chuckled. The nearby delinquent watched in shock as Guo Hao conversed intimately with Li Xing. He recognized the captain, the head of the security team, for they often crossed paths on the streets. While they might not know many people, they certainly knew the captain. For to be unfamiliar with him could lead to an unpleasant stint in detention. Offending him could result in an extended stay in the confines of a cell. An experience far from pleasant. The thought that he was confronting a seemingly inconsequential individual who had connections with the security captain left him bewildered. Zhaoying, oh Zhaoying. You have put me in quite the predicament. Zhang Xian lamented internally. Offending the security captain could lead to retaliation. Stealing himself. Zhang Xian raised his head slightly and addressed Li Xing and Guo Hao. Brother Guo, Captain Li, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't come here to cause trouble for Brother Guo. Is it really necessary to bring so many people and wield iron rods if you weren't here to cause trouble? Li Xing remarked with a cold smile. Zhang Xian. Have I not warned you before to refrain from causing disturbances? Did I not advise you against touching students? Captain, it truly is a misunderstanding. Zhang Xian replied awkwardly. Observing him, Guo Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile as an idea struck him. He slowly approached Zhang Xian and crouched down. Was it Zhaoying? That wretched girl, who sent you to trouble me? Guo Hao inquired, smiling at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian's expression stiffened momentarily, hesitating before nodding slightly. A glimmer of desperation in his eyes. Brother Guo, I bear no grudge against you. If you spare me this time, I promise not to trouble you in the future. Moreover, if you face any issues, feel free to seek my assistance. He whispered. Guo Hao maintained a placid smile, showing no sign of urgency. Do not rush. I primarily wish to discuss a matter with you. What happens next is for you to decide. Speak, Zhang Xian replied, his tone shifting. You are aware that Zhaoying has entangled herself with numerous students, correct? From what I know, several top students at our school are her lovers. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, she has also been involved with Chen Yi from Dongcheng, among others. However, Zhaoying does not come from a well-off family yet spends extravagantly. How much have you given her? Do you suppose she has other sources of income? Guo Hao's smile widened slightly as he noted the growing discomfort etched on Zhang Xian's face with each word. Enough, Brother Zhang. I can only tell you this, Zhaoying is quite the schemer. For such a woman, she can offer you a taste of sweetness while extending the same to others. I wonder if you can bear that. Guo Hao gazed at Zhang Xian with profound meaning in his eyes. All right, let us depart, Uncle Li. Li Xing had been observing the entire exchange, his gaze towards Guo Hao filled with admiration. So, you won't be pursuing these delinquents? Li Xing feigned curiosity. Uncle. These young men did not harm me, they merely strayed from the right path. Let us let them off this time. If they attempt to confront me again, you may detain them then. Guo Hao proposed. Very well. Li Xing pretended to deliberate, furrowing his brow. Since it's you pleading on their behalf, we will leave it at that today. You may go. Thank you, officer. The young delinquents expressed their gratitude, relief washing over their faces. Make sure to thank my nephew, for he is the one advocating for your release. Otherwise, I would have certainly locked you up for 7 days. Li Xing's eyes narrowed playfully. Yes, thank you. Brother Guo. As they hurried to leave, Zhang Xian suddenly heard Li Xing's voice. Zhang Xian. The captain's tone commanded attention, causing Zhang Xian to halt instinctively. Is there something you wish to convey, Captain? He asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. I do not wish for anyone in Dongcheng to bully Guo Hao. He is my nephew, do you understand? Li Xing fixed Zhang Xian with a penetrating gaze. Yes, I understand. Zhang Xian nodded rapidly. Good, now go. With that, Zhang Xian hurriedly led his companions away from the alley. Li Xing turned to Guo Hao, a smile gracing his features. Tonight, I shall take you and your classmate out for dinner. Call your parents. All right, uncle, Guo Hao replied, nodding with a smile. His father shared a close relationship with Li Xing, and they had exchanged familial pleasantries for years. Thus, he felt at ease. After informing his parents of the situation, Li Xing escorted Guo Hao and Wang Shi to a nearby hotel, ordering several dishes. As the food arrived at their table, Li Xing casually inquired, Haozi, how have your studies been lately? Quite well, uncle, Guo Hao replied. Oh? Have you not been frequenting the internet cafes recently? Li Xing asked with keen interest. Chapter 16, Shameless. Harlot. Li Xing was well aware that Guo Hao frequented the internet CAF daily. He had once attempted to catch him. But Guo Hao always managed to elude him, even changing CAFs after being caught a couple of times. And had even engaged in fierce arguments with Li Xing and his father. Eventually, Guo's father advised Li Xing to cease his investigations, leading to a significant relaxation in Guo Hao's supervision thereafter. Upon detecting the teasing undertone in Li Xing's voice, Guo Hao's complexion turned slightly crimson. Back then, I was rather immature, but that's not the case now. I truly am studying diligently. Ha, I heard that from your father, Li Xing remarked with a smile, gazing at Guo Hao with a hint of nostalgia. At last, you are maturing. Guo Hao felt a warmth on his cheeks. Am I maturing? Perhaps. If not for my rebirth, I would still be the same old me, lost in the world of online gaming, living in a daze. Regardless, it's good that you're maturing. Li Xing chuckled. Just then, their meal arrived. Come, let us eat. Since you're maturing, focus on your studies. If you don't pass the college entrance exam this year, it's no big deal, you can always try again next year, we have the means. Li Xing encouraged Guo Hao with a smile. Yes. Guo Hao nodded solemnly. As they conversed and dined, Wang Shi, sitting nearby, dared not utter a word and merely focused on his meal. After finishing, Li Xing had some business to attend to and left first. Phew. Watching Li Xing's departing figure, Wang Shi exhaled deeply and shot an annoyed glance at Guo Hao. Damn, you scared me to death just now. What are you afraid of? Guo Hao asked, intrigued. Wang Shi rolled his eyes. Have you forgotten? We were caught together when we went online. I thought he was merely your relative who was a cop. But he turns out to be the captain of the security team. Good grief. Did you not notice how he looked at me? I was too frightened to say a word. Ah, I suppose I didn't notice, Guo Hao replied sheepishly, patting Wang Shi on the shoulder. Alright, he has gone now. You at least got a free meal. Let us head back to school. Wang Shi shot Guo Hao another glare. The two left the restaurant and rode their bicycles back to school. Meanwhile, at school, Zhao Ying spotted Shen Luoyan, who was calmly nibbling on a cold steamed bun. A mocking smile spread across Zhao Ying's face. Ah, I knew you would be here. Your beloved is being beaten outside, yet you sit here nonchalantly devouring a bun. Truly a cold-hearted person. Zhao Ying stood before Shen Luoyan, her lips curling slightly. Shen Luoyan remained unfazed, continuing to chew on her bun while reading. Zhao Ying, observing her calm demeanor, felt a flicker of anger. Ha! You seem so composed. Just wait, there will come a time when you'll need to beg me. With that, Zhao Ying turned and exited the classroom. Only then did Shen Luoyan raise her head, watching Zhao Ying's retreating figure, a flicker of concern crossing her features. Is Guo Hao truly alright? Although he claims to have an uncle who was a cop, if he gets caught, he might still get beaten, right? Shen Luoyan felt a twinge of worry in her heart. On the other side, Zhao Ying received a call from Zhang Xian and excitedly left the school. In a nearby alley outside the school, a group of unruly individuals loitered, with Zhang Xian standing among them. Zhao Ying approached him with a smile. Brother Xian. How did it go? Were you able to capture the scene of Guo Hao getting beaten? Zhang Xian turned around with a blank expression, scrutinizing Zhao Ying. Noticing something amiss, Zhao Ying's heart raced, and she cautiously asked, Brother Xian, what is wrong? Zhang Xian, with an impassive demeanor, fixated on her face and calmly stated, Zhao Ying, come stay with me tonight. The moment Zhao Ying heard this, her heart leapt. She forced a smile and replied, Brother Xian, didn't I mention? My parents are at home, if I don't return tonight, they'll skewer me. Just hang in there for a bit. When my parents go on a business trip or during a holiday, you can do whatever you want with me. Flushing, Zhao Ying said to Zhang Xian. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Xian's eyes turned cold. It's acceptable to be with me, but not with Chen Yi? Zhao Ying's heart sank at his words. What was going on? Did Zhang Xian discover something? How much did he know about her relationship with Chen Yi? What are you talking about? I don't understand, Zhao Ying feigned a laugh, desperately trying to divert attention. At that moment, Zhang Xian stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with coldness, and slapped Zhao Ying hard across the face. Wretched girl. Don't think your escapades with Chen Yi can remain hidden from me. You're a shameless harlot, flirting around with anyone, and when trouble arises, you come running to me for help. You hesitate to share a bed with me but jump into bed with others. Damn it. Slut. Zhang Xian glared at Zhao Ying. Let us go. He did not mention Guo Hao's situation. After leaving Guo Hao, Zhang Xian had inquired about Zhao Ying's history, and the more he learned, the angrier he became. He realized he had been a fool. Zhao Ying was truly promiscuous, flitting from one man to another. In his fury, he harbored resentment towards her and had no intention of warning her about Guo Hao's formidable background. He secretly hoped Zhao Ying would continue to provoke Guo Hao and face the repercussions. Let us go. Zhang Xian called out to his gang of miscreants. The group departed the alley, leaving Zhao Ying alone, her eyes filled with hatred as she watched Zhang Xian's departing figure, one hand pressed against her cheek. Bah! Zhao Ying spat, stupid fool. How dare you hit me? I will make you regret this. Absolutely. With hatred in her gaze, she left the alley. Returning to class, Zhao Ying's mood remained sour, and she did not confront Shen Luoyan. What's wrong? Ying, you look terrible, one of her friends remarked. Yeah, Ying. What is going on? Your face looks a bit flushed. Did something happen? Were you not supposed to have Zhang Xian deal with Guo Hao? As soon as Zhao Ying sat down, her friends gathered around her, bombarding her with questions. Get away. Leave me alone. Zhao Ying snapped, shooing her friends away in frustration. Sensing her foul mood, the surrounding girls hesitated and gradually dispersed, leaving her in silence. Chapter 17. The surprised English teacher. As Zhao Ying fumed and contemplated her revenge against Guo Hao and Zhang Xian, Guo Hao was deeply engrossed in his studies. He was under a time constraint, aiming to complete the junior high school mathematics curriculum within a week. Achieving this goal would elevate his mathematics level to LV2, thereby enhancing his intellectual capacity. With this accomplishment, he would feel more confident in completing his golden task. His current progress was satisfactory, as the junior high material was relatively simple, and he possessed some latent knowledge buried within his mind. The learning process intertwined with fragments of memories, however. It remained a rather monotonous endeavor. Despite being able to track his progress, Guo Hao found himself relentlessly solving problems, an incessant barrage of exercises. His targeted practice, aided by his analytical abilities, offered him a clearer direction than most of his peers, allowing him to gauge his grasp of the material. Yet, as he approached the final 10% of the curriculum, he encountered a plateau, much like any ordinary student. Progress slowed considerably, necessitating repeated exercises to solidify and expand his understanding of certain concepts. At that moment, Guo Hao was engrossed in this repetitive process, oblivious to the English teacher at the front of the class discussing the previous month's exam papers. His diligence was evident. He had achieved a remarkable 95% completion of the second-year mathematics textbook. His aspiration was to reach 100% before evening self-study, after which he would delve into the third-year mathematics curriculum. According to Shen Luoyan's notes, the difficulty of third-year material escalated significantly compared to the second year. Mastering third-year mathematics would facilitate a seamless transition into first-year high school mathematics, rendering the subject matter more manageable. After all, third-year students would begin exploring fundamental geometry, circles, functions, and quadratic functions, which serve as crucial precursors to high school mathematics. Thus, many students perceived first-year content as relatively easy, second-year material as moderately challenging, but upon reaching third year, they encountered a steep increase in difficulty. Understanding triangles, for instance, was less challenging than comprehending circles. Guo Hao recognized the need to allocate ample time for third-year mathematics. However, his unwavering focus stood out amidst his classmates, capturing the attention of the English teacher, Wang Yi, who clearly observed Guo Hao's actions. Guo Hao! Wang Yi abruptly halted her lecture, directing her voice towards him. Deeply immersed in his exercises, Guo Hao was oblivious to her call, continuing to work diligently. His classmates turned their gazes towards him, and his deskmate, Wang Lijuan, nudged him urgently. "The teacher is calling you," she whispered. Startled, Guo Hao rose to his feet. "Did you call for me, teacher?" he inquired, his expression somewhat bewildered as he looked at Wang Yi. Wang Yi approached him with a stern demeanor. "What are you busy with? Ignoring the lesson with less than 100 days until the college entrance examination? Do you think your score of 73 in English is sufficient? Absolving you from attending class or studying?" With a darkened expression, she stood beside Guo Hao, not waiting for a response before glancing at the problem set in front of him. "What's this? Must solve junior high mathematics? Why are you focusing on junior high exercises instead of high school mathematics? Are you planning to repeat junior high and retake the entrance exam? Apologies, but you might be too old for that." Her words dripped with sarcasm, eliciting laughter from the surrounding students. Amidst the cacophony of laughter and ambiguous glances, Guo Hao remained unfazed. Such ridicule was trivial to someone seasoned in the business world. "Teacher, I am revisiting junior high problems because I believe my foundation is lacking. I intend to reinforce it, as you once said, without a solid foundation, the earth shakes and the mountains sway, if I recall correctly." His calm rebuttal caused a change in Wang Yi's expression. "Is this your justification for solving junior high math during English class? You think your English is satisfactory but your math is too weak, hence the focus on mathematics?" "Indeed," Guo Hao replied evenly. "I believe my English is adequate. But my mathematics needs improvement." "Adequate? A score of 73 is merely adequate?" Wang Yi responded with a hint of mockery. "Very well, let us put that to the test. Dare to converse with me in English?" Without warning, she spoke directly to him in English. "No problem," Guo Hao replied confidently. Having studied business English thoroughly in his previous life, he had no fear of Wang Yi's oral examination. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, their dialogue quickening, enriched with advanced vocabulary and sophisticated grammar. As their conversation progressed, Wang Yi's astonishment grew. She had never paid much attention to Guo Hao, assuming he was merely a low-profile student with poor grades. To witness him converse in English at such a level was unexpected. Where had he acquired such vocabulary and fluency? His speaking pace and comprehension exceeded even the requirements for a level 4 English examination, yet how had he scored only 73 on the last test? Her gaze was filled with confusion, while the surrounding students were left in awe, captivated by the fluidity of Guo Hao's confident exchange in English. "Enough," Wang Yi declared in Chinese, signaling the end of their English conversation. Her perception of Guo Hao had completely transformed. "From our discussion, I discovered that your spoken English and vocabulary are impressive, and your listening skills are commendable. So, why did you score only 73 on the last exam? How did you make those mistakes?" Chapter 18, A Touch of the Unreal. Teacher Wang pointed to the mistakes on Guo Hao's exam paper, a hint of confusion in his gaze as he turned to Guo Hao beside him. Guo Hao glanced at the errors, embarrassment flickering across his face. Indeed, several of the mistakes were rather elementary. At that time, he had little desire to study and had answered the questions haphazardly. However, he had recently resolved to devote himself to his studies. Guo Hao earnestly informed Teacher Wang. "Very well." Teacher Wang nodded. "During English class, as long as you remain silent, you may do as you please. However, if you fail to score 120 in the next monthly exam, you shall dutifully attend my lessons." "Understood, teacher," Guo Hao replied as he took his seat. Teacher Wang regarded Guo Hao intently. No high school student had ever left such a profound impression on him. Guo Hao's fluency in English was remarkable, with an abundance of advanced vocabulary flowing effortlessly from his lips. Engaging in conversation with him felt akin to communicating with certain business elites. Coupled with Guo Hao's youthful visage, Teacher Wang experienced an indescribable sensation. Nearby classmates watched, astonished, as the exchange between Teacher Wang and Guo Hao unfolded in English. Is this truly the same Guo Hao they knew? His English is remarkably proficient. The scene resembled something from a television drama. All right, let us resume our discussion of the exam paper. Teacher Wang had now reached the podium, his words pulling the students' thoughts back to the lesson. Yet, some continued to steal glances at Guo Hao. He resumed diligently answering questions. Beside him, Wang Lijuan nudged Guo Hao, prompting him to turn. Her face was alight with admiration. "You're amazing." "It's just average," Guo Hao replied with a modest smile. "Focus on the lesson. I need to continue working on these problems." After exchanging a few words with Wang Lijuan, he returned to his tasks. For Guo Hao, this was merely a brief interlude. Initially, he had wished to savor his youth, however, the emergence of the system and the Golden Mission had compelled him to forego that option. Youth can be intriguing, but it is not the most captivating pursuit. The enhancement of one's intellect is. Imagine a version of oneself, significantly more intelligent than the current self. What might that be like? Guo Hao was deeply curious. To fulfill the Golden Mission, his mind was consumed with the tasks of solving problems and memorizing knowledge points. During a break in evening study hall, many classmates could not help but direct their gazes toward Guo Hao. Wang Shi approached him, exclaiming, "Wow! Wow! Rodent! How can you be so handsome? When did your English become so good?" His eyes were wide with astonishment as he spoke. Guo Hao paused, giving Wang Shi an exasperated glare. "Why are you so astonished? It's just English. I never noticed you cared about whether I was good at it." With that, he rolled his eyes. Wang Shi chuckled sheepishly. "But you barely passed your last English exam. Suddenly excelling in English is surprising for anyone." Did you not see Teacher Wang's expression? He was quite impressed. "You truly are remarkable," Wang Shi said excitedly. "Alright, is there anything else? If not, go back to your books. I need to continue my work," Guo Hao replied calmly. Such matters hardly stirred any tumult within him, after all. He had faced considerable challenges in his past life. This was but a minor occurrence. After a brief exchange, the class bell rang, and Wang Shi returned to his seat. Guo Hao resumed solving problems. The tedious process was endured through sheer willpower. Each time he felt overwhelmed, he would recall the enticing rewards offered by the system, which served as his greatest motivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing the completion rate of the second-year mathematics curriculum to 100. You have received 10 energy potions and gained 100 mathematics experience points. With half a lesson remaining in the evening study hall, Guo Hao had finally achieved a 100 learning progress in both second-year mathematics textbooks. Phew! Guo Hao looked at the nearly completed problems before him and set down his pen. In truth, he had only completed about 60 of the exercises in the second-year mathematics guidebook, yet the system indicated that his learning progress was at 100. For others, it would be nearly impossible to ascertain their learning progress, even if they felt they had learned sufficiently. Uncertainty lingered. Most would at least complete the accompanying exercises and perhaps tackle an additional guidebook. Guo Hao had saved a considerable amount of time in this regard. With half a lesson left, he did not rush to begin studying third-year mathematics. Although time was tight, he felt no urgency regarding those remaining minutes. He casually picked up the English book nearby. Truth be told, since his rebirth, he had yet to examine a high school mathematics textbook. He previously studied business English and was curious about the differences between that and high school English. Would he be able to score above 120 in the upcoming monthly exam? Upon opening the English book, he encountered simple vocabulary and sentences at first, followed by basic grammar. Guo Hao quickly skimmed through these sections, finding them to be of little challenge. As he progressed to more complex grammatical structures, he discovered they remained manageable, at least for him. After finishing one volume of the English book, Guo Hao opened an exam paper. His reading speed in English surpassed that of the average high school student. Before the evening study hall concluded, he had completed an entire English exam paper, with the exception of the listening and writing sections. If the monthly exam paper were similar, achieving a score of 120 should not be overly difficult. Setting down his pen, Guo Hao felt a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that his rebirth was not entirely disadvantageous. There were still subjects in which he excelled. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang. Guo Hao tidied his desk casually and departed the school with Wang Shi. Upon returning home, Guo Hao finished his late-night snack and promptly retreated to his room. After consuming an energy potion, he opened the third-year mathematics textbook. Meanwhile, in the living room, Guo Hao's mother gazed at the clean dishes before her. Her expression tinged with uncertainty. "Old Guo, do you think something has motivated Hao to study diligently? I still feel it's somewhat surreal. His transformation over the past couple of days has been quite significant." Chapter 19, Buy Bitcoin. The more, the better. Upon hearing Guo's mother's words, Guo's father, who was engrossed in his paperwork, paused momentarily and turned to her with a smile. "Your son has become more responsible and is beginning to study diligently. Why the sudden anxiety?" he remarked. "If Hao had gradually started to put in effort, I could accept that, but his transformation has been so drastic, a complete 180. The difference is simply too stark." Guo's mother sighed, a flicker of worry in her eyes. "We have no idea what he has gone through before." "Do not fret," Guo's father reassured her, still smiling. "Children grow up, it is normal for them to develop their own thoughts. You need not be overly concerned." Guo's father reflected. "Last night, I spoke with Li Xing, and he praised Hao highly, saying that Hao's handling of matters is quite mature," he continued. "With just a few nudges, he deftly manipulated those delinquents, showcasing a remarkable level of skill. By the way, I forgot to ask, what happened this afternoon with those delinquents?" Guo's mother inquired. A hint of confusion in her gaze. Hao mentioned that a girl from their school was bullying Shen Luoyan, and he intervened. However, that girl seems to have connections with many delinquents both inside and outside the school, threatening both Hao and Shen Luoyan, which prompted Hao to call us. "Oh? What happened to Luoyan?" Guo's mother questioned anxiously. "Rest assured, Shen Luoyan is a top student, no one would dare lay a finger on her. That girl typically resorts to verbal bullying, so Shen Luoyan is safe. It was Hao who, upon leaving school, was confronted by those delinquents until Li Xing and his crew arrived." "I see," Guo's mother nodded. "What makes Li Xing admire Hao so much?" she asked, perplexed. Guo's father smiled at her. Hao not only cleverly aligned himself with Li Xing's influence but also subtly stirred the dynamics between that delinquent and the girl from school. He performed remarkably well. "I see," Guo's mother nodded again, reflecting on Hao's significant transformation over the past 2 years. Unbeknownst to them, Hao was deeply engrossed in his studies. The mathematics of the third year was considerably more challenging. However, with Shen Luoyan's notes at hand, he found a measure of assistance. Even so, his pace had slowed considerably. After taking a focus-enhancing supplement, Hao was intensely concentrated, but his speed was still much reduced compared to his second-year studies. In 2 hours, he managed to cover only about 8% of the material. At this rate, finishing all the middle school mathematics content in a week would still pose a challenge. Feeling a sharp pain in his head, Hao realized that the effects of the supplement had worn off. Rubbing his face, he casually put away his books, turned off the desk lamp, and lay down on his bed, quickly drifting into slumber. The next day unfolded as usual, with Hao waking up, freshening up, and stepping out of his room with his backpack. After breakfast, he left home and soon arrived at school with Wang Shi. "By the way, Haozi, the Bitcoin you mentioned the other day, I did some research. Isn't it just a string of internet code? And it sells for quite a price, currently. It's $3 for that code. It's utterly ridiculous," Wang Shi remarked, perplexed, as they walked toward the classroom. "Are you sure you want me to buy this?" "Absolutely. And I recommend purchasing it through legitimate channels. Buy as much as you can," Hao replied calmly. Wang Shi's eyes widened in confusion. "The more, the better?" "Indeed. The more, the better," Hao affirmed. "By the end of the year, you will understand why I say this. No, more accurately, by June, you will comprehend my reasoning." "Is that so?" Wang Shi questioned, intrigued. "You have such faith in Bitcoin? Trust me, and buy it. Sell half by the end of the year and hold on to the rest tightly," Hao added with a slight smile. Wang Shi hesitated momentarily. At this point, Hao had already stridden toward the classroom. "Hey!" Wang Shi, lost in thought, quickly followed him. The two soon returned to their classroom. where Hao Hao organized his belongings and retrieved the periodic table and classical Chinese poetry. Since he realized that he could likely maintain his English vocabulary for the college entrance exam, he focused his early study sessions on the periodic table and poetry, as he needed to memorize them thoroughly. After the morning reading, Hao Hao resumed studying third-year mathematics. His progress had noticeably slowed compared to before. Meanwhile, in the special class, Zhao was still displeased. Although she had spoken with Chen Yi the previous night and confirmed that they would corner Hao Hao in the afternoon, she was troubled by how Zhang Xian had learned about her dealings with Chen Yi. Moreover, what was the deal with the school's older boys? Zhao felt a growing unease. She had shared her concerns with some of the older boys at school, but taking action within the first high school was no small feat. She hoped Chen Yi would give Hao Hao a good beating. At this point, dealing with Hao Hao was no longer merely about confronting Shen Luoyan, it had become an obsession for Zhao, a crucial matter in maintaining her authority as the head girl. If she could not even handle someone like Hao Hao, her reputation would be ruined. So who exactly was Hao Hao? Did he inform Zhang Xian about her affair with Chen Yi? But how could Hao Hao possibly know? Could there be a traitor among them? Zhao cast a suspicious glance at her lackeys, filled with doubt. As the morning passed quietly, Hao Hao managed to raise his progress in third-year mathematics to 15%. During lunch, he boldly sat directly across from Shen Luoyan, who glanced at him briefly before returning to her meal. That Zhao hasn't bullied you, has she? Chapter 20, A Connection with You. Big-head ghost Guo Hao smiled faintly and inquired of the person before him, Shen Luoyan. No, she replied, her tone sharp and imbued with a coldness that seemed to keep others at bay. Please don't be so distant, after all, I am your student. Guo Hao remarked with a grin directed at Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan remained silent. At this moment, Guo Hao's smile slightly faded as he pondered for a moment before addressing her again. I concluded my studies in second-grade mathematics last night and have commenced with third-grade math. However, I find the latter considerably more challenging than before. Do you have any valuable suggestions, Teacher Shen? Guo Hao asked earnestly, fixing his gaze upon her. This inquiry was, in fact, the true purpose of his visit. He had little interest in jesting with Shen Luoyan. Presently, she resembled a block of ice, exuding an air so frigid that only someone with a penchant for masochism would willingly attempt to tease her, even considering her striking beauty. For Guo Hao, the matter of her femininity was secondary. His paramount objective was to fulfill the golden task presented by the system, to achieve a score exceeding 640 in the upcoming college entrance examination. Moreover, the time-sensitive task at hand demanded that he advance his understanding of middle school mathematics to completion, which would elevate his math proficiency to level 2, greatly assisting his studies in high school mathematics. This enhancement in mathematical aptitude would even lead to an increase in intelligence, benefiting nearly all his subjects. Hence, Guo Hao sought out Shen Luoyan during lunchtime. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Shen Luoyan finally reacted. Adjusting her black-rimmed glasses, she explained, the challenges of third-grade mathematics primarily stem from the multitude of formulas and the requisite abstract thinking in geometry. Many of the problems encountered in third-grade math build upon its foundational theorems and formulas, often incorporating various transformations. It is essential to fully comprehend the derivation of these theorems. Additionally, possessing the ability to draw sufficient auxiliary lines in geometry is crucial. I will assign you a few problems to ponder. Remember what I just mentioned about not hesitating to use auxiliary lines, and do not merely memorize the formulas and theorems, strive to understand them, even to the extent of deriving them yourself. Shen Luoyan provided Guo Hao with insights into common difficulties faced in third-grade mathematics, along with effective study methods that could not be captured in notes. After listening to her, Guo Hao felt immensely enlightened. Indeed, rote memorization of formulas and theorems proved futile, as his academic progress had stagnated, something he had already experimented with the previous day. Regardless of how familiar one might become with memorization, the examination questions would rarely present an obvious context in which to apply those formulas and theorems. At such moments, one might struggle to identify where and which theorem could be utilized. Thus, it became evident that the ability to derive formulas was of far greater significance. Grateful for her guidance, Guo Hao expressed, "Thank you, Teacher Shen." Sporting a smile, Shen Luoyan nodded in acknowledgement. After the lunch break, come to the advanced class. And I will provide you with the exam questions. All right. Guo Hao replied with a nod. During their conversation, several onlookers in the cafeteria cast curious glances in their direction. For Shen Luoyan was a well-known figure at the school, a celebrated academic prodigy, noted not only for her intelligence but also for her striking appearance. However, her frosty demeanor discouraged even the bravest of souls, male or female, from approaching her. Numerous boys harbored secret affections for her, leaving small treats or love letters on her desk, all of which she would dismiss, laying them bare upon the lectern and reporting them to the teachers. Her character was notoriously aloof, and no one had ever managed to cultivate a close relationship with her. Yet now, it seemed that a boy was engaging her in conversation with surprising ease, a piece of news that piqued the interest of many. However, after their discussion on academic matters, Guo Hao quickly finished his meal, rose from his seat, and washed his dishes. What do you wish to discuss today? I presume it's about Zhaoing again? Wang Shi grinned lewdly. Come clean, how did you manage to connect with this ice queen? Did you seek her out as a tutor just to get close to her? Guo Hao shot Wang Shi a disdainful glance, retorting, what nonsense! I am entirely focused on my studies, unlike you, who seems to occupy your mind with unwholesome thoughts. My intention in seeking out Shen Luoyan was solely to ask questions. Why must your mind wander to such filth? Please. Who asks questions during lunch? Wang Shi scoffed in disbelief. Then when should I inquire? Should I rush to the advanced class after class to ask? Or perhaps find a secluded corner after school? Guo Hao countered with a roll of his eyes. Wang Shi paused, considering the logic in Guo Hao's words. It appeared that, for high school students, the cafeteria was indeed one of the few places to engage in conversation. Other locations were either classrooms or simply unfeasible. All right, I suppose I can accept that. Wang Shi conceded, though he seemed somewhat deflated by the lack of scandal. Guo Hao, uninterested in Wang Shi's musings, was wholly absorbed in thoughts of formula derivations and auxiliary lines necessary for geometric problems. Upon returning to class, he promptly began delving into the derivation of formulas. He immersed himself in the extensive array of middle school mathematical principles, diligently studying their derivation processes. To his delight, he discovered this method was remarkably effective. Utilizing auxiliary lines bore fruit, whether concerning circles or triangles. As his research progressed, Guo Hao noted a tangible improvement in his grasp of middle school mathematics. Ecstatic. He realized that completing his middle school math studies within a week was far less daunting than he had initially anticipated. Throughout the afternoon, Guo Hao forewent his rest and devoted himself to the continuous derivation of formulas and solving related problems. Following the lunch break, he approached the advanced class to receive a set of exam questions from Shen Luoyan, stirring a wave of excitement among the students there, many of whom recognized him as the boy seated across from Shen Luoyan during lunch. Their curiosity piqued, they wondered about the nature of his relationship with her. Chapter 21. Where did you hear this news? Of course, curiosity aside, Shen Luoyan possessed a cold demeanor, with no friends at school and no one daring enough to inquire about her. Conversely, Guo Hao was too inconspicuous, and few in the school were acquainted with him. Thus, they were destined to remain merely curious about the matter. Upon returning to the classroom, Guo Hao's deskmate, Wan Lijuan, had yet to return. So Wang Shi seized her seat. What? Do you have something to say? Guo Hao glanced at Wang Shi with a hint of annoyance. Isn't it you who urged me to invest in Bitcoin, and now you question me? Wang Shi shot a glare at Guo Hao. Guo Hao pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, he was perhaps the sole individual privy to the future trajectory of Bitcoin, capable of discerning the critical junctures of its price surge. Wang Shi's skepticism was entirely understandable. He recognized the necessity of explaining more to Wang Shi. Yet articulating this was quite a technical endeavor. After all, while Guo Hao knew that Bitcoin would experience an unprecedented rise, conveying this volatility from their current standpoint posed a considerable challenge. He could hardly reveal that he hailed from the future and could foresee what lay ahead. After a brief silence, Guo Hao addressed Wang Shi. While perusing the dark web, I stumbled upon a significant piece of news. Substantial capital is poised to enter the Bitcoin market, particularly from the United States. Therefore, I predict that starting this year, Bitcoin will commence an explosive ascent. According to my predictive model, over the next 2 years, Bitcoin might witness a dramatic surge, followed by a downturn, and then another spike, ultimately reaching a price point that many will struggle to comprehend. After a moment's silence, Guo Hao summarized his conjecture to Wang Shi, attributing his information source to the dark web. The dark web? Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao with a hint of confusion. You can access the dark web? I've never heard of that before. If I were to access it, it would definitely be from my home computer, not a cyber CAF. Guo Hao retorted with a hint of irritation towards Wang Shi. Alright then. Wang Shi nodded, having no doubts about Guo Hao's assertions. After all, the two had been close friends for years. So how much do you think I should buy? Wang Shi inquired curiously. Naturally, purchase as much as you can. However, the crux of this matter hinges on how much you can manage to extract from your parents, Guo Hao replied. Wang Shi hesitated slightly. I know the secret of my parents' bank card, so obtaining money isn't too difficult, but acquiring a large sum may raise suspicion, and if I incur losses, my life would be in jeopardy. Rest assured, you won't lose money. But you can only sell when I instruct you to, otherwise, it's best that your parents remain oblivious to this transaction. If they find out, I fear. Guo Hao mused, looking at Wang Shi. That would certainly result in me facing severe repercussions from my parents. Wang Shi exclaimed. Then, draw out a portion of money that your parents won't notice. Perhaps around 50,000. Then let's invest 50,000, Wang Hao concluded decisively. Great. For purchasing channels, I recommend Bitstamp or MTGOX. You can familiarize yourself with them, but regardless of the platform, I solely advise you to buy Bitcoin. Understood. Wang Shi nodded. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he gazed at Guo Hao with curiosity. So, Haozi, how much do you plan to buy? That depends on how much my parents are willing to give me. Guo Hao shrugged with a smile. I will discuss this directly with them. I envy you. Wang Shi remarked, looking at Guo Hao with admiration. I would never dare to broach such a topic with my parents. If they were to discover it, they would never agree. I'd be lucky if I didn't get beaten. Guo Hao shrugged, offering no response. He had a general understanding of Wang Shi's family circumstances. However, every family has its own struggles. His parents were understanding and respectful, but that didn't imply that others' parents would be equally accommodating. Alright, that's settled. The lunch break is about to commence, you should return to your seat. Sure. Wang Shi nodded. As he watched Wang Shi leave, Guo Hao resumed his study of the mathematics curriculum for the 3rd year of junior high. According to Shen Luoyan's earlier comments, there were indeed an overwhelming number of mathematical formulas in junior high. Simply memorizing these formulas was of little value, one needed to comprehend them and integrate them into problem solving. Grasping the entirety of junior high mathematics. This principle also applied to high school mathematics. After all, formulas are static, memorizing them without understanding serves little purpose. When faced with diverse problems, one cannot rely on rote memorization of formulas, but rather must possess a profound understanding of the principles and their various transformations. Only through thorough comprehension and extensive practice can one truly master the material. Guo Hao diligently deduced formulas while simultaneously tackling practice questions. His pace was not particularly swift. During the lunch break, Teacher Wang, the mathematics instructor, entered the classroom, pausing momentarily by Guo Hao before quickly moving on. Guo Hao paid little mind to this. Once the lunch break concluded, he ascended to the advanced class. Shen Luoyan. Guo Hao called out as he entered the classroom. Many students in the advanced class, still recovering from their post-lunch lethargy, stirred at the sound of his voice, raising their heads to gaze curiously at the doorway. Who is it? Someone is looking for Shen Luoyan? Many students in the advanced class exchanged surprised glances at Guo Hao. And it's a boy? Several girls regarded Guo Hao with a mix of curiosity and intrigue, whispering among themselves. Shen Luoyan remained unfazed, having not napped during lunch, and approached Guo Hao with a small booklet she had prepared. Here are over 30 questions I've crafted for you, arranged from easy to difficult. They will assist you in deriving formulas and the transformations of these problems. You should take your time to work through them and then return them to me for correction," Shen Luoyan said earnestly to Guo Hao. Chapter 22, A Surge of Motivation. "Thank you." Guo Hao nodded as he received the notebook from Shen Luoyan. She offered no further words and returned to her seat. Casting a glance at the myriad of eyes within the elite class, Guo Hao smiled faintly before departing back to his own classroom. Upon his return, Guo Hao delved into the 30 problems that Shen Luoyan had assigned him. These challenges proved to be more difficult than those from the reference books he had procured, primarily due to their flexibility and the subtlety of the formulas and theorems mentioned. After an entire afternoon, he had managed to solve only 5 problems, with his accuracy remaining uncertain. Nevertheless, Guo Hao had already made a commendable progress of 22% in his study of the 9th grade material. If all went smoothly, he anticipated reaching a full comprehension within 4 days. Guo Hao lifted his gaze, stretching his neck as he surveyed his surroundings in a daze. At that moment, the mathematics teacher, Ms. Wang, approached him. "What's the matter? Are you facing a tough problem?" Typically known for her fiery temperament, Ms. Wang spoke gently, a soft smile gracing her face as she regarded Guo Hao. It's all right," Guo Hao replied, momentarily taken aback by her demeanor. Ms. Wang then glanced at his desk, spotting the problems he was working on. "These must be the questions from Shen Luoyan," she remarked, immediately recognizing her handwriting. After all, Shen Luoyan was the most renowned student in the school, and Ms. Wang had graded her papers before. "These are excellent introductory problems," she continued with a hint of approval. "Your approach to these questions is commendable, but there are some issues with the auxiliary lines in geometry that need addressing." Ms. Wang took the time to guide Guo Hao through his thought process, sharing numerous insights. Although the surrounding students feared Ms. Wang, they couldn't help but lift their heads to observe the unfolding scene, their expressions filled with astonishment. It was common knowledge that Ms. Wang had garnered a reputation akin to that of a witch in class. Her demeanor was usually devoid of any semblance of warmth, resembling an irritable woman in the throes of menopause. The sight before them was almost surreal. After a thorough explanation of the topics, Ms. Wang concluded, "All right. Focus on your studies. If you have any questions, feel free to come to my office during breaks." "Thank you, teacher," Guo Hao replied. Ms. Wang nodded, her expression reverting to its usual neutrality as she surveyed the classroom before turning to leave. As soon as she exited, the classroom erupted into a tumult of chatter among the students who had been studying quietly. "Did I just witness that?" one exclaimed. "The old witch actually showed a softer side? This can't be real. Unbelievable. I never thought Ms. Wang could be so gentle," another chimed in, incredulous. The once quiet classroom buzzed with excitement as they discussed Ms. Wang's rare display of kindness, a sight so uncommon that it left an indelible impression on them all. Guo Hao furrowed his brow, remaining indifferent to the chatter around him as he continued working on the problems. "Silence. Quiet down," the class monitor, Li Ming, called out, striving to restore order. Before he could maintain control for long, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, entered the classroom. "I can hear the noise from afar. What is going on? Planning a party instead of studying?" Mr. Huang remarked, his expression stern. The students fell silent, knowing his authority commanded respect. "Li Ming, what is happening? Why is everyone in such an uproar?" Mr. Huang inquired, turning to the class monitor. Li Ming hesitated slightly before responding. It was Ms. Wang. She just came in and, in an unusual turn of events, offered Guo Hao some gentle guidance on his studies. It was quite a rare occurrence, which sparked quite a discussion. "Is that all?" Mr. Huang replied, casting a scrutinizing glance around the classroom. "Do you know why Ms. Wang specifically came to the class to offer such kind advice to Guo Hao?" The students, including Li Ming, shook their heads, confusion evident in their eyes. "Because Guo Hao has been diligently studying mathematics recently. He recognizes his foundational weaknesses and has commenced his review from junior high, progressing to 9th grade material. While you all mocked him in the English class, Guo Hao remained undeterred by your taunts, fully aware of his limitations. He has endured the pressure and, rather than succumbing to the challenge of high school mathematics, He has chosen to reinforce his foundation first. This mindset and spirit are highly esteemed by Ms. Wang. More importantly, Guo Hao is remarkably earnest in his studies, displaying a commendable attitude. This quality is something each of you should aspire to. For those of you who struggle academically, you may be thinking, my foundation is too weak. And with the exams approaching, what is the point of trying now? Thus, you resign yourselves to despair. But look at Guo Hao. His foundational knowledge is among the weakest in the class, yet he has not given up. Instead, he has resolved to start from junior high mathematics in order to solidify his understanding before progressing to high school material. This approach may consume time, but it is a testament to serious study and progress. Classmates, do not abandon yourselves. Every ounce of effort you exert will yield rewards. Mr. Huang's impassioned speech left many students feeling a twinge of guilt and ignited a fire within others. Guo Hao observed the varied expressions of his classmates, remaining largely unchanged in his demeanor. In truth, the motivational surge had little effect. Those committed to studying would continue their efforts, while those who were not would merely persist for a few problems before retreating back to avoidance. Such is the reality of the senior year. Chapter 23, Intermittent Ambition. Continuous indifference. The final year of high school is undeniably harsh. Yet, this severity is relative. For those who excel academically, as well as those in the upper middle tier, the challenges of senior year are indeed formidable. These individuals harbor aspirations of gaining admission to prestigious universities and even more esteemed institutions, fueling their relentless and fervent pursuit of knowledge amidst fierce competition. For them, awakening to the reality of competition is not a mere phrase, it is a vividly tangible experience. This is especially true for the upper middle tier students, who possess the potential to secure placements in better schools. However, should they falter in their efforts, they risk being overshadowed by their peers. They must strive diligently to maintain their modest advantages while ambitiously pushing themselves further up the academic ladder. Conversely, there exists a cohort of students languishing in the lower tiers, some barely scraping by. For them, the prospect of university admission has become a distant dream. Having neglected their studies throughout high school, they find themselves with a significant deficit in foundational knowledge. Moreover, their habitual laziness hinders their ability to sustain any newfound motivation for study, often leading to abandonment of their efforts within a day. Upon realizing the extent of their academic shortcomings, they become disheartened. A mere 100 days is insufficient even to remedy their foundational gaps, prompting them to resign themselves to mediocrity, oscillating between fleeting moments of ambition and a continuous cycle of complacency. Guo Hao is acutely aware of this reality, having experienced a similar mindset in his past life. Thus, he pays little heed to the motivational words of his homeroom teacher, Lao Huang, focusing instead on the problems before him. Recently, his math teacher, Wang Shui, provided him with clarity on certain questions, which has sparked new insights for Guo Hao. As Lao Huang indulges in motivational rhetoric, Guo Hao successfully solves another problem. Witnessing a 1% increase in his math proficiency, now at 23%, a smile graces his face. The tangible improvement in his knowledge is undeniably rewarding. At that moment, the last study period of the afternoon concludes. Alright, class dismissed. Lao Huang announces to the students, who begin to gather their belongings and file out of the classroom. As Guo Hao joins the throng, he notices a group of students loitering in front of his bicycle. Upon seeing him approach, these unruly students rise and stride toward him. You are Guo Hao? They inquire, their eyes glinting with mockery. I am. What do you want? Guo Hao responds, his brow furrowed slightly. He glances at Wang Shi, who quickly comprehends the situation and sidesteps to blend in with other students. Our leader wants to see you. Come with us. They insist, attempting to seize his clothing. Don't pull me. I will go with you, Guo Hao replies, his expression tightening. Perhaps due to the school setting, the group of miscreants halts their actions. Just follow us. They escort Guo Hao out of the school, encircling him to prevent any chance of escape. Observing the scene, Guo Hao deduces that this is undoubtedly the handiwork of Zhaoying. It appears that Zhang Xian has not been truthful with Zhaoying, perhaps intending to use Guo Hao as a pawn against her and Chen Yi, deliberately withholding crucial information. So be it. I hope Xiaoying is here too. That would make things entertaining, Guo Hao muses, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You wish to challenge me? You will not prevail. Before long, the group leads Guo Hao away from the throng of students to a secluded alley adjacent to the school, where approximately 20 ruffians stand idly. Xiaoying is unmistakably present among them, smoking nonchalantly. The leader of the gang, a brash fellow with a pompadour, leans against the wall with Xiaoying, both exhaling clouds of smoke that envelop the alley in a hazy atmosphere. Is this him? The pompadour-haired leader inquires, turning to Xiaoying. This is the one. Xiaoying replies, irritation evident in her voice. Ege, this Guo Hao has been bullying me at school in collusion with others. She whines to Chen Yi. Do you know she is my woman? Chen Yi states coolly, his gaze indifferent as he takes another drag from his cigarette, directing his attention toward Guo Hao. I do not, Guo Hao answers flatly. Then kneel and offer 3 bows to my woman, vowing to serve her as a loyal subordinate at school from now on. And I shall let you go today. Chen Yi suggests calmly. And if I refuse? Guo Hao asks, a smile lingering on his lips as he gazes at Chen Yi. Refuse? Chen Yi's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinizes Guo Hao's face. You would do well to assess your surroundings and reconsider. There is no room for defiance here. I trust you are a wise individual. As he speaks, the nearby ruffians rise and slowly advance toward Guo Hao, cracking their knuckles, their expressions laced with derision. For an average high school student, witnessing such a scene would likely induce a psychological breakdown, leading them to beg for mercy. However, Guo Hao is no ordinary student. His years in business have equipped him with invaluable experiences that have fortified his mental resilience. He remains composed, unshaken by the intimidation before him. Xiaoying, nestled against Chen Yi, glances at Guo Hao and smirks. Guo Hao, I harbor no animosity toward you. Nor do I require your pleas for mercy. Simply assist me in dealing with Shen Luoyan, and I shall release you. Is that too much to ask? She feigns a magnanimous demeanor, addressing Guo Hao. Guo Hao maintains his calm demeanor as he regards Xiaoying. Since his rebirth, he has aspired to focus solely on his studies, diligently working to fulfill the golden tasks assigned by the system. Yet, as life would have it, one cannot escape the entanglements of the world. In school, individuals like Xiaoying persist, an incessant nuisance that cannot be eradicated. It is imperative to teach them a lesson, instilling a sense of caution in them. By doing so, perhaps he can finally pursue his studies in peace, free from harassment. Uncle Li Xing. If you do not reveal yourself soon, I may indeed face a beating. Guo Hao calls out, noticing the ruffians closing in around him. Chapter 24, Trembling with fear. What are you shouting about? No one is going to come to your rescue here. Xiaoying retorted sharply towards Guo Hao. The thugs surrounding them exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Li Xing? Wasn't that the name of the captain of the security team? As street thugs, they might not recognize many people, but they certainly knew the personnel from the security team, for they were the direct overseers of their activities. Just as Chen Yi prepared to inquire about the connection between Guo Hao and Li Xing, a voice suddenly emerged from a nearby alley. You little brat! When did you notice my arrival? The thugs came to a halt, and a few officers wearing caps emerged from the alley. Li Xing smiled, casting a glance at Guo Hao. I noticed you as soon as you arrived. Unlike those thugs, I've been keeping an eye on my surroundings, Guo Hao replied, exuding a hint of helplessness as he looked at Li Xing. Well done, my boy. You remain remarkably composed under pressure. Your father's praises for you now seem understated. Chen Yi, observing the exchange between Guo Hao and Li Xing, felt a wave of dread wash over him. He had not anticipated that a mere high school student he had casually cornered would have such close ties to the head of the security team. What to do now? Chen Yi's expression darkened, a storm brewing within. Meanwhile, Xiaoying, cradled in his arms, was too frightened to utter a word, her face ashen. Although Xiaoying prided herself as a formidable figure, her bravado crumbled in the face of genuine law enforcement, rendering her no different from an ordinary high school student. Perhaps even more terrified. Uncle, I still need to get home for dinner. And then I have to study. Guo Hao sighed, glancing at Li Xing. Ah. That's on me. I'll treat you to a meal later. Li Xing chuckled. All right then, uncle, I shall take my leave. Guo Hao said, directing his words towards Li Xing very well. With that, Guo Hao turned away, indifferent to Chen Yi and Zhao Ying, fully confident that Li Xing would manage the situation without his intervention. Once Guo Hao departed, the previously cheerful demeanor of Li Xing shifted to one of stern seriousness. He coldly regarded Chen Yi. Take them all back to the station, he commanded his fellow officers. Understood, Captain. Everyone, get down. Turn around. The thugs, now restrained, were escorted back to the police station. Throughout the journey, Chen Yi remained silent, while Zhao Ying, pale as a ghost, wished to voice her thoughts but felt utterly powerless. The leading officer, clearly close to Guo Hao, had overheard her earlier remarks. What could she possibly say now? Upon returning to the police station, in the interrogation room, Li Xing addressed Chen Yi with an authoritative tone. I've warned you before, Haven Ti? I've apprehended you more than once for bullying others. And now, you dare to target students? Do you have anything to say for yourself? Chen Yi remained mute. Process me as you see fit, but please spare Zhao Ying. She has no part in this, he implored, his lips pressed tightly together as he gazed at Li Xing. Are you negotiating with me? Li Xing's icy stare pierced through Chen Yi. No, I'm merely stating that this matter has nothing to do with Zhao Ying. I only intervened because I heard she was being bullied by Guo Hao. Chen Yi insisted. Li Xing chuckled lightly. You needn't concern yourself with Zhao Ying. I will liaise with her school regarding how to handle this situation. My word holds weight here. Please. Chen Yi's eyes reflected desperation as he looked imploringly at Li Xing. You still have the time to worry about others. Perhaps you should focus on your own predicament first. With that, Li Xing began taking Chen Yi's statement, while the other thugs were similarly interrogated. Zhao Ying sat in the interrogation room, devoid of color, her lips pale and trembling. Overwhelmed with fear, she never imagined she would find herself at the police station. The seemingly ordinary Guo Hao turned out to have a powerful uncle in the police force, while she had foolishly considered confronting him. Regret flooded her heart. She was merely a high school girl, and despite her connections, the stern tone of law enforcement left her quaking with fear as she recounted every detail regarding Guo Hao. Meanwhile, Guo Hao, unaware of the developments at the police station, sat at home, sharing a meal with his parents, who were enjoying a rare evening together. He recounted the recent events to them. Guo Fu maintained a calm demeanor, while Guo Mu appeared somewhat hesitant. How, why is that girl Zhao Ying so cruel? We must ensure Li Xing speaks with her parents. What if those thugs corner you one day and cause you harm? It's too dangerous. Guo Mu fretted. Don't worry. Guo Fu interjected with a smile. Li Xing knows what he is doing, we need not interfere. Really? Guo Mu remained dubious. Trust me. I know Li Xing well, he is competent. Reluctantly, Guo Mu nodded. Guo Hao, listening to his parents' conversation in silence, felt a warmth in his heart. How fortunate he was to have such caring parents. Mom, Dad, I'm done eating. I'm heading back to school, Guo Hao said with a smile. Take care on the way, Guo Mu cautioned as he watched him leave. Just a moment, Guo Fu suddenly called out. Guo Hao paused, slightly taken aback. Guo Fu entered his room and soon returned, handing Guo Hao a small phone. This was my old phone. And it has Li Xing's number, as well as your mother's and mine. If you find yourself in trouble, don't hesitate to call us. All right, Dad. Guo Hao accepted the phone and tucked it into his pocket. As he exited his home, he found Wang Shi waiting at the community entrance. Thank goodness. How's he? I'm so relieved you're okay, Wang Shi exclaimed, visibly easing up upon seeing Guo Hao unharmed. Guo Hao rolled his eyes. Why didn't you come with my uncle to rescue me? Chapter 25, Bitcoin? Let us purchase 10,000 of them. I ventured closer. But how else would the police locate you? Yet, I dared not approach too closely, for those ruffians had encircled you. I could only wait outside for the police. When Captain Li and his team arrived, they urged me to leave swiftly. Fearing retaliation from those thugs upon seeing my face, I had no choice but to depart. Wang Shi offered a somewhat awkward smile. All right then. I'll reluctantly accept your explanation. Let us go. The two swiftly returned to school. With more than 10 minutes remaining before evening study, the classroom was not overly crowded. A few diligent students were engrossed in their studies. Upon their arrival, many eyes turned towards Guo Hao. In recent days, all the attention in Class 7 of Senior 3 had been seized by Guo Hao. The teachers held him in high regard, and his conversations with Shen Luoyan had even sparked rumors throughout the school. Guo Hao had undoubtedly become a prominent figure. While some regarded him with disdain, many admired him. Despite the glances directed his way, Guo Hao's expression remained unchanged. He returned to his desk and resumed tackling practice problems. Shen Luoyan had assigned herself 30 questions, and Guo Hao managed to solve a mere 7 after an entire afternoon. However, the progress was commendable, as his understanding of the curriculum for Junior 3 was advancing rapidly, now at 23%. He hoped to reach 30% by the end of the day. Studying was indeed a slow and arduous process, Guo Hao mused. Even with a system in place, this journey remained inescapable. During evening study, Guo Hao diligently recited the periodic table and classical Chinese poetry as usual. When the physics and chemistry teachers distributed their respective test papers, Guo Hao spent only a few minutes jotting down what he could before returning to mathematics. At this stage, he felt it was still premature to focus on physics and chemistry. His strategy was to solidify his mathematics skills first, allowing for a temporary sacrifice of the other subjects. By the end of the evening, he had completed 8 more problems. The more he practiced, the deeper his understanding of the junior high material became. Although he remained uncertain of his accuracy, nevertheless, he could see his progress accelerating, with 30% of his Junior 3 math curriculum completed. Excellent! Returning home that evening, he took his time with a late-night snack. Mom, Dad, there's something I wish to discuss with you. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, his father, who had been engrossed in paperwork, paused. Go ahead. Both parents turned their curious gazes toward Guo Hao. It's about an investment. I am quite interested in an internet product that I believe will experience a significant surge in the next year or two. I would like to purchase some now and hope for your support. Guo Hao did not concoct any excuses to deceive his parents for money, as it was unnecessary. His parents were open-minded, and deceit would hold no value in such a relationship. An internet product? Financial management? His parents exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what he meant. Please. Come with me. Guo Hao smiled as he led them to his room. He opened his computer and briefly showed them news regarding Bitcoin, including its current price. I predict that Bitcoin is likely to experience a dramatic price increase this year. Now is the optimal time to invest. Guo Hao spoke earnestly to his parents. At 3.2 per coin, that's quite pricey. Converted to RMB, that's over 20 yuan each. Isn't that too expensive? His mother calculated briefly, staring at him in astonishment. This is not just a virtual currency, it's worth more than real money. Indeed, Guo Hao nodded. Moreover, since last year, Bitcoin's commercial value has become increasingly prominent. According to my analysis, it is poised for a surge over the next 2 years. If we capitalize on this wave, we could achieve financial freedom. Guo Hao looked intently at his parents. His mother displayed a flicker of hesitation. However, after a moment of silence, his father spoke. Well, we are not very knowledgeable about this. How much do you need? 200,000. I require 200,000 to purchase 10,000 bitcoins. Guo Hao was not overly greedy. If the price of Bitcoin rose to $1,000 each, it would yield a total value of $10 million. Allowing him to liquidate 90% of it, retaining 1,000 coins for long-term holding. That would be sufficient. $9 million in this era would indeed constitute a considerable fortune. All right, we'll give you 200,000. After a brief pause, his father nodded in agreement. His mother exhibited a hint of uncertainty. Their family was well off, but 200,000 represented a substantial sum, comprising over 80% of their savings. Are we truly going to allow our child to proceed with this? She pondered. She opened her mouth to speak but ultimately remained silent. After all, Since her husband had agreed, despite her desire to voice her concerns, she held her tongue. In front of his parents, Guo Hao accessed the Bitstamp trading platform, a low-profile and relatively secure virtual currency exchange established in 2011. After linking his father's bank card and navigating the platform, Guo Hao successfully placed a large order for 10,000 bitcoins. In his previous life, Guo Hao had engaged in Bitcoin trading and even placed orders, but by that time, the trading prices had already soared, and the fluctuations soon forced him out of the market. All set, Guo Hao exclaimed, removing the USB drive from the computer and smiling at his parents. Is that it? 200,000 just for a USB drive? His mother gazed at him, somewhat bewildered. The USB drive is not the important part, it's what is contained within it. Guo Hao chuckled, looking at her. Alright, you've matured. You can take charge of this now. His father regarded him thoughtfully and replied slowly, we shall retire for the evening, you should also rest early. Okay, Dad. After his parents left the room, Guo Hao consumed an energy supplement and continued working on problems. Over the course of the night, he managed to complete 6 more, bringing his progress in Junior 3 mathematics to 35%. Chapter 26, An Apology? Is it truly insufficient? As for Bitcoin, Guo Hao was rather indifferent. He simply bought it and let it be. After all, having purchased it at such a low price, it was effortless to anticipate a substantial increase in value. What else could he do? At this moment, nothing was more important to Guo Hao than his studies. There would be ample opportunities to earn money later. The following day, Guo Hao and Wang Shiru arrived at school as usual. Everything unfolded just like any other day. After completing his morning reading, Guo Hao continued to work through problems. He had managed to reduce the 30 questions left by Shen Luoyan to about 10 after an entire day. He aimed to finish them within the morning, intending to submit them for Shen Luoyan's correction at noon. During the 2 morning classes, Guo Hao completed 5 problems. During the morning exercise break, the school unexpectedly required the senior students to participate alongside the first and second year students, a rare occurrence as the school typically exempted seniors from this activity. Guo Hao was compelled to pause his thoughts. Upon completing the exercises, the principal did not dismiss the students but instead took to the platform. Students. Yesterday, our school was embroiled in a shocking scandal. Principal Fong surveyed the array of high school classes before him, his expression gravely serious. Our schoolmate, Zhao Ying, conspired with outsiders to bully a male student within our institution. This incident is exceedingly vile and tarnishes the reputation of our esteemed school, bringing a detrimental atmosphere to our community. Such behavior is a disgrace to our institution. If any similar incidents occur again, expulsion will be inevitable. We shall not tolerate such misconduct. At the mention of Zhao Ying, the students below the platform erupted in murmurs. She was the well-known leader among them, wielding considerable influence. And many delinquents heeded her words. Who would have anticipated such a situation? Shen Luoyan felt a stir within her, casting her gaze towards Class 7. This incident must have been orchestrated by Guo Hao. Zhao Ying, come forth to offer your reflection and apologize to Guo Hao in front of everyone. Principal Fong commanded. Zhao Ying approached, her face streaked with tears. The matter had been reported to the school and her parents by the police the previous night, and the school had initially planned to expel her outright. However, after her parents' desperate pleas and assurances, they managed to salvage her position. Yet, Zhao Ying bore a significant mark against her. Any further transgressions would certainly lead to expulsion. Under various guarantees, she was afforded the opportunity to reflect here. I reflect, she began, and I sincerely apologize to Guo Hao. What do you mean by apologizing to me? Is that not enough? You ought to apologize to Shen Luoyan instead. Before Zhao Ying could finish her apology, Guo Hao, who had been observing the spectacle, could no longer contain himself and spoke loudly to her. In such a setting, few dared to voice their opinions within the ranks. A ripple of commotion spread through the assembled students as they desperately searched for the source of the voice. The homeroom teacher, Lao Huang, glanced at Guo Hao. Step forward and speak. Lao Huang hesitated momentarily before addressing Guo Hao. With a slight smile, Guo Hao boldly stepped out from the student formation, facing the principal. Your apology holds little value for me. What truly matters is that you should apologize to Shen Luoyan. Don't you remember the conflict between us, Zhaoying? Guo Hao maintained a calm demeanor. All eyes in the school turned towards him. Zhaoying on the platform appeared flustered, unprepared for such a confrontation. A few days ago, while I was on my way to the restroom, I witnessed you and your friends making veiled insults at Shen Luoyan outside the restroom door. I could not stand by and watch, which is why I confronted you. From that moment on, you harbored resentment towards me, didn't you? Is it unnecessary to mention this in your apology letter and reflection? Guo Hao spoke steadily to Zhaoying. Hearing Guo Hao's words, Principal Fang's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated that this incident involved the top student, Shen Luoyan. She was crucial for the school's academic reputation, especially with the impending college entrance examinations. Realizing this, Principal Fang cast a stern glance at Zhaoying. Her expression grew increasingly anxious, and uncertainty flickered in her eyes as she hesitated to respond. Apologize. Guo Hao insisted. Why yes. I am truly sorry. Zhaoying stammered, her voice trembling as she bowed deeply toward Shen Luoyan. It was entirely my fault. I promise, I will never do it again. Very well. Let that be the end of it. Guo Hao seized the moment, uninterested in further entanglements. All he sought was Zhao Ying's acknowledgement. As for whether she would genuinely amend her ways, Guo Hao was unconcerned. He possessed ample means. He returned to his place in the ranks. The gazes of his classmates were laden with curiosity. They had never realized that Guo Hao possessed such formidable charisma. The poise and determination he displayed while confronting Zhaoying left a profound impression. Some girls looked at him with starry-eyed admiration. Shen Luoyan regarded Guo Hao with a complex expression, surprised by his willingness to stand up for her. Meanwhile, Guo Hao's demeanor remained unchanged as he rejoined the crowd. Standing beside Wang Shi, Wang Shi patted Guo Hao's shoulder, prompting him to turn in confusion. Well done! Wang Shi exclaimed, giving Guo Hao a thumbs up. Admiration evident in his gaze. What's the big deal? Guo Hao shrugged. All right, you may disperse. At that moment, the principal stepped forward, addressing the students below the platform. The students began to disperse in small groups. As Guo Hao and Wang Shi exited, many peers pointed at Guo Hao, while some girls whispered and giggled upon catching sight of him. In the realm of students, the world was far simpler than that of adults. If such a scene had unfolded among adults, opinions would have varied widely, with fewer individuals holding a favorable view of Guo Hao. However, within the school environment, their judgments were more straightforward. Guo Hao remained unfazed. Just as he and his companions were returning to their classroom, the principal and others remained on the platform. Zhaoying lingered there as well. At that moment, Principal Fang glared at Zhaoying, clearly frustrated. What on earth is happening? Chapter 27, Standing Up Against Injustice. Perhaps sensing Principal Fang's anger, Zhaoying could only lower her head and weep silently. After a while, she returned to the classroom. Intending to privately apologize to Shen Luoyan and assure her that she would never bully her again, whether physically or verbally. If I ever hear of similar incidents in the future, I will certainly expel you. Principal Fang glared fiercely at Zhaoying. How dare this girl? Shen Luoyan was a cherished gem at the entire first high school, highly valued by them. Based on her test scores, it was apparent that Shen Luoyan could easily achieve the top rank in the city during the college entrance examination, and even have a chance to be the top in the province. She was the epitome of excellence at Gansheng First High School. How could such a paragon be bullied? Moreover, the verbal abuse had persisted for quite some time, and the school had only just learned of it. If this matter were to leak out, other top students might hesitate to enroll at Gansheng First High School, leading to immeasurable repercussions for the institution. This was why the school leaders had such grim expressions when Guo Hao spoke up. They were shocked to discover such incidents had been occurring without their knowledge. According to Guo Hao, there were likely many students aware of the situation. How could they mitigate the damage? The school leaders felt a headache coming on. Ideally, they would expel Zhaoying to alleviate some of the fallout, but they were also obligated to return a favor, making expulsion impossible. They felt trapped in a dilemma. While the school leaders were troubled, Guo Hao was grappling with his own challenges. He had 30 problems assigned by Shen Luoyan, and only 4 remained. However, the difficulty of these remaining problems was significantly greater than the earlier ones. Guo Hao frowned as he stared at the problems, his mind racing through concepts like inverse functions and irregular area calculations. The complexity of these problems was daunting, and Guo Hao found himself struggling. After all, his foundation was still quite weak. Throughout the last 2 periods of the morning, Guo Hao forced himself to work through the problems. By the time the bell rang, he had managed to complete them, though he couldn't guarantee their accuracy. The difficulty of these problems was evidently a notch higher than before. The bell rang for the final class of the morning. Class dismissed. The teacher announced as students hurriedly exited the classroom. The cafeteria required queuing for meals, and no one wished to waste time in line. Guo Hao and Wang Shi also left the classroom. By the time they reached the cafeteria, it was bustling with students. After finding a window and getting their meals, Guo Hao sat down at the corner where Shen Luoyan often sat, directly across from her. "I've completed the 30 problems you assigned me. Then please bring them to me later, I will help you correct them." "All right." Guo Hao nodded. After saying this, he did not linger at the table. Ultimately, his willingness to assist Shen Luoyan stemmed from her role as his teacher, as she had aided him greatly. Although Shen Luoyan was quite beautiful, Guo Hao had little interest in unreciprocated affections. He held an adult perspective, making it difficult to feel any particular fondness for a girl still in her adolescent phase. As Guo Hao stood up with his tray to leave, he heard Shen Luoyan's voice. "Thank you." Surprised, Guo Hao paused momentarily. He could clearly sense the sincerity in her tone. A faint smile crossed his face as he nodded at Shen Luoyan before turning to leave. He joined Wang Shi's table, and after finishing their meal, the two departed. As the afternoon break neared its halfway point, Guo Hao brought the completed problems to Shen Luoyan. "Come find me after the break to collect them," she instructed. Guo Hao nodded and returned to his classroom. Back in class, he continued to review the math study guide for the middle school entrance examination. He had already progressed past the halfway mark in his studies for the 3rd year, having completed the 1st and 2nd years entirely. The difficulty of the problems had become considerably easier than before. During the break, Guo Hao was called out of the classroom by his homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang. "Guo, we would like to ask you a few questions." In the hallway, Principal Fong and the director stood on either side. Principal Fong regarded Guo Hao kindly. "Is there something the matter, Principal?" Guo Hao calmly inquired. "We have just spoken with Shen Luoyan and consulted several students, confirming that what you reported this morning is indeed true. We have failed in our duty." Principal Fong expressed with a hint of regret. "It is shocking to learn that Shen Luoyan has been subjected to psychological torment for so long, and we remained oblivious until you brought it to our attention." "There's no need to worry, it's only natural to stand up for justice," Guo Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "You truly possess a chivalrous heart." Both Principal Fong and the director chuckled. After a brief pause, Principal Fong looked at Guo Hao and asked, "By the way, Guo, what is your relationship with Shen Luoyan?" It seemed that the principal harbored suspicions regarding the nature of Guo Hao's connection to Shen Luoyan, perhaps wondering if they were romantically involved. "It's a teacher-student relationship," Guo Hao replied with a smile. "My parents hired her as a tutor, so she is my supplementary teacher." "I see." Principal Fong and the director exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat relieved. They had heard through student gossip that Shen Luoyan had been seen getting close to a boy, which was unprecedented. Many speculated that Shen Luoyan might be in a romantic relationship with Guo Hao. However, now that they understood the situation, they felt a sense of relief. Throughout their years as educators, they had learned that student relationships could significantly impact academic performance. Shen Luoyan was a beacon of hope for Gongcheng First High School, and any decline in her grades due to early romance would be a source of deep regret for them. "Very well," Principal Fong smiled gently, offering Guo Hao some words of encouragement before allowing him to return to class. As he watched Guo Hao's retreating figure, Principal Fong's gaze held a hint of admiration. This student named Guo Hao seemed both courageous and astute, diligently committed to his studies. How had he never heard his name before? Curiously, he turned to Mr. Huang, the teacher of Class 7. Mr. Huang chuckled softly. This student Guo Hao was previously quite reserved. always ranking at the bottom of his class and spending too much time online. The transformation he has undergone recently is remarkable. Chapter 28, Monthly Exam. Principal Fong gazed at the homeroom teacher, old Huang, with keen interest, his eyes glinting with curiosity. What's the matter? What exactly happened? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. Old Huang replied with a casual wave of his hand. But from what I've heard from the students, it seems that starting last week, Guo Hao has been studying fervently. He is fully engaged in every class, demonstrating an impressive level of dedication, even beginning remedial lessons in junior high mathematics. His commitment is remarkable. Old Huang chuckled lightly. Although his foundation is weak, he possesses some talent and is willing to put in the effort. Teacher Wang Shui mentioned that even if Guo Hao doesn't perform well in this college entrance exam, she will certainly encourage him to try again next year. If he can maintain this level of effort and stability, he should have no trouble securing a spot in a top university. Indeed. Principal Fong responded. His interest piqued further by old Huang's words. Is there more? Old Huang continued. I also heard from English teacher Wang Xing that he once tested Guo Hao and discovered that his English proficiency is quite impressive, far exceeding the mediocre scores he usually displays. He is capable of achieving scores in the range of 120 to 130. Remarkable! Principal Fong exclaimed, his surprise evident as he turned to old Huang. It seems this student, Guo Hao, deserves our special attention. Yes, I have been closely monitoring Guo Hao lately. Old Huang replied with a smile. Unbeknownst to them, Guo Hao was oblivious to the conversation between his homeroom teacher and Principal Fong, focusing instead on utilizing every moment to diligently study junior high mathematics. After the afternoon break, Guo Hao made his way to the gifted classroom. His arrival this time did not incite a commotion, however, many curious eyes were still fixed upon him, each gaze revealing a different emotion. Zhao spotted Guo Hao, her expression turning awkward. Unable to maintain her gaze, she pretended to be asleep, resting her head on her desk. Shen Luoyan accompanied Guo Hao to the corridor. You answered about 60 of the 30 questions correctly, which means you got 20 right. The remaining 10 had various issues, which I've marked for you. I've also detailed the problem-solving approaches and the derivations of various formulas. Here are 50 new questions for you. Once you complete these, I will gradually introduce you to high school mathematics. Shen Luoyan handed several booklets to Guo Hao. Thank you, he replied earnestly. You're welcome, she said calmly. Then left the gifted classroom. Yet, she hesitated for a moment, observing Guo Hao's silhouette with a somewhat complex expression. Guo Hao's talent was indeed commendable, surpassing Shen Luoyan's expectations. Most importantly, he exhibited remarkable diligence. During their previous tutoring sessions, she had gauged Guo Hao's knowledge to be at a level barely above the beginning of the second year of junior high school. However, less than a week had passed, and he had already managed to solve 60 of the challenging third-year problems she assigned him, all in just one day. Such effort! If only he had awakened to his potential last year, he might have had a chance in this year's college entrance exam. Now, it seemed he would have to settle for retaking the year. With a slight sigh, Shen Luoyan turned back to the classroom. Guo Hao returned to his desk and opened his practice book. It was filled with detailed annotations in red ink, explaining the reasons for his mistakes, where his reasoning faltered, and which formulas were misapplied. As he perused the notes, Guo Hao experienced a moment of realization. So, this is how it is. Many of the problems were just a thin veil away from him. If he could break through that barrier, they would prove far simpler than he had imagined. After analyzing his errors, Guo Hao resolutely resumed his practice. When it comes to mathematics, especially at the junior high and high school levels, the most effective and essential approach is to practice problems. Through this process, one comes to understand the various transformations of formulas and theorems, deepening their comprehension and even deriving formulas. Thus, practicing problems is indeed the optimal method for mastering mathematics at this stage. That afternoon, while Guo Hao was immersed in his studies, old Huang entered to announce an important matter. Tomorrow, we will have a monthly exam. Guo Hao felt a twinge of resignation. In his senior year, exams were inescapable. It was not an exaggeration to say there were frequent assessments, small tests every 3 days and major ones every 5 days. The morning would feature Chinese language, followed by English in the afternoon. Guo Hao was confident in these subjects, he had a knack for Chinese. Easily fabricating responses for reading comprehension, and while he could recall some ancient poetry, others eluded him. As for classical literature, he excelled, having read a considerable amount in his past life. The difficulty was manageable. Composing essays was even simpler. With his extensive experiences, he had written many pieces. Possessing a commendable command of language, his rich life experiences made writing argumentative essays a breeze. The afternoon's English exam posed no challenge for him either, his vocabulary was quite robust. And he estimated he could score at least 130. In the evening, he continued his self-study, pressing on with his problem-solving. The upcoming monthly exam felt like a significant drain on his time. The next day, Guo Hao faced the math exam in the morning and the comprehensive science exam in the afternoon. He barely managed to answer a few basic questions. For the rest, he submitted blank papers before exiting the examination room to continue his practice. Guo Hao was almost entranced by the act of problem-solving, constantly monitoring his progress in junior high mathematics. Unfortunately, studying such fundamental material offered little growth in mathematical experience. The system's task was of utmost importance. Within a week, he needed to elevate his junior high math proficiency to 100. Currently, he had only achieved 60. Based on past experiences, progress would only become slower from this point onward. "You've approached this problem incorrectly," Shen Luoyan remarked as they sat on a stone bench outside the exam hall. "How can you draw the auxiliary line like this? Clearly, this is wrong." As Guo Hao worked through the problems, Shen Luoyan guided him. With dedicated instruction, he quickly identified his mistakes, accelerating his learning pace. The day after the monthly exam, the results were released. Each subject teacher distributed the test papers. I would like to commend one individual in particular. Teacher Yang, the Chinese instructor, stood at the podium, addressing the sea of students with a smile. That individual is our classmate Guo Hao. Previously, Guo Hao's scores in Chinese hovered around 80 to 90. However, this time, he scored an impressive 113. According to our Chinese teaching research group, Guo Hao's essay has reached the level of a perfect score. Chapter 29, Time Task Accomplished. Rewards Collected. Upon hearing the words of the Chinese teacher, all eyes in the classroom turned towards Guo Hao, who was diligently working on his exercises at the back. Confused by the sudden attention, he paused and glanced around, wondering what was happening. "Guo Hao, could you share with us your insights on the essay discussing the nature of good and evil?" The smiling Chinese teacher, Ms. Yang, prompted. Guo Hao blinked in surprise. Was that all? Without much hesitation, he recounted some of his past experiences as examples, drawing from the many instances of good and evil he had encountered in his previous life as a businessman. The duality of good and evil, he noted, is a continuous transformation. Excellent. Very well articulated. Ms. Yang responded appreciatively. You may take your seat now. After Guo Hao sat down, Ms. Yang beamed at the other students. What Guo Hao shared is truly insightful. Good and evil are indeed two sides of the same coin. They coexist and conflict with one another, providing excellent real-world examples. I encourage all of you to gather similar instances and inquire about unique experiences from those around you. Incorporating these examples into your essays will enhance their credibility and enrich your writing. As Ms. Yang continued her lengthy discourse, Guo Hao, uninterested, shifted his focus back to mathematics. He was determined not to divert his attention to other subjects until he saw improvement in math, as it seemed futile otherwise. Guo Hao had made quite an impression during Chinese class, but the subsequent chemistry lesson did not afford him the same fortune. Guo Hao. The chemistry teacher slammed the test paper onto the podium. Out of over 50 students, you are the only one who submitted a blank paper. What happened? You used to score in the 40s or 50s, and now you choose not to answer at all? Do you have an issue with me? The teacher glared coldly at Guo Hao. The classmates exchanged bewildered glances, still reeling from the contrast between Guo Hao's praise in Chinese class and his beratement in chemistry. Stand up. The chemistry teacher commanded. Guo Hao sighed, reluctantly rising from his seat. Why did you submit a blank paper? The teacher asked. approaching Guo Hao with a mix of disappointment and frustration. I've told you before, it's fine to not know the answers. But did I ever say that if you don't know, you should submit a blank paper instead of at least attempting to fill it out? Guo Hao felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He had foreseen the teacher's anger when he chose to submit a blank paper, however. He had just traversed into this realm. His recollections of chemistry and physics were so faint that he couldn't produce anything on the test. Rather than scribble nonsense, he preferred silence. Why are you not speaking? The teacher pressed. You are correct, it is indeed my fault, and I do not know how to defend myself. Guo Hao replied calmly. You. The chemistry teacher was taken aback, giving Guo Hao an incredulous glare. Mind your behavior. With that, the teacher resumed discussing the test without allowing Guo Hao to sit down. Feeling somewhat resigned, Guo Hao realized that this ordeal was disrupting his study plan. Standing in contemplation was hardly conducive to learning. Class dismissed. At last, the chemistry teacher announced to the students. After a brief pause, Guo Hao stepped out of his seat. Noticing the curious glances directed at him. However, he paid them little mind and swiftly made his way to the teacher's office. There, his homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, was engrossed in paperwork. Guo Hao, what brings you here? Mr. Huang inquired, looking up with a curious expression. Mr. Huang, I wish to establish a personalized review plan. Currently, my schedule places science subjects at the end, which is why I did not attempt those tests. I hope you can inform the science teachers that my submissions were blank and request their understanding for the time being. My focus is limited, and I wish to prioritize key areas before gradually expanding my studies. I trust they will not overreact to this situation, Guo Hao explained directly. Mr. Huang paused, momentarily taken aback, before quickly comprehending the situation. Ah, it was your chemistry teacher who raised a fuss, wasn't it? He said with a smile. Guo Hao maintained a calm demeanor, neither confirming nor denying Mr. Huang's assumption. Very well, I shall contact the 3 teachers to clarify your circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Huang. I will not take up more of your time. With that, Guo Hao turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Mr. Huang felt a pang of regret. For him, Guo Hao's awakening had come too late. Over this period, Mr. Huang had observed Guo Hao's efforts. There was no escaping that earnest demeanor he exhibited during class. Had he been this diligent earlier, Guo Hao might have ranked among the top students, perhaps even securing admission to a prestigious university. But alas, it was too late for now. Perhaps next year, with a repeat year, he might still have a chance. Old Huang, is that student Guo Hao from your class? Quite the character. He stepped up bravely the other day. A nearby teacher remarked with a smile. Mr. Huang chuckled and shook his head. He's actually quite a sincere student. Intelligent too, but unfortunately, he was previously absorbed in the internet. Only recently has he begun to apply himself seriously and demonstrate perseverance, starting from middle school math. However, the college entrance examination is fast approaching. Indeed. What a pity. Upon returning to class, Guo Hao was undisturbed for the remainder of the period. He devoted himself to his studies, diligently practicing problems and engaging in discussions with Shen Luoyan during lunch. By Saturday, just before the holiday break, Guo Hao finally achieved a complete understanding of the knowledge from the 9th grade math curriculum. Congratulations! You have accomplished the timed reward task. Within 1 week, you have achieved 100% mastery of 9th grade mathematics. Reward, 1 basic lottery chance, 1000 math experience. Ding! User's math experience is full, successfully leveling up to LV2. Ding! User's math level has increased, gaining 3 intelligence. Chapter 30, The First Lottery. Mastering hacking skills. The persistent beeping of the system notification reverberated in Guo Hao's ears, igniting a spark of excitement in his gaze. At long last, he had accomplished the task. With a 1-week deadline, he had managed to complete it in approximately 5 days. Which was quite fortunate. Thankfully, for the last 3 days of the week, no one had interrupted his studies. Moreover, he had sought assistance from Shen Luoyan. who had provided him with invaluable guidance. Otherwise, achieving a complete mastery of the curriculum for the third year of junior high would have proven to be a formidable challenge. Yet, all of it was worth it. Not only did he earn 1,000 mathematics experience points, propelling his math level to LV2, thereby enhancing his intellect, but he also secured a chance for a basic lottery. What could he possibly win from this basic lottery? Guo Hao was indeed quite curious. This was his inaugural experience with the system's lottery, and if he could acquire some skills, that would be splendid, or perhaps even some beneficial items akin to energy potions. Any tools that could expedite his learning process would also be welcome. Guo Hao felt a sense of anticipation. The final class of the afternoon was set to conclude around 3 o'clock, leaving him with a little over 20 minutes, just enough time to give it a try. Guo Hao silently urged the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the mastery level hacking skill. The system's notification rang in his ears, leaving Guo Hao both stunned and elated. Hacking skills. To think it was hacking skills. Before he could entertain any further thoughts, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into his mind, rendering him incapable of distraction as he absorbed this vast influx of knowledge. Programming languages, operating systems, network knowledge, databases, encryption and decryption, sniffing techniques, vulnerability exploits, malware creation, password attacks, one skill after another, along with a wealth of knowledge, flooded Guo Hao's consciousness. He passively received the knowledge transmitted by the system. Only a small fraction of this information was familiar to him, the majority comprised concepts that were utterly foreign, leaving Guo Hao with limited comprehension. This unfamiliar knowledge, upon entering his brain, was effectively aiding him in expanding his cognitive capacity. Gradually, the torrent of information began to subside. After more than 10 minutes, the transmission ceased. Guo Hao rubbed his aching forehead. The sheer volume of information he had just absorbed was overwhelming, making him feel as though his mind might burst. Although he had acquired mastery-level hacking skills, the system had merely inundated him with related knowledge. While the system had stimulated his brain, he would require additional time to master the application of this knowledge, perhaps a few hours, or even a couple of days. The nature of this knowledge infusion differed significantly from traditional learning. Class dismissed. The teacher's voice calling for the end of class faintly reached Guo Hao's ears. He rubbed his weary eyes. What are you doing just sitting there? Time to go home. Wang Shi patted Guo Hao on the shoulder, prompting him to respond. Oh, right. Guo Hao stood up, slightly dazed. Let's go. Wang Shi observed Guo Hao with a puzzled expression. What's wrong with you? You seem a bit off. Have you been studying too hard these past few days? Perhaps. Guo Hao took a deep breath, trying to mask his fatigue. Let us head home. Indeed. Howsy? While it's commendable that you're dedicated to your studies, I must remind you, while studying is important, your health is paramount. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. If you collapse from exhaustion, even stellar grades would be of little consolation. Wang Shi said earnestly. Don't worry. I understand. Guo Hao smiled at Wang Shi. That's good to hear. Wang Shi ceased further admonitions. The two friends left the classroom and, after locating their bicycles, prepared to depart. Guo Hao. Suddenly, a voice called out, halting both him and Wang Shi in their tracks. They turned to see Zhao Ying, who had appeared behind them. What is it? Is there something else? Wang Shi regarded Zhao Ying with suspicion, while Guo Hao maintained his composure, not rushing to speak. Zhao Ying appeared somewhat flustered as she addressed Guo Hao. Guo Hao, I'm sorry. It was all my fault. Please forgive me. Are you finished? Zhao Ying looked up abruptly at Guo Hao. Have you finished speaking? Yes, I've finished. Let us go. Guo Hao, disinterested in Zhao Ying, turned to Wang Shi. With that, Wang Shi followed Guo Hao, and they rode their bicycles away from the school. Watching Guo Hao and Wang Shi's retreating figures, Zhao Ying bit her lip, her heart brimming with resentment, regret, and a sense of injustice. She had not anticipated that such an unassuming individual from school would possess such character and background. Why? Why did everyone seem to like Shen Luoyan? Zhao Ying was filled with discontent. Are you still planning to pull an all-nighter at the internet CAF this week? Guo Hao casually inquired of Wang Shi as they cycled home. Of course. I'm about to reach Gold Eye. I have to go. Who knows? I might even have a chance to reach Diamond. Wang Shi's enthusiasm for League of Legends was palpable. Guo Hao shook his head, bemused by his friend. By the way, the Bitcoin you asked me to buy, I've already procured it. I managed to sneak 30,000 from my parents' account to buy over 1,000 coins. Can this really make money? Wang Shi's expression was tinged with uncertainty as he looked at Guo Hao. Rest assured. If you don't profit this year, just sell them to me, I'll buy your bitcoins at double the price. Guo Hao shot back, somewhat irritated. That sounds good. Wang Shi chuckled. I want to be polite to you, the wealthy one. Guo Hao rolled his eyes. This guy was truly exasperating. Alright, I'm home now. Take good care of the USB drive with the bitcoins, don't let it get damaged. Don't worry. There's over 30,000 in there. If I lose it, my parents would skin me alive. How could I dare? Guo Hao shook his head as he parted ways with Wang Shi, arriving at the entrance of his apartment complex. He parked his bike and ascended the stairs. Upon entering his home, he noticed his father had yet to return from work. His mother was busy in the kitchen. Mom! I'm back! Guo Hao called out. Ah, Hao is back. Guo Hao's mother replied cheerfully. I'm making dumplings. We'll have dumplings for dinner. Great. Guo Hao nodded in agreement. Chapter 31, Guo Hao's ambition alone. Guo Hao returned to his room. He opened his computer, and as he sat before the screen, a torrent of knowledge related to computing surged through his mind. Instinctively, he accessed the computer's back-end management page, modified the registry, and crafted a small program to fortify the firewall, serving as a robust barrier against external threats. These actions were reflexive maneuvers of a seasoned hacker. Observing the rapid transformation of his computer, Guo Hao's lips curled into a faint smile. The system had indeed bestowed upon him numerous advantages. As he had surmised, even the most mundane and simplistic rewards held greater significance for him than mere monetary gain. In essence, knowledge was invaluable, particularly for one who possessed foresight into future trends. Whether it was the loss incurred from purchasing RNG shares in 2018 or the acquisition of a mask factory in 2019, actions that required little conscious effort to recall, or the bullish market of 2014 and 2015. Even an individual oblivious to the intricacies of the stock market could effortlessly amass wealth simply by investing in the most promising automotive or tech companies. Profits could multiply tenfold with ease. Earning money was one facet, however, retaining that wealth and leading a life markedly different from the ordinary necessitated profound knowledge. For Guo Hao, possessing advanced hacking skills rendered the future infinitely more intriguing. From 2012 to 2018, those 6 years could unequivocally be deemed the golden age for programmers. As long as one's skills were commendable, even without an impressive academic background, substantial annual salaries were easily attainable. Given his insight into the future and his mastery in hacking, the most straightforward path to financial success lay in developing games or even establishing a gaming company. A plethora of lucrative opportunities flitted through his mind, evoking a sense of nostalgia. For someone reborn, the act of making money seemed almost effortless, akin to picking up coins scattered on the ground. The system could impart a wealth of knowledge while simultaneously enhancing his cognitive capabilities. If that were the case, then perhaps developing his physical prowess would be a trivial matter for the system as well. Indeed, it might even assist him in unraveling the mysteries of longevity. With this thought, Guo Hao's gaze reflected his ambitions. With such a formidable system at his disposal, he might alter the trajectory of technological advancement in his homeland and perhaps even reshape the course of human civilization. Moreover, could it be possible for him to leverage the system to ascend to immortality? For a reborn individual like him, driven by the system, money should not be the primary pursuit, he ought to aspire to loftier goals. Clearly, the system aimed to mold him into an unparalleled intellectual. Thus, he resolved to follow the path delineated by the system. Perhaps everything he desired for the future lay within his grasp. Narrowing his eyes, Guo Hao turned his attention to the computer screen and began to write several programs. Once completed, he temporarily shut down the computer and exhaled deeply, opening the system panel. User, Guo Hao, Intelligence, 128, Stamina, 8, Strength, 7, Speed, 7, Mathematics, LV2, 3615000, Linguistics, LV1, 5901000, Informatics, LV2, 4288 5000. At this moment, Guo Hao's system panel had undergone significant changes. Linguistics, which he had scarcely studied, showed no increase in experience. Mathematics, a subject he had diligently pursued, now appeared to have succumbed entirely to the mastery of hacking. Once the highest-ranked subject, mathematics had now slipped to second place. The newly emerged field of informatics was tantalizingly close to reaching LV3. His intelligence had increased by 6 points compared to when he first transmigrated. This was no trivial matter. According to current scientific understanding, enhancing intelligence postnatally was exceedingly difficult. While learning could indeed elevate one's intelligence, this was a formidable challenge, especially in adulthood, when most people's cognitive abilities became fixed along with their neural pathways. Subsequent improvements would prove arduous. Yet, in just a few short days, Guo Hao had experienced a 6-point surge in intelligence akin to a second maturation. A smile graced Guo Hao's lips as he eagerly anticipated the rewards promised by the system's golden tasks. The elevation in academic disciplines had already led to a remarkable enhancement of his intelligence. What further advancements might arise from the augmentation of his cognitive abilities? Guo Hao was filled with anticipation. He retrieved his high school mathematics textbook and resumed his studies, beginning with sets. Before long, Guo Hao reached the point he had been at upon his rebirth: basic functions. With a foundation in middle school mathematics, he experienced an unprecedented ease of understanding. Initially, upon encountering functions, he had felt overwhelmed. Now, the difficulty appeared significantly diminished. For over 2 hours, Guo Hao diligently tackled problems related to functions. His focus was unwavering. Perhaps it was due to having a clear objective, or perhaps his enhanced intelligence was at play. But he felt an overwhelming sense of achievement as he tracked his progress through the chapters. Lost in concentration, he continued studying until his mother called him for dinner. After enjoying a meal of dumplings, he resumed his studies. 2 hours before bedtime, he drank an energy potion and continued his learning, immersing himself in his books. The next day, "You're learning so quickly?" Shen Luoyan questioned skeptically as she flipped through the required high school textbook. She gazed at Guo Hao with astonishment. He had already reached the 3rd chapter, focusing on the fundamental properties of functions, specifically Section 3. 3 on power functions. To put it into perspective, just before the break, Guo Hao had still been grappling with the final chapters of middle school mathematics. Shen Luoyan had initially thought her visit today would involve discussing the key concepts of the first 3 chapters and assigning him practice problems, but to her surprise, Guo Hao had nearly completed the first 3 chapters on his own. His learning speed was astonishing. "I had a bit of a foundation, and I made up for lost time last night," Guo Hao replied with a subtle smile. "All right. Let me assign you some problems based on your progress through the first 3 chapters. Chapter 32, Optional Side Quest Activated." Shen Luoyan did not inquire further. She promptly produced a set of problems that she had prepared the previous day, initially intending to present them after instructing Guo Hao. However, since Guo Hao claimed to have mastered the 3rd chapter of the mandatory curriculum, Shen Luoyan decided to present the problems immediately. "All right." Guo Hao nodded, sitting at the table in the living room to begin working on the problems. Shen Luoyan glanced at him and resumed her lesson preparations. With Guo Hao having progressed to high school material, the task became considerably easier for her, as she was far more familiar with high school knowledge and understood the angles from which to approach learning. The learning process is often tedious and monotonous. After about an hour of study, Shen Luoyan lifted her gaze, somewhat surprised as she observed Guo Hao. For most individuals, the monotony of studying is difficult to endure. Typically, a brief diversion is necessary after a period of focused study. Even for Shen Luoyan, who had endured hardships from a young age, continuous study was a rarity. After an hour of earnest effort, a brief respite was often required. This was the first time she witnessed someone exhibiting more diligence and determination than herself. If he had maintained such an attitude earlier, perhaps his academic performance would not have lagged behind hers. Contemplating this, Shen Luoyan regarded Guo Hao with a complex expression. "Come, dear, have some grapes." At that moment, Guo Hao's mother approached with a plate of washed grapes, a warm smile gracing her face as she addressed Shen Luoyan. "Thank you, Auntie." Shen Luoyan's expression remained somewhat inscrutable, likely as indifferent as before. Guo Hao's mother smiled, but internally she sighed. This child is polite, academically accomplished, and well-mannered. Yet her demeanor is regrettably aloof. Moreover, from Guo Hao's mother's observations, this girl was not only cold in nature but also overly discerning about various matters. During her visits to their home, she hardly touched anything, not even the fruits that Guo Hao's mother had prepared. She even brought her own water in her bag, not partaking in the household's offerings. This girl's upbringing seems excessively refined, or perhaps it transcends mere upbringing, reflecting a deep-seated reserve or even insecurity. Guo Hao's mother pondered this, feeling a twinge of pity for Shen Luoyan. However, character is not cultivated overnight, and as an outsider, altering it was nearly impossible. With a sigh, she retreated to the kitchen. "Done. Take a look." Guo Hao, having spent over an hour completing the 60 meticulously selected problems, handed the workbook to Shen Luoyan. As she began to grade his work, her astonishment grew with each passing page. Unable to contain herself, she glanced up at Guo Hao. "Is there a problem, Teacher Shen?" Guo Hao asked with a subtle smile. "Nothing," Shen Luoyan replied, shaking her head as she began marking with a red pen. After a while, she noted a 90% accuracy rate, with only 6 incorrect answers, each related to power functions and their applications. Excluding those areas which he had only just begun to learn, his accuracy was 100%. As she spoke, Shen Luoyan regarded Guo Hao with a complex gaze. Guo Hao nodded thoughtfully. It appeared that the system's claim of a 100% learning progression was a fixed value, seemingly defying the human forgetting curve. Quite remarkable. Guo Hao himself was astonished to find his accuracy rate at a perfect score. "How did you achieve this?" Shen Luoyan asked, unable to suppress her curiosity. "What?" Guo Hao was momentarily taken aback, looking at her in confusion. "You mentioned that you previously struggled academically, suggesting that any foundation you had was inconsequential. Yet, in such a brief period, how have you attained a 100% accuracy rate?" Shen Luoyan scrutinized him. As a top student, achieving such results was not surprising for her, but Guo Hao, in her view, was among the more competent students. However, his current pace of learning and retention seemed exceedingly rapid. "It's nothing, perhaps I have a talent for it?" Guo Hao replied with a slight smile. "The system could be considered my talent." Shen Luoyan regarded him intently. "Since your learning speed is swift, I shall accelerate my teaching pace as well. I hope you can keep up." Just as Guo Hao was about to respond, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Detected user's improvement in mathematical proficiency. A new time-limited quest has been issued. Achieve 100% completion of first-year mathematics within 1 week. Quest rewards: Mathematics Experience 2000. Beginner Random Lottery 2. Ding! Optional side quests initiated. Quest 1, Challenge the Library. The user possesses the system but has a limited scope of knowledge. It is hoped that the user can broaden their horizons. Within a month, spend over 200 hours reading in the library. Quest rewards: Free Experience 5000. Beginner Lottery Chances 1. Silver Task Card 1. Quest 2, The Body is the Foundation of Revolution. As a future researcher, physical health is paramount. Within a month, complete a running distance of 150 kilometers. Quest rewards: Constitution 3, Strength 3. Beginner Lottery Chances 1. Quest 3, In this rebirth, learning is fundamental. Within a month, achieve 100% completion across all subjects of first-year curriculum. Quest rewards: Free Experience 6000. Beginner Lottery Chances 1. Silver Task Card 1. Guo Hao was momentarily stunned to find that an optional side quest had appeared. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. "What's the matter?" Shen Luoyan noticed Guo Hao's daze and inquired with curiosity. "Nothing, Teacher Shen, I need to use the restroom." Suppressing his inner excitement, Guo Hao smiled as he spoke to her. Shen Luoyan nodded. Upon entering the restroom, Guo Hao began to deliberate on which of the 3 tasks to select. He immediately dismissed the second option, as it offered the least rewards. Although it would enhance physical strength, that was not a priority for him at the moment. Especially without a silver task card. The first and third quests both included a silver task card, which Guo Hao had a general understanding of its significance. Chapter 33, The Cautious Shen Luoyan. It seemed that the task at hand was to secure a silver-level assignment, promising commendable rewards. Thus, Guo Hao promptly dismissed the second optional task. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively opted for the third task. Although the first task presented the least difficulty, merely requiring 200 hours in the library over the course of a month. Averaging 10 hours a day for 20 days, it paled in comparison to the significance of the third task, which aligned closely with his primary objective. His ambition was to score above 640 in the college entrance examination, necessitating a comprehensive mastery of all subjects from the first year of high school within a month. This was an attainable goal, especially considering he had just over 3 months to prepare. Taking a deep breath, Guo Hao confirmed his choice of the third task, to elevate his proficiency in all first-year science subjects to 100% within a month. With determination, he exited the restroom and approached the table in the living room. Shen Luoyan glanced at him and stated, "Given your previous study progress, I have slightly adjusted the content I intended to cover today. Time is of the essence, so let us begin without further ado." "All right," Guo Hao nodded in agreement. "Let us start with power functions." With that, Shen Luoyan commenced her lecture, and the two engaged in a reciprocal exchange of knowledge. Thanks to his enhanced intellect and improved mathematical aptitude, Guo Hao's comprehension of the subject had notably progressed, allowing him to draw insightful connections. Shen Luoyan noticed his remarkable perceptiveness in mathematics and, as a result, accelerated her teaching pace, which Guo Hao adeptly matched. By midday, they had nearly completed the first mandatory course. "That will suffice for this morning," Shen Luoyan remarked, glancing at the clock and noting it was nearly 11:50. "Okay," Guo Hao acknowledged. As Shen Luoyan began to gather her belongings to leave, Guo's mother emerged from the kitchen and suggested, "Why not have lunch here? It must be quite a hassle for you to travel back and forth." "No, thank you, Auntie. I can return quickly and be back shortly," Shen Luoyan replied with a strained smile. "All right then." Guo's mother hesitated, wishing to say more, but a glance from her son silenced her. Shen Luoyan turned to depart. And as she left, Guo's mother hesitated and addressed Guo Hao. "Hao, what do you think of Luoyan? She seems to have her own ideas. She has her own aspirations." "Mom, we should respect that," Guo Hao replied. "Very well," his mother sighed softly. "By the way, I'm stepping out for a bit." Guo Hao hurriedly exited the house. "Hey!" his mother called, but he had already opened the door and left. Once outside, Guo Hao quickly spotted Shen Luoyan in the distance. Rather than leaving the community, she had settled in a pavilion, retrieving several cold buns from her bag. "Shen teacher, why not eat at my house?" Guo Hao approached her and suggested. Startled, Shen Luoyan instinctively tried to conceal the buns. "No, I can manage on my own," she insisted with resolute eyes. Perhaps reflecting the teachings of her grandmother about maintaining one's dignity. Guo Hao sighed, anticipating her response. "Typically, when hiring a tutor, meals are provided. Our contract doesn't specify otherwise." Shen Luoyan regarded him seriously. Guo Hao's expression faltered momentarily. "How about this, if you dine at my home? I'll deduct 10 yuan from your tutoring fee for each meal. What do you think?" "I want to eat," she stated coolly. "Why not?" Guo Hao inquired, perplexed. "Too expensive," she replied. Guo Hao pondered, "Then after lunch, you can extend our lesson by half an hour as compensation for the meal. Since we would be eating, you would naturally lose some time. This way, it balances out, and you'll be helping me study more." Clearly intrigued by this proposition, Shen Luoyan's eyes flickered. "This is a fair exchange, and it even benefits your studies," Guo Hao added hastily. "All right, but it must be documented in a revised contract." Perhaps it was Guo Hao's mention of the benefits to her studies that swayed Shen Luoyan, or perhaps the notion of a fair transaction eased her reservations. After a brief moment of contemplation, she nodded solemnly. "Fine." Guo Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. This girl was remarkably stubborn, possessing an indescribable sense of pride. Together, they returned to his home. "Ah, daughter, you're back?" Was mother exclaimed, surprised to see Shen Luoyan. Casting a curious glance at Guo Hao, she was puzzled by how he had managed to bring Shen Luoyan back. Knowing her character well enough to expect she would never return, Guo Hao briefly explained the situation to his mother, who then looked at Shen Luoyan with a hint of sympathy. "Let us amend the contract then," she sighed. "But first, let us eat." Not long after, Guo's father returned home and raised an eyebrow at the sight of Shen Luoyan but refrained from commenting. During the meal, Shen Luoyan was exceedingly cautious, refraining from taking too much food, while Guo's mother continually offered her more dishes. After they finished eating, Shen Luoyan, under strong insistence, agreed to sign a new contract. Chapter 34, Learning in High School. After signing the contract, Shen Luoyan felt reassured and continued to teach Guo Hao. Around 3 in the afternoon, she completed the lesson on the first mandatory mathematics textbook. The first chapter of the second textbook covers planar vectors. While the concept of planar vectors is not overly complex, the challenge lies in comprehension and calculation. Shen Luoyan earnestly explained the difficulties in understanding planar vectors to Guo Hao, highlighting the critical areas that require attention. It is important to note that questions can be exceptionally versatile and may intertwine with other concepts, thus presenting a considerable challenge. As Shen Luoyan continued her teachings, she occasionally assigned highly targeted exercises to Guo Hao. He could intuitively observe a rapid increase in his learning progress. Aside from achieving a perfect score of 100% in the initial chapters, his progress in subsequent chapters hovered around 30 to 40%. Having just begun the second mandatory textbook, his learning progress had already reached approximately 40 to 50%. There are only 2 mandatory textbooks for the first year of high school. This meant that if he could elevate his comprehension of these 2 books to 100%, he would be finished with high school mathematics for the year. The thought stirred a slight excitement within Guo Hao. However, that excitement quickly dissipated as he grappled with some of the exercises assigned by Shen Luoyan. The more he wrote, the more challenging they became. Were these questions truly within the syllabus? Unable to contain himself, Guo Hao turned to Shen Luoyan and inquired. "Of course not," she replied, gazing earnestly at him. "Your understanding of individual chapters or simple concepts is commendable, yet your ability to tackle the transformation of knowledge is somewhat lacking." Hearing her words, Guo Hao felt a tinge of helplessness. Shen Luoyan was right, his progress in individual chapters primarily assessed his grasp of the core content. But the integration and transformation of knowledge was an entirely different matter, encompassing the entirety of the year's curriculum. For instance, Guo Hao had tackled numerous complex problems in his 3rd year of middle school, only to finally complete the last remnants of that knowledge. Otherwise, he would still be struggling. In high school, the prevalence of transformation and integration was evidently more common and intricate. Nevertheless, it was crucial to adapt to this reality. The majority of high school problems would not simply test isolated knowledge points but would require a comprehensive approach. "I understand," Guo Hao nodded. Shen Luoyan began to guide him in enhancing his comprehension of problems, reading, understanding, and then practicing. After she had thoroughly covered both mandatory textbooks for the first year, Guo Hao discovered that his learning progress had barely reached 30%. Although he was already aware that high school learning would differ significantly from middle school, he had not anticipated such a stark contrast. Understanding foundational concepts was one thing, but practicing problems was paramount. The interconnection of knowledge points was also immensely important. Simple and straightforward questions had nearly vanished, leaving only comprehensive problems. Shen Luoyan continued teaching Guo Hao until 6:30 in the evening. "All right, I must take my leave. These problems are taken from your 5-year college entrance exam preparations and are suitable for your current circumstances. Please bring them to me for review tomorrow at noon," she instructed him. "Understood," Guo Hao nodded in acknowledgement. With that, Shen Luoyan departed from the Guo residence. Not long after Shen Luoyan left, Guo Hao returned to his room, completed a few practice problems, and then paused. He felt exhausted. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Opening his computer, he dabbled in programming. With elite-level hacking skills, Programming had become an exceedingly simple yet enjoyable task for Guo Hao. After playing on the computer for a while, he sighed and resumed his practice. No choice. Learning brings me joy. I love studying. Guo Hao reassured himself. The following day, during the morning self-study period, Guo Hao adhered to his previous habit of memorizing the periodic table. Once he confirmed he could recite over 30 elements, he realized that memorizing the remaining elements was unnecessary. Next, he began to recite classical literature and poetry. Do you not see the waters of the Yellow River coming from the heavens? The setting sun and solitary wild geese fly together, the autumn waters blend seamlessly with the sky. The classroom was filled with the sounds of students reading, bustling with energy. As most were striving to memorize English and Chinese texts, memorization was a relatively easy means for many to earn points. Mediocrity was the prevailing color of most. In the elite class, Zhao Ying sat at the back of the classroom, surrounded by several friends. Ying, you really took a huge tumble this time. Now you can't even vent your frustrations on that guy. That's just too much. One of her friends gestured, though she didn't specify who she meant. But the others understood she was referring to Shen Luoyan. Zhao Ying furrowed her brow slightly but remained silent. She was indeed intimidated by Guo Hao. But when it came to Shen Luoyan, it was difficult for her to express fear. At most, she was wary of Guo Hao because he defended Shen Luoyan, thereby preventing her from targeting her. The comments from her friends made Zhao Ying's brow furrow further. Alright, let's not dwell on this matter, it is what it is. Zhao Ying spoke calmly. Why? You're not going to do anything about it? One of her friends asked, surprised. That's not like you. You don't understand. Guo Hao's uncle is the captain of the security team. If we offend him, we could end up in jail. What more do you want from me? Zhao Ying replied. A bit annoyed. Upon hearing Zhao Ying's words, the surrounding friends exchanged astonished glances. So that's how it is. No wonder things have developed this way. Ying, in that case, it would indeed be unwise to confront him directly. But we could take a softer approach. Several friends exchanged glances, smiling at Zhao Ying. Softer? Zhao Ying looked puzzled, eyeing her friends with curiosity. At that moment, one friend leaned in and whispered something into Zhao Ying's ear. Zhao Ying gazed at her friend in shock, never expecting such a devious plan to emerge from her. Isn't this a brilliant idea? No bloodshed required, and we wouldn't even have to show our faces. That is fantastic. Her friend smiled subtly, gazing at Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying fell silent, perhaps caught in a dilemma. At noon, Guo Hao approached Shen Luoyan, having completed his exercises. I've finished the problems, he said, handing her the materials. Please check them after the lunch break. Upon hearing Shen Luoyan's words, Guo Hao nodded. At that moment, he noticed Zhao Ying staring at him in a daze. What's wrong with her? Guo Hao wondered, casting a puzzled glance at Zhao Ying. Chapter 35, a brand new system panel. However, Guo Hao did not dwell on the matter for long. Zhao Ying was a woman of peculiar disposition. It was rather abnormal for someone of her standing to associate with so many delinquents during her high school years, especially considering her commendable academic performance and decent family background. What could she possibly seek? Guo Hao found himself perplexed by her strange behavior. Putting aside these chaotic thoughts, he returned to the classroom. After submitting the 5-year college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation work, Guo Hao felt no inclination to continue studying mathematics during lunch. Instead, he opened his chemistry textbook. As a high school student, self-directed learning should be a fundamental skill possessed by most students. Unlike mathematics, high school chemistry does not correlate strongly with middle school chemistry. The latter was only studied for 1 year in the 3rd grade, focusing on relatively simple concepts. If one excelled in middle school chemistry, it could indeed alleviate some of the burden in high school chemistry. The first chapter of the compulsory high school chemistry curriculum centers on substances and their transformations. Memory plays a crucial role in chemistry. One must remember the properties and weights of molecules in order to understand their reactions. Whether different substances can react is primarily determined by their basic characteristics, necessitating a robust memory. When Guo Hao had just been reborn, his memory was somewhat lacking, making self-studying chemistry a bit challenging. However, things had changed now. His intelligence had increased by 6 points, having primarily activated the memory module in his brain, resulting in significant improvement in his memory capacity. Guo Hao diligently perused the textbook, his pace steady. Throughout the lunch hour, he remained engrossed in chemistry. Ding! The system notified him that he had engaged in focused study of chemistry for over an hour, earning him 50 chemistry experience points. As the lunch break bell rang, Guo Hao heard the system's alert. Was this akin to an achievement system? After all, Guo Hao found it hard to believe that, given the system's level of knowledge, it would take note of his current modest understanding. This accumulation of study time seemed to be a specialized mechanism designed to assist him. With this thought, Guo Hao felt a flicker of excitement. If studying chemistry could yield such rewards, what about other subjects? Perhaps physics, or even Chinese? The mere contemplation stirred a sense of eagerness within him. Although he was tempted to dive into learning immediately, Guo Hao recalled the tasks awaiting him post-lunch break. He exited the classroom and swiftly made his way to the elite class. Shen Luoyan was already standing in the corridor outside the classroom. You answered 45 out of 100 questions correctly, she remarked, her brow furrowing at the figure. That's considerably worse than before. The previous questions were straightforward assessments of specific knowledge points. Guo Hao shrugged. The 100 questions you assigned me didn't focus on individual knowledge points. They were all misleading in some way. Very well, Shen Luoyan nodded. Given this, you must engage in rigorous practice. Understanding mathematical formulas and theorems is essential. But it alone is insufficient for tackling high school problems. I have marked all the questions you got wrong and outlined the problem-solving approaches. Additionally, I have selected another 100 questions for you. Complete them, and then return them to me. Understood, Teacher Shen, Guo Hao replied with a faint smile, his demeanor cheerful. Shen Luoyan maintained her calm expression as she turned and returned to the classroom. Guo Hao watched her retreating figure with a smile before departing himself. Unaware that Zhao Ying was observing their interaction through the window, an enigmatic glint in her eyes, concealing her thoughts. Upon returning to the classroom, Guo Hao did not immediately turn to the 5-year college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation book. Instead, he eagerly opened his biology textbook to commence his studies. The system's assessment of diligent study was stringent. It appeared to only count effective learning time, meaning if one did not absorb any meaningful knowledge during study sessions, it would not be considered serious learning. Thus, Guo Hao could not afford to be distracted. From 2 p.m. to 3 p.m., he dedicated an hour to focused study. Ding! The system noted that he had accumulated over an hour of biology study, granting him 50 biology experience points. The system's alert echoed in his ears once more. Guo Hao paused momentarily, massaging his forehead, a smile creeping onto his face. Excellent! Just as he had speculated, there was indeed a system to the accumulation of study time. However, he wondered why his mathematics study time had not been counted. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. No, that wasn't entirely accurate. He recalled that when he had just been reborn, acquiring mathematics experience had been relatively easy. Even half an hour of earnest study had yielded 50 experience points. Yet, as his level increased, gaining mathematics experience became more challenging. Perhaps it was due to the low level of mathematics he was studying? The system's sensitivity felt somewhat peculiar to him. After completing biology, it was already 1 p.m. Guo Hao took out his physics book. Predictably, at 5 p.m., he received another notification. Ding! The system marked that he had diligently studied physics for over an hour, granting him 50 physics experience points. Guo Hao opened his attribute panel. User, Guo Hao, Intelligence, 128, Physical Strength, 8, Strength, 7, Speed, 7, Mathematics, LV2, 3615000, Linguistics, LV1, 5901000, Information Science, LV2, 4288 5000, Chemistry, LV0, 8100, Physics, LV0, 5100, Biology, LV0, 5100, Normal intelligence for an individual typically ranges from 90 to 109. While a score below 69 indicates cognitive impairment. The standard value for other attributes in a normal adult is 10. At this stage of high school, all subjects had appeared on the system panel. However, he still needed a bit more to elevate the zero-level subjects to level 1, which currently offered him no bonuses. He should find an opportunity to elevate these subjects to level 1, perhaps his intelligence could gain some enhancement as well. The bell for the final self-study period rang. As usual, Wang Shi approached Guo Hao's desk. "Hey! Weren't you just studying mathematics? Why are you suddenly diving into physics today? Are the sun and moon misaligned? I thought you were going to start with middle school physics again." Wang Shi laughed as she spoke to Guo Hao. Chapter 36, Guo Hao, I like you. It is essential to watch. The connection between middle school and high school physics is not particularly strong, Guo Hao said nonchalantly. I have already reviewed middle school mathematics and have begun studying high school mathematics. That's impressive. Wang Shi remarked, giving Guo Hao a thumbs up. Big guy. Shall we head back for a meal? Sure. Guo Hao nodded in agreement. As the two exited the classroom, the corridor was sparsely populated, with most having departed once the bell rang. Upon reaching the stairwell, Zhao stood at the entrance. Wang Shi cast a surprised glance at Zhao, then at Guo Hao, his expression slightly peculiar. However, noticing Guo Hao's silence, Wang Shi too remained quiet. Just as they were about to descend, Zhao called out. Guo Hao, wait a moment. After seemingly grappling with her thoughts, Zhao suddenly addressed Guo Hao. Wang Shi's expression shifted as he paused alongside Guo Hao. Guo Hao frowned slightly, looking at Zhao. Is there something you need, Zhao? Though Guo Hao wished to disregard Zhao, he recognized her potential to cause trouble, particularly for Shen Luoyan. Disrupting his academic progress would indeed be troublesome. Zhao hesitated, glancing at Wang Shi. Wang Shi chuckled. I'll be waiting for you down at the bike shed. Guo Hao nodded slightly as Wang Shi departed, with Wang Shi's figure fading from view. Zhao seemed to gather her courage and looked directly at Guo Hao. Guo Hao, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? Guo Hao. His brow furrowed deeply as he stared at Zhao. Such a turn of events? At that moment, Zhao appeared somewhat shy, her head bowed slightly. Apologies. But I do not comprehend. What is it about me that attracts you? Guo Hao asked, genuinely puzzled. He truly could not fathom how he had piqued Zhao Ying's interest. Had his allure intensified since his rebirth? That day, in front of Chen Yi and the others, you displayed not an ounce of fear. Most would have been terrified. Zhao Ying's cheeks turned slightly red as she gazed at Guo Hao. I am drawn to bold men, and you perfectly embody my ideals. Especially the way you stood before the crowd that morning to criticize me. It made me feel as though I were on a pedestal, nearly. As she spoke, Zhao Ying's face flushed crimson, appearing exceedingly bashful. It turned out she was a masochist. Guo Hao felt a twinge of exasperation. I'm afraid I am not interested, he replied flatly. With that, Guo Hao prepared to leave. Why? What do I lack compared to Shen Luoyan? Am I not pretty enough? Is my figure not appealing? If I were with you, you could do whatever you wanted. I seek nothing from you. A considerate woman like me is surely better than that ice block, Shen Luoyan. Zhao Ying said, somewhat angrily. Guo Hao's expression remained indifferent as he responded. It has nothing to do with Shen Luoyan. What does it relate to, then? I do not consume others' leftovers, especially not those that have passed through countless mouths. With that, Guo Hao had no desire to linger and turned to leave. Zhao Ying stood frozen, staring blankly at Guo Hao's retreating figure. Her face was pale with anger, her chest rising and falling rapidly. You will regret this, she shouted at his back. Guo Hao continued down the stairs without pausing. At that moment, a few girls happened to pass by, glancing at the visibly upset Zhao Ying, and hurriedly departed, filled with trepidation. Zhao Ying's eyes brimmed with malice. Once Guo Hao reached the bike shed, Wang Shi shot him a knowing glance and teased, Why is that Zhao Ying always seeking you out? Has she taken a liking to you? Indeed, Guo Hao replied, feeling somewhat helpless. Really? Wang Shi's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Guo Hao. Zhao Ying truly has a crush on you? Observing Wang Shi's disbelief, Guo Hao could only smile wryly and shake his head. I genuinely did not realize that woman is a masochist. A masochist? What do you mean? Wang Shi asked, confused. SM. Guo Hao rolled his eyes at Wang Shi, knowing he was aware of the concept. Whoa! That's impressive. Wang Shi exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Hey, did you accept her offer? Of course not. Guo Hao replied, instantly guessing Wang Shi's thoughts from his expression. What a pity. Wang Shi said, looking regretful. If you had taken her up on it, who knows? Maybe I could have benefited too. It was clear that Wang Shi's thoughts revolved solely around such matters. Guo Hao rolled his eyes at him. I have a cleanliness obsession. If you wish to indulge, do so on your own. Fine, she probably wouldn't be interested in me anyway, so let it be. Wang Shi shrugged. As the two chatted, they exited the school. Zhao Ying, her face like ice, returned to the elite class's classroom. She glanced at Shen Luoyan, who sat at the front, munching on a steamed bun while reviewing her studies, a flicker of hatred flashing in her eyes. Upon reaching the back of the classroom, her close friend was engrossed in her reading. Come out for a moment, Zhao Ying instructed her friend. What's up? Are you ready? Her friend, Lu Shi, inquired with a smile. Zhao Ying merely nodded, her expression still cold. The two exited the classroom and found a secluded corner in the restroom. Did you confess to Guo Hao and fail? Lu Shi asked, a playful smile on her face. Zhao Ying's expression was icy as she nodded silently. I truly do not understand what you see in Guo Hao. While he did appear somewhat dashing when he stood up to the crowd and questioned the school authorities, I still cannot fathom why you suddenly developed feelings for him. Lu Shi said, her curiosity piqued. Enough chit-chat. Just tell me the plan. Zhao Ying's gaze was frigid as she glared at Lu Shi. All right. Lu Shi chuckled. After a moment of thought, a mischievous smile crept across her lips as she looked at Zhao Ying. Actually, the plan I propose is quite simple. In fact, if executed properly, you might not even need to sacrifice anything to make that guy wish he had never been born. With that, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Shi's eyes. Chapter 37, The Outburst of Public Opinion. This morning, I mentioned a method that had some flaws, but now, after refinement, it is nearly flawless. Lu Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. What? Zhao Ying looked at Lu Shi, puzzled. It is quite simple, we can easily disseminate this information from an internet CAF. Messages posted in such venues are challenging to trace back to us. Our aim is to tarnish the reputations of Guo Hao and that vixen, Shen Luoyan. So what if Uncle Guo Hao is the captain of the police squad? Lu Shi's lips curled into a sly smile as she gazed at Zhao Ying. Just tell me the specifics of how we should proceed. Zhao Ying urged. If we post something online, will anyone pay attention? Besides, isn't the influence of the internet rather limited? Rest assured. Lu Shi replied with a faint smile. My sister is a reporter for Gongcheng Television. She often complains about the lack of newsworthy topics. If our posts spark significant discussion online, I can easily inform her, and Gongcheng Television will cover the story. Once it airs, can you imagine the impact? Zhao Ying pondered Lu Shi's words. So, the current issue is how to fabricate a topic involving Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan that will gain traction. Exactly. Lu Shi said, smiling at Zhao Ying. Then, what should we do? Zhao Ying asked, still confused. Let me show you some intriguing photos. Lu Shi's lips curled upward as she retrieved her Fruit 4 smartphone from her pocket. Though it had been on the market for 2 years, it remained exorbitantly priced. From Lu Shi's phone, Zhao Ying saw numerous photos depicting Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan in close proximity. What is going on here? Zhao Ying exclaimed in shock, staring at Lu Shi. It's simple, I managed to capture them together, but I might have used a little Photoshop, Lu Shi said, her smile widening. They were engaged in a close conversation outside the classroom, seemingly discussing lessons. I followed Shen Luoyan one day and discovered she went straight to Guo Hao's home. Here are the photos I took. Lu Shi beamed with excitement. Without these pictures, she wouldn't have proposed the idea to Zhao Ying this morning. Zhao Ying quickly scanned the photos, her expression turning contemplative. All we need to do is alter these images slightly with Photoshop. Then compose a lengthy article and post it anonymously on our local Gancheng forums and campus walls. We can also find some people to stir the pot. With Xin Luoyan's reputation, it would be entirely normal for this to go viral. Once it gains some traction, I'll casually bring it up with my cousin. Lu Shi's lips curled into a sly smile, leaving her sentence unfinished as she gazed intently at Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying's eyes glimmered with excitement. At that point, Guo Hao and Xin Luoyan won't be able to avoid notoriety. I can hardly wait to see Xin Luoyan's helpless expression when she cannot defend herself. Zhao Ying's enthusiasm was palpable. Lu Shi's suggestion had thoroughly captivated her. Moreover, Guo Hao would be caught in the crossfire of this public uproar. It would be intriguing to see how he would react. Could his police uncle save him? A glint of malice flickered in Lu Shi's eyes. She harbored feelings for Chen Yi, a fact known to few. Chen Yi had been imprisoned due to Guo Hao's actions. And Lu Shi was determined to make Guo Hao's life difficult. The two girls began discussing the finer details of their plan. Unbeknownst to Guo Hao, someone was plotting against him. Even if he were aware, his character would lead him to remain unfazed. Having navigated the treacherous waters of business in his past life, he had encountered far more insidious schemes than the machinations of high school students. During evening self-study, Guo Hao focused intently on the problems assigned by Xin Luoyan at noon. In the elite class, most students were engaged in their studies, while 2 seats in the back remained empty. Zhao Ying and Lu Shi had taken sick leave during dinner. At this moment, they were in a dimly lit internet CAF, beginning to draft their lengthy article and attach images. They posted their content across various relevant forums in Gancheng. Simultaneously, they shared it on the campus confession wall and reposted it using their QQ accounts. Their network was substantial, and this was about Xin Luoyan, after all. News regarding Xin Luoyan traveled swiftly, even beyond the confines of their school. Her striking beauty, despite her modest attire, made her a subject of interest. Furthermore, her exceptional academic performance and icy demeanor had garnered her a fair amount of recognition. Having achieved top scores in the entrance examination, she had made quite an impression in Gancheng. The competition between Gancheng No. 1 and No. 2 middle schools to recruit her had become legendary, even attracting the attention of the prestigious Bailu High School. Ultimately, Gancheng No. 1 successfully secured her enrollment. Yet, her fame stemmed not solely from her academic prowess but also from her notorious personality, cold and aloof, treating everyone with indifference. She hardly interacted with anyone, be they male or female, and was known to have no friends at school. Therefore, Xin Luoyan had become quite the sensation. Now, the photos circulating on the forums and QQ spaces depicted her in an unusually intimate manner with a certain boy, igniting a firestorm across various platforms in Gancheng. Wait. Am I seeing this correctly? Shen Luoyan? How can she be so close with a boy? Incredible. Who is this guy? He looks vaguely familiar. Wow. I knew it. That bespectacled boy must be the one who stood up against the school authorities in Zhaoying a few days ago. He was defending Xin Luoyan. The connection is undeniable. This seems highly likely to be true. Chapter 38, The Invisible Weapon of Murder. The online buzz is escalating. While the popularity is surging on forums, QQ space remains in a nascent stage. After all, the population of middle school students possessing smartphones is still relatively small, with many parents refraining from purchasing them. Moreover, even those who do own one are often prohibited from bringing it to school, relegating its use to the confines of their homes. The fervor online can merely be categorized as a form of dissemination. Predominantly, the forum is a chaotic mix of individuals, including several delinquents who are familiar with Xin Luoyan. Notably, some underlings of Zhang Xian and Chen Yi are acquainted with both Guo Hao and Xin Luoyan. This situation has the potential to trouble them, and without any external prompting, they spontaneously begin stirring up a storm online, eager to incite chaos. Unbeknownst to them, Guo Hao and Xin Luoyan remain blissfully ignorant of the unfolding drama, diligently focusing on their studies in their respective classrooms. Guo Hao has spent the entire night poring over problems and has achieved a notable milestone. Ding! The system notification chimes in his ears. User has accumulated over 100 hours of dedicated mathematics study, gaining 200 mathematics experience. The sound catches Guo Hao by surprise. Over 100 hours, indeed? A contemplative expression crosses his face. Strictly speaking, his study time should exceed 100 hours. Even though he has only been reincarnated for less than 10 days, around 8 or 9 to be precise. Yet, aside from the hours spent sleeping and eating, he has devoted most of his time to mathematics. However, whether this constitutes serious study is subject to the system's validation. After all, apart from when he consumes energy potions, Guo Hao can assure himself of his diligence. During other times, after prolonged study, his thoughts tend to drift, making it difficult to claim he is truly focused. Nonetheless, even with that in mind, he has indeed studied mathematics for over 100 hours. Guo Hao feels a momentary daze. That equates to a solid 4 days of study. As Guo Hao is lost in thought, the bell signaling the end of class rings. He exits the classroom with Wang Shi. On their way to the bicycle shed, Guo Hao keenly senses numerous eyes fixed upon him, prompting a flicker of confusion. The gazes feel different from before. "What's up, Haozi?" Wang Shi, walking ahead, notices Guo Hao's peculiar demeanor and queries him with curiosity. "Nothing," Guo Hao replies, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. He chooses not to divulge his thoughts to Wang Shi. The two engage in light conversation as they ride their bicycles, swiftly departing from the school. Upon returning home and enjoying a late-night snack prepared by his mother, Guo Hao retreats to his room, consumes an energy potion, and resumes his study. However, the news regarding Shen Luoyan, the top student of their school, and her alleged romantic escapade with a boy, including a clandestine visit to his home, begins to spiral wildly online after evening study sessions. The frenzy spreads even to QQ space, where everyone is fervently sharing the news. Having diligently studied for less than half an hour, Guo Hao's phone rings. Frowning, he recognizes that his father's calls are infrequent, and being at home, it is unlikely to be his parents. It must be that foolish Wang Shi. What could prompt him to call out of the blue? Puzzled, Guo Hao answers the phone. Indeed, it is Wang Shi. Shaking his head, he responds, "If you have something to say, hurry up. I still have questions to tackle." Guo Hao's tone is slightly irritable. "Still studying? Haozi, you need to check QQ space and the forums. Something big has happened." Wang Shi's voice is laced with urgency. "It's about you and Shen Luoyan. Hurry and look." Furrowing his brow, Guo Hao quickly opens his computer and logs into QQ. Instantly, dozens of unread messages flood his inbox, igniting an ominous premonition within him. He hastily navigates to QQ space. On the first page, he encounters a series of intimate photos and a short essay, depicting moments of closeness between himself and Shen Luoyan, including images of them entering his home. The photographs appear convincingly staged. However, having experienced the future, Guo Hao immediately discerns subtle signs of editing. Of course, even without such experiences, he, as the subject, knows well that these images have been manipulated. After all, he and Shen Luoyan have never been this intimate. Their interactions typically maintain a respectful distance. To think that someone captured these moments and meticulously altered them. This is a scheme. In an instant, Guo Hao's expression darkens. Zhaoying. It dawns on him that it must be that wretched Zhaoying. He has no enemies at school, while Shen Luoyan may seem aloof. She, too, has no adversaries, except for Zhaoying. Thus, this incident is undoubtedly linked to her. She possesses the motive to orchestrate such a ploy. Furthermore, she had approached him unusually earlier today, professing her feelings. Guo Hao's brow furrows further. What he initially assumed to be a mere skirmish among students has escalated to this level. It is still only 2012. A time when the internet is just beginning to flourish. Who would have thought that a high school girl from a small town would wield public opinion as a weapon to eliminate her rivals? Truly remarkable. Could this be a form of innate talent? After a moment of contemplation, he lets out a gentle sigh, setting aside his musings. Just as he prepares to devise a plan, Wang Shi's anxious voice breaks through. "Haozi, say something. What should we do?" Hearing Wang Shi's urgency warms Guo Hao's heart. He cannot help but acknowledge that their friendship, transcending lifetimes, remains strong. In their previous life, they were inseparable companions at their school. And despite the distance that separated them later on, they always reunited during the new year, never feeling estranged. Having a friend like him is truly a blessing. Don't worry. Guo Hao smiles reassuringly. Hearing his laughter, Wang Shi retorts, what the hell? Do you realize the magnitude of this situation? This isn't just causing a stir at our school. It has spread to the second school and even to other student groups in Gancheng. Not to mention the extensive discussions in the forums, it's explosive. This will surely reach the school administration. You are in serious trouble. Wang Shi's tone is urgent. Rest assured, Shigu. This matter is not genuine. Even if it reaches the school, so what? The truth will prevail, the false cannot become real, Guo Hao responds with a smile. You don't get it. It's fine for you, but what about Shen Luoyan? Rumors can be lethal. If this reaches the local news, what about her grandparents? Have you considered them? Wang Shi's words cause Guo Hao to fall silent for a moment. He speaks earnestly into the phone, Wang Shi, do not worry. I will handle this matter with utmost care. I will ensure Shen Luoyan remains unscathed. Trust me. Alright, Wang Shi replies after a brief silence. I believe in you. Go for it. With that, he hangs up the phone. Chapter 39, The Puppeteer. At this moment, Guo Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhao Ying dared to scheme against him in such a covert manner. The escalation on the internet could not possibly be their ultimate goal. It must be the local television station's coverage. After all, this was a story of considerable significance. The top student of the middle school entrance exam. A potential future top scorer in the college entrance examination, allegedly engaging in a romantic relationship just before the exams, even sneaking away to the boy's home. This would undoubtedly be explosive news locally. Their true intention was to ensure that Shen Luoyan's family could not hold their heads high in the village. Indeed. If the gossip merely reached Shen Luoyan, given her temperament, she would likely disregard these individuals altogether, thwarting their objectives. The most probable outcome would be Shen Luoyan completely ignoring the rumors. However, if the matter were to reach her village, inciting the locals to attack or cast disapproving glances at her grandparents, it would serve to strike at Shen Luoyan in the most profound manner, leaving her no choice but to confront it. A most insidious plot. Guo Hao's eyes narrowed further. He certainly needed to devise a plan. His mind raced as he contemplated how to resolve the situation perfectly. After a moment of reflection, Guo Hao began writing a web crawler, deploying it on a forum to swiftly gather data. Soon, he had pinpointed 2 accounts. Almost all the photographs related to Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan had originated from these 2 accounts, prompting him to trace the IP addresses. However, he quickly discovered they were public IPs. A cyber CAF, perhaps? Guo Hao's eyes narrowed once more. Quite clever, thinking they could evade detection through such tactics. He began typing rapidly on his computer. The 2 forum accounts were newly created, however, registration required binding to a phone number or QQ email. In no time, Guo Hao identified the QQ numbers linked to these accounts. He proceeded to initiate a hacking operation on the 2 QQ accounts. By examining the historical chat records and some photos within, Guo Hao quickly traced the source. Indeed, it was Zhao Ying and another girl named Lu Shi. They had commenced spreading the article at 7:30 in the evening. How amusing. Guo Hao smirked, archiving all this information. Then, he quietly logged out of the girls' QQ accounts. They would undoubtedly be oblivious to the intrusion. After securing the evidence, Guo Hao hesitated for a moment before exiting his room. In the living room, his father was still occupied with some paperwork he had not finished earlier. Hao, is something the matter? Guo's father looked up. Curiosity etched on his face as he regarded Guo Hao. Dad, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Do you have a moment? Guo Hao replied. His father paused, a smile gracing his features as he set down his pen. Of course, what is it? Come, speak. All right. Guo Hao nodded, moving closer to his father to briefly explain the online situation. His father's expression remained largely unchanged. What do you intend to do about it? He asked, a slight smile on his lips as he regarded Guo Hao. I wish to enlist Uncle Li's assistance, Guo Hao stated directly. What they have done has escalated to the point of defamation. I believe Uncle Li can intervene. How do you envision Uncle Li's involvement? Guo's father inquired with genuine interest. curious about how his seemingly mature son would handle the matter. Guo Hao outlined his plan to his father. After listening to his son's words, Guo's father fell silent for a moment, then gazed deeply at Guo Hao. Son, you have matured. I will speak with Li Xing, he will undoubtedly assist you wholeheartedly. Rest assured. Thank you, Dad. Guo Hao sighed in relief. With his father and Uncle Li's support, he felt almost certain he could resolve the issue. No need for thanks. You have worked hard all day, get some rest. Guo Hao nodded, rising to return to his room. Observing his son's retreating figure, Guo's father felt a swell of pride. His child was growing up. The next day, as Guo Hao made his way back to school, many students cast their gazes upon him, pointing and whispering with varied expressions. It gave Guo Hao a fleeting sensation of stardom. Have you thought of a solution? Wang Shi inquired, a hint of urgency in her tone. By the way, this is my predicament, why are you so anxious? Do you fancy Shen Luoyan? Guo Hao teased Wang Shi. She rolled her eyes in response. You jerk. I'm worried for you, and you're cracking jokes. Relax. Guo Hao chuckled, addressing Wang Shi. If I were as troubled as you, your anxiety would be justified. Since I am smiling, it indicates that I have a plan. Why fret? Alright, Wang Shi nodded skeptically. If you say so, what more can I say? As they approached the school, the number of students grew, and the whispers about Guo Hao intensified. Guo Hao! A voice called out at the school gate. Guo Hao and Wang Shi paused, turning to see Wang Zhang approaching them. Wang Zhang? What brings you here? Wang Shi asked, puzzled. This individual was from their senior class. With average to above average grades, yet he rarely interacted with Guo Hao and Wang Shi. Is the online rumor true? Are you dating Shen Luoyan? Wang Zhang adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Guo Hao. False, Guo Hao replied bluntly. But Wang Zhang seemed poised to ask more when suddenly, a commotion erupted among the students at the school gate. Everyone turned to see the second key figure in the incident, Shen Luoyan, appearing at the entrance. Students began murmuring, their glances shifting between Shen Luoyan and Guo Hao. Noticing the unusual attention, Shen Luoyan furrowed her brow. Spotting Guo Hao, she nodded at him and hurriedly pedaled her bicycle into the school. Unbeknownst to her, she was entirely unaware of the online discourse, as she did not possess a phone or a computer. Consequently, she was oblivious to the happenings online. Guo Hao glanced at Shen Luoyan, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Let us go, he stated, disregarding Wang Zhang and the encircling students, and turned to Wang Shi. Wang Shi nodded in agreement. The two entered the school together. As they did, the students at the gate erupted into fervent discussions about the relationship between Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan, many having spent the previous night engrossed in the gossip. It was inevitable, Shen Luoyan was quite the sensation. Having placed among the top 3 in last year's provincial mock examinations and was a strong contender for the title of top scorer in the upcoming college entrance exams. Moreover, she was renowned as the Ice Queen, her icy demeanor having gained considerable notoriety throughout all the schools in Gon City. The revelation that she was now in a relationship was nothing short of astonishing. Nature has sparked fervent discussions among many individuals, with numerous voices speculating about the eventual outcome of this matter. Will the school intervene to safeguard Shen Luoyan? Moreover, is it possible that Guo Hao will be transferred to the second high school? These questions are undoubtedly capable of inciting a substantial debate. Chapter 40, the crux of the matter. Numerous students were engrossed in fervent discussions, for this was indeed a sensational revelation for them. The life of a senior student was fraught with tension and oppression, characterized by relentless studying that served as a profound psychological torment. While there may be a handful of students who genuinely loved learning, they were certainly a rare breed. This latest gossip provided an outlet for these beleaguered seniors, which elucidated why the news spread so rapidly. Most were in a state of eager curiosity, captivated by the unfolding drama. Was it true that Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan were in a romantic relationship? Could it be that the seemingly frosty Shen Luoyan had ventured into the realm of love? Did even such an academic prodigy engage in romantic entanglements? Many hearts stirred with intrigue. Some were exhilarated, others perplexed, and yet there were those who remained skeptical. Upon returning to the classroom, Guo Hao found himself the focal point of many curious gazes. Unfazed by their scrutiny, he settled into his seat and retrieved his textbooks. At that moment, his deskmate, Wang Lijuan, prodded him gently with her pen. Turning to face her, he met her inquisitive gaze as she asked, "Is it true that you are dating Shen Luoyan?" "No, please don't ask," Guo Hao replied, exasperated. "I could even tell you who started this rumor." "But what about those photos circulating online?" Wang Lijuan questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Some of those images are real, some are not. I will clarify everything later," Guo Hao assured her with a smile. Wang Lijuan nodded thoughtfully, and Guo Hao resumed his studies. The morning reading session proceeded as usual, predominantly focusing on classical poetry and prose, supplemented by various chemical reaction equations. It must be noted that chemistry demanded substantial memorization, while calculations were comparatively simpler. In some respects, geography seemed to resemble the sciences even more than chemistry did, with its emphasis on memorization. As the morning recess approached, a voice called out, "Guo Hao, step outside." The homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, summoned him with an unkind expression. As he followed Mr. Huang out of the classroom, a wave of chatter erupted among the students, speculating that this was likely due to the events of the previous evening. Was Guo Hao truly in a relationship with Shen Luoyan? Curiosity permeated the air. Walking down the corridor alongside Mr. Huang, Guo Hao noticed many eyes directed towards him, yet his expression remained unchanged. Soon, Mr. Huang led him to the principal's office, where several school administrators were gathered. Shen Luoyan, seemingly summoned at some point, sat quietly beside them, her face devoid of emotion. "Guo Hao, didn't you tell me before that you were not dating Shen Luoyan? What is going on?" the principal demanded, visibly irate. "Last night, photos of you and Shen Luoyan purportedly dating spread like wildfire online. This morning, the Gancheng television station even reported on it." "Explain yourself." Seated nearby, Shen Luoyan appeared bewildered, her expression a canvas of confusion. Among the many present, she was the only one utterly oblivious to the unfolding situation. "Dating? What is happening?" she pondered silently. "The truth is evident, Shen Luoyan and I have been framed." Guo Hao shrugged, calmly addressing the school leaders. "Framed? Then what about these texts, especially those photos? Explain." The administrators retorted, their agitation palpable. If Guo Hao failed to provide a reasonable explanation, they might very well confront him with hostility. They could not afford to dismiss Shen Luoyan lightly, for she was the institution's prized asset, their sole hope in securing the title of provincial champion. Should she succeed, it would be a significant achievement for them. They had gone to great lengths to ensure she remained at Gancheng High School, preventing her from being poached by other top-tier institutions. Now, with the college entrance examinations approaching and Shen Luoyan appearing poised for high scores, this scandal threatened to undermine their efforts. The majority of those photos have been digitally altered. If you observe closely, they exude an unnatural quality. Regarding my relationship with Shen Luoyan, I have already made it abundantly clear, we share a teacher-student relationship. She is my tutor, and I am her student. This relationship is protected by law. We signed a contract. She assists me in my studies, and our sessions occur only in my living room, with my mother present. We have always conducted ourselves with decorum. I am perplexed as to why you are also agitated, Guo Hao stated with a smile. Upon hearing his explanation, the surrounding school leaders appeared somewhat calmed. Yet, the question remained, what was to be done now? The scandal had already proliferated, not only online but also on television. While they could issue a rebuttal, the damage had been done. What if this adversely affected Shen Luoyan's grandparents, leading to her emotional instability? The principal glared at Guo Hao, his frustration boiling over. He had never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. Shen Luoyan was of utmost importance. If any issues arose, or if the current public sentiment led to a decline in her performance, the Education Bureau officials would undoubtedly hold him accountable. I have discerned the situation, and to mitigate the repercussions, I require your cooperation, Guo Hao remarked with a slight smile, addressing the school leaders. The leaders exchanged puzzled glances, their attention shifting back to Guo Hao. He then proceeded to outline his plan and the preparations he had made the previous evening, presenting his evidence for their review. After listening to Guo Hao's words and examining the materials he had prepared, the principal's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. But will this not lead to unforeseen consequences? This course of action seems rather. I cannot guarantee its safety. Guo Hao shrugged, calmly responding. If you prioritize the opinions of those who have wronged us over Shen Luoyan's feelings, I shall devise an alternative approach. Chapter 41, Psychological Warfare. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Principal Fong finally resolved to proceed with the plan. After speaking, Guo Hao returned to the classroom. During the third period of the morning, the principal convened a school-wide assembly, inviting Captain Li Xing from the Public Security Bureau's security team and Deputy Director Su Shi of the Ganqing television station. All students gathered, with staff from the television station present as well. On the platform, the principal cast a serious gaze over the crowd below. Last night, certain photographs concerning our school, featuring students Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan, went viral across various social media platforms. They even made headlines on Ganqing television. The school's administration takes this matter very seriously. This morning, we separately interviewed both Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan. This incident is nothing but baseless rumors. Upon hearing Principal Fong's words, the students below erupted into murmurs. Excitement flickered in their eyes as they whispered to one another, astonished that the school had begun addressing this matter so swiftly. Truly, Shen Luoyan, the only student capable of scoring above 700, commanded such attention. Are they debunking the rumors? Many students adopted a spectator's attitude, feeling detached from the situation yet intrigued by the unfolding drama. They were curious about how the school would address this issue. Surely, there must be no evidence to substantiate such claims. Amidst the crowd, Zhao and Lu Shi felt a twinge of anxiety, clasping each other's hands tightly and exchanging reassuring glances. They had both used newly registered accounts on the forum to spread the rumors, believing that they could not be traced. At that moment, Principal Fong surveyed the sea of students before him. As for the photographs, most bore traces of digital alteration, which we have verified with a specialist. Furthermore, the reason Shen Luoyan visited Guo Hao's home was that she had agreed to tutor him. Guo Hao, having decided to take his studies seriously since last week, sought help from his parents to find a tutor. They discovered Shen Luoyan, who was setting up a stall nearby, offering tutoring services. Hearing the principal's explanation, many students displayed looks of realization. Indeed, Shen Luoyan had been tutoring in the area near East Gate Street. It made sense now. It was quite odd how she had suddenly acquired a boyfriend, given her previous lack of social interaction. However, it was not unreasonable for feelings to develop between a tutor and her student, especially in a scenario where they were alone together. Whispers of conversation began to ripple through the crowd. Principal Fong seemed to have anticipated the students' chatter. He produced a document from his briefcase. This is Shen Luoyan's employment contract, which explicitly states that she is not to be alone with students. Moreover, Guo Hao has been studying at home on weekends, with their tutoring sessions occurring under the watchful eyes of Guo Hao's mother. The contract even indicated the start date of her employment. Upon hearing this, the students exchanged glances, realizing that Guo Hao's mother was present at home. That alleviated their concerns. No one would be foolish enough to engage in a romantic relationship under the watchful eye of their mother. At this point, rumors of a romantic relationship between Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan were essentially dispelled. However, Principal Fong hesitated. Initially, he believed that would suffice, but Guo Hao discerned the principal's uncertainty and stepped forward from the ranks of his classmates, addressing the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, the principal is compassionate and has chosen to tread lightly on certain matters he would prefer to keep discreet. However, as a party directly involved in this situation, I must speak out for the sake of my and Shen Luoyan's reputation. This is not only a matter of personal accountability but also of preserving the honor of our esteemed Ganqing No. 1 high school. As Guo Hao's voice resonated across the playground, the gathered students exchanged bewildered glances. Could there be more to this story? The principal sighed softly upon hearing Guo Hao's declaration. He did not wish to shield Zhao and Lu Shi, rather, he was inclined to resolve the matter privately. Such public exposure could be damaging, especially for the girls involved. He worried whether Zhao Ying and Lu Shi could withstand the pressure, fearing the worst if they could not. However, he could not ignore the involvement of Shen Luoyan. Initially, the principal intended to keep comments minimal, yet Guo Hao's boldness compelled him to continue. This situation implicates 2 of our female students. Guo Hao has gathered evidence proving that this incident was orchestrated by these 2 girls. Through analysis of the images, it is evident that they had been digitally manipulated. Captain Li Xing from the Public Security Bureau can confirm this, as he personally presented the evidence to the Criminal Investigation Department this morning, which has issued a formal statement that these actions constitute criminal behavior. Principal Fong spoke with a firm resolve. At that moment, Captain Li Xing also rose from the platform, casting a serious glance over the students before him. You are all students, but you are nearing adulthood and must learn to take responsibility for your actions. Spreading falsehoods and fabricating evidence are serious offenses. I shall refrain from naming anyone specifically, but I hope that those responsible will come forward to the authorities and confess. As Li Xing's words resonated, a sense of trepidation swept through the crowd. Though they were not the perpetrators, his piercing gaze instilled fear in the inexperienced students. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd as someone fainted. Chapter 42, Is this psychological resilience? Battling against oneself? The students turned their gazes in unison towards the side. Do not move. Principal Fong shouted loudly to the surrounding students, fearing that chaos might ensue. In such moments, disorder could easily lead to a stampede. And Principal Fong could not afford to be careless. Class teachers, manage your students well. After issuing this command, Principal Fong hurriedly descended from the platform. Guo Hao glanced towards the elite class, a slight smirk gracing his lips, his eyes glimmering with sarcasm. Is this the extent of their psychological resilience? Battling against oneself? Were it not for the involvement of Shen Luoyan in this matter, Guo Hao would hardly have bothered with any tactics. This current maneuver was merely a preliminary step. The tide of public opinion would naturally be countered with more public discourse. In truth, the so-called evidence Guo Hao possessed was merely a bluff. Although he could ascertain that 2 online accounts were linked to Lu Shi and Zhao Ying's QQ numbers, there was no direct evidence proving their culpability. Guo Hao could hack accounts, could others not do the same? If Zhao Ying and Lu Shi adamantly denied any involvement, the situation could become quite complicated. Investigating further would prove troublesome. According to the IP address from the internet CAF Guo Hao had traced, it was essentially a den of illicit activity. Whether they would cooperate was one matter, but the lack of direct evidence was another. Moreover, any investigation would require considerable time, during which it would be challenging to clarify the relationship between Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan, as all focus would be on the shadowy instigator. Establishing one's innocence is perpetually the most arduous task. Thus, Guo Hao decided to adopt an inverse approach, compelling Zhao Ying and Lu Shi to prove their own innocence. He emphasized the importance of having the head of the security team publicly clarify the situation, asserting that he possessed relevant intelligence. How could mere high school students withstand such pressure? Even a genuine criminal might falter under these circumstances. As anticipated, following his remarks, Zhao Ying and Lu Shi appeared to faint. All eyes, including those of the viewers at home, turned towards them, questioning what punishment would befall those who spread such rumors. The public consensus was that Zhao Ying and Lu Shi were indeed the culprits, diverting attention away from any speculation regarding a romantic entanglement between Shen Luoyan and Guo Hao. While Guo Hao pondered this, Principal Fong had already reached the elite class, carrying Zhao Ying on his back, while another teacher supported Lu Shi. Teachers, ensure the students exit the playground orderly and return to class. Principal Fong urgently instructed before hastily departing with the 2 girls. The students on the playground watched as Lu Shi and Zhao Ying left, realizing the truth. I knew it. It was indeed those 2 troublemakers. It all made sense. Given the long-standing conflict between Zhao Ying and Shen Luoyan, it was utterly shameless. As classmates, how could Zhao Ying behave in such a manner? After all, she prided herself on being the queen bee of the first high school. This was typical for someone like her, a delinquent, a little hoodlum. Engaging in such antics was hardly surprising. The sentiment among the students shifted dramatically, with discussions of Shen Luoyan and Guo Hao's relationship fading into the background. Most believed this was a deliberate scheme orchestrated by Zhao Ying and her cohorts. Once a wave of public sentiment emerged, the most effective strategy was to unleash an even greater wave to overshadow it. Justifying and proving oneself was the most foolish course of action. This was a lesson Guo Hao had learned from his previous life in the business world. Employing such rudimentary strategies against these young minds was rather amusing. As the student body slowly transitioned back to the classroom, discussions about Zhao Wang and Lu Shi's fate continued, with many casting admiring glances towards Guo Hao. After all, standing before everyone to challenge the principal was no small feat for an ordinary student. Guo Hao, however, remained remarkably composed. This trivial matter paled in comparison to the storms he had weathered in his past life. He had never lost sight of his primary goal. Pulling out the 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulations, Guo Hao recalled the 100 questions Shen Luoyan had marked for him yesterday. Thus far, he had only completed a little over 30. Engaging in such trivialities seemed a gross misallocation of energy when he could be focusing on more significant matters. With a resigned shake of his head, Guo Hao resumed his studies. The 5-3 series was a classic high school textbook, featuring many targeted questions of moderate difficulty. For most, the challenge posed by 5-3 was comparable to that of the actual college entrance exam. At least 80% of the questions were fundamental, with the remaining 20% considered difficult by most. Naturally, Guo Hao would not be tackling the challenging problems. The questions marked by Shen Luoyan were aligned with his current level of knowledge, primarily revolving around foundational concepts that assessed mastery of first-year high school material and the integration of knowledge. In high school, mathematical formulas and theorems represented the most basic concepts. Mastery of these alone would not suffice to solve problems. Guo Hao was merely a novice, despite appearing as a senior student. In reality, he had just begun his 3rd year of high school. As the students around him engaged in animated chatter, Guo Hao remained focused on his exercises. Wang Lijuan, seated nearby, initially intended to inquire about Guo Hao's feelings during the recent events, but upon observing his calm demeanor as he diligently worked through the 5-3, a glimmer of admiration flickered in her gaze. Guo Hao's tranquil composure in the face of scrutiny was indeed commendable. Thus, Wang Lijuan quietly retrieved her own 5-3, steadied her emotions, and joined Guo Hao in his studies. Before long, their homeroom teacher, Old Huang, entered the classroom. The previously animated students fell silent, hastily pulling out their books. Old Huang surveyed the room and declared, "We will have self-study for this period. I will be monitoring you." The 2 periods passed swiftly. Guo Hao devoted himself to solving problems, completing over 20 questions, leaving approximately 40 remaining. During lunch in the cafeteria, Guo Hao entered to find all eyes fixed upon him. The former Guo Hao bore no resemblance to the prominence he now commanded. "Brother Hao, it's time we start calling you Brother Hao. You've become quite famous." Wang Shi chuckled, playfully patting Guo Hao on the shoulder. "When are you planning to make your debut?" he teased, grinning at Guo Hao. "Get lost." Guo Hao swatted away Wang Shi's hand, replying with a hint of annoyance. Chapter 43, Learning is of utmost importance. However, to be honest, Hao Gu, you have truly become famous now, Wang Shi remarked with a hint of nostalgia as he spoke to Guo Hao. "In the past, you could be described as taciturn, with very few acquaintances. Now, it seems that not just our high school, but perhaps all the students from elementary to high school in Gon City recognize you." Upon hearing Wang Shi's words, Guo Hao shrugged. He calmly replied, "All of this notoriety is fleeting. Young people might care about such fame, but as one grows older, these high school incidents will merely be the subject of good-natured banter." Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao with an expression of bemusement. "How good? How come I never noticed your profound insight before? Are you contemplating a monastic life?" Guo Hao shot Wang Shi a glare. "Oh, please. It's time to get lunch." After they finished their meal, they squeezed through the crowd. "Look, there's your teacher, Shen Luoyan." Wang Shi teased Guo Hao. "You can find a place to eat on your own." With that, Guo Hao turned and walked away with his tray. "Hey!" Wang Shi wanted to say something more, but as he watched Guo Hao's back retreating towards Shen Luoyan, he rolled his eyes. "What a heartless beast, truly." With a shake of his head, Wang Shi turned and settled down at a table with a familiar face. Guo Hao sat across from Shen Luoyan. She merely glanced at him before continuing her meal. Thank you, she said after a moment of silence. As a top student, Shen Luoyan's intellect surpassed that of most. Upon grasping the broader context of recent events, she quickly understood the significant role Guo Hao had played. Moreover, Guo Hao's actions were all in consideration of her, as matters of romance posed no threat to him. It could only be said that had it not been for Guo Hao's interventions today, the news would have spread throughout the village, placing immense pressure on her grandparents. Thus, with clarity in her thoughts, Shen Luoyan expressed her gratitude to Guo Hao. You actually said thank you. Guo Hao looked at Shen Luoyan in surprise. Shen Luoyan responded with a flat expression. Sorry, just joking. Guo Hao chuckled awkwardly. I owe you a favor for this. Shen Luoyan gazed seriously at Guo Hao. Must you be so earnest? Guo Hao could not help but inquire. Absolutely. Shen Luoyan asserted firmly. All right then. Guo Hao regarded her, a trace of helplessness flashing across his face. What a strong-willed girl. How are you progressing with the questions I assigned? After a few bites, Shen Luoyan asked Guo Hao. At this moment, Guo Hao's other thoughts were slightly restrained as he recounted some of the doubts he encountered while tackling the problems, such as transformations of formulas and theorems. Upon hearing Guo Hao's concerns, Shen Luoyan swiftly comprehended his confusion. This issue arises from your tendency to hit a dead end. We can certainly transform this equation from this perspective, without requiring scratch paper or even seeing the original problem. She succinctly elucidated Guo Hao's queries in just a few sentences. Guo Hao's face lit up with realization. Now I see. He posed a few more questions, and Shen Luoyan accurately identified the traps he had fallen into during problem solving. As the two engaged in a lively exchange, other students in the cafeteria noticed Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan conversing and discreetly leaned in to eavesdrop, expecting to hear some juicy gossip. However, upon realizing that they were discussing exam papers, their interest swiftly waned. No way, have these two become so dull as to discuss schoolwork in the cafeteria? The news quickly spread, truly, Shen Luoyan. But I'm quite curious, I heard that Guo Hao's grades were dreadful before. What suddenly made him so diligent in his studies? I'm not sure, but I asked a friend in class 7. And they confirmed that Guo Hao's grades were indeed poor, but he decided last week to study diligently and has been putting in a lot of effort since then. For the past 2 weeks, he has been studying like crazy. Among students, gossip travels swiftly, especially following the morning's events. The central figures and the happenings were shared far and wide in no time. After finishing his meal, Guo Hao stood up with satisfaction. I'll be on my way. Shen Luoyan nodded. Before the evening study session ends, please hand in the completed problems, all right? Certainly. Guo Hao replied with a nod. By the way, Teacher Shin, I'm planning to start studying comprehensive science as well. Do you have any recommendations? Upon hearing Guo Hao's question, Shen Luoyan pondered for a moment. This Wednesday, I will adjust your study plan. Great, thank you. With that, Guo Hao stood up, walked to the sink, and washed his tray. Upon returning to the classroom, Wang Shi was sitting in Guo Hao's seat. You, talking to a girl in the cafeteria, and discussing nothing but problems. Wang Shi chided Guo Hao. You used to be more reserved than I was, how did you suddenly become so enthusiastic about studying after getting hit in the face with a basketball? Did someone truly change you? Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao in confusion. Remember that time in your second year when you... Stop. Enough. Guo Hao quickly interrupted. You're still my Hao Ge, no doubt about it. Wang Shi's expression shifted in an instant. Alright, get back to your own seat and let me focus on my studies. Guo Hao said irritably. Fine. Wang Shi shrugged and returned to his spot. In the afternoon, Guo Hao devoted himself to solving problems. Unlike his previous study habits in middle school, he occasionally gathered some mathematical experience while diligently practicing math, albeit very little. For instance, Guo Hao spent an entire afternoon on math problems, only accruing 5 points of mathematical experience, quite different from the dozens he would acquire when he first arrived. He speculated that there must be an internal evaluation system within the program that assesses knowledge levels, with the difficulty of gaining experience increasing based on the user's current subject proficiency. Higher subject levels would require learning knowledge beyond their current level to gain experience more easily. During the last period of the afternoon, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, called Guo Hao out of the classroom. "Is there something you need, Mr. Huang?" Guo Hao inquired, looking at him. "Can we put an end to this matter?" Mr. Huang hesitated for a moment before asking Guo Hao. Chapter 44, to put an end to it? Absolutely not. Teacher Huang, I find your words somewhat perplexing. Could you elaborate? Guo Hao inquired with a subtle smile, directing his gaze towards Teacher Huang. For reasons unknown. Despite being aware of Guo Hao's character as his student, Teacher Huang felt a slight unease upon encountering the smile on Guo Hao's face. It was a disquieting sensation, akin to a smile devoid of warmth. This sentiment was challenging to articulate. With a forced smile, Teacher Huang addressed Guo Hao, "This afternoon, the Gan City television station has aired the morning news, dispelling the rumors surrounding you and Xin Luoyan. The incidents involving Zhao Wang and Lu Shi fainting have also been recorded, effectively turning the tide of public opinion. My suggestion, which aligns with the school's stance, is to let this matter rest. Let us all focus on our studies, after all we are all classmates." Upon hearing Teacher Huang's words, Guo Hao's smile gradually faded. He looked at Teacher Huang with a blank expression. "Is that your perspective, or the school's?" Both, Teacher Huang replied, feeling a trickle of cold sweat forming on his back. He had never realized how imposing his student could be. "Then I have no further thoughts. However, since this matter involves classmate Xin Luoyan, I can refrain from pursuing it, but you should communicate with her. If Xin Luoyan is not bothered by it, then we can consider it resolved," Guo Hao stated calmly. Teacher Huang felt a slight awkwardness at Guo Hao's words. "Classmate Guo, the school has already sent someone to speak with Shun. She stated that this incident was solely due to your protection. Without you, she would not have escaped this assault. Thus, she said the matter is entirely in your hands." "Oh, I see." Guo Hao elongated his tone, his gaze cold as he looked at Teacher Huang. "Teacher Huang, you also recognize that without my intervention, Shen Luoyan would not have evaded this attack. I once heard someone say something, I'm curious if you have heard it." "What is it?" Teacher Huang, the homeroom teacher, inwardly lamented, struggling to keep pace with Guo Hao's advances. "It suggests that one should keep a distance from those who always advise others to be more magnanimous, for when lightning strikes them, it may very well ensnare you as well." As he spoke, Guo Hao cast a meaningful glance at Teacher Huang. Teacher Huang, filled with helplessness, regarded Guo Hao. "So, classmate Guo, what do you intend to do? Are you truly considering suing classmates Zhao Wang and Lu Shi? After all, they are also classmates and young women. Do we really need to escalate the situation? And what of it? Do young women not bear responsibility for their actions? Moreover, what do you mean by escalating the situation? Is that not a form of absurdity? Zhao Wang once troubled me and Shen Luoyan, and what were her promises and apologies? Are those to be dismissed as mere words? These were commitments made in front of the school leadership." Guo Hao fixed his gaze on Teacher Huang with calm determination. After a lengthy silence, Teacher Huang recognized the gravity of the situation. His tone shifted slightly as he pondered, "You are correct, and I support you as a teacher. But what do you wish to do? Are you truly planning to sue them?" Teacher Huang looked at Guo Hao with mild confusion. "Not necessarily. Since Zhao Ying's apology before the entire school, even the school leadership, proved ineffective, let us not trouble the school further. I will handle this myself." Guo Hao smiled gently as he spoke to Teacher Huang. "Very well." Teacher Huang sighed softly, acknowledging the complexity of the school's responsibilities. Just because Guo Hao claimed the school need not intervene did not absolve it of responsibility. Nonetheless, given Guo Hao's firm stance, "All right. I will convey your thoughts to Principal Feng." "I support you," Teacher Huang assured, looking earnestly at Guo Hao. Guo Hao smiled in response. "Thank you, Teacher Huang." "Ah, you." Teacher Huang sighed, studying Guo Hao intently as if only just realizing the depth of his student. Guo Hao's composed and reasoned arguments were enough to elevate Teacher Huang's regard for him significantly. This young man was certainly no ordinary student. "Please return to your studies," Teacher Huang instructed. "Understood, teacher." Guo Hao returned to the classroom, calming his thoughts as he resumed his exercises. Perhaps inspired by the problem-solving technique Shen Luoyan had shared at noon, Guo Hao found his thought process exceptionally fluid that afternoon, having completed 80 problems. Meanwhile, Teacher Huang returned to the principal's office, briefly outlining Guo Hao's thoughts and requests to Principal Feng. After listening to Teacher Huang's account, Principal Feng furrowed his brow slightly, visibly irritated. Guo Hao is indeed correct. Zhao apologized and made commitments before us. Yet, she then schemed against Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan immediately after. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable. Does the principal intend to inform Zhao and Lu Shi's parents of Guo Hao's claims? They must confront the consequences of their actions and seek Guo Hao's forgiveness. The school will merely serve as an intermediary, Principal Feng contemplated aloud. Understood. Teacher Huang nodded in agreement. As the final bell for the afternoon study session rang, Guo Hao closed his book and capped his pen. The students filed out of the classroom. Wang Shi hurried to Guo Hao's desk. So, what did Teacher Huang want to discuss with you? Is it about Zhao and the others? Let's talk on the way, Guo Hao replied, noticing several classmates casting curious glances their way. Oh, all right. Wang Shi nodded. And the two exited the classroom, making their way to the bike shed. Once outside the school, Guo Hao recounted his conversation with Teacher Huang to Wang Shi. After listening, Wang Shi pondered for a moment before asking curiously, how do you plan to handle this? Are you really going to sue Zhao and Lu Shi? Sue? Certainly not, Guo Hao chuckled. Why would I sue two underage high school girls? In this day and age, although their actions may indeed involve legal violations, the courts are unlikely to convict them. What I said was merely to intimidate Zhao and Lu Shi. So, what do you plan to do? Wang Shi questioned. Her eyes filled with curiosity. Chapter 45, Maintain Your Composure. I haven't thought it through yet. Guo Hao chuckled. Wang Shi paused for a moment. The two rode their bicycles side by side. At this moment, Guo Hao looked at Wang Shi and remarked, it's not as if I've committed a crime. There is no reason for me to be anxious. The ones who should be worried are Zhao and Lu Shi, along with their parents. If they are truly concerned, they will come to find me and present sincere conditions. The corners of Guo Hao's mouth curled slightly. Such tactics are commonplace in business negotiations. Stay calm. Indeed. Wang Shi pondered for a moment. Guo Ji's words were undeniably wise. It's not Guo Ji's issue, he shouldn't be the one feeling anxious. The ones who should be worried are undoubtedly Zhao and her companions. Guo Gu is impressive. Wang Shi gazed at Guo Hao with admiration. Stop boasting and go home. I've arrived. Guo Hao retorted with mock annoyance. All right. With that, Wang Shi departed, and Guo Hao pedaled into the neighborhood. Just as he arrived home, his mother, Guo Mu, called out, "You're back." I watched the news today, it made me quite anxious, but thankfully I saw the news debunking it this afternoon. Has this matter been resolved? Guo Mu inquired with curiosity. Well, it's somewhat resolved, Guo Hao replied with a smile. Our issues are settled. Now we just need to see what kind of compensation those two girls will offer. He then recounted the situation to his mother, including his conversation with their homeroom teacher. Ms. Huang. Guo Mu listened quietly, her gaze filled with warmth as she regarded her son. Hao, you've grown up. Guo Mu felt immense satisfaction with Guo Hao's ability to handle matters. Guo Hao smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. He was thankful for the opportunity to be reborn. Allowing him to witness the pride on his parents' faces, pride derived from him. For Guo Hao, this was undoubtedly one of the greatest rewards since his rebirth. All right. Dinner is ready. Guo Mu suddenly remembered something. Where is your father? Guo Hao abruptly recalled, what else could he be doing? Working late again. You eat first. I'll save him some food. Just then, the door swung open. Hao, you're back? Guo Fu entered, carrying a briefcase and changing into slippers at the door. He greeted Guo Hao with a smile. Father. Guo Hao responded cheerfully. I just spoke with Uncle Li and inquired about your situation. Guo Fu said, walking into the house. His eyes full of pride and admiration as he looked at Guo Hao. Uncle Li thinks highly of you. He said your future is boundless. Guo Hao smiled modestly. Uncle Li is being overly complimentary. Today's events were greatly aided by Uncle Li, otherwise, it might not have gone so smoothly. Humility is admirable. But excessive modesty can be detrimental, Guo Fu said, his eyes gleaming with appreciation. Guo Hao smiled slightly. You handled this matter exceptionally well. It can be considered quite perfect. Even if I were to tackle it, I could only achieve a similar outcome. Everything was conducted through proper channels. Moreover, there were no tricks or risks involved. Which is commendable. However, I do have one question: how do you plan to handle Zhaoying and Lushi? Guo Fu regarded his son with curiosity. I haven't decided yet, it depends on Zhaoying and Lushi's circumstances, as well as their parents' reactions. However, I never considered suing them. That was merely a tactic to intimidate them. That's wise. Guo Fu nodded in approval upon hearing Guo Hao's words. Actually pursuing legal action against them is not advisable. Uncle Li advised me to convey this to you. After all, you are all minors, and they are just two young girls. If the verdict overwhelms them, leading them to take drastic measures, that is something a judge must consider. Thus, it is highly unlikely there would be a guilty verdict. Guo Fu spoke earnestly to Guo Hao. Indeed. Guo Hao thought to himself, a touch of sarcasm creeping in, as his suspicions were confirmed. I understand, so from the beginning. This was merely a means to frighten them. I still hope they will come to me to negotiate a resolution, but as for the terms, they will have to propose them. Guo Hao said with a smile. Yes, in such matters, we certainly shouldn't rush, the ones who should be anxious are them. Guo Fu nodded, not pressing Guo Hao further. Due to the repeated provocations from Zhaoying and Lu Shi, Guo Fu felt a twinge of anger. If not for his son's maturity and ability to handle situations, he would not only be concerned about his son's well-being but also the impact on his son's tutor, Shen Luoyan, which was something Guo Fu found intolerable. As the family engaged in conversation, Guo Hao soon finished his meal. Mom and Dad, I'm full. I'll take my leave. Guo Hao said with a smile to his parents. Go ahead, study well. Guo Fu and Guo Mu exchanged glances filled with pride as Guo Hao turned to leave. Children grow up. Guo Mu said with a smile. Indeed. The children have grown. Guo Fu nodded in agreement, sharing a smile with his wife. Upon returning to school, Guo Hao and Wang Shi encountered a peculiar sight. Two middle-aged men stood outside Class 7 of the third year, drawing the attention of many nearby students. Speculations about the identity of the two men circulated among the students. As Guo Hao approached the classroom door, one of the middle-aged men suddenly spoke. You must be Guo Hao, right? Can we have a word? Wang Shi instinctively glanced at Guo Hao, momentarily taken aback. Wang Shi, you should head back to class. Okay. Wang Shi replied, casting a glance at the two middle-aged men, his curiosity piqued. He entered the classroom. While the two men's gazes were now solely fixed on Guo Hao. Guo Hao smiled slightly. Gentlemen, what can I do for you? Guo Hao. Would it be convenient for us to have a private conversation? One of the men looked around at the bustling students, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation as he addressed Guo Hao. Of course, it's quite convenient, Guo Hao replied. The three of them then moved to a quieter corner. The two middle-aged men intended to take Guo Hao outside the school for a discussion, but Guo Hao expressed his desire to stay and study, leaving them no choice but to abandon that plan. Just tell me what you need, I must return to class soon. Guo Hao smiled, looking at the two men before him. Chapter 46, Apologies and Compensation. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, the two middle-aged men exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. Guo Hao, I am Lu Shi's father, one introduced himself. I am Zhao Ying's father, the other followed suit. Guo Hao's expression remained unchanged, he had already anticipated this encounter. I had an inkling. Let us dispense with the formalities, what is it that you wish to convey? I have studies to attend to. The two men appeared slightly awkward. Guo Hao, this matter pertains to our daughters. We sincerely apologize on their behalf. We are truly sorry. They said in unison. Save your apologies. If anyone needs to apologize, it should be your daughters to both me and Shen Luoyan. Your apologies hold little significance for me. Let us speak of compensation, my time is precious. And I cannot afford to linger here. Guo Hao replied calmly. Very well, we shall not beat around the bush any longer. Guo Hao, please state your desired compensation. We will ensure you are satisfied, provided you refrain from pursuing legal action, Zhao Ying's father interjected hastily. From his tone, Guo Hao detected a sense of affluence. I am indifferent, as a boy, such rumors bear little harm to me. However, they have inflicted substantial damage upon Shen Luoyan. Therefore, I propose that both families contribute 10,000 yuan as compensation for Shen Luoyan's honor. Surely, this amount is not excessive? Upon hearing this, both fathers felt a wave of relief wash over them. Not excessive at all. Agreed. Now, I shall return to my studies. Oh. And do ensure that Zhao Ying and Lu Shi publicly apologize to Shen Luoyan in class. I shall consider the matter settled. Understood. The two fathers eagerly concurred. As long as Guo Hao chose not to pursue legal action, that was their utmost concern. Guo Hao's demands were reasonable, and they had no grounds to oppose them. Very well, I shall take my leave now. With that, Guo Hao turned and departed, indifferent to the thoughts of the two fathers, who regarded his retreating figure with a complex expression. This boy was far more mature than they had anticipated. They had prepared themselves for Guo Hao to make exorbitant demands, thinking that several tens of thousands would suffice to resolve this issue. Yet, unexpectedly, he asked for a mere 10,000 for Shen Luoyan. His words and actions were impeccably calculated. Impressive. Truly impressive. Was this indeed a high school senior? This boy was no ordinary individual. Upon returning to the classroom, Wang Shi could hardly contain her curiosity. Were those two just Zhao Ying and Lu Shi's fathers? What transpired? What conditions did you impose? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, ready to dissect the details. I did not demand any money. Wang Shi was taken aback. Ha? She questioned, bewildered. I sought compensation for Shen Luoyan. For me? The money holds little value, and I was not harmed in this situation. Why would I ask for their money? Shen Luoyan is the true victim. It is only fair that she receives it. Guo Hao shrugged. Wow! Such a golden opportunity squandered. You have truly transformed. Wang Shi exclaimed, nearly leaping from her seat in disbelief. Enough! Get back to your seat and focus on your studies, do not distract me while I work on my problems. Guo Hao chided her. Fine. Wang Shi reluctantly rose from her seat, wishing to hear more gossip. Guo Hao settled back into his work, diligently progressing through the assignments Shen Luoyan had given him, aiming to finish them before the first class of evening study. It must be said that high school material is significantly more complex than that of middle school. In middle school, one merely needed to grasp formulas and theorems, followed by a series of practice problems, resulting in a swift improvement. Especially in the second year of middle school, the challenges were relatively few, primarily minor computational difficulties. However, in high school, understanding formulas and theorems is only one aspect, the integration of knowledge is another. High school problems often involve intricate details, particularly in the third year, where knowledge from the first year is assessed through complex, composite questions. Even ordinary computational problems embody such intricacies. Consequently, the pace of learning has slowed considerably. After studying diligently, Guo Hao had only achieved a completion rate of just over 40%. In high school, many traps lay hidden within seemingly straightforward problems, with subtle details obscured from view. During evening study, he continued to memorize classical poetry, chemical equations, and essential biological content, as he aimed to attain a comprehensive understanding of first-year high school knowledge within a month. With mathematics barely reaching 40%, he had yet to begin the other subjects. After evening study concluded, Guo Hao finally completed the 100 problems assigned by Shen Luoyan. After class, he headed straight to the elite class with a copy of the 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulated tests. As soon as Shen Luoyan saw Guo Hao, she interrupted before he could speak. Did you help me demand money? I refuse to accept it. Her gaze was resolute. This money is a form of compensation for your mental anguish. The world operates on fairness. If you refuse to accept it, they will assume you intend to pursue the matter further, and I would have to sue them. Should they truly escape without consequence for their actions? Guo Hao smiled, meeting her gaze. This is a simple principle, I trust you will understand. But Shen Luoyan hesitated. Take the money. Or let your grandmother hold it. Stating it is compensation from the rumor mongers. I have already shown enough mercy. Guo Hao's demeanor was unyielding. This money should not solely belong to me. After a prolonged silence, perhaps Shen Luoyan had come to a realization. She looked at Guo Hao earnestly and said, "Never mind, my reputation was not significantly harmed in this matter. So I see no need to ask them for money. If I had suffered damage, I would simply demand another 10,000. Guo Hao chuckled, gazing at Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan nodded in silence. All right, enough of this. I have completed the problems. With that, Guo Hao handed her the copy of the 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulated tests. Chapter 47, Entering the Zone. The True Joy of Learning. Come find me for the next class, Shen Luoyan said to Guo Hao, who stood nearby. All right, Guo Hao nodded. Upon returning to the classroom, he embarked on self-studying chemistry. Surprisingly, the challenges of self-learning chemistry proved to be less daunting than he had anticipated. The key lay in comprehending the various concepts within chemistry and developing a profound understanding of the elements and their interrelationships. He pondered how reactions between elements would unfold and the nature of displacement reactions among atomic groups. As Guo Hao perused the textbook, he supplemented his study with practice problems. To his astonishment, his learning pace was not as sluggish as he feared. However, this surprise was fleeting, as he recognized the normalcy of his progress. After all, mastering chemistry fundamentally relies on understanding the elements. Even the calculations for chemical displacement reaction equations were substantially more manageable than he had envisioned. Having grasped some basic chemical knowledge, Guo Hao engaged in simple chemical equation manipulations. Initially, the myriad concepts were indeed challenging. After one session of chemistry, he surprisingly achieved a 3 progress rate in his first-year chemistry studies. Ding! User gains 15 chemistry experience. The amount of chemistry experience acquired in a single lesson exceeded Guo Hao's expectations, prompting him to reflect. Clearly, the system exhibited a level of intelligence far beyond his initial assumptions, capable of discerning the depth of his learning. Consequently, the experience he garnered was not arbitrary. For instance, during this class, he had delved deeper into chemistry, thus earning a proportionally greater amount of experience. With this thought in mind, the class ended, and Guo Hao proceeded to the advanced class. Well done. Out of the 100 questions I assigned, you answered 63 correctly, which is commendable. Shen Luoyan adjusted her glasses, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise as she regarded Guo Hao. Initially, she had thought he might only manage 50 correct answers at most. But his rapid progress was beyond her expectations. I've organized your thought process for the questions you got wrong, and I've noted the mistakes for you to review. Additionally, among the new 100 questions, several pertain to the second-year syllabus. You can take this opportunity to study them together. Starting tomorrow, I'll provide you with a schedule to commence your comprehensive studies. As for your Chinese and English, Shen Luoyan was about to say more. No need for Chinese, and I can still score 130 in English. Guo Hao replied with a slight smile, meeting Shen Luoyan's gaze. Surprised by his confidence, Shen Luoyan remarked, in that case, how you approach your English and Chinese studies is entirely up to you. I won't interfere. All right. With that, Shen Luoyan turned and returned to the classroom, while Guo Hao descended back to his class. Reflecting on his insights from the previous chemistry lesson, Guo Hao discerned that the more immersed he became in his studies, the more readily the system rewarded him with additional experience. He resolved to apply this principle to mathematics during this session, seeking to engage deeply with the material and tackle problems methodically. To achieve this goal, Guo Hao slowed his pace on the more challenging problems, taking care to uncover the traps hidden within each question. Gradually, he began to enter a productive state. Problems that once seemed insurmountable began to yield insights as he recognized his misunderstandings and the areas where his grasp of knowledge remained superficial. The more he practiced, the brighter his understanding became. So that's how it works. Guo Hao enthusiastically tackled problems, oblivious to the external world. Where he had once approached learning merely as a task to complete, he now began to savor the thrill of discovering new knowledge and the joy of scaling intellectual heights. This was his first genuine experience of the joy of learning. Immersed in his studies, Guo Hao ceased to concern himself with his progress or the accumulation of mathematical experience. Unaware that his learning speed and progress had significantly accelerated. As the evening study session concluded, the bell jolted Guo Hao from his reverie. Ah! He exhaled, feeling invigorated. This immersive learning experience, while mentally taxing, was undeniably gratifying, leaving him slightly fatigued. He glanced at the system panel and was taken aback to discover that his progress in first-year mathematics had reached 53. Earlier that afternoon, it had stood at 46. This indicated that in just 2 classes, he had achieved a remarkable 7 increase. Moreover, the system displayed a string of experience gains. Ding! 16 mathematics experience. Ding! 21 mathematics experience. A continuous stream of experience points totaled an impressive 79. This was an exceptional accomplishment, as he had rarely earned such a substantial amount of academic experience on his own, apart from system rewards. Elated, Guo Hao reveled in his achievement. "What are you still sitting there for?" Just then, the voice of Wang Shi interrupted his reverie. "The classroom is empty," Wang Shi said irritably, urging Guo Hao to leave. Feeling buoyant from his productive learning state and the newfound joy he had discovered, Guo Hao had little desire to engage with Wang Shi, whom he deemed oblivious. "You've truly lost your mind. I saw you laughing while solving problems. It's terrifying." Wang Shi regarded Guo Hao with a bemused expression. "You're the one who's strange." Guo Hao rolled his eyes. "Let's go." He dismissed the need to explain his enthusiasm for learning to Wang Shi, who seemed utterly incapable of understanding. Chapter 48, Learning Can Also Become Addictive. After leaving the school with Wang Shi, Guo Hao quickly returned home. While enjoying the midnight snack prepared by his mother, his father inquired, "How did your matters go today?" Guo Hao recounted his conversations with the 2 men, as well as his exchange with Shen Luoyan, providing a brief overview to his father. "Very well." Guo's father observed him with approving eyes. "You handled these matters excellently, you are truly maturing." Guo Hao smiled modestly. "It is thanks to your teachings, father." "Enough of that flattery, I did not teach you everything. Your current abilities are largely due to your own efforts." Guo's father remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "One cannot say that, your influence on me has been significant, after all." Guo Hao insisted. "Enough with the compliments." Guo's father laughed as he playfully scolded Guo Hao. "Then, father, may I return to my studies?" Guo Hao asked. "Go ahead," his father replied with satisfaction, watching him with a smile. Upon entering his room, Guo Hao eagerly retrieved an energy potion from the system. Glancing at the remaining quantity displayed on the system panel, he felt a twinge of regret. He had initially acquired 20 potions, yet only 11 remained after extensive use. What a pity! I have no idea where to replenish them. Once consumed, they are gone for good. This is a remarkable item. It not only enhances my study efficiency but also provides an exquisite effect for deep sleep once its efficacy wanes. I can fall asleep within 5 minutes and plunge into deep slumber. Waking up the next morning feels utterly refreshing. This is truly a household essential. Reluctantly gazing at the potion in his hand, Guo Hao hesitated briefly before downing it in one gulp, then opened his textbook. Another 100 problems awaited him. Guo Hao felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind, and his previous impatience had notably subsided. Previously, his approach to learning was somewhat superficial. He was not genuinely interested in studying but rather compelled by specific goals, forcing himself to engage with his studies. However, now things had changed. Guo Hao had begun to grasp the essence of learning and was experiencing the joy of acquiring new knowledge. More importantly, this newfound method of study not only expanded his knowledge but also allowed him to relish the process of learning. Transitioning from forced learning to self-motivated study was a significant and meaningful evolution. Merely being proactive in action is meaningful, but without genuine interest, the efficiency of learning diminishes considerably. The difference between studying to complete a task and studying out of passion is profound. For instance, while Guo Hao had been actively engaged in his studies before, it was largely due to system tasks, achieving a score of 637 in the college entrance examination to unlock substantial rewards from the system. As a soul who had traversed time, acknowledging the value of learning and dedicating oneself to it was inherently challenging. Returning to the mindset of an ordinary student after years of societal struggle was no small feat. Despite Guo Hao believing he had settled into this new role, many aspects of his perception were misleading. He had not genuinely committed to his studies, remaining preoccupied with academic experience and progress. This utilitarian approach to learning yielded satisfactory results with simpler knowledge but faltered when confronted with more complex material. The slower pace of understanding often exacerbated his impatience, hindering deeper comprehension of challenging problems. He realized he was focused on hastily resolving difficulties without delving into the underlying reasons for their complexity. Nor had he contemplated how to thoroughly understand the roots of such difficulties. This was the root cause of Guo Hao's noticeable slowdown in academic progress after entering the third year of middle school. However, the situation was different now. Guo Hao immersed himself in solving the problems provided by Shen Luo Yan. His pace, albeit slower than before, was marked by a newfound diligence. Whenever he encountered a challenging question, he took the time to dissect it thoughtfully, striving to comprehend the essence of the knowledge and unravel the intricacies of mathematics. Rather than merely practicing problems, Guo Hao was now deeply engaging with the questions, exploring their foundational concepts. While his speed had diminished, his understanding of the material had deepened significantly. After 2 hours of focused study that evening, he managed to tackle only about 10 problems, yet his mathematical insight had grown considerably. More importantly, he began to perceive a clear path ahead, as knowledge radiated an irresistible allure. The next day, Guo Hao, feeling invigorated as ever, set out for Gongchangno One High School. "Hey, Hao Guo, why do you seem a bit different today?" Wang Shi asked as they rode their bicycles together towards school. "Really?" Guo Hao smiled at Wang Shi's observation. "Indeed. You definitely seem different." Wang Shi nodded emphatically, his curiosity piqued as he regarded Guo Hao. "Perhaps I've matured, my friend. After all, my father has aged another year." Guo Hao feigned an elderly demeanor, playfully ruffling Wang Shi's hair. "Cut it out." Wang Shi swatted Guo Hao's hand away. The two continued their playful banter as they rode back to school. Upon entering the classroom, Guo Hao noticed many students casting their gazes in his direction. If he had previously held little presence in school, he had now transformed into a figure of significant attention. Wherever he went, eyes were drawn to him. Ignoring the stares, Guo Hao returned to his seat, resolutely resuming his studies. Chapter 49, Time Task Completed. A lottery awaits. Learning can indeed become an addiction, provided one has genuinely embarked on the journey. Most students, despite studying for over a decade, remain novices, still on the periphery of true learning. Many do not even contemplate the act of learning itself. A select few, while recognizing the significance of education, perceive it as a form of arduous asceticism, relying on this path to elevate their standing. For these students, although their grades may be commendable, they have yet to penetrate the realm of true understanding. Their achievements stem from persistence, even frantic memorization and relentless practice, which merely cultivates a reflexive response to answering questions. Such an approach cannot be deemed a genuine initiation into learning. In fact, on some level, they remain utterly ignorant of the essence of education. Their so-called learning is merely mechanical indoctrination, yielding diminishing returns, only when one truly engages in learning, cultivating a curiosity for the unknown. Does one reach a state of authentic enlightenment? Presently, Guo Hao teeters on the brink of this initiation. The experience of genuinely entering into the realm of learning is wondrous and comforting for most. The act of learning itself can elicit a release of dopamine. As Guo Hao continues to tackle problems, his pace gradually quickens, though he still encounters difficulties with more complex questions. During lunch, he encounters Lu Shi and Zhao. Upon noticing Guo Hao, they quickly lower their heads and sidestep him. To them, Guo Hao has become the most intimidating figure in the school. They cannot fathom how he discovered their messages or unraveled the entirety of the situation. Regardless, he appears to them as a devil capable of reading minds, instilling a sense of trepidation whenever they see him. They dare not provoke him. Even Zhaoying, who previously exuded arrogance, has become considerably subdued following Guo Hao's rebuke. Guo Hao merely glances at the two girls, smiles, and chooses to ignore them. For him, as long as they do not seek trouble with him, he has no inclination to engage them. After all, his studies hold far greater importance than their antics. Following lunch, Guo Hao resumes his problem solving until the conclusion of the third class in the afternoon. He diligently completes the 100 questions assigned by Shen Luoyan the previous night and submits them to her. Finished already? Shen Luoyan gazes at the stack of papers, astonished. The questions she assigned were somewhat challenging, yet Guo Hao managed to complete them swiftly. Guo Hao nods in affirmation. Shen Luoyan furrows her brow slightly, cautioning him not to sacrifice accuracy for speed. When solving problems, it's essential to gain insights, otherwise, no amount of practice bears fruit. Rest assured, Guo Hao replies with a smile. Shen Luoyan nods silently, handing him several notebooks. Here is a rough study schedule I devised for you. And these are my notes from years of comprehensive science studies, which I have organized. If you encounter any concepts you do not understand, feel free to ask me or consult your teachers. She instructs. All right, Teacher Shen. Guo Hao responds with a slight smile. Upon returning to the classroom and perusing her notebooks, he feels a wave of gratitude. Engaging Shen Luoyan as a tutor has proven to be an astute decision. Her meticulously detailed notes, which highlight key points with clarity, are unparalleled. No other teacher could provide such clarity in their notes. This alone justifies the investment in Shen Luoyan's tutoring. As Guo Hao immerses himself in chemistry using Shen Luoyan's notebooks, she, in the elite class, continues to grade his work. The more she assesses, the greater her astonishment grows. 100 questions, some even involving second-year high school content, yet his accuracy stands at an impressive 80%. The difficulty level has increased. Yet both his precision and speed have simultaneously improved. Could it be that Guo Hao is indeed a prodigious talent? Shen Luoyan finds herself increasingly perplexed. After the afternoon self-study session, Shen Luoyan approaches Guo Hao. If you maintain this pace and progress, perhaps you will not need to repeat the year. However, you require a more rigorous and demanding study plan. If you agree, I can assist you in formulating one, she states earnestly. Of course, Guo Hao replies with a smile. He has been awaiting this very proposition. He has never entertained the notion of retaking the year. The compensation tasks from the system do not imply that. However, considering his prior pace, it has been somewhat sluggish, especially with the impending exam date drawing near. Time is of the essence. But now, Shen Luoyan likely shares this sentiment. Very well, for the next 2 months, I shall provide you with intensive training. Ultimately, though, the responsibility lies with you. I can only guide you, supervise, and assist. The bulk of the learning must come from your own efforts. You must be prepared, Shen Luoyan advises. Absolutely, Guo Hao responds without hesitation. In the subsequent month, Guo Hao rises half an hour earlier each day to arrive at school, where Shen Luoyan conducts a 30-minute lesson in the corridor, assigning daily study tasks and objectives. Then, during the afternoon self-study, with the permission of old Huang and the elite class's homeroom teacher, he receives an additional lesson from Shen Luoyan, who assesses his daily progress. Evenings typically consist of a comprehensive science exam and a mathematics paper. Finally, with roughly 3 days remaining for Guo Hao's time task, a notification chimes in his ears. Ding. User has successfully completed the timed task. After rebirth, learning is fundamental. Within 1 month, elevate the completion rate of all subjects in the first year to 100%. Task reward, free experience 6,000. Basic lottery chance 1. Silver task card 1. As the system notification resonates, Guo Hao, engrossed in solving physics problems, momentarily loses his focus. This nearly month-long bout of intense study has left him somewhat disoriented. He had exhausted his energy potions long ago. Without them, he has relied solely on sheer willpower to rise each morning at 5 o'clock, without a hint of hesitation. Lottery, Guo Hao silently contemplates. Chapter 50, Subject Levels. A frantic surge. Ding. Successfully drawn 50 energy potions. The notification from the system caused Guo Hao's eyes to brighten slightly. A commendable reward. It is worth noting that over the past 10 days, Guo Hao had been devoid of energy potions, studying until midnight each day without any deep sleep, leaving him utterly fatigued. At times, when the weariness overwhelmed him, a mere 20-minute nap was all he could manage to alleviate his drowsiness. Such was his predicament, after all. Profound fatigue renders learning nearly impossible. For Guo Hao, the mere prospect of energy potions enabling him to achieve deep sleep was enough to endear them to him. Regrettably, the system typically provided too few tasks, with a maximum of 1 or 2 available at a time. Only upon completing the preceding task would a subsequent one appear. As for rewards, they were contingent upon the completion of tasks. Although this lottery did not yield any skills, Guo Hao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Additionally, he received 6,000 free experience points, which he could allocate at his discretion. After a moment's contemplation, he opened his panel. User, Guo Hao, Intelligence, 130, Stamina, 8, Strength, 7, Speed, 7, Math, LV2, 4,361 5,000, Linguistics, LV1, 790-1000, Informatics, LV2, 4,288 5,000, Chemistry, LV1, 280-1000, Physics, LV1, 350-1000, Biology, LV1, 150-1000, Normal intelligence for an individual ranges from 90 to 109. While a score below 69 indicates intellectual impairment, standard values for other attributes in adults are set at 10. After a month of relentless study, coupled with Shen Luoyan's dedicated instruction, Guo Hao's panel had undergone a remarkable transformation. His intelligence had increased by 2 points, as his 3 core subjects had all reached level 1, resulting in further cognitive enhancement. Mathematics, in particular, had seen exponential growth due to Guo Hao's fervent studies and genuine comprehension of the subject, bringing him close to level 3. Without a moment's hesitation, Guo Hao allocated 639 points of free experience to mathematics. Ding! User's mathematics experience is now full, successfully upgraded to LV3. Ding! Hostess intelligence 2. The system's notification reverberated in his ears, and Guo Hao felt a surge of mental clarity, an indescribable sensation enveloping his mind. His gaze drifted to the unfinished math problems on his desk. Just a fleeting glance ignited an inexplicable intuition within him. The answers appeared as if conjured from thin air. Was this mathematical intuition? Guo Hao calculated briefly, confirming the accuracy of the answer in his mind, and a look of contemplation crossed his face. It seemed that this elevation in subject levels could enhance his sensitivity to certain academic domains, enabling him to discern critical points in mathematics with remarkable acuity, thus manifesting a form of intuition. How delightful! Initially, Guo Hao had thought that the primary benefit of elevating these subject levels was the enhancement of his intelligence. However, it appeared that the perceptual sensitivity to academic knowledge was equally as valuable as a mere increase in intelligence. Guo Hao was thoroughly pleased. With approximately 5,000 free experience points remaining, he pondered how best to allocate them. After some deliberation, he resolved to elevate all 3 core subjects to level 2. As he had less than 2 months remaining until the college entrance examination, this upcoming exam could indeed wield a significant influence on his future development. Thus, it was imperative to prioritize the impending test. He allocated 2,220 points of free experience across the 3 core subjects. Ding! User's chemistry level upgraded to LV2, 05,000, ding. User's physics level upgraded to LV2, 05,000, ding. User's biology level upgraded to LV2, 05,000, ding. Host gains intelligence 3. A series of system notifications echoed in his ears. Guo Hao sensed a profound transformation within his mind. The simultaneous elevation of 3 subjects to level 2 brought about monumental change. In that fleeting moment, he felt momentarily dazed, only to gradually regain clarity. Akin to the refreshing sensation of mint, the world around him became infinitely more perceptible. After a while, this sensation began to wane. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Guo Hao's eyes. The feeling was delightful, and he could even perceive a depth in the knowledge residing within his mind. Glancing at his remaining free experience points, he noted that approximately 3,000 remained. Without hesitation, he allocated over 700 points to informatics. Ding! User's informatics experience is now full, successfully upgraded to LV3. Ding! User's intelligence 1. Once more, the notifications resonated in his ears, and Guo Hao felt content. Indeed. Elevating subject levels fundamentally assisted in the evolution of his brain, albeit at a gradual pace. However, a significant boost in intelligence was to be expected upon reaching higher subject levels. Guo Hao speculated that this enhancement was also tied to his intrinsic intelligence. The higher one's intelligence, the more challenging it became to elevate lower subject levels. This thought flitted through his mind. After a moment's reflection, Guo Hao allocated several hundred experience points to linguistics, raising it to level 2. As anticipated, enhancing linguistics did not yield an increase in his intelligence. With the remaining experience, Guo Hao decided to invest it all into mathematics. After all, mathematics was paramount. Moreover, he surmised that advancements in mathematics would yield significant benefits for cognitive development. Conversely, subjects like linguistics appeared to offer minimal impact on deep intellectual growth. Physics, chemistry, and biology also contributed positively to cognitive development. Yet Guo Hao sensed that their effects were still inferior to those of mathematics. Each elevation in his mathematics level almost invariably resulted in an increase in intelligence. A benefit not necessarily shared by advancements in other subjects. Chapter 51, The Silver Level Reward Mission. All free experience points have been allocated. Guo Hao, feeling a sense of satisfaction, once again opened his attribute panel. User, Guo Hao, Intelligence, 136, Stamina, 8, Strength, 7, Speed, 7, Mathematics, LV3, 2219 10,000, Linguistics, LV2, 05,000, Informatics, LV3, 10,000, Chemistry, LV2, 05,000, Physics, LV2, 05,000, Biology, LV2, 05,000. The standard IQ for a normal individual ranges from 90 to 109. With scores below 69 indicating intellectual disabilities. The standard values for other attributes in a normal adult are set at 10. His academic panel had undergone a remarkable transformation. Apart from mathematics, all other subjects had reset to 0 experience, yet each was elevated to a level above 2. This made the pursuit of his ultimate goal, the golden level reward mission, considerably simpler. Guo Hao was elated, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. In just 1 month, he had progressed from an ignorant rebirth to mastering the entirety of the first-year high school curriculum. This was indeed a formidable achievement. Although the first year was merely a foundation, he had established an excellent start. Particularly, with his academic levels elevated, subsequent studies would undoubtedly become more manageable. With his spirits lifted, Guo Hao began to examine another task reward, the Silver Task Card. He clicked on the introduction of the Silver Task Card within the system. Silver Task Card, upon usage, 3 selectable silver level reward missions will be made available, with substantial rewards for task completion. Indeed, it was exactly as he had anticipated. The rewards for the silver level tasks should be quite generous. After all, his current endeavor was merely a golden level reward mission. While the silver level rewards might be somewhat lesser, they were not likely to fall short in value. Guo Hao's curiosity piqued as he opened the Silver Task Card. Optional Task 1, as a high school student of the new era, how can one not possess accolades? Achieve a provincial level competition award. Reward, free experience 0 dash? Intermediate lottery chances 2. Optional Task 2, love is a miracle born of humanity for procreation. Explore the mysteries of love and engage in a romantic relationship lasting over 3 months. Reward, free experience 0 dash? Golden Task Card 1. Optional Task 3, in today's scientific community, there exists a notion of sex, within less than 2 months. Score at least 637 in the upcoming college entrance examination to gain admission to a university of at least level 211. Reward, free experience 0 dash? Random Blueprint 1, random lottery chances 1. Surveying the 3 optional tasks before him, Guo Hao felt a wave of astonishment. Each of these tasks was of a nature that could be forsaken, and the experience rewards were contingent upon the completion level. He noted the annotations at the end. However, Guo Hao found himself somewhat incredulous regarding these tasks, especially the second one. A romantic relationship? Wasn't that the simplest of tasks? Given his recent prominence at school, combined with his reasonably handsome appearance, many female students had begun to develop infatuations with him. Of course, Guo Hao had not been particularly interested in investigating these matters. All he knew was what Wang Shi had relayed to him. That guy, Wang Shi, was truly idle, spending his days prying into such affairs. Even accepting bribes from younger female students to deliver love letters to Guo Hao, leaving him utterly speechless. Thus, to say it was easy. Finding a girlfriend would be the simplest task imaginable. Once a partner was found, all that remained was to endure the passage of time. According to the task description, the free experience would be calculated based on the duration, seemingly capped at 1 year. Or perhaps marriage was required? Nonetheless, Guo Hao felt somewhat exasperated. He had no intention of casually seeking a woman for the sake of completing a task. The thought of engaging in a relationship purely for the purpose of fulfilling a mission made him feel akin to a subject under observation, an unsettling sensation. Although he desired a golden task card, he quickly dismissed this option after a brief contemplation. As for the first option, it was indeed quite appealing. Unfortunately, participating in a provincial-level competition within a short time frame seemed implausible, not to mention, there might not even be an opportunity within a year. Ultimately, the third task resonated most with his current situation. After all, his golden level task required him to score above 637. If he achieved this score, gaining admission to a level 211 university would be a matter of ease. Should he remain flexible with his major based on previous year's scores? He might even approach the threshold of the C9 universities. Thus, without hesitation, Guo Hao selected the third optional task. Successfully choosing the task, the rewards were now fully assimilated. Exhaling deeply, Guo Hao felt a slight sense of relief. As the deadline for this time-sensitive task approached, his study habits became increasingly fervent, especially over the past 3 days. His intense learning not only startled Shen Luoyan but also drew concern from his parents, who wondered if he was encountering any difficulties. Upon clarifying that he faced no issues, Guo Hao's parents could only comfort him, emphasizing that health was more important than academic endeavors. At this juncture, his frenzied studying could finally reach a pause. Just then, the school bell rang. Guo Hao relaxedly settled into his seat, when suddenly, a voice from beside him exclaimed in astonishment. "Wow, come see what I've found." Guo Hao turned to see Wang Shi. "What is it?" he replied, somewhat irritably. "Brother Hao, did the sun rise from the west today?" Wang Shi slid his chair closer, eyes filled with curiosity as he looked at Guo Hao. "You, of all people, actually taking a break? Your intense studying has truly frightened me." Wang Shi regarded Guo Hao as if he were a rare specimen. Guo Hao rolled his eyes at Wang Shi. "I'm a human being, not a machine, of course. I need to rest. By the way, is your frenzied studying yielding any results? The second mock exam is tomorrow. Do you feel confident?" Wang Shi teased Guo Hao. "It's hard to say, let's see if I can at least pass the first tier." Guo Hao mused for a moment before responding to Wang Shi. "That's already decent." "Can pass, what?" Wang Shi stared in disbelief at Guo Hao. Chapter 52, the upcoming second mock examination for the college entrance exam. "What's wrong?" Guo Hao inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Shi. At that moment, Wang Shi was still in a state of bewilderment. After a while, he couldn't help but ask Guo Hao, "Are you sure you're talking about the first tier, not just any undergraduate program?" The incredulity in Wang Shi's eyes was unmistakable as he looked at Guo Hao. Historically, the threshold for the first tier has been a score of at least 500. Yet Guo Hao had only ever scored around 300, consistently ranking among the bottom 3 in their class. Was he seriously claiming he could reach the first tier cutoff? Surely, this was a jest. Wang Shi observed Guo Hao with great curiosity. "Of course it's the first tier," Guo Hao responded with conviction. After all, he could easily score over 130 in English and above 90 in Chinese. As for mathematics, he had achieved a perfect score in the first year and had already begun studying some second-year materials. He felt confident he could secure at least 90 points. As the exam contained many foundational questions, achieving 100 in the first-year curriculum was indeed commendable. Then came the comprehensive science subjects. Although Guo Hao wasn't overly confident about attaining a high score, his recent month of study, practicing problems and receiving guidance from Shen Luoyan ensured he could pass all 3 subjects, as the difficulty was manageable. With a completion rate of 100 in first-year science, scoring 60 should not pose a challenge. Based on his calculations, a total score of 500 was inevitable. However, Guo Hao aimed for at least 530, hoping to cap off his month of intensive study with a satisfactory result. Guo Hao regarded the upcoming provincial mock exam with utmost seriousness. This would serve as a significant assessment of his recent academic efforts. No way! Wang Shi exclaimed, still in disbelief as he stared at Guo Hao. Why didn't I notice before how much you boast? A score of 500? You think you'll improve by 200 points in just a month? Don't believe me? Shall we place a bet? With a slight smile, Guo Hao replied, Wang Shi, it's best to let it be. I've noticed you've changed significantly. You seem to take pleasure in trying to deceive me. Go ahead and aim for that 500. Wang Shi's expression still bore traces of skepticism, but Guo Hao remained unfazed. Alright, class is starting. Time to return to your seats. Wang Shi glanced at Guo Hao, said nothing further, and returned to his place. The last self-study session of the afternoon was underway. As the bell rang, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, briskly entered the classroom. Everyone, please pause your writing, Mr. Huang announced from the podium, addressing the assembled students. The students ceased their writing and looked up at Mr. Huang, Guo Hao included. Without the pressure of a time-limited task, Guo Hao felt a sense of ease, not as anxious as before about wasting even a moment. Tomorrow marks the second mock examination for our province, a critical event. This serves as a concentrated assessment of everyone's recent learning progress. Not only for you but also for our school, Gongshang No. 1 High School. Over the next couple of days, let us put in our utmost effort. Mr. Huang's expression was tinged with nervousness. For teachers like him, such examinations held profound significance. I won't linger on idle talk, the college entrance exam is fast approaching. You all must understand the importance of this mock examination. Mr. Huang took a deep breath. Now, I won't say much more. In the afternoon, please organize your books and find a suitable place to store them. Class monitor. Present. Zhao Ming quickly stood up. This is the list of names and seating arrangements for our classroom. Mr. Huang handed a stack of papers to Zhao Ming. Additionally, here are the details of your examination rooms. When the time comes, you can head directly to your designated area. When I call your name, please come forward to collect your examination permit. The provincial mock exam is no ordinary test. Typically, the third-year students undergo 3 mock examinations, all modeled after the format of the actual college entrance exam. This is entirely designed to help students acclimate to the exam environment, reducing anxiety when facing the real test. Following the examination, students will gain a general understanding of their performance levels, as provincial rankings will be released, giving them a clearer perspective on where they stand. After all, college admissions often hinge more on provincial rankings than mere scores. The selection process begins with the highest scores, rather than strictly adhering to numerical results. Even the delineation of the undergraduate line is influenced by the rankings of candidates that year. Therefore, understanding one's standing within the province is indeed significant. One by one, students approach to collect their examination permits, which contain their seating assignments and examination rooms. Mr. Huang reminded them, the invigilators will be teachers from other schools. So ensure you keep your examination permits safe and do not misplace them. Furthermore, there will be no evening self-study session today. Once you've tidied up your belongings, you may head home. Wow! Before Mr. Huang could finish, the classroom erupted in cheers. With only 1 day off each week and evening study sessions nearly every day, even the third-year students desired rest. They were pleasantly surprised to find that the upcoming exam would grant them some respite. All right, let us calm down. Mr. Huang smiled at the jubilant students, fully aware of their excitement after years of being a homeroom teacher. As the cheer subsided, the students looked at Mr. Huang with eager anticipation. Although evening study is cancelled for the next 2 days, do not let your guard down at home. Be sure to rest early tonight to recharge, ensuring you can perform well in the exam. The school has prepared numerous enticing rewards for this second mock exam, and there will be special prizes for outstanding performance. I hope everyone takes this seriously. Chapter 53 Brother Hao, should I sell my Bitcoin? Lao Huang chuckled, observing the students around him. All right, teacher. Understood. Exclaimed the students from Class 7. Upon hearing Lao Huang's words, Guo Hao smiled gently. A bonus? I suppose it is meant for Shen Luoyan. Given her outstanding grades and humble background, the reward is likely intended to motivate her to achieve even greater academic success. When it comes to finances, Guo Hao recalled that after he had secured 10,000 yuan as mental compensation for Shen Luoyan, her attitude towards him had noticeably softened. She was no longer as frigid as before. It seemed Shen Luoyan was not entirely oblivious to the intricacies of human relationships. Perhaps her modest upbringing and striking appearance led her grandmother to instill the importance of concealing her beauty, emphasizing the need to focus solely on her studies. After all, if her looks were revealed, countless complications could arise. Thus, it was prudent for Shen Luoyan to avoid excessive interactions with her classmates. For years, she had lived in solitude, and Guo Hao's arrival had disrupted her isolation. He genuinely wished to assist her, seeking nothing in return, a sentiment Shen Luoyan could sense. The 10,000 yuan was not something Guo Hao needed to dwell on, yet he had crafted numerous justifications solely to aid her, as if merely fulfilling a teacher's duty. However, Guo Hao surmised that the reason Shen Luoyan's demeanor had become more amiable was likely because he had not displayed even a hint of romantic interest. Had he shown the slightest inclination, it was probable that Shen Luoyan would have turned even colder than before. With this thought, Guo Hao found himself smiling. Just as Guo Hao drifted into contemplation, their homeroom teacher, Lao Huang, had finished outlining the important matters to be aware of in the coming days. All right. I won't say much more. Class is dismissed now. Everyone, please tidy your desks, and the class leader should ensure that the name tags are properly affixed. Make sure to clear out any belongings from your desks, otherwise, it will be troublesome if something gets lost. All right, class dismissed. With Lao Huang's conclusion, the students began to excitedly pack their things. Guo Hao mingled among them, organizing his scattered books. It must be said that high school, particularly the final year, brought an overwhelming quantity of textbooks and exam papers. Not only did they clutter the desk, but they also overflowed from the drawers and piled up at his feet. After much effort, he finally managed to find a proper place to store them. Brother Hao, since you're free today, how about heading to the internet CAF with me tonight? During a brief moment while Guo Hao was arranging his books, Wang Shi squeezed in beside him, his eyes glinting with excitement. Guo Hao was about to decline, primarily due to the recent volatility in Bitcoin prices, as he wished to consult Wang Shi on some matters. All right. Guo Hao relented, realizing that he had initially broached the topic of purchasing Bitcoin. It would be inappropriate to ignore it now. Wang Shi's face immediately brightened with enthusiasm. Great. We'll grab a meal afterward and then head to the internet CAF. Sure. Wang Shi's excitement was palpable. After they finished arranging their books, the two left the school. Guo Hao made a quick phone call to his mother before they arrived at a nearby restaurant. While dining, Wang Shi eagerly turned to Guo Hao. Brother Hao, it's been ages since we went to the internet CAF together. Tonight, we must duo queue. I'll play jungle and absolutely carry you. We could even reach diamond rank. Let us agree on just 2 hours of playtime, Guo Hao reminded Wang Shi. Of course. I won't interfere with your studies. Wang Shi smiled faintly, but in his heart, he calculated that if he could spark Guo Hao's enthusiasm, they might end up playing for 3 or 4 hours, possibly even pulling an all-nighter. After finishing their meal, they headed to Tianqing Internet CAF, a place that had once served as their base. They had spent countless hours there, and as Guo Hao stood before the familiar yet strangely distant CAF, he felt a momentary daze. In his past life, he had visited this place innumerable times. Come on, why are you dawdling? Wang Shi asked, puzzled by Guo Hao's distraction. Nothing, just reminiscing, Guo Hao replied, shaking off his reverie with a smile. Just as they prepared to enter the CAF, a voice suddenly called out, Brother Guo. It was Zhang Xian, the local troublemaker. Guo Hao had no fondness for him, especially since Zhang Xian had orchestrated a scheme involving Chen Yi, knowing that Guo Hao's uncle was the captain of the public security team. Yet he had deliberately kept that information under wraps, attempting to use others to do his dirty work. Therefore, Guo Hao held no good feelings toward Zhang Xian. Guo Hao merely nodded coolly at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, seemingly unfazed, maintained a cheerful demeanor as he addressed Guo Hao. If it weren't for your reminder, I would have been deceived by that Zhaoing. Thanks to you. Planning to play here at the Internet CAF? My treat. No need, we're leaving, Guo Hao replied, shaking his head as he turned to Wang Shi. As the two of them walked away, Zhang Xian wanted to say more, but upon seeing Guo Hao's retreating figure, he let out a resigned sigh. Boss, why are you being so polite to him? One of his lackeys asked in confusion. Zhang Xian irritably tapped the lackey on the head. He*s the captain's nephew. If we don't curry favor, we risk making an enemy. All right. Wang Shi understood Guo Hao's reasons for dismissing Zhang Xian, having experienced similar situations himself, and chose not to press further. Once they found a spot and settled at two computers, Guo Hao asked, so, what aspects of Bitcoin do you find perplexing? He didn't rush to start playing. Recalling Wang Shi's earlier question, Wang Shi, who had been eager to dive into the game, paused. Brother Hao, you advised me not to monitor the Bitcoin market. But I didn't listen. A few days ago, I checked, and just as you mentioned, it soared rapidly, reaching $12 each. It's nearly quadrupled. He spoke excitedly, though he restrained himself. Do you think I should sell a quarter of it to repay my parents' credit card debt? Chapter 54, Brother Hao, why are you so inept? Observing the hesitation on Wang Shi's face, Guo Hao did not rush to refute him. He paused for a moment, then inquired, are your parents' bank card issues urgent? Will they be discovered? Not to that extent, Wang Shi chuckled. I was just thinking, since I've already made quite a profit. If I sell a portion and keep it in the bank, the rest is mine, right? This way, I wouldn't feel so pressured. Upon hearing Wang Shi's words, Guo Hao remained silent for a moment. I won't stop you, but I can tell you that based on the current market conditions of Bitcoin, it is likely to rise further. If you hold on to it until the end of the year, it could multiply 7 or 8 times without much trouble. If that's the case, do you still want to sell? Wang Shi sighed, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the complexity of the situation. All right. Take your time to think about it. Let's play some games. Guo Hao did not dwell on the matter. The notion that Bitcoin could soar to hundreds or even thousands of dollars next year was something he could never disclose to anyone. Saying that Bitcoin would rise was merely an investment suggestion. Many in that country believed the same, including numerous investment institutions. This collective belief was the reason Bitcoin had surged so wildly within a year. However, to assert that a Bitcoin currently valued at a little over $10 would reach hundreds or even thousands within a year was akin to making a prophecy. Where did such information originate? If it indeed surged, how would others perceive themselves? Guo Hao dared not take that risk. All right. Wang Shi was oblivious to the multitude of questions Guo Hao had pondered in that brief moment. For now, he temporarily set aside the thought of selling Bitcoin and promptly opened League of Legends. The two launched the game. To be honest, Guo Hao had not played League of Legends for over a decade. After graduating from high school, he attended a vocational college, and once he entered the workforce, he had virtually abandoned the game. Hey, Brother Hao, did you just use your flash like that? No way, Brother Hao. Can your Garen really be bullied by that dog-headed character? Brother Hao, could you please refrain from wasting your skills? How come your Q ability always misses? After 2 hours, they played 5 matches, during which Wang Shi incessantly criticized Guo Hao. The banter continued until they exited the Internet CAF. Alright, it's just a few games. Guo Hao retorted to Wang Shi, somewhat exasperated. Just a few games? Brother Hao, do you know how difficult it is for me to reach Gold I? Wang Shi gazed at Guo Hao with indignation. Brother Hao, you're also at the gold level. How did you fall so far? It's probably because I've been studying diligently for over a month. I've lost my touch, Guo Hao admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. He had thought that playing for a while would restore his gaming prowess. However, he had perhaps overestimated himself. His reflexes were decent, but when it came to hero mechanics, he was at a complete loss and barely remembered anything. While playing, he had to reacquaint himself with the mechanics, which resulted in subpar performance. Alright, let's head home. We have an exam tomorrow. Guo Hao decided to divert the conversation. Amidst Wang Shi's exasperated glances, he rode off on his bicycle, feeling a tinge of guilt for having underperformed. When he returned home, it was still before 8 o'clock. What did you do this afternoon? His mother, Guo Mu, asked while tidying up his belongings. I played some games with Wang Shi, Guo Hao replied casually. We have a mock exam tomorrow, so I needed to unwind. I see. Guo Mu nodded, refraining from further comment. You do need to relax, you've been studying so hard this past month that it's quite alarming, she added gently. Only Guo Mu, aside from Shen Luoyan, truly understood how diligently Guo Hao had been studying. She often noticed that his room's light remained on until at least midnight. Yet he would rise promptly at 5 the following morning. While Guo Mu felt proud of her son's dedication, she also worried about the toll such a regimen might take on his health. Mom, I'll go review some material now, Guo Hao said. Alright. But make sure to go to bed early, Guo Mu urged with concern. Guo Hao nodded and returned to his room, opening a math test paper. Let me do a math paper to warm up. After a month of studying, he had just about completed the high school sophomore mathematics formulas and theorems. Of course, the pace of his learning had not been rapid. Formulas and theorems were not particularly difficult, they merely required memorization. However, problem solving could not solely rely on formulas. It necessitated the integration of knowledge. In the college entrance examination, questions solvable through formulas and theorems made up less than 5% of the total, mostly limited to the initial multiple-choice questions. Having finished his textbook, Guo Hao now needed to practice continuously, solving problem after problem. By the time he completed a test paper, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Guo Hao drank an energy potion, which had become less scarce after numerous draws. After finishing the math paper, he opened his chemistry book. Over the past month, he had only skimmed through the integrated science textbooks without delving deeply into the content. According to Shen Luoyan, slowly learning was not suitable for Guo Hao at this stage due to the time constraints. Therefore, over the past month, she had guided him to familiarize himself with the integrated science textbooks in sections. And then she had spent 2 weekends quickly reviewing the material with him before encouraging him to tackle practice questions. For the topics Guo Hao struggled with or frequently erred on, Shen Luoyan provided more in-depth explanations. This method balanced speed with an emphasis on the overall understanding of knowledge. As Guo Hao flipped through the textbook, he focused on the key concepts and points that Shen Luoyan had annotated, which he had yet to fully grasp. Now that his chemistry level had risen to level 2, Guo Hao found himself feeling a newfound affinity for the chemical concepts before him, reminiscent of the time he had advanced in mathematics. Indeed, while raising one's academic level does not directly enhance knowledge, it significantly eases the difficulty of learning and understanding related concepts. Chapter 55. After the mock exam. As the mock exams concluded, Guo Hao began to diligently study. He skimmed through the 3 subjects of the comprehensive science, reinforcing his memory of the knowledge. Typically, this method of studying holds little significance. For the human brain possesses limited capacity, in a short span, one can retain only a modest amount of information. Hence, it is generally advisable not to overload oneself with too much material at once. However, Guo Hao was different. In the afternoon, his intelligence surged by 7 or 8 points. And astonishingly, his grades across all subjects ascended a notch. At that moment, he found himself at the pinnacle of memory retention. And his affinity for comprehensive science was remarkably high, aided further by an energy potion. Thus, studying the 3 subjects felt incredibly effortless, far surpassing his usual pace. Within 2 hours, Guo Hao's mind was swiftly filled with various concepts and knowledge points, most of which he had encountered before. Yet, some had eluded his firm grasp or posed slight challenges to his understanding. Now, however, he finally comprehended those elusive concepts. He fervently memorized, his mind brimming with a multitude of knowledge and ideas, until the effects of the energy potion began to wane. Guo Hao felt as if his brain might explode. With a sigh, he closed his books and, disregarding everything else, flopped onto his bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. At this juncture, the only thing Guo Hao could do was to sleep. The next morning, Guo Hao awoke at precisely 5:30. Instinctively, he rose to wash up. After refreshing himself, he felt invigorated. The aftereffects of the energy potion rendered his brain exceptionally fatigued, yet this was precisely conducive to entering a profound sleep. For Guo Hao, this so-called aftereffect had transformed into his most pressing concern. Wasn't the exam scheduled for 9 o'clock? Why not indulge in a bit more rest? His mother gazed at her early rising son with surprise, as it had become a habit for him to wake at this hour. With a smile, Guo Hao responded to his mother, "Allow me to prepare breakfast." His mother hurriedly replied, "Thank you, dear." Nodding in acknowledgement, Guo Hao, despite rising early, did not rush to school. With the exam commencing at 9, there was no urgency to head to school just yet. He decided to review some more material while his mind was still sharp. Taking advantage of the morning's clarity, Guo Hao retrieved his books. As this was the optimal time for memorization, he focused on biology and chemistry, subjects laden with content that required memorization, though not explicitly stated. The periodic table of elements and their properties in chemistry, along with a plethora of memorization tasks in biology, awaited him. After studying for another 3 hours and having breakfast around 8:30, Wang Shi called for him from downstairs. Guo Hao then descended from his room, and the two made their way to school, parting ways upon arrival to locate their respective examination rooms. The first exam of the day was Chinese. Guo Hao had not conducted extensive revision for this subject, apart from reviewing key points and solving a couple of practice papers. However, the essence of the Chinese exam lay in assessing reading and comprehension abilities, both of which posed no challenge for Guo Hao. He deftly tackled the classical Chinese reading questions until he reached the composition section, the most significant portion of the exam, accounting for a hefty 60 out of 150 points. The composition prompt read, discuss the theme of social responsibility. Title your essay as you see fit. Upon reading this topic, Guo Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Social responsibility. This subject held intriguing potential for extensive discussion. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled the Pinyu case and the recent Xiao Yeye incident. Quickly, he formulated a title for his essay, The Collapse of Social Responsibility. His essay was audacious, commencing with real-life events, delving into the loss of media credibility and legal trust. Ultimately, he circled back to the profound subject of social responsibility. He articulated that social responsibility is a weighty and far-reaching topic. Each of us is a member of society. However, organizations wielding greater societal influence, such as legal and media entities, possess immense power, affecting nearly every ordinary individual. When the moral compass of the media and legal organizations conflicts with the simple ethical views of the common people, it becomes evident that ordinary citizens cannot alter the media nor the law. Consequently, the societal consensus formed by this sense of social responsibility may fracture, leading to its eventual collapse. Having concluded his discussion, the exam came to an end. The announcement signaling the conclusion reverberated through the classroom, prompting Guo Hao to put down his pen. The proctor began collecting the papers. Exiting the classroom, Guo Hao and Wang Shi opted to return home for lunch, as there was no compulsion to eat at school. After studying for a while at home, they prepared for the afternoon exam scheduled for 2:30, which was English. Guo Hao breezed through the English paper, even submitting it half an hour early. That evening, he continued his studies in comprehensive science. The following day, he tackled mathematics in the morning and comprehensive science in the afternoon. Upon finishing, the proctor collected the papers, and Guo Hao stepped out of the examination room. How did it go? Do you think you secured a spot at a prestigious university? Wang Shi inquired with a grin, draping an arm over Guo Hao's shoulder. Guo Hao sighed, it's just an exam. I didn't take your lofty expectations too seriously. Wang Shi reassured him, it's no big deal. I'm just pondering how to choose between 985 and 211 universities. The decision is daunting. Get lost. Guo Hao retorted, playfully shoving Wang Shi and rolling his eyes. Their banter continued until a voice interjected, causing them to pause. Shen Luoyan approached them, ignoring Wang Shi entirely. How did the exam go? she inquired. I think it went well, Guo Hao replied with a smile. Good. Once the papers are distributed, show me the questions you got wrong, she instructed. Of course, Teacher Shen, she said, turning to leave without further comment. Wow, you really do have a personal tutor, Wang Shi remarked, a mischievous grin on his face. Guo Hao immediately discerned Wang Shi's thoughts veering into inappropriate territory and shot him a glare. Mind your manners. Shen Luoyan is not someone to joke about. Alright. I get it. Wang Shi conceded, retracting his head slightly, aware of his misstep. Let us head back and tidy up the desk, Guo Hao suggested. Chapter 56, A Perfect Score on the Essay? Upon returning to class, the atmosphere was chaotic, with students hastily rearranging their desks and gathering their books. Guo Hao and Wang Shi soon joined the fray, and before long, the classroom was back in order, with everyone settled at their respective places. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, strode in with purpose, standing confidently at the podium. With a smile gracing his face, he addressed the students of Class 7. Remarking on their swift actions in tidying up the classroom. How quickly you've organized your space. How did you find the exam? Was it difficult? As soon as Mr. Huang finished speaking, a chorus of voices erupted in response, declaring the exam to be exceedingly challenging. Teacher, is this truly the level of difficulty we should expect from the college entrance examination? It feels insurmountable. If the actual exam is this tough, I fear I won't even qualify for a second-tier university. The classroom was soon filled with complaints, nearly every student echoing sentiments of frustration. Mr. Huang, with a knowing smile, reassured them, it is normal for the exam to be challenging, it has been similar in previous years. The mock exam is indeed designed to be slightly more difficult than the actual college entrance exam. Therefore, when estimating your scores, consider that your actual results may well exceed what you achieved today. However, his expression turned slightly serious as he surveyed his students. While the mock exam may present greater challenges, remember that everyone faces these difficulties. Your rankings within the province will likely reflect this, and with diligent effort, even a slight improvement could elevate you significantly in the provincial standings. This could open the doors to better universities and more desirable programs. Thus, I urge you all to work even harder. The mock exam is behind us. You are already aware of the difficult questions. Focus on mastering the relevant knowledge and practice diligently, ensuring that you can effortlessly deconstruct each problem in your mind. Once again, Mr. Huang launched into his annual motivational speech, igniting a fervor among the students. Guo Hao observed the scene, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. It was indeed easy to inspire students. In truth, they remained somewhat naive, untouched by the complexities of the world outside. Had an individual seasoned by life's trials been present, they might find Mr. Huang's methods rather conventional. Yet, witnessing the students' enthusiasm, Guo Hao felt a pang of emotion. It was a relatively innocent time, unmarred by the influences of modern social media platforms. Alright, everyone, it's time for self-study. Your math and English teachers will soon distribute practice papers, Mr. Huang announced, nodding with satisfaction at the eagerness of his students. He was pleased with his ability to stimulate their motivation, for that was the essence of his role as a homeroom teacher. With that, he took a seat at the podium, and the classroom quickly fell silent, the only sound being the soft rustle of pens on paper. Guo Hao set aside his distractions and resumed his practice, working through a series of past exam papers. Since last week, following an intensive review of the sophomore curriculum, his tutor, Shen Luoyan, had allowed him to focus solely on these practice exams, which comprised 2 thick volumes. He would self-correct and approach Shen Luoyan for clarifications on any problems he still struggled to comprehend. This method saved him considerable time, as Guo Hao was inherently disciplined and did not require the same level of oversight as his peers. The process of practicing was undeniably lengthy, yet Guo Hao remained patient. Ever since he discovered a path to effective study, his mindset had become increasingly stable. What once seemed like a monotonous chore transformed into a fulfilling pursuit. That evening, both the English and math teachers addressed various questions from the practice papers during class. The following day, while Guo Hao and his classmates were engaged in their studies, A distinguished group of examiners, drawn from various schools across the provincial capital, was diligently grading the mock exam papers. Given the significance of these practice papers for prospective college entrance candidates, the grading was conducted with utmost seriousness. Among them was Teacher Qian, a renowned language instructor. He found himself captivated by one particular essay, his brow furrowing in contemplation. This composition explored societal consensus and the sense of social responsibility, highlighting significant events that had caused fractures in these concepts. What struck him was not merely the subject matter but the audacity of the critique, boldly addressing societal realities with a sharp pen. The student's tone, though devoid of animosity, dissected the media's frenzy for sensationalism, illustrating how such pursuits were eroding the very foundations of society. Teacher Qian felt a shiver run down his spine as he read the incisive arguments, supported by concrete examples and a commanding writing style. However, he was acutely aware of the essay's divergence from the prescribed core values expected in such assessments, which dictated a more positive and uplifting approach. By the established guidelines, this paper could easily be deemed off-topic, meriting perhaps a mere 30 points or even a 0 for severe deviation. Yet, as Teacher Qian reread the essay, he found it exceptionally well-crafted, rich in detail, and grounded in factual analysis. It transcended mere opinion, offering a critical examination of contemporary media phenomena that was difficult to refute. After a moment of contemplation, Teacher Qian made a bold decision, marking the essay with a perfect score before submitting it to the head of the grading committee. "Group Leader Wu, you must take a look at this essay," he called to his colleague. "Oh?" Group Leader Wu paused, slightly taken aback. For it was uncommon for teachers to seek a second opinion unless they were uncertain about their own assessments. A perfect score? As he took the paper from Teacher Qian, his eyes immediately caught the title of the essay and the accompanying score, prompting him to gaze at Teacher Qian in astonishment. Chapter 57, I disagree. Indeed. Team Leader Wu. I believe this essay deserves full marks. Teacher Qian remarked solemnly, directing his gaze towards Team Leader Wu. Wu remained silent, lowering his head to scrutinize the essay before him. After several minutes, he completed his review and passed the paper to another teacher in the grading group. Please circulate this among yourselves. We shall discuss shortly whether this essay warrants full marks, he stated, withholding his own opinion for the moment. The surrounding teachers, filled with curiosity, wondered what kind of essay could cause two seasoned language teachers, Wu and Qian, to deliberate so intensely over the awarding of full marks. One by one, the teachers in the grading group, comprising a total of 13 proficient language instructors, circulated the essay. Each teacher, upon finishing the essay, fell silent, lost in contemplation. Soon, they had all completed their readings. Has everyone finished? Please share your thoughts, Wu prompted the group. The teachers exchanged glances, their expressions revealing uncertainty. Clearly, this essay had left them in a quandary. Despite their extensive experience, having taught for many years and holding the status of senior teachers, they recognized the quality of an essay at a glance. However, the correlation between an essay's quality and its potential for high marks was not always straightforward. This essay is nonsensical. It is riddled with absurdities. How could it possibly merit high marks? I suggest a score of 0. Teacher Kai interjected, standing up to voice his opinion. Most of the other teachers remained hesitant, caught in a dilemma. After all, the essay was well written. Yet whether it aligned with the core values of society was another matter entirely. But how can it be deemed nonsensical? This essay is clearly articulate, grounded in reason, and most importantly, supported by factual evidence. The author does not overtly present their viewpoint but rather cautiously expresses a portion of it, based on substantial facts. Teacher Qian countered passionately. The existence of society's darker sides is a shared consensus, we cannot simply ignore them. Is that what you believe, Teacher Qian? So you think the students' criticisms of our media are valid? Kai retorted with a smirk, his words striking like a heavy hand. Qian's expression faltered momentarily, the weight of the statements settling in. Such remarks were precarious, media professionals held grudges, and if they caught wind of such statements, it could tarnish reputations. That is a private matter. Evaluating an essay should remain separate from media relations. Wu interjected with displeasure at Kai's remarks. Kai chuckled softly, refraining from further comment. Xian appeared conflicted, caught between his principles and the implications of the discussion. Wu, sensing the tension, continued, "Enough of this banter, this essay undoubtedly presents a degree of controversy. I shall not influence your judgments further. Let us proceed to a vote." The teachers exchanged glances, their uncertainty palpable. "Those in favor of awarding full marks to this essay, please raise your hands." Without hesitation, Xian raised his hand, while the others hesitated. Gradually, a few teachers cautiously raised their hands, and Wu, after a moment's pause, joined them. 8-5, the majority agrees to award full marks to this essay, Wu confirmed after counting the raised hands. Kai's expression darkened as he shot a cold glare at Qian. Typically, he commanded respect within the school, but today, in the grading room, he had been publicly challenged. Yet, as a senior teacher, he restrained himself from further protest. Once the decision was made, Wu began recording the scores. "All right, let us continue our work," he instructed. The group resumed their grading, while Kai shot a frosty glance at Qian before returning to his task. The grading process spanned 2 days. By the 3rd day after the examination, all results for the senior year students in Gan Province had been compiled, including rankings. Mr. Huang, the homeroom teacher of Class 7, entered the classroom with a buoyant stride, wearing a beaming smile. "Attention, everyone! The results of the second mock examination are in. Our class has performed exceptionally well. Mr. Huang announced cheerfully. The students exchanged excited glances, many brimming with anticipation. "I would especially like to commend classmate Guo Hao," Mr. Huang declared loudly. All eyes turned to Guo Hao, who had been diligently solving problems in the back. He paused, lifting his head to meet the collective gaze. Guo Hao achieved a remarkable feat. In the previous mock exam, he scored only 312 points, but this time, he has surged to 538 points. That's an astounding improvement of 226 points, placing him 5th in our class. This score comfortably surpasses the historical benchmark for top-tier universities. And all of this was accomplished in just over a month. Mr. Huang exclaimed, his heart swelling with pride. He had anticipated Guo Hao's progress, having witnessed his dedication firsthand. Yet the magnitude of the improvement took him by surprise. Chapter 58, the shocked classmates upon hearing Lao Huang's words, everyone around turned their astonished gazes towards Guo Hao. Disbelief evident in their eyes. A score of 538? Wasn't that a guaranteed ticket to a top-tier university? Just a month prior. Guo Hao was at the bottom of the class. How could he have made such rapid progress in such a short time? It seemed utterly impossible. Though they had all witnessed his diligent studies over the past month, seeing was not the same as believing. Could progress truly manifest so swiftly? Not only that, but at this moment, their homeroom teacher, Lao Huang, wore a beaming smile. Class, Guo Hao's essay has achieved the only perfect score in our entire Gan City No. 1 high school. Let's give him a round of applause. As the teacher's words echoed, thunderous applause erupted, filled with envy as everyone cast admiring looks at Guo Hao. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Despite having witnessed Guo Hao's efforts firsthand, they still found it hard to fathom the extent of his achievements. Guo Hao himself felt little in the way of emotion. To him, this score was anticipated. With the support of the system and the guidance of the top tutor in Gan City, coupled with his relentless dedication, if he could not achieve such results, he would indeed question his own abilities. Thankfully, the exam results aligned perfectly with his expectations, though the perfect score on his essay was unexpected. A perfect score? Guo Hao felt a flicker of surprise. He had thought that writing an argumentative essay on social issues, laden with negative news, would likely yield a low score. He had hoped for a modest 30-something points as a consolation, not that he cared much, considering it was merely a mock exam. The essay on social responsibility was genuinely a heartfelt piece, penned with genuine sentiment. He never anticipated a high score, for it was well known that teachers advocated for positive, uplifting content, and essays on negative societal issues were often deemed off-topic. Typically, such essays received scores below 30, or even a flat 0. Thus, Guo Hao had not harbored high hopes for this essay. To his astonishment, he had received a perfect score. Furthermore, Guo Hao would now be recognized as a model of progress, reported to the school, which was generous in rewarding students who demonstrated significant improvement. Let us all learn from Guo Hao. No matter how arduous or exhausting it may be, your high school journey is down to just over 50 days. In 50 days, the college entrance examination will determine your fate. As Lao Huang continued, Guo Hao strategically tuned out the latter part of the speech, which was filled with cliches about perseverance and the futility of senior year trials. He had grown weary of such rhetoric in his previous life. He shook his head and resumed his practice problems. Nearby, the class monitor began distributing the score reports. The rankings from the mock exam would be posted publicly. Those interested could check them out. All right, class dismissed. Guo Hao heard Lao Huang's final words. At last, class was over. He set down his pen, preparing to rub his sore eyes. Guo Hao. Suddenly, a few girls approached him with tentative voices. How did you achieve a perfect score on your essay? We would love to learn from you about your study methods and how you've improved recently. After a moment's hesitation, the three girls inquired. Just hard work. Guo Hao replied thoughtfully. If your scores haven't improved, it means your efforts are insufficient. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. With that, he stood decisively and left the classroom, leaving the girls exchanging puzzled glances. Outside the classroom, Wang Shi burst into laughter at Guo Hao's hurried pace. How good! Look at you today. Even you have moments you can't handle. Guo Hao shot him a glare. Enough of your nonsense. The two exited the classroom, heading toward the restroom. By the way, how did you manage to score full marks on your essay? Wang Shi asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. I heard the grading standards were even stricter than the college entrance examination. Scoring full marks on an essay is rare. It's even rarer than achieving full marks in math or English. I have no idea, Guo Hao shrugged. I wrote a piece criticizing societal realities and never thought I would receive a high score. I was just hoping for anything above 0. What? Wang Shi stared at Guo Hao in shock. How Gu, was the grader your dad? Critiquing reality in an essay is considered spreading negative values. Such essays rarely exceed 30 points. You actually scored full marks? That's why I said I don't know, Guo Hao replied with a shrug. Wang Shi appeared contemplative. How good, I have a feeling you're going to get into trouble again. Why should I care? Guo Hao rolled his eyes at Wang Shi. What I write is my business as a student. If there's trouble, it will be for the teacher grading the paper, not me. Can they really target just one student? Wang Shi paused, reflecting on Guo Hao's words. It seemed there was indeed some truth to it. The person grading the paper couldn't be at fault. They were simply doing their job. The one likely to face repercussions would be the grader themselves. Wang Shi sighed, but honestly, that teacher who gave you a perfect score is quite remarkable. They must have genuinely appreciated your essay, to risk their own standing for it. Such principled teachers are becoming increasingly rare. Chapter 59, He has connections. Do you think? Upon hearing Wang Shi's words, Guo Hao felt a slight stir within his heart. Indeed. In this society, such teachers and individuals are becoming increasingly rare. Perhaps I should find a way to assist this teacher. Meanwhile, on the other side, old Kai. What brings you here today? In the home of editor Lu of Changcheng Daily, Lu greeted the director of teaching from Changcheng No. 1 High School, Teacher Kai, with a smile. Teacher Kai, a distinguished educator, holds a significant position in the educational sphere of Changcheng and even the entire Gan province. He is also a close friend of editor Lu. Old Lu, I have a matter to discuss with you today. Teacher Kai's expression remains somewhat grim. Oh? Editor Lu's demeanor grew slightly more serious. Come in and let us talk. He promptly ushered Teacher Kai inside. Once seated in Lu's home, Lu's wife served tea. It was then that Teacher Kai, unhurriedly, spoke to Lu. Just the other day, I was grading the second mock exam papers from Gan province, you know? Indeed. You've worked hard, Lu complimented. Teacher Kai took a sip of his tea and continued, in our Chinese composition grading group. There is a distinguished teacher named Shen Cheng from Liyang High School. This teacher shockingly nominated an essay that portrays negative social news as a top-scoring piece. Moreover, this essay specifically slanders and attacks media personnel like you. You understand, Editor Lu, what value can such an essay hold? Even if it doesn't deserve a 0. It should at least be rated below 30, right? Editor Lu listened quietly to Teacher Kai's account, refraining from rushing to express his opinion. Wouldn't you agree? Teacher Kai inquired. Grading such papers is indeed your expertise, so I won't presume to comment. However, I do recall that high school essays are generally expected to depict positive social values. Historically, those focusing on negative social issues rarely receive high marks. Lu replied with a slight smile. You are indeed the expert. Teacher Kai exclaimed, slapping his thigh. That's exactly what I said. Yet, Xian Cheng somehow managed to persuade others to side with him, turning that essay into a full-score piece. Upon hearing Teacher Kai's words, Editor Lu grasped the underlying intent. So, old Kai, you came here today to suggest there is no need to target the student who wrote the essay, after all. They are just a child, still naive and immature. My intention was merely to have the essay deemed off-topic, rated at 20 or 30 points. To express our group's stance. However, there are obstacles, and old Lu, I believe you and the media should take some action. Otherwise, awarding a full score only encourages students to write about the dark sides of society, which is utterly inappropriate. What do these students know about the truth? They spend their days in school, untouched by the world. They shouldn't critique it, especially not the media. What do you think, Editor Lu? Teacher Kai smiled slightly. Looking at Lu, Editor Lu lightly tapped his fingers on the table. I understand now. Do you have the essay with you? Indeed, here it is. Teacher Kai responded as he produced the prepared essay. While he wouldn't typically have access to such examination papers, they must be archived post-exam, and he had a copy. After a brief glance at the essay, Editor Lu remarked, the writing style is quite commendable, and it possesses a certain simplicity, though the viewpoints are somewhat naive. However, as you pointed out, an excessive focus on society's dark aspects coupled with a rather immature and superficial understanding. This child is indeed talented. If this experience of receiving a full score boosts their confidence in writing such essays, I see your good intentions, Teacher Kai. Upon hearing Lu's words, a satisfied expression crossed Teacher Kai's face, radiating a sense of teachability. Shall we proceed as discussed? Yes, I now know what action to take. Lu replied with a smile directed at Teacher Kai. Very well, I shall take my leave. Teacher Kai, do stay for a meal. No. I have matters to attend to and can't afford to linger. Teacher Kai responded with a smile. After a round of polite exchanges, Editor Lu escorted Teacher Kai to the door. Only after Teacher Kai's figure disappeared from sight did Lu's smile fade. At that moment, his wife approached with a puzzled expression. Old Lu, isn't Kai Chang just a high school Chinese teacher? Why do you treat him with such caution every time he visits? Others come bearing gifts, seeking favors from us. Yet he simply opens his mouth and expects you to act. She looked at Lu with dissatisfaction. Lu, visibly weary, turned to his wife with a hint of irritation. Do you think I want to? On the surface, Kai Chang is merely an ordinary teacher, but in reality, he has remarkable connections. He is the brother-in-law of Wang from the education department. Few are aware of this. Please don't go spreading it around. His wife's eyes widened in surprise. Wang Yiren from the education department? Indeed. Lu sighed. Moreover, Kai Chang is quite arrogant, believing he became a teacher at Changcheng No. 1 solely through his own merits. He rarely mentions his connections, yet many know of them, they just refrain from speaking of it in his presence. The most critical aspect is that he holds grudges and is vengeful. Anyone who crosses him should tread carefully. His visit today was to address grievances against him. He would never condescend to beg for favors. His approach to me reveals much about his character. Indeed, it's best not to offend him. His wife felt relieved. Thankful that she had behaved appropriately during Kai Chang's visit, sparing herself from potential troubles. All right, be mindful in the future. I need to go write an article. Lu sighed slightly. To be honest, these trivial matters were what Lu disliked most. However, what could he do when the brother-in-law of a leader comes knocking? He must find a way to navigate it. Chapter 60. A shift in penmanship. After a moment's contemplation, Editor Lu swiftly composed a news article. Upon completion, he promptly sent the article to the editorial center as subordinates via computer, instructing them to prepare a layout for it the following day. The next day, Lu's article was published on the prime page of Chongqing Daily. Bearing the provocative title, "Is it arrogance for a distinguished language teacher to award full marks to a high school student's essay on societal negativity? Who has yet to touch the waters of life?" The article's title dripped with malice, directly targeting the distinguished teacher Qian Chang with pointed accusations. The entire piece primarily revolved around a critique of Qian Chang, spurred by Guo Hao's essay. It began with praise for Guo Hao's writing style, expressing admiration for the student. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, it questioned how the esteemed teacher could ascertain the veracity of the so-called facts presented in Guo Hao's essay. The author proceeded to systematically refute various claims made within the essay. As the discussion drew to a close, Lu extolled Guo Hao's eloquence and incisive viewpoints, suggesting he would make an excellent media professional. Especially after gaining first-hand knowledge of certain truths, Guo Hao would undoubtedly evolve into an intrepid journalist, unafraid of authority. However, Lu then pivoted sharply, questioning how a language teacher of such high caliber, an expert in the grading panel, could exhibit such naivety akin to that of an ordinary student. He emphasized the necessity of professionalism in grading and the vigilance required of educators. It is their duty to guide sheltered students in understanding the true essence of goodness and beauty in the world. This is the greatest manifestation of social responsibility. If even the blooms within the conservatory perceive the world as filthy and grotesque, hastily passing judgment without comprehending the truth. Is this truly the value system that society and schools aspire to promote? I believe this is not what anyone wishes to witness. This extensive article, though devoid of vulgarity, effectively amounted to a vehement denunciation aimed directly at Qian Chang, while showering Guo Hao with unreserved praise and accolades. The publication incited considerable waves throughout Chongqing and even across the entire province of Gan. As Qian Chang gazed at the Chongqing Daily before him, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Why had this transpired? In essence, grading an essay is a trivial matter, so insignificant it hardly merits a discussion over tea. Yet, once such a triviality is elevated to the pages of a prominent newspaper like Chongqing Daily, its impact is entirely transformed. Some matters, when unweighed, may seem light as a feather, but once they are measured, they can bear down with an overwhelming weight. Qian Chang's forehead glistened with perspiration as he scrutinized the paper. More critically, the editorial was written with remarkable professionalism, entirely directed at him. This piece was unmistakably a personal attack. Trouble loomed large for him. After contemplating for a while, a name suddenly emerged in his mind. Could it be him? Cai Chengong. After a brief reflection, Qian Chang quickly confirmed it. It was undoubtedly him. The most fervent opponent in their prior debate had been Cai Chengong, whom he had once humiliated. He had thought the matter had settled, as Cai had not pursued it further. Little did he know, it was waiting for him now. Qian Chang's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Viewed in this light, Cai Chengong's influence was more formidable than he had anticipated. Such a minor issue had escalated to this extent. What to do now? Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Teacher Qian, the principal is calling for you. It's time." With a faint sigh, Qian Chang acknowledged that what was inevitable had finally arrived. He cast one last glance at the newspaper on his desk before rising and heading toward the principal's office. News has a fleeting nature, and in 2012, the world of print media stood at a crossroads, already feeling the profound impact of the digital age. Although print media still wielded significant influence, it began to grapple with the challenges posed by the rise of smart devices. Guo Hao, lacking a habit of reading the news, remained oblivious to these developments. Just recently, Ganchang No. 1 High School held an award ceremony. Guo Hao, recognized as the most improved student, ascended the podium to accept his accolades. As the top recipient of this honor, he was awarded a scholarship of 500 yuan and a certificate of achievement. For Guo Hao, the monetary reward was trivial, however. The certificate was a token he could present to his parents for their pride. Meanwhile, Shen Luoyan excelled in her recent mock examination, scoring an impressive 709 points, placing her among the top 5 in the province without a doubt. The school rewarded her with a scholarship of 3,000 yuan, a generous sum indeed. As she descended from the stage, she took a seat beside Wang Shi, who gazed at her with envy. He took Guo Hao's certificate. examining it intently for a considerable time, his admiration nearly spilling over. So, how do you feel? Jealous, perhaps? Guo Hao chuckled, addressing Wang Shi. Wang Shi nodded vigorously. But it's no use being envious. Guo Hao retorted, snatching the certificate from Wang Shi's hands. Remember when I urged you to study diligently? How did you respond? You claimed studying was pointless, and laziness became your excuse. Guo Hao rolled his eyes at Wang Shi. Wang Shi, sheepishly silent, pondered, so? Do you think my effort now would be beneficial? In theory, yes, theoretically, it is never too late to exert oneself. However, with only 50 days remaining until the college entrance examination, genuine commitment would have to wait for a retake. Guo Hao shrugged, aware that he could not divulge his systematic advantage. Yet, had Wang Shi commenced his efforts alongside him, given his foundational knowledge, significant progress would have been achievable. Regrettably, Wang Shi had chosen not to strive at that time. Now, it was best to contemplate the next year's examination. Very well, Wang Shi sighed. The awards ceremony concluded swiftly, and students returned to their respective classrooms to resume their studies. Meanwhile, Chen Chang stood in the principal's office, awaiting the monumental trial that lay before him. Chapter 61, The Fire Has Started. What has happened? Principal Li of Liyang High School gazed grimly at Chen Chang, who wore a helpless expression. After a moment of contemplation, he recounted the events that had transpired within the grading committee, subsequently sharing Guo Hao's original essay with Principal Li. Although excerpts from Guo Hao's composition had appeared in the news article, they were rather limited in scope. Upon finishing the essay and listening to Chen Chang's account, Principal Li's demeanor remained largely unchanged, though the flicker in his eyes betrayed his inner unrest. I need to delve deeper into this matter, Principal Li remarked, taking a moment before addressing Chen Chang. After all, Chen Chang was not only the finest Chinese language teacher at Liyang High School but also one of the nation's distinguished educators. Principal Li certainly did not wish to forsake such a remarkable teacher. His mind drifted to the background of Kai Chenggong. What kind of influence does he possess that allows him to easily have such an article published in Chongqing Daily? The principal swiftly contacted several acquaintances at Chongqing No. 1 high school and even some at the education department of Jiangxi province. Soon, he had unearthed the details of Kai Chenggong's background, causing his brow to furrow intensely. What is it, Principal Li? Chen Chang inquired, observing the principal's troubled expression. Kai Chenggong's background is quite formidable, Principal Li sighed softly. A weight settled in Chen Chang's heart. Although he had anticipated such news, hearing it from Principal Li left him feeling disheartened. He had not expected that a seemingly trivial offense could lead to entanglements with someone so influential. Principal, what should we do now? Perhaps I should resign to avoid implicating you in Liyang High School, Chen Chang suggested after a moment of silence. Why the haste? Principal Li shot a disapproving glance at Chen Chang. I am currently devising a plan. Chen Chang offered a sheepish smile and fell silent. After a prolonged pause, Principal Li turned to him and said, at this juncture, we have but one course of action left. What is it? Chen Chang asked, momentarily taken aback. Principal Li explained. Compared to Kai Chenggong's background, we cannot compete. However, I have read that essay, and it is indeed exceptional, worthy of the highest praise. It could easily hold its own among the top-scoring essays from previous national examinations. Indeed, Principal, which is precisely why I awarded it full marks, Chen Chang replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Thus, your turning point lies within that essay. Principal Li smiled, looking at Chen Chang. Chen Chang, momentarily bewildered, gazed at Principal Li in confusion. Are you suggesting we find a media outlet to publish the full text of this essay? Media? Principal Li shot him an incredulous look. Which outlet in Jiangxi would dare publish your piece? What do you mean? Chen Chang asked, increasingly perplexed. There is no chance with traditional media. Given Kai Chenggong's stature, any attempt to publish would surely face dire consequences. However, we live in an era where online media thrives. Principal Li smiled faintly at Chen Chang. Unlike traditional outlets, online media is far more agile. Once a topic gains traction online, its influence can surpass that of local publications like Chongqing Daily. It could even attract coverage from higher-tier media. Chen Chang pondered for a moment. He was well aware of the rapid growth of online platforms in recent years. However, he questioned, but how do we generate buzz online? While other essays may falter, this one perfectly aligns with current online trends. Principal Li's eyes sparkled. With our strategic maneuvers, its popularity will exceed your wildest expectations. Principal, please just tell me what to do. I'm all ears. Qian Chang urged, eager to follow the plan. Principal Li shared a brief outline of their strategy, marking the beginning of Liyang High School's counterattack. The next day, an essay began circulating online under the provocative title, Jiangxi Province's Simulated College Entrance Exam Full Score Essay. Linked to the Xiao Yeye incident. Don't miss out. With this captivating headline, the essay rapidly gained traction. The composition was indeed commendable, addressing themes of social credit and civic responsibility, gradually eroding in the wake of various societal events. It also criticized the media figures who, despite their claims of support for high school students, belittled their perspectives, asserting that high schoolers were unqualified to comment on societal issues. Absolutely. It is time to rectify the current state of media, particularly those who exploit sensationalism for profit, the public lamented online. With the assistance of certain individuals, the essay's connection to last year's Xiao Yeye incident heightened its visibility. After a day of escalating interest, it surged to the top of Weibo's trending topics. The shadow of the Xiao Yeye incident still loomed large, and with the essay's commendable quality, it quickly gained traction. As the essay gained notoriety, the editorial from Chongqing Daily also resurfaced online, provoking a storm of outrage from netizens. Who is this Lu Shi who penned that article? How shameless can one be? Indeed. The audacity was astounding. While ostensibly praising the essay's author and defending high school students, the piece ultimately dismissed their capacity to understand complex societal issues. Guo Hao, having enjoyed a late-night snack prepared by his mother, sat at his computer desk and opened his device as per his usual routine. After glancing at the current market value of Bitcoin, he casually opened Weibo News. Wait, what's this? Guo Hao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the trending topic on Weibo. Chapter 62, Guo Hao's choice. Initially, Guo Hao received a perfect score for his essay. He did not dwell on it much, believing that perhaps the examiner appreciated his work and thus awarded him full marks, which he considered a normal occurrence. However, he was unprepared for the subsequent events that unfolded. With keen interest, Guo Hao opened the Chongqing Daily to read the editorial related to his essay. Soon, his expression turned serious as he began to piece together the situation at hand. It appeared that the examiner, Qian Chang, had taken a liking to Guo Hao's composition and had deliberately granted it a perfect score. The editorial seemed to suggest that Qian Chang's admiration for Guo Hao's work had offended other members of the grading committee, leading to a conflict between the two parties. It seemed likely that Qian Chang was not a teacher with influential connections, otherwise, he would not resort to using the internet as a means of expression. After a moment of contemplation, Guo Hao began typing rapidly, crafting a web crawler to gather data. He quickly identified the accounts that initially published these articles, as well as several accounts used for promotion. With a bit of effort, Guo Hao managed to locate a few personal accounts, including that of Qian Chang, who had registered using his mobile number. Following a series of operations, Guo Hao succeeded in finding Qian Chang's account and sent a friend request from his own social media profile. Who are you? Qian Chang was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of a new friend request while he was contemplating his next move. He felt a twinge of guilt, as he had been one of the online promoters in recent days. Although there was nothing inherently wrong with it, he couldn't shake the feeling of guilt akin to that of a thief. Teacher Qian Chang, I would like to ask how things escalated to this point. Why has the media decided to publish such an article? Upon reading this message, Qian Chang was momentarily stunned, only to feel a flicker of joy soon after. Could it be that certain media outlets had learned some inside information and were reaching out to him? Suppressing his excitement, Qian Chang hesitated briefly before composing a lengthy response to Guo Hao. This is roughly the situation. Guo Hao skimmed through the text Qian Chang had sent and understood the general course of events. Kai Chengong? This teacher certainly had a peculiar nature. being so petty about such minor matters. To escalate such trivialities to the level of news was quite remarkable. Though he did show some intellect by omitting Guo Hao's name from the article. However, Guo Hao noted that the article implied that he was merely a naive youth, whose writing, while competent, was ultimately muddled in content. With a cold smirk, Guo Hao found the situation amusing. These media individuals truly held themselves in high regard, exuding arrogance. He was determined to discover whether this editor Lu also harbored a similar sense of superiority. Guo Hao began to employ his web crawler to swiftly gather all information related to Lu, the editor of Chongqing Daily, as well as details about Kai Chenggong. Unfortunately, the internet at that time was not as developed as it would become, and traditional teachers and media personnel left behind scant traces online. Guo Hao was unable to uncover much of value and eventually abandoned the search. He merely added some heat to the trending topics that Qian Chang and others had posted on Weibo before shutting down his computer. At that moment, it seemed that there was little he could do. Judging by Kai Chenggong's professional background, there appeared to be some traces worth investigating, and Lu, too, likely had some skeletons in his closet. However, in this era, the internet was far from omnipotent. Social media usage was not widespread, particularly among the older generation. Had these individuals been using WeChat, Guo Hao could have easily hacked into their accounts to uncover some explosive content. Alas! With a sigh, Guo Hao momentarily set aside the matter. While he felt sympathy for Qian Chang, who had the integrity to award him full marks on his essay, he recognized that the situation did not directly concern him. There was no reason for Guo Hao to expend excessive mental energy on the matter. Out of a sense of morality, he might lend a helping hand if possible, but to waste his energy on this issue indefinitely? That would be impractical. Especially with his studies to attend to. With that thought, Guo Hao shook his head, casting aside these concerns. After consuming a bottle of energy drink, he opened his physics book for the 5 years of Gokao, 3 years of simulation, and began to tackle practice problems. In the recent second mock exam, Guo Hao's mathematics score exceeded his expectations, reaching 110 points. After all, as an elite hacker, his mathematical intuition was commendable. And some mathematical knowledge was indeed present among elite hackers. However, the overlap between that knowledge and high school mathematics was not significant, which explained why Guo Hao had scored 538 points. Conversely, his comprehensive science score was significantly lower than anticipated, barely exceeding 140 points. There was no alternative but to remedy his weaknesses in this subject. If his comprehensive science score remained too low, achieving a total of 640 points in the college entrance examination would be nearly impossible. Conversely, if he could score above 240 in comprehensive science, he would effectively increase his current score by 100, thereby fulfilling the system's requirements. Consequently, Guo Hao gradually shifted his focus from mathematics to comprehensive science. Shen Luoyan also concurred with Guo Hao's approach, recognizing that addressing one's weaknesses was paramount for success in the college entrance examination. Securing foundational scores could directly open the doors to prestigious universities. Once a certain score was achieved, further advancement would become significantly more challenging, a case of diminishing returns. Of course, Guo Hao did not abandon his mathematics studies altogether, he merely allocated less time to it than before. Physics, being the subject most closely linked to mathematics among the sciences, necessitated numerous calculations, with many physics problems being purely computational, albeit framed within physical concepts. The concepts themselves were sufficiently challenging, at least in Guo Hao's view. More so than those in chemistry and biology. Chapter 63, The heat continues to ferment. Guo Hao immersed himself in his studies as the fervor online continued to intensify. Gradually, numerous events began to surface. It was unclear who had revealed that the author of the essay was Guo Hao. Furthermore, editor-in-chief Lu of Chongqing Daily became embroiled in the controversy. Some even started to unearth the debate between Kai Chenggong and Qian Chang, as well as the hand vote among the grading group at that time. The revelations multiplied, reaching a crescendo the following day, igniting widespread discussion. Wow! Why does this situation seem to become more explosive with every revelation? Indeed, the grading group had unanimously decided to award full marks for the essay. Why did editor Lu direct all his criticism towards a single individual? Had Teacher Qian offended someone? Was it not Kai Qinggong whom Teacher Qian had clashed with? Surely. That must have been the source of the offense. Yet, how could such a minor figure as a mere language teacher persuade a newspaper editor to publish an article against him? Something about this seemed rather suspicious. Indeed. I sensed something amiss. What could possibly be wrong? I have looked into it. Kai Qinggong has a sister named Kaiyu who is married to a prominent figure in the Education Bureau. If he wanted the editor to write a piece, wouldn't that be a simple task? Wow! That's impressive. If this is true, it's truly fascinating. Could this also involve official misconduct and the misuse of public resources? How thrilling! By the way, aren't you all concerned about the author of that essay, Guo Hao? Why should we care about a mere high school student? Exactly. I believe the most intriguing aspect here is Kai Qinggong. If he indeed orchestrated the editor's article, that would be quite a story. The online discourse grew increasingly fervent. The deeper one delved, the more intriguing the situation appeared. This incident continued to ferment online, with an ever-growing list of revelations and individuals being scrutinized. Such developments thrilled the netizens, many of whom felt they had uncovered a major scandal. However, unlike the excitement of the online community, editor Lu found himself overwhelmed. He never anticipated that this matter would escalate to such proportions online. This was an enormous predicament for them. After a moment's hesitation, editor Lu composed a lengthy post on his personal Weibo account. He provided an explanation regarding the origins of the article in Chongqing Daily and urged netizens not to spread rumors. Concerning Guo Hao's essay, Lu had encountered it online and, upon reading it, was struck by its resonance with the Xiaoye incident. Consequently, he was inspired to write the editorial, which was entirely his own initiative and unrelated to any other party. Furthermore, Lu took the opportunity to elaborate on why he believed Guo Hao's essay did not merit a perfect score. His lengthy post was meticulously detailed, presenting logical arguments and clarifying that he was not targeting Guo Hao, but rather addressing the students' lack of understanding regarding certain matters. Lu's post quickly garnered attention on the platform, and the site thoughtfully tagged it as a statement from the involved party. Indeed, students should ideally remain shielded from the darker aspects of society. Absolutely. I support editor Lu. Students are still in school, and their understanding is limited. Writing about negative news, especially if awarded high marks, could undermine established norms and negatively impact the student's mental well-being. Exactly. Isn't it comical how those in the comments seem to have vested interests? They deliberately overlook the crux of the matter. Is the main point not whether Guo Hao's essay contained truthful content? Precisely. From what I have observed, Guo Hao's writing was actually rather restrained. It hardly exposed society's darker sides. If anything, it painted a more favorable picture. Indeed. Those deceitful media figures, who undermine our sense of social responsibility, play a crucial role in this farce. It's laughable. I wholeheartedly support this stance. Despite editor Lu's attempt to clarify matters online, the fervor did not subside, rather, it surged dramatically. The focus of online discussion shifted towards the essay itself. Some argued that what insights could a high school student possess? The examples cited in the essay were mere hearsay, and it was indeed inappropriate for the relevant authorities to encourage such depictions of negative news. Conversely, many believed that the editor was merely attempting to exploit the situation. The content of the essay was undoubtedly unproblematic. Yet, editor Lu chose to avoid discussing the essay's substance, opting instead to attack it based on the author's identity, even questioning the worldview of a high school student. A distinctly paternalistic tone permeated his argument. The online uproar was deafening, and the ramifications inevitably reached Chongqing Daily's internal circles. Editor Lu was visibly distressed. "Old Lu, what on earth is happening?" President Wang of the newspaper furrowed his brow as he looked at editor Lu. Today, numerous longtime subscribers have called, questioning if our newspaper is facing issues. Why are we targeting a high school student's essay? They are asking if our values are compromised, old Lu. Explain this to me. Upon hearing President Wang's words, editor Lu hesitated slightly. President, I cannot be held responsible for this. Lu looked at President Wang with a hint of helplessness. This editorial was not my choice to write. Then who was responsible? President Wang's brow knitted tighter as he scrutinized Editor Lu. Kai Cheng-gong. Kai Cheng-gong? President Wang paused momentarily but soon grasped the situation. Is it he? President Wang's expression darkened with dissatisfaction. Relying on his influential connections, he is now targeting even a high school student's essay? This is outrageous. Not merely a high school student, Kai Cheng-gong aimed to confront teacher Qian Chang, as I have heard they had some disputes regarding this essay. Initially, he sought to utilize public opinion against teacher Qian, but I never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. Editor Lu's face was etched with resignation. What began as a trivial matter had spiraled beyond the control of a mere newspaper editor. Chapter 64, A Shallow Composition Illuminating a Gloomy Life. President Wang's gaze sharpened slightly. Please recount the entire sequence of events to me from the beginning. Editor Lu promptly relayed the words spoken by Kai Cheng-gong during their meeting, detailing how he had penned his article, which inexplicably gained traction. He recounted everything without daring to omit a single detail. After listening to Editor Lu, President Wang leaned back in his chair, gently tapping his pen against the table. He remained silent for a considerable time. It seems that there are indeed remarkable individuals at Liyang High School. President Wang sighed and slowly began to speak. What? Editor Lu blinked in confusion, casting a puzzled glance at President Wang. With a slightly grave expression, President Wang addressed Editor Lu. Lao Lu, have you ever pondered why this sudden surge of interest has erupted online? Are you implying? Editor Lu's face gradually grew serious. Public opinion needs guidance. President Wang fixed a penetrating gaze upon Editor Lu. Lao Lu, as a master's graduate in journalism, you ought to grasp this better than I do. Understood, Editor Lu nodded. It seems this matter is largely the doing of that Qian Chang at Liyang High School. Editor Lu's expression darkened. Are you suggesting that just because you are in the first year, others should not excel in the 15th? President Wang shot a glance at Editor Lu. Editor Lu paused, momentarily taken aback. Enough of this petty grudge talk, let us devise a strategy to divert the attention. Also, remember to call Kai Cheng-gong to clarify the situation. After all, his uncle holds a significant position, it is best to avoid offending him. President Wang spoke to Editor Lu in a measured tone. Understood. Editor Lu nodded affirmatively. Now, go find a solution. President Wang felt a headache coming on. Such matters were indeed exceedingly intricate. The internet, as a burgeoning medium, wielded greater influence and reach than their traditional print media. Unfortunately, the local press had no means to intervene in online discussions. Moreover, the situation had escalated to a point that had drawn the attention of higher authorities. What was he to do? President Wang sighed softly, his eyes revealing a sense of helplessness. His administrative rank was far too low, often attracting a host of chaotic and nonsensical issues. What could he do? The mess created by those above him needed to be contained, otherwise, his tenure as president would be at an end. Meanwhile, Editor Lu returned to his office, pondering briefly before dialing Kai Cheng-gong. Hello? Once connected, Editor Lu succinctly conveyed the online developments and President Wang's suspicions to Kai Cheng-gong. He subtly suggested that it might be time for his uncle to intervene, as failure to calm the situation could embroil Kai Cheng-gong in the controversy. After a lengthy silence, Kai Cheng-gong finally replied, I understand. Without any particularly notable reaction, Kai Cheng-gong responded coolly. Editor Lu was momentarily taken aback, having expected a reprimand instead of such an easy acquiescence. Just as Editor Lu was about to say more, Kai Cheng-gong had already hung up. The sound of the call ending left Editor Lu feeling a mix of irritation and relief. Dealing with such individuals was inherently troublesome if Kai Cheng-gong chose to ignore him. Perhaps it was for the best. The pressing issue now was how to mitigate the fallout. Editor Lu, feeling somewhat disconcerted, opened his computer and logged onto Weibo. His account, which had previously amassed only a few hundred followers, now boasted several thousand, yet his private messages from irate users had already surpassed 99. Editor Lu hesitated to even glance at his Weibo notifications, fearing an emotional breakdown. The vitriol hurled at him by netizens was ruthless, often involving personal attacks on his family. He could scarcely bear such cruelty. How vicious! Editor Lu lamented, reflecting on Qian Cheng's counterattacks, which were both decisive and incisive, showing no mercy whatsoever. Truly formidable. However, at that moment, Editor Lu suddenly contemplated a troubling thought. Would such online attacks become commonplace in the future? The very notion sent a chill down his spine. Kai Chinggong's expression darkened. He had been keeping an eye on the situation without needing Editor Lu's call. The circulating narratives online mentioned him numerous times. There was no escaping it. After calling his brother-in-law, he learned that his brother-in-law had already commissioned someone to investigate. The sudden popularity of the incident was indeed being propelled by hidden forces. However, that power remained elusive, as even his brother-in-law had failed to uncover the orchestrators behind it. Nonetheless, Qian Cheng was undoubtedly one of the principal figures involved. According to his brother-in-law, retracting the trending topic online would be challenging. Attempting to do so might provoke a backlash of attention. The most prudent course of action would be to reduce the heat and handle the matter delicately. Yet, Kai Chinggong found it difficult to swallow his pride. Qian Cheng, he seethed, this fellow dares to defy me. No, I must devise a strategy to retaliate against Qian Cheng. The best approach is to utterly discredit that composition. Once that essay is rendered worthless, Qian Cheng, who awarded it a perfect score, will become the greatest fool. But how could he render that composition worthless? He needed to enlist the support of a prominent figure to critique it. By leveraging the influence of a notable personality, he could dismantle that wretched piece. Having contemplated this, Kai Chinggong's expression grew somewhat sinister. After a brief pause, he dialed the number of a well-known internet personality who hailed from Jiangxi province but had made a name for himself in Shanghai over the past few years. Allegedly, he boasted over 1 million followers on Weibo and had previously worked as an editor for a television station. After discussing his needs and concerns with this prominent figure, Kai Chinggong received an enthusiastic agreement. Naturally, financial compensation was a must, after all, everyone had to eat. In no time, the influencer published a public relations article entitled A Shallow Composition Reflecting a Gloomy Life. Lu Xiaoxiu, in the lengthy piece, recounted how he had stumbled upon the acclaimed essay online, filled with curiosity and high expectations for the title. However, what he found were hollow words devoid of substance and meaning. Is this truly Jiangxi province's model essay? In his comprehensive analysis, Lu Xiaoxiu dissected Guo Hao's composition. Chapter 65, A Direct Retort. Subsequently, all the examples cited within the essay were thoroughly countered. In conclusion, relying on rumors to compose an essay, no matter how eloquently written, remains merely a fantastical castle built upon sand. Despite the seemingly authoritative tone, the result is akin to a moon reflected in water or a flower in a mirror. Such compositions lack substance, are steeped in darkness, and propagate falsehoods. The fact that an essay of such caliber could still receive full marks compels me to question the judgment of the examiners. What were you thinking? Do you genuinely believe such an essay deserves a perfect score? The final remarks lead directly to Qian Cheng, striking precisely at his vulnerabilities. This lengthy discourse, though appearing neutral, is fundamentally aimed at discrediting Qian Cheng. It is evident that the disparagement of Guo Hao is complete, almost accusing him outright of being a fraud devoid of merit. The online discourse erupted once more into chaos. As the public opinion swirled tumultuously, Qian Cheng sat before his computer, his brow furrowed and a hint of anxiety creeping in. The winds of discussion finally reached Gongchang No. 1 High School, where many became aware of the unfolding situation, speculating about Guo Hao. Who would have thought that Guo Hao's perfect essay would be met with such scrutiny? Surely, it must have been the examiners who shielded him. Could it be that the examiner named Qian Cheng shares some peculiar connection with Guo Hao? Perhaps they are relatives. If so, then Guo Hao's award for most improved student should not stand. This is quite dubious. Guo, what is going on? Wang Shi inquired, his gaze laced with skepticism as he turned to Guo Hao. Is what that person online saying true? After hearing him, I feel like your essay is entirely lacking. How could it possibly receive full marks? Do you believe him or me? Guo Hao shot back, glaring at Wang Shi. Of course, I believe you. But right now, many at school are discussing your situation, and I'm a bit just trust me. Guo Hao replied calmly. Let them bark online. The bright moon illuminates the mountain ridge. And these petty individuals dare to howl in the virtual realm. Alright, Wang Shi nodded. Just then, their class teacher, Mr. Huang, entered the classroom and called Guo Hao out. The entire class turned to watch, their expressions a mix of curiosity and anticipation as Guo Hao stepped outside. Once they reached a corner of the hallway, Mr. Huang hesitated slightly before addressing Guo Hao. You're aware of what's happening online, aren't you? Indeed, I am, Guo Hao answered with a composed demeanor. Mr. Huang nodded. You need not concern yourself too much, both I and the language teachers at our school have reviewed your essay. While it addresses negative societal issues, it is fundamentally sound. As for your score, that is beyond our control, so rest assured. Teacher, I am not so fragile. Guo Hao discerned Mr. Huang's hesitance and smiled. Good to hear. Mr. Huang sighed in relief. Then I can be at ease. Focus on your studies, I see how hard you're working. Aim for stellar results in the upcoming college entrance examination. However, during the exam, avoid writing anything controversial. Understood. Guo Hao did not divulge much to Mr. Huang, knowing they were unaware of many underlying matters. They only grasped the surface-level gossip online, oblivious to the intricate web of issues at play. Guo Hao was fully aware that this so-called influencer was likely a mere puppet summoned by that Kai Chenggong, a mere distraction. Now, go back to your studies. Mr. Huang believed he had successfully reassured Guo Hao and smiled at him. Those online opinions and rumors are trivial. The college entrance examination is what truly matters. Guo Hao's performance in the previous mock exam had clearly demonstrated his talent. If he continued to strive, gaining admission to a prestigious university would be well within his reach. Perhaps even better, as this achievement might only be average among the elite class. Yet in their 7th class, he would be among the top students. Mr. Huang was determined not to let such a promising student suffer any emotional distress. Thus, upon learning of the situation early that morning, he promptly sought out the principal to prohibit students from discussing the matter at school. Afterward, he approached Guo Hao to offer psychological support. Once assured that Guo Hao bore no emotional scars, Mr. Huang felt relieved. As for the contentious essay, it truly had little bearing on Guo Hao. He was not the one grading the papers. Furthermore, the writing itself was acknowledged as competent, with only the content being somewhat controversial, an occurrence not uncommon in writing. After all, it is entirely normal for an essay to spark debate, however. The grading is not in the student's hands. Theoretically, the uproar stemming from public opinion should not fall upon the student. Fearing the emergence of negative sentiments within Guo Hao that might hinder his studies, Mr. Huang was anxious to ensure that such distractions did not affect him. Guo Hao returned to the classroom, convinced he was not a particularly magnanimous individual. The earlier articles from the news agency had clearly not targeted him, so he had brushed them off without concern. However, the lengthy critique penned by the influencer was a direct affront to him. Since they had initiated the attack, he would not hesitate to retaliate. With a smile, Guo Hao had initially intended to focus on his studies, complete his system tasks, and engage in research without distraction. Nevertheless, now that someone had stepped on his toes, remaining silent would only lead others to perceive him as weak and easy to bully. He would have to devise a strategy. Guo Hao calmly walked back into the classroom, resuming his seat and continuing to tackle physics problems. The comprehensive science exam was his current priority. After a day of tranquil study, he returned home in the afternoon, greeted his mother, and promptly retreated to his room to create an account. Following a swift verification process, he published a brief essay, directly addressing the influencer with a fierce rebuttal. Chapter 66, A Great Trouble. The barking of dogs only signifies a pretense of camaraderie. The quality of my writing will be judged by the public, and how can this serene corner of the internet continually give rise to such so-called million followers clowns? In his short essay, Guo Hao meticulously cited all his sources, each stemming from various media platforms, even providing the URLs. You claim my article is fabricated. That I am distorting the truth? To that, I say, go to hell. Such shamelessness is astonishing. Those who have accepted bribes emerge to whitewash the situation. How can one with such a disposition dare to call themselves a scholar? It is truly laughable. Guo Hao's article stripped away the layers of Lu Xiaoxiu's persona, revealing the truth with unflinching clarity. He boldly asserted that the financial backer behind Lu Xiaoxiu was none other than Kai Changong. And behind Kai Changong loomed a significant official. Guo Hao showed no mercy in his short essay, exposing the sordid dealings between Kai Changong and Shen Chang. He even shared various intriguing discoveries he had unearthed online. This piece was published around 5 in the afternoon, and due to the confirmation from the individual at the center of the incident, it was rapidly shared over 1,000 times within minutes. My goodness! The impact was astounding. With a clean tongue, he lambasted Lu Xiaoxiu and his entire family. Hilarious! I have long found Lu Xiaoxiu's antics intolerable. This article struck a chord within me. Who would have thought that one of the key figures in this affair, a mere high school student, would stand up to defend himself? What a thrill! I relish such directness, presenting evidence so palpably. Indeed, Guo Hao's essay stands unblemished. I did not expect this high school student to be so formidable. I am impressed. It turns out the situation unfolded with such logic. I was curious as to how this matter escalated inexplicably. If this situation is indeed factual, then Kai Changong is profoundly foolish. To mobilize the media over a simple essay? How absurd! This transcends the realm of mere writing, it pertains to the reputational concerns of bureaucratic kin. As Guo Hao's short essay made its debut, the entire affair reached its zenith. The heat surged, even eclipsing some entertainment news, as it soared to the pinnacle of Weibo's trending list. What began as a trivial occurrence morphed into a complex saga, drawing in a million followers influencer and potentially implicating a high-ranking official. This ignited a wave of intrigue and curiosity among netizens, amplifying the buzz exponentially, propelling it from the top 10 to the very summit. Guo Hao, however, paid no heed to the trending list. After publishing his essay, he departed his home. Downstairs, Wang Shi awaited him. What took you so long to come down? Wang Shi grumbled. Nothing much, Guo Hao chuckled. You will know soon enough. Ha? Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao, puzzled. Alright, let's head back to school, Guo Hao said, offering no further explanation, as such matters are often tedious to clarify. You have to tell me, Wang Shi insisted, trailing closely behind on his bicycle. Reluctantly, Guo Hao summarized his actions during their ride. What? Wang Shi exclaimed in astonishment. You're incredibly bold. What else could I do? Guo Hao shrugged. If I don't retaliate against those who attack my writing, wouldn't it seem like I'm an easy target? Well, that's true. Wang Shi nodded, acknowledging the point. As the two arrived back at school, Lu Xiaoxiu opened his computer, eager to bask in the anticipated accolades. However, his expression quickly soured. He was dismayed to discover that the high school author he had criticized had penned a rebuttal, further escalating the situation. Even more alarmingly, the student had clearly outlined his affiliations. This was a grave predicament. Lu Xiaoxiu's demeanor darkened as he scrolled to the top of the trending list, opening Guo Hao's account. It was evidently a freshly created profile, the essay lengthy and intricate. Lu Xiaoxiu invested considerable effort to read it. Upon completion, his expression grew increasingly grim. This was a dire situation. Lu Xiaoxiu, a discerning individual, instantly recognized that despite being a high school student, Guo Hao was not to be trifled with. The essay was thoroughly detailed, directly countering Lu Xiaoxiu's claims and even including links to supporting evidence. How could this be? Wasn't he just a high school student? Why was he engaging so fiercely? Moreover, no one had informed him of this student's prowess. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoxiu dialed Kai Changong's number. Old Kai? Have you seen the trending news on Weibo? What on earth is happening? Didn't you tell me that Guo Hao was just an ordinary high school student, writing casually? How could it come to this? If this matter isn't resolved, my million-follower account is in jeopardy. Lu Xiaoxiu's tone was decidedly unfriendly, for this was about his livelihood. A million-follower account generates substantial income for Lu Xiaoxiu each year. If this account crumbles, his reputation would likely follow suit, making future endeavors to earn a living exceedingly difficult. There was no room for Lu Xiaoshu to remain calm. I understand, I will handle this matter. Do not worry. Kai Chenggong replied darkly. Lu Xiaoshu wished to voice further concerns, but Kai Chenggong had already ended the call. After hanging up, Kai Chenggong contacted his brother-in-law. Understood. Shortly thereafter, Weibo received a call. In no time, the top trending topic was removed. Many related discussions vanished as well. This action paradoxically ignited a certain level of interest across the internet. On other platforms, such as forums, there was a sporadic resurgence of buzz. Of course, Guo Hao, engrossed in his studies at school, was oblivious to this. He never anticipated that. In this era, such matters could be handled so crudely. The sheer audacity of simply scrapping a trending topic was astonishing. If this were to transpire in the future, there would be numerous more subtle methods to manage similar situations. Nevertheless, even if he were aware, Guo Hao would remain unfazed. It mattered not. He possessed ample means to navigate the storm. As long as the heat persisted, everything would be manageable. Chapter 67, Withdraw Trending Topics? What a brilliant idea! That evening, while Guo Hao was engrossed in his reading, his homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, summoned him outside. Guo Hao, what on earth is happening online? Did you not promise me that you would refrain from involving yourself in such matters? Mr. Huang gazed at Guo Hao with a hint of exasperation. He had anticipated that Guo Hao would exercise a degree of restraint, yet to his astonishment, during the brief interlude of returning home for dinner, Guo Hao had uploaded a lengthy article. Given the article's length and the time it took him to return home, it was evident that he had premeditated this action. Mr. Huang had also perused the article, which speculated on the leaders Guo Hao had mentioned, leaving Mr. Huang even more helpless. What are we to do now? Guo Hao is merely a student. No matter how irate the officials from the education department may be, they cannot vent their frustrations on him. However, I, on the other hand, am his teacher. Contemplating this, Mr. Huang's expression grew increasingly intricate as he observed Guo Hao beside him. Rest assured, Mr. Huang. I will handle these matters myself. Guo Hao replied with a smile, reassuredly meeting Mr. Huang's gaze. Mr. Huang opened his mouth, wishing to voice his concerns, to express. Your actions may implicate me. Yet, as a role model, Mr. Huang found himself unable to articulate these thoughts, choosing instead to silently regard Guo Hao with a complex expression. Trust me, Mr. Huang. I will manage this situation thoroughly and ensure you are not affected. Guo Hao reiterated, his smile unwavering. Mr. Huang regarded Guo Hao with a mixture of apprehension and admiration. Very well, you may proceed as you see fit. However, I must advise you not to squander excessive time on such matters. Your primary focus should be on improving your comprehensive science scores. Just look at how you performed in the last mock exam. Mr. Huang emphasized earnestly. If you were to improve your scores, while I cannot guarantee admission to a top-tier university, gaining acceptance into a second-tier institution should not pose a significant challenge. Learning is your utmost priority. All else can be set aside. Mr. Huang insisted, looking intently at Guo Hao. I understand, teacher, Guo Hao acknowledged, his smile fading slightly as he nodded. Suddenly, Mr. Huang recalled something. There's another matter for which I summoned you. It appears that the article you posted this afternoon has been retracted, along with the trending topic regarding it. Frankly, it may be for the best, as you should avoid becoming distracted by such issues at this time. Mr. Huang advised. Guo Hao chuckled softly. Do not worry, teacher. I know precisely what actions to take. Observing Guo Hao's demeanor, Mr. Huang felt a surge of helplessness. He realized he could not dissuade Guo Hao from his course of action. Very well, I shall leave this matter to you. It is commendable that you have your own ideas, but you must understand that your most crucial task now is your studies. Understood. Guo Hao replied. All right. Then return to your studies, Mr. Huang said resignedly as Guo Hao turned to leave. Watching Guo Hao's retreating figure, Mr. Huang's eyes reflected a glimmer of resignation. Such a student required no persuasion from him, yet simultaneously, he was not one to be easily managed, so self-disciplined and opinionated. No amount of advice would suffice. With a sigh, Mr. Huang pondered this reality. Upon returning to class, Guo Hao settled into his seat, a faint glimmer of intrigue lighting his eyes. How fascinating! If public opinion could be swayed merely by retracting trending topics, there would be far fewer instances of celebrities facing scandals. A subtle smile graced his lips. Setting aside these contemplations for the moment, Guo Hao resumed working on physics problems, attending class as usual. Later that evening, upon returning home, he found his father present. "Come here, Hao, I have something to discuss with you." Mr. Guo beckoned his son over. Beside him, Mrs. Guo sat on the sofa. Her expression tinged with concern as she gazed at Guo Hao. Guo Hao approached his parents and took a seat. "What is happening online?" Mr. Guo inquired, his expression slightly serious. Upon hearing his father's question, Guo Hao felt no surprise. Given the uproar online, it was only natural for individuals from his parents' workplace to be aware and engage in discussions about it. Guo Hao collected his thoughts and recounted the sequence of events and their outcomes to his father. After listening to Guo Hao, Mrs. Guo looked at him with worry but refrained from speaking. Mr. Guo smiled gently at his son. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" "I have heard that the people associated with Kai Chenggong have utilized administrative orders to retract your article and the related trending topic. Striking the snake but failing to kill it will only result in self-harm," Guo Hao replied calmly. "But what will you do? The forces behind Kai Chenggong are formidable. And he has connections within the provincial education department," Mr. Guo pondered aloud. "Retracting trending topics is the most foolish course of action. Since they have chosen this route, it will be even simpler for me to address the situation." Guo Hao responded with a smile. "All right then, I shall not interfere in this matter. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me or Uncle Li," Mr. Guo said earnestly. Guo Hao nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Mrs. Guo, who had been silent, looked on with concern and addressed her son. Hao, why not let this matter rest? After all, you are still a student, and such issues." Mrs. Guo hesitated, wanting to express more. "Mom, please don't worry. I won't waste time on this," Guo Hao assured her with a smile. "These are trivial matters. They can be resolved easily." However, Mrs. Guo still wished to voice her concerns. "All right, Mom, please trust me. I can handle this. Besides, I am just a high school student. Even if they wish to target me, how much harm can they really cause?" Guo Hao reassured her with a smile. In truth, there was one thing he had not disclosed. It was nearly impossible to expect someone like Kai Chenggong to harbor no resentment towards him. He would undoubtedly hold a grudge. Having engaged in this turmoil, if he did not decisively eliminate Kai Chenggong and his associates, it would be a significant failure on his part. Once Kai Chenggong regained his composure and the incident subsided, he would undoubtedly retaliate against Guo Hao's parents. Rather than waiting for Kai Chenggong to strike first, it was far better to take action now. Mrs. Guo's heart remained troubled as she gazed at her son. A mother's worry knows no bounds, especially concerning such serious matters. Chapter 68, A Surge of Public Sentiment. Guo Hao comforted his parents once more, and after enjoying the late-night meal prepared by his mother, he returned to his room. In the sanctuary of his space, he powered on his computer, immediately navigating to a programming page. With remarkable speed, he began to compose lines of code, swiftly creating a unique little program. This was not merely a standard web crawler, it bore more resemblance to a type of virus, capable of obstructing certain back-end deletions. Akin to a potent parasite. After dedicating over half an hour to this endeavor, Guo Hao crafted an extensive article, embedding the virus within its text. He then proceeded to infiltrate the underlying code of Weibo and other social media platforms, identifying vulnerabilities and subsequently establishing accounts to disseminate his article. Once this piece, laden with the virus, was published, the platform would find it exceedingly difficult to retract it, let alone diminish its burgeoning popularity. Following the publication, a subtle smirk graced Guo Hao's lips, though he paid little mind to the article's instantaneous surge in attention. He shifted his focus to the next phase of his plan, investigating Kai Chenggong. This individual was likely a mere empty vessel. Yet his ascension to the rank of a national-level exceptional language teacher indicated that his brother-in-law's influence must have played a significant role. Thus, what kind of assistance could that be? While direct evidence might be elusive online, it was reasonable to expect some traces to surface. To dismantle a high-ranking official from the education department, mere public outcry would be insufficient. Substantial evidence of misconduct was essential, scattered across the internet, to be presented to the disciplinary committee. Only then could one hope to bring about their downfall. Since a confrontation was unavoidable, the only recourse was to endeavor to obliterate that individual. Guo Hao swiftly delved into a comprehensive online investigation concerning Cai Chengdong. Information regarding Kai's brother-in-law was likely scarce, as such high-ranking officials typically had little presence online. Much of the pertinent information would likely remain hidden in the shadows. However, Cai Chengdong was a different story. Despite his familial connections, he was not an official himself, and uncovering details about him was not particularly challenging. As Guo Hao anticipated, once the direction was confirmed, he quickly stumbled upon some intriguing information about Cai Chengdong. A glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes, perhaps the ultimate truth was within reach. At that moment, Guo Hao's article had begun to wreak havoc online. In it, he elaborated on the current state of collusion between officials and businesses. And it ascended to the top of trending topics, only to be abruptly retracted without any apparent violations. This sudden action could only be attributed to the influence of certain high-ranking individuals. The article ignited a veritable storm, prompting outrage among the public. How insidious it was that a mere word from an official could bury their own transgressions. Would the disciplinary committee not take action? How could such a hot-button issue be silenced by a single utterance? Weibo's trending topics exploded. What had begun as a trivial matter now expanded exponentially due to the repercussions of the retraction. Guo Hao successfully crafted the image of a persecuted high school student. What had initially been a minor affair transformed dramatically, all due to the fallout from the removal of the trending topic. After gathering more information, Guo Hao glanced at Weibo. Observing the fervor beneath his comment, a satisfied smile creeping across his face. This was precisely what he meant by the side effects of the retraction. There was no need for explicit explanations, the public would naturally suspect foul play. Why otherwise would they seek to conceal a matter so trivial? This approach could not resolve the issue, rather, it would only amplify its intensity. History would repeatedly validate this in the coming decade. When confronted with a hot-button issue, the wisest course of action was to maintain silence, allowing the fervor to gradually dissipate. Unless absolutely necessary, for minor controversies, the best strategy was to ignore them. Guo Hao chuckled softly, anticipating that the following day would likely capture the attention of certain relevant authorities. At that point, he would unleash another wave of explosive revelations. However, such revelations were best delivered through an account other than his own. With that thought in mind, Guo Hao powered down his computer. It was now 11 o'clock. After wasting an hour, he decided not to squander any more energy. A bit of reading before washing up and retiring for the night would suffice. Guo Hao immersed himself in literature until midnight, after which he prepared for bed and enjoyed a restful slumber. Meanwhile, certain individuals found themselves unable to sleep. Cai Chengdong sat on the sofa, his expression contorted with frustration, while his wife dared not disturb him. Just moments ago, Kai's brother-in-law had called, vociferously berating him for the troubles he had caused. He declared he would not intervene in this matter. Enraged yet powerless, Cai Chengdong realized that his entire network of connections hinged on his brother-in-law. The absence of his brother-in-law's support left him utterly helpless. The tide of negative sentiments online surged relentlessly, all directed at Cai Chengdong. What could he do? A sense of bewilderment washed over him. At that moment, Cai Chengdong's phone rang again, and he quickly answered. Cai Chengdong. You have ruined my account. The number of unfollows is skyrocketing, and my comments are filled with vitriol. Lu Xiaoxiu's furious voice erupted from the other end. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with Cai Chengdong's background, when personal interests were at stake. He would not hesitate to unleash his ire, even at the risk of offending powerful figures. Otherwise, I will publicly disclose your connections. Claiming your brother-in-law coerced me into posting on Weibo. Do as you wish. Lu Xiaoxiu, consumed by rage, could no longer hold back. He was astounded that a single business deal had spiraled into such chaos. How much will it take for you to keep quiet? Kai Chenggong fell silent for a moment before addressing Lu Xiaoxiu. He understood that the more revelations surfaced, the greater the pressure on his brother-in-law would become. Chapter 69, The Evidence You Desire. I possess it. Although Kai Chenggong believed that Lu Xiaoxiu would not dare to expose his brother-in-law, he could not afford to take that chance. If his brother-in-law were to face any troubles, Kai Chenggong's position as a teacher would undoubtedly be jeopardized. At that moment, he could only imagine the dire consequences that would ensue. I want 500,000. This matter will be considered resolved, he declared. All right. Give me time to raise the funds. Kai Chenggong fell silent for a moment before addressing Lu Xiaoxiu. Hurry up. I can wait for a maximum of 2 days. Don't think you can dawdle until the heat dies down and then try to deceive me. Lu Xiaoxiu, albeit reluctant, still harbored some trepidation regarding Kai Chenggong's brother-in-law. Thus, even when it came to compensation, he dared not make exorbitant demands. Rest assured. Kai Chenggong nodded before hanging up the call. He rubbed his aching forehead and cast his phone aside, fatigue evident in his eyes. To be honest, he had never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Initially, he had believed that with editor Lu's article, the one who had offended him, Chen Chang, would promptly resign as a means of atoning for his transgressions. However, to his dismay, that individual showed no intention of yielding. Instead, he had taken an alternative route, launching a new avenue online. What had begun as a trivial issue quickly spiraled out of control. Chen Chang had sought out a prominent influencer with the intention of utterly discrediting him. Kai Chenggong had thought success was assured, but unexpectedly, the author of the article, a high school student, had stepped forward to clarify matters, writing a piece to refute the allegations. Consequently, the fervor surrounding the issue only intensified. Even when the trending search was retracted, another inexplicable surge in interest arose. The overwhelming online attention even instilled fear in his brother-in-law. With a heavy heart, Kai Chenggong pondered how this situation could possibly conclude. He was at a loss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Su sat at his desk, his dignified visage marred by irritation. His wife cautiously approached, offering him a bowl of noodles. Please eat something, you didn't have dinner last night, she gently urged. Humph. Wang Su replied curtly, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at her. Why didn't I have dinner last night? His wife stood silently by, too afraid to utter a word. I have already told your brother to keep a low profile and live a good life. Yet, he persists in causing trouble for me everywhere. I warned him long ago. If you tread too far into the night, you'll eventually encounter a ghost. Why can't he be a little kinder to others? It's not as if everything is a matter of profit and competition. Has he listened? Over such trivial matters. If someone slightly offends him, he seeks to annihilate them. Those people are not puppets, how could they simply allow him to strike at will? Does he truly believe I can wield absolute power in the province? As he spoke, Wang Su slammed his fist heavily on the desk, creating a thunderous sound. His wife remained silent, not daring to utter a single word. Informed Kai Chenggong. Wang Su's icy gaze swung toward his wife. If he dares to act under my name again, he should not expect me to acknowledge him as my brother-in-law. I will definitely tell him. His wife hurriedly assured him. Humph. Wang Su scoffed. Is this incident causing quite the stir? Unable to contain her curiosity, his wife inquired, with the current online fervor. Tomorrow the Discipline Inspection Commission will surely come knocking, my friends have already warned me. Wang Su replied coldly, my political adversaries will not let this opportunity slip by. In fact, just now, my former superior called to berate me. How serious do you think this situation is? Upon hearing Wang Su's words, his wife stood speechless, fully aware of the implications such events held in the political arena. Enough. Don't just stand there, you're in my way. Wang Su snapped. And his wife retreated without a word. The following day, on his way to work, Wang Su was intercepted by several members of the Discipline Inspection Department. Mr. Wang, we have received numerous reports and kindly ask you to accompany us for an investigation. All right, Wang Su replied with a calm demeanor. This was the most basic quality expected of an official. After discussing the highly publicized incident with the inspectors, he was released around noon. Wang Su maintained his stoic expression. Yet within him, a storm brewed. Indeed, this matter was proving to be quite troublesome. The sheer volume of reports, was this the power of the internet? Upon returning to his office, Wang Su began to strategize. As a high-ranking official, he possessed a vast network of connections. He hoped to extract a price to swiftly quell the turmoil. For reasons unknown, Wang Su felt an unsettling premonition, sensing a conspiracy lurking in the shadows. It was inconceivable for mere teachers and school principals to orchestrate such a complicated affair. The night before, he had inquired with the staff on Weibo, who informed him that the article recently published by Guo Hao could not be deleted. It appeared to be embedded with some sort of virus linked to the platform. If they attempted to forcibly remove it, it could potentially crash the entire site. Naturally, Weibo would not take such drastic measures for Wang Su. He was not surprised. The pivotal question remained, who was the mastermind behind that high school student? How could a mere teenager possess such remarkable programming skills? To the extent that even Weibo's staff were powerless to intervene? Furthermore, the article had gone viral across nearly all social media platforms, without some formidable force driving it. Wang Su found it hard to believe. Who could it be? Wang Su's eyes narrowed slightly. Director, there are important documents. Please come in. At that moment, Guo Hao, the individual Wang Su suspected, was in a classroom delivering a lesson. In our last class, we discussed the direction of force, which is always perpendicular to the surface. Yet, on this exam, so many still made mistakes. With the college entrance examination approaching, the physics teacher continued lecturing. Guo Hao attentively took notes, fully engrossed in the lesson. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. As it was school policy, he had set it to silent mode. A frown crossed his face. A call at this moment could only be from an unfamiliar number. The call ended quickly. As the physics teacher concluded the lesson, Guo Hao retrieved his phone. It was indeed a stranger calling. Initially inclined to ignore it, he hesitated for a moment. Guo Hao swiftly exited the classroom and moved to a secluded corner to return the call. You finally called me back. Who are you? Guo Hao inquired, brow furrowed. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I possess the evidence you desire most. Do you want it? Chapter 70, Hacker Organization O? Pray tell. What evidence do you require? Guo Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of danger flickering within them. The corruption evidence against Wang Su from the education department, am I correct? The voice on the other end was laced with amusement. Wang Su. Who is that to me? Guo Hao replied, maintaining his composure despite a sudden chill in his heart. The director Wang Su from the provincial education department, he is the one behind Kai Chengdong. I trust, dear brother Guo Hao, you have already conducted your investigation? Oh? That is news to me, Guo Hao retorted, feigning ignorance. Faced with a stranger of unknown origins, Guo Hao knew how to handle the situation. Ha ha. Brother Guo Hao. You are quite cautious. Indeed, with your hacking skills, caution is paramount. It seems you are well acquainted with yourself. Guo Hao's expression turned serious. What exactly do you wish to convey? Patience, my friend. As fellow practitioners in this field, I reached out to you today to forge a friendship and propose a transaction. Young man, your skills are commendable, yet your handling of IP subnets leaves much to be desired. You have left quite a few traces online. Particularly with the codes you have written, while they display considerable skill, it seems you lack experience in such matters. I traced your digital footprints back to you. And I must say, I was quite startled to discover such a young prodigy in hacking. A flicker of unease crossed Guo Hao's mind. Yet he chose to disregard the rest of the stranger's comments. I fail to comprehend your intentions. If you do not clarify soon, I shall terminate this call. At that moment, the voice on the line suddenly recited a string of numbers. This is my darknet ID, contact me online. With that, the mysterious caller hung up. Furrowing his brow, Guo Hao set his phone down, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. He had inadvertently attracted the attention of a hacker. After some contemplation, He realized that this hacker had not exhibited any malice, rather, they had kindly alerted him to the traces he had left online. Perhaps this was not a bad omen after all. Nevertheless, he found himself quite curious about the evidence the caller had mentioned. Could there truly be incriminating evidence against Wang Su? If such undeniable proof of corruption existed, he could simply send it to the disciplinary department's email and make it public. Even if Wang Su held some status and connections, he would be utterly finished. Previously, Guo Hao had sought evidence but found scant information about Wang Su online. He set those thoughts aside for the time being and returned to his classroom. Upon his return, Wang Shi cast a questioning glance at Guo Hao, who merely shook his head in response. Though curious, Wang Shi chose not to pry further. Settling back into his seat, Guo Hao resumed his studies. His progress in biology and chemistry was surprisingly smooth, far exceeding his initial expectations. These subjects demanded considerable memorization, and Guo Hao's intellect had seen notable improvement during this period, particularly in his memory retention. His efficiency in studying these subjects, alongside reciting classical poetry and prose, had significantly increased. Physics, however, presented a greater challenge, as Guo Hao was starting from scratch, making it considerably more cumbersome. Nevertheless, his newfound patience and focus allowed him to learn at a pace much faster than average. Now, Guo Hao found studying to be far less burdensome than before. The only hurdle remaining was to elevate his scores in the sciences. Once achieved, he would easily complete the silver and gold reward tasks he had chosen. Essentially, these two tasks were one and the same, after all. The requirement for the gold level task was to attain a score of 640. Achieving this score would grant him access to a 211 university, or even a C9 institution, with relative ease. With a tranquil demeanor, Guo Hao diligently tackled his problems. That evening, upon returning home and greeting his parents, he retreated to his room. He powered on his computer and swiftly accessed the dark net. Entering the mysterious ID provided by the enigmatic caller, he found himself in a deep-layered chat room. "Greetings, Guo Hao. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance," the mysterious figure messaged. "Before divulging your true name, might you indulge me with a brief introduction? It would be rather impolite otherwise." Guo Hao quickly typed a response. "Haha, indeed. My name is Guo Hao, and you?" "Vulture," the reply came, clearly a pseudonym. "What is your real name?" "I wish to learn more about you, Vulture." "In this realm, one seldom uses their true name, do they? Perhaps you could share your alias with me?" "An alias? You say?" Guo Hao paused for a moment. "You may call me Child." "Very well, Child. I possess all the information regarding Wang Su, solid evidence, indeed. What are your terms?" Guo Hao hesitated before inquiring, "And what are your conditions?" "Quite simple, you must join our organization." "Is it an illegal organization?" Guo Hao felt a slight heaviness in his chest. "Certainly not. We are one of the most clandestine red hacker organizations in the country. Each member is free. Our only activities involve periodically organizing cyber incursions into foreign networks and assisting our nation in countering foreign cyber invasions." As he read Vulture's words, Guo Hao's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Is that all?" "Indeed. Beyond these two tasks, you are free to disregard any commands I might give you." "Does that sound agreeable?" "That poses no issue. Assisting the Heavenly Dragon Nation is a duty I cannot shirk. My decision to join this organization will not alter that fact. Hence your condition is virtually inconsequential to me." "Excellent. I shall now transmit the evidence to you." In no time, Vulture sent an encrypted file. After receiving the package and acquiring the password, Guo Hao swiftly opened the file. "Transaction complete. This chat room will self-destruct. I will add you as a friend, and I shall notify you when a task arises." With that, Vulture did not wait for Guo Hao to respond before the deep-layered chat room disintegrated. Upon examining the contents of the folder, Guo Hao's eyes narrowed once more. The evidence of Wang Su's embezzlement and corruption was indeed present, including detailed ledgers. This material was akin to Wang Su's lifeblood. How could it possibly fall into another's hands? Who exactly was this Vulture? Chapter 71, The Surge of Public Interest. In a state of bewilderment, Guo Hao gazed intently. Such matters ought not to manifest online. Had they done so, Wang Su would have met his demise long ago. After sifting through the evidence and confirming its validity, Guo Hao refrained from disseminating it through his home network. Until the issue of the network subnet mask was resolved. He was unwilling to use his own internet connection for such communications. After briefly informing his parents, he departed for a nearby cyber CAF. Upon seating himself at a computer, Guo Hao swiftly accessed the web, employing false information to obscure his network subnet mask and IP address. He then proceeded to disseminate all the materials he possessed across various platforms, from social media to the inboxes of prominent disciplinary bodies, no stone left unturned. Surely, Wang Su would not escape justice this time. With a grin, Guo Hao completed his task, yet his mind lingered on the shadowy figure of the hacker organization. Closing the computer, he chose not to dwell further on the matter. Overthinking would yield no benefit. What was destined to occur would inevitably come to pass. After consuming an energy drink, he resumed his studies. Meanwhile, the information he had released spread like wildfire across the internet, igniting discussions in numerous chat groups and social media platforms. Incredible! Evidence of corruption. And at such a high level. Amazing! The fervor of public interest surged. Even in the dead of night, as the scandal involving high-ranking officials captivated the masses. This revelation linked Wang Su to Kai Changong, a recent subject of controversy, adding even more intrigue. When Kai Changong beheld the online revelations, he felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him. He stared, wide-eyed, at the documents circulating across major platforms, panic radiating from his gaze. He could scarcely fathom how events had spiraled to this point. The documents were replete with evidence of his brother-in-law's corruption, including meticulous accounts that even Kai Changong found unfamiliar, save for certain details he had once overseen. The reality struck him, the evidence was irrefutable. A vast web of conspiracy had ensnared both him and his brother-in-law, with him as the origin. At the peak of public outrage, as the trending topic was retracted, the evidence was unleashed. In such circumstances, not even divine intervention could save his brother-in-law. An investigation was inevitable, regardless of Wang Su's stature or connections. Kai Changong's heart raced at the thought of his own predicament. What would become of him? With his support now crumbled, could he still remain unscathed? The uncertainty gnawed at him, and in this moment of dread, he regretted his earlier actions. Why had he involved himself in such trivial matters? The outcome of a mock exam essay held no bearing on his life. Why had he sought to silence Qian Chang, the editor of Chongqing Daily? Each decision had led him to this perilous juncture. As Kai Changong sat on his bed, consumed by remorse, the following day unfolded with grave consequences. Wang Su was apprehended by the disciplinary committee en route to work, and Kai Changong was not spared either. Upon his arrival at school, he was confronted publicly by an officer from the disciplinary committee, who presented identification and requested his cooperation in an investigation. Kai Changong opened his mouth, but the curious and scornful gazes of the students pierced him like arrows. Overwhelmed by shame, he could not muster a defense as the officers cuffed him and hurried him away from the school entrance. Behind him, students at Chongqing No. 1 high school erupted into discussions, the scandal having become widely known. The investigation would take time. For Guo Hao, this absurd affair had drawn to a close. Its ridiculousness akin to a tragedy sparked by a mere bun. The public outcry held little significance for him. At that moment, he was in class. Unlike before, when he had obsessively focused on mathematics, he now approached all subjects with diligence, particularly the sciences, which had garnered the attention of his teachers due to his exceptional performance in the previous mock exams. That morning, news of Wang Su and Kai Changong's arrest spread like wildfire, igniting another wave of public discourse. Guo Hao learned of the developments during a break from his homeroom teacher, Lao Huang. With a calm smile, he acknowledged the outcome, having anticipated this turn of events. Now that it's settled, focus on your studies. I have high hopes for you, Lao Wang remarked before departing. As Guo Hao prepared to leave the corridor, he was called back by Shen Luoyan, who was descending the stairs. Chapter 72, the conclusion. Guo Hao paused for a moment as Shen Luoyan approached him directly. She handed him a notebook. This is a compilation of notes I have meticulously crafted based on your recent weaknesses in comprehensive science knowledge. Please take it home and review it thoroughly. Guo Hao reached out to accept it. At that moment, Shen Luoyan furrowed her brow and inquired, "What has been going on with you these past 2 days? You haven't had the time to seek my guidance, and your study progress seems to have slowed significantly. Are you facing any difficulties?" Shen Luoyan gazed at Guo Hao with concern. Guo Hao was about to jestingly ask if she had seen the news online, but he abruptly halted. He suddenly remembered that Shen Luoyan had not even registered for a QQ account. Moreover, she had no friends at school and never engaged in gossip. If he mentioned anything about the internet, it was highly likely that she would genuinely be unaware. I have indeed been dealing with a few matters. But they are resolved now," Guo Hao replied to Shen Luoyan. She nodded in understanding. With only about 40 days remaining until the college entrance examination, there is still ample room for improvement in your current performance. If you can elevate your comprehensive science scores, there will be no need for you to repeat the year. Shen Luoyan looked at Guo Hao earnestly. "Thank you. I understand." Guo Hao nodded. Shen Luoyan acknowledged him with a nod and, without further words, turned to ascend the stairs. At that moment, Guo Hao felt a wave of relief. Although he had anticipated this outcome yesterday, hearing it from Lao Huan brought him genuine joy. After all, predicting was one thing, but the reality of the situation was another. There was no denying that he had been directly attacked. While retreating into his shell might ensure his safety, it would also become a part of his dark history. Having been given a second chance at life, Guo Hao was unwilling to hide away. Indeed, his gamble had paid off. Such officials who abuse their power often have murky pasts, and although uncovering them poses challenges, the difficulty diminishes significantly once the matter gains traction. Consider how most officials strive to maintain a low profile, avoiding media appearances and steering clear of trending topics. Why is that? Resolving the issues surrounding Kai Chenggong and his associates felt like a breath of fresh air, and it also alleviated the risks associated with his online writings. Upon returning to the classroom, Guo Hao opened the notebook Shen Luoyan had entrusted to him. It was a pristine notebook, its ink fresh. Yet the handwriting was neat and elegant. As he flipped through the pages, he noticed they were densely filled with meticulously crafted notes. Evidently, this was a compilation Shen Luoyan had prepared for him over the past few days. A warmth spread through Guo Hao's heart. This notebook signified her genuine concern for him. She had dedicated a significant amount of her precious study time to create such a comprehensive set of notes for him. This exceeded the expectations of a typical tutor. Pondering this, Guo Hao sighed softly. He wondered if this dedication had encroached upon her own study time. She must be grateful for the opportunity to assist him, especially since her grandparents lacked the means to earn an income. Although Shen Luoyan had not explicitly mentioned it, Guo Hao could sense the importance of this tutoring job to her. Perhaps he should gently remind her to prioritize her own studies. With that thought in mind, Guo Hao began to carefully examine the notes Shen Luoyan had provided. The content was replete with concepts Guo Hao was unfamiliar with, each accompanied by detailed explanations and even illustrative diagrams. After a brief perusal, he felt he had gained considerable insights. Indeed, those top-tier students capable of scoring above 700 in the entrance exams had practically mastered the entirety of high school knowledge, often surpassing many high school teachers in their understanding. Their explanations of these concepts were exceptionally clear and insightful. After spending some time reviewing the notes, Guo Hao returned to his problem-solving practice. He diligently worked through 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulation, focusing on the second mandatory physics volume. Having completed nearly half of it, "I must finish this promptly." Guo Hao was filled with determination. With the issues resolved, he could once again engage in his studies with enthusiasm. During lunch in the school cafeteria, the news of Kai Chenggong and Wang Su being placed under investigation was played prominently. "Wow! How good!" Wang Shi exclaimed, turning suddenly to look at Guo Hao. Not only he, but many classmates around Guo Hao also directed their astonished gazes toward him. Their expressions bore signs of shock. Many of these individuals had either heard of or read the article Guo Hao had written, where he claimed that Lu Xiaoxu was merely a pawn of Kai Chenggong, destined to attack him, and predicted that a significant figure lurked behind Kai Chenggong. The impact of that article was substantial. It was unexpected that just days after he published it, Kai Chenggong and Wang Su would be under investigation. Of course, not everyone was taken aback. Some had stayed up late the previous night and had already seen the evidence. Guo Hao maintained a calm demeanor, continuing with his meal. "All right. Just eat your food. This matter has nothing to do with you," he retorted to Wang Shi, somewhat irritated. Wang Shi, puzzled by Guo Hao's composure, questioned, "Aren't you excited, Hao Go?" "Excited about what? I already knew this would happen. What's there to be thrilled about?" Guo Hao shrugged. As he spoke, he finished his meal. "I'll be leaving now." Wang Shi attempted to cling to Guo Hao for further discussion, but Guo Hao was not inclined to delve into the matter any longer. After cleaning his tray, he returned to the classroom alone to resume his studies. Ultimately, studying remained a monotonous process. Solving problems was not entirely dull. Yet much of the knowledge required repetitive learning to be accurately applied during examinations. This incessant cycle of repetition, no matter how elegantly it was articulated, was ultimately tedious. Even though Guo Hao had settled into his studies, he remained oblivious to the distractions outside. As time progressed, the uproar gradually subsided, and everything began to return to its normal course. On the weekend, Shen Luoyan looked at Guo Hao with a furrowed brow as she began to illustrate on the test paper. This vessel is navigating upstream on a turbulent river. If a wind blows from downstream, how many forces does the vessel experience in total? From how many directions do these forces come? And what are their respective magnitudes in newtons? Clearly, you have overlooked the impact of the water's waves on the vessel. Chapter 73, Strive to Study. Prepare for the Gaokao. In light of the known wind speed, aside from the force exerted by the vessel itself, there exists the force imparted by the wind on the ship, as well as the influence of the water waves propelled by the wind. Shen Luoyan meticulously elucidated each force to Guo Hao, following which calculations ensued. Guo Hao listened intently. When tackling problems, one must pay close attention to these aspects. You are bright and quick to learn. Yet such matters are less about intelligence and more about attention to detail, particularly in the integrated science subjects where minutiae hold significant importance, Shen Luoyan advised Guo Hao. "I understand," Guo Hao nodded in acknowledgement. After explaining the problems, Shen Luoyan proceeded to teach him from the textbook. As Guo Hao had already reviewed many topics, she moved swiftly through the material. Typically, upon concluding a chapter's key concepts, Shen Luoyan would assign Guo Hao a series of problems. The dynamic of teaching and learning made time pass swiftly. After lunch, they resumed their studies until 6:30. "I have highlighted 100 physics problems on Wusun for you, focusing on the areas where you are relatively weaker. Make sure to tackle them diligently. Once you've completed them, share your answers with me, and I will guide you through your mistakes," Shen Luoyan instructed Guo Hao. "Okay." Guo Hao nodded. After their conversation, he addressed Shen Luoyan, "Auntie, I shall take my leave now." "Feel free to eat here," Shen Luoyan replied with a smile. Afterward, she changed her shoes at the door and departed from Guo Hao's home. Watching Shen Luoyan's retreating figure, Guo's mother expressed her sentiments. Hao, you truly ought to be grateful. A significant portion of your recent academic progress has been greatly aided by Shen Luoyan, hasn't it?" "Indeed." Guo Hao nodded affirmatively. He chuckled and remarked to his mother, "However, Shen Luoyan might not readily accept our gratitude. She may feel that it is merely her duty to fulfill her role for the salary she receives." Guo Hao shrugged casually. "What a wonderful girl. Truly a commendable young woman." Guo's mother sighed with admiration. Guo Hao smiled, reflecting, "There will be ample opportunities to express our gratitude in the future. Why be constrained by the present?" They resumed their focus on practice problems. At present, Guo Hao had gained considerable confidence in solving the majority of foundational problems. Throughout the day, Shen Luoyan dedicated herself to assisting Guo Hao with integrated science studies. His proficiency in these subjects had reached 30% of the second-year level. Given his initially poor foundation, nearly at zero, and the fact that he had primarily focused on mathematics since his rebirth, it was no surprise that his integrated science performance lagged. Prior to the second mock examination, he had dedicated less than a week to integrated science study. The ensuing period was marked by tranquil study sessions, devoid of any significant upheaval. After more than 10 days had elapsed, Guo Hao had accrued substantial experience across all integrated science subjects, while his mathematics experience had only increased by a few dozen points. Though the growth in experience was modest, Guo Hao felt that his mathematics skills had improved considerably over this time. His accuracy in solving mathematics papers had notably risen, with many previously challenging problems now presenting little difficulty. With only a month remaining until the Gaokao, the final mock examination, the third mock, commenced. The process bore a striking resemblance to the second mock. Having been reborn in high school for over 2 months, Guo Hao had fully acclimated to the rigors of high school life, busy and fulfilling. Upon completion of the third mock examination, results emerged within 2 to 3 days. Guo Hao once again achieved a commendable score of 607, earning the title of Progress Star at Gancheng No. 1 High School, and securing the top position in Class 7 of the senior year. Old Huang, brimming with joy, stood before the class, unable to conceal his elation. Guo Hao, this student, once at the bottom of his class, has undergone a remarkable transformation in merely half a senior year. 600 points. How many students at Gancheng No. 1 High School can boast scores exceeding 600? In fact, how many students in all of Gancheng can achieve such scores? Just over 100 days ago, Guo Hao was merely a student scoring in the 300 to 400 range. While this transformation is ultimately due to Guo Hao's own efforts, it is undeniable that I, as his class teacher, also share in the accolades. Reflecting on this, old Huang's smile broadened. The diligence Guo Hao has demonstrated these past days is evident to the entire class. He has proven to us all that with determination, even the most daunting challenges can be overcome. With just over 20 days remaining until the Gaokao, many may think it permissible to relax. However, I must urge you all, these final 20 days could very well be the period that distinguishes you from others. A single point can surpass 1,000 competitors. Guo Hao made a leap of 300 points in 60 days. How much do you think you can improve in 20 days? Old Huang passionately rallied the class. Guo Hao remained in his seat, his expression unchanged. He had long since become immune to such fervor. At this moment, he was engrossed in contemplating a challenging physics problem. Admittedly, physics presented considerable difficulty, while it shared significant overlap with mathematics. The various concepts and phenomena involved were equally intriguing. Just as Guo Hao was deep in thought, his deskmate, Wang Lijuan, poked him with her pen. Guo Hao turned to her, and she gestured for him to look towards the podium. Instinctively, he raised his head. Guo Hao, please come up and share some of your study experiences with the class. Old Huang smiled encouragingly at him. Reluctantly, Guo Hao stood, surveying his classmates. We are all peers, so I won't indulge in platitudes. I will simply say this, as long as you are willing to put in the effort. Even with just 20 days remaining, there is still a possibility for transformation, from not qualifying for a prestigious university to gaining admission, or from being limited to a second-tier university to achieving entry into a first-tier institution. All it takes is the will to strive. With that, Guo Hao returned to his seat. Old Huang was momentarily taken aback, then led the class in applause. Soon, the classroom was filled with applause. Indeed, Guo Hao speaks the truth. As long as one is willing to work hard, even until the last moment, there remains a chance to change one's life. Let us fight for these final 20 days and choose the university of our dreams. As old Huang's impassioned voice echoed, the classroom resonated with the fervent shouts of students, brimming with enthusiasm. An inexplicable sense of emotion and inspiration welled up within Guo Hao. Perhaps this is what youth truly embodies? They genuinely believed that through their efforts, a bright future awaited them. Such confidence is indeed precious. Chapter 74, the eve of the college entrance examination after the third mock exam. Perhaps it was due to Guo Hao's encouragement. Or perhaps the students truly felt the impending approach of the college entrance examination. The learning attitudes among the students underwent a dramatic transformation compared to before. The chatter among classmates in the classroom diminished significantly, as most of them were engrossed in their books. The sounds of reading during morning and evening study sessions grew noticeably louder. Those who previously struggled with their studies became more earnest, while those who had a chance of scoring above the undergraduate line, or were hovering around that threshold, were studying with a fervor that resembled madness. All filled with a sense of urgency. During breaks, the once boisterous students in the corridors had vanished. The classroom, which had been loud and lively, now exuded an air of solemnity and quietude, almost as if the very atmosphere had thickened with tension. This was the essence of the college entrance examination. Even Wang Shi, typically a lackluster student, found himself compelled, half by pressure and half by contagion, to pick up a book during the final 20 days leading up to the exam. However, the consequence was that he spent the entire journey home complaining to Guo Hao. "Wow! I read today and it made me feel nauseous. Much of the content feels like an alien language. Why do they have to write in such a convoluted manner? I feel utterly lost. What's the point of this learning?" Guo Hao rolled his eyes. "I told you to study hard before, now you're complaining. If you don't want to study, just sleep. Wasn't that how you got by before?" Wang Shi scratched his head sheepishly upon hearing Guo Hao's words. He. It's just that the atmosphere in the class is so focused on studying. Even that kid Sun Yu, who ranks third from the bottom, is diligently studying. I can't fall behind him, can I? Guo Hao rolled his eyes again, realizing that Wang Shi was merely following the crowd. Besides, haven't people always said? No pain, no gain. If you don't strive in your third year, it's all in vain. If we keep sleeping now, we'll have nothing to discuss about our third year later on. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Wang Shi scratched his head again. Guo Hao shot him another eye roll. Realizing that this fool had suddenly begun to study just to have common ground with others in the future. Alright, I've reached home, bye. Guo Hao, seeing his neighborhood ahead, lost interest in listening to Wang Shi's foolishness. Hey, wait. Wang Shi attempted to say more, but Guo Hao had already pedaled away on his bicycle. Wang Shi, bewildered, pondered what had changed in his childhood friend's mind. Why had he suddenly turned aloof? Did he say something wrong? With confusion on his face, he pedaled homeward. In the ensuing 20 days, Guo Hao's dedication to study intensified beyond his previous fervor. Shen Luoyan increased the frequency of her tutoring sessions with him. As the examination drew nearer, she was eager to impart every conceivable problem-solving technique and key knowledge from high school onto Guo Hao. The other subject teachers mirrored this urgency. By the second semester of senior year, all necessary knowledge had been covered, yet for those with weaker foundations still eager to learn, teachers found themselves reiterating previously taught concepts over and over again. Amidst this fervent pursuit of knowledge, the college entrance examination was quietly approaching. 3 days before the exam, on the afternoon of June 3rd, the school commenced its break. This afternoon, you may take all your belongings home. For these 3 days, do not burden yourselves with overly demanding study tasks. Likewise, do not become overly lax, avoid neglecting your studies entirely. Instead, strive to maintain a relaxed mindset and calm your state of being. I trust that each of you will present your best selves for the exam. The expressions of the students were difficult to categorize as merely nervous or excited. However, a sense of anxiety lingered in the hearts of most, including Guo Hao. This was unavoidable after all. The college entrance examination was a pivotal moment, determining one's future. For Guo Hao, failing this examination could jeopardize 2 critical system tasks, which promised substantial rewards. He could not guarantee that the system would offer him another chance should he falter this time. Therefore, it was imperative that, come what may, victory was the only option for this examination. The class monitor stood to distribute the examination permits. Remember, the examination permit is of utmost importance, do not misplace it. If lost, you will be unable to enter the examination hall. Furthermore, your examination venue may not even be at this school, so you must verify your location. Old Huang, the teacher, continued to elaborate on the precautions for the examination. Throughout the afternoon, he spoke extensively not only about the exam but also about life. As the final bell rang for the last class of the day, he concluded, well, after all this chatter, I sincerely wish everyone the best in the examination hall. May you remember everything you've studied and achieve full marks. Thank you, teacher. The students chorused back to old Huang. All right then, he took a deep breath. Class dismissed. With that, he glanced deeply at the students before him. Though he bid farewell to a graduating class each year, he invested genuine emotion into each one. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. The class monitor suddenly spoke up. The other students echoed their gratitude towards old Huang. He felt a slight moisture at the corners of his eyes. Everyone, good luck in the examination. With that, old Huang swiftly exited the classroom, fearful that he might break down in tears at any moment. It must be said, old Huang was indeed a good teacher. Guo Hao reflected on the teacheress departing figure with a hint of sentimentality. As old Huang left, the students began to gather their books and belongings. However, with the shouts from the neighboring classroom echoing through the hall, everyone rushed out to the corridor, clutching their completed test papers and unused books. We're taking the college entrance examination. The third-year students erupted in cheers, ripping their papers and textbooks apart, sending shreds of paper swirling down like snowflakes. The pent-up pressure from the days of preparation for the examination seemed to be released in that moment. Let us go, buddy. Tear up those books. Wang Shi exclaimed excitedly to Guo Hao. You go ahead. I still have 2 questions left to finish, Guo Hao replied, shaking his head. Chapter 75, The Frenzy Before the College Entrance Examination. Don't. It's customary to tear books before the exams. Why must you be such a killjoy? Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao with confusion. Guo Hao merely cast him a dispassionate glance. Fine, fine. Wang Shi sighed in resignation. Soon, he energetically picked up his books and headed to the corridor. The senior students were passionately shouting, tearing apart the books they had studied for 3 years, releasing the pent-up pressure they had endured while preparing for the exams. After completing their exercises, Guo Hao gazed out into the corridor. Students were letting out their fears about the future in fervent roars. Shredded paper fluttered down like snowflakes, a testament to the youth of countless scholars. After the outburst, the ground below was thickly carpeted with scraps of paper. The seniors bid each other farewell, gathering their belongings as they prepared to leave the school. Come on, hurry up. Guo Hao had just finished organizing his books. Could you help me carry these? He said to Wang Shi. Ha? Wang Shi's eyes were filled with bewilderment. If I help you carry your books, what will you do? Of course, I'm helping Shen Luoyan with her books. How do you expect a girl to carry all these by herself? Guo Hao retorted impatiently. You rascal. Wang Shi wanted to retort further, but Guo Hao had already exited the classroom. Take this back home for me, my mother is waiting, he called out before leaving. Wang Shi rolled his eyes at Guo Hao's retreating figure. What a guy, prioritizing girls over friends. With a sigh of resignation, Wang Shi thought, fine, I'll do it. What other choice do I have? Helping Guo Hao carry the heavy stack of books down the stairs, he felt relieved that he had already discarded all his own books. As for other belongings, he hadn't brought anything else to school, thankfully. Guo Hao ascended the stairs. Indeed, Shen Luoyan was still busy organizing her books. Let me help you, Guo Hao offered as he moved to assist her. Shen Luoyan frowned, no need for your help. Her tone remained somewhat cold. But I'm your student. It's my duty to assist you, isn't it? Do you wish for me to be ungrateful? Guo Hao smiled gently at her. Shen Luoyan furrowed her brow, hesitating momentarily but ultimately did not stop Guo Hao from continuing. What about your books? She inquired. I had Wang Shi take mine back. Since he already tore all of his books, he might as well help me carry some. Guo Hao replied with a grin. Many students from the elite class watched as Guo Hao helped Shen Luoyan tidy up her books, but they were no longer surprised. After all, his frequent visits to seek her guidance had become increasingly common. Assisting her was quite normal. Only Zhaoying looked on with jealousy from the side, feeling envious of Shen Luoyan. However, Zhaoying had become noticeably more subdued than before, having been humbled by Guo Hao's reprimands on several occasions. Once the domineering girl from the top school, she had now adopted a low profile, focusing solely on her studies and distancing herself from troublemakers. Zhaoying observed Guo Hao helping Shen Luoyan for a while, and soon her jealousy faded, replaced by a sense of desolation. Guo Hao, oblivious to Zhao Ying's internal struggle, had already helped Shen Luoyan pack all her books. Fortunately, she had already brought half of them back. Although the remaining books were numerous, Guo Hao managed to organize them. All right, let us go. He hoisted a large box of books and said to Shen Luoyan. She frowned, feeling that something was amiss. Let me do it. She insisted. No. Let us go, Teacher Shin. Helping you is no trouble at all. Guo Hao smiled. Reluctantly, Shin Luoyan allowed him to carry her books, and together they descended the stairs. After some back and forth, Guo Hao secured the box to the back of his bicycle. Let us go, Teacher Shin. I'll help you get this home, he said cheerfully. Unable to argue, Shin Luoyan rode her bicycle behind him. They cycled through the countryside for about 20 minutes before arriving at Shin Luoyan's home. Your house is so far. What time do you wake up each morning? Guo Hao marveled at the ancient brick house in the distance. I get up at 4:50, Shin Luoyan replied calmly. Guo Hao was taken aback. The last class for seniors usually ended around 10 in the evening, meaning Shin Luoyan likely returned home at around 10:30. Even if she didn't study upon returning, just tidying up and washing up would keep her up until after 11. This meant her sleep would never exceed 6 hours a night, and often it was less than 5. With a slight sigh, Guo Hao said, Let us drop off your books, and then I'll be on my way. They arrived at Shin Luoyan's doorstep, where her grandparents emerged from the house. Looking perplexed at the sight of Guo Hao carrying books. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm a classmate of Shin Luoyan and also her student. I came specifically to help her carry her books, as she has taught me so much, Guo Hao explained with a smile. He then moved the books inside the humble dwelling. The interior of the house was quite simple, with a few broken pieces of furniture. Guo Hao felt a pang of sympathy, though his expression remained unchanged. I'll leave the books here. Teacher Shin, Grandpa, Grandma, I'll take my leave now, he said with a smile. Stay for a meal before you go. Grandma urged him. No, Grandma, my mother has cooked for me at home. If I don't return, she will be worried. Guo Hao waved his hand in farewell before leaving. As he rode away, Shin Luoyan's grandparents turned their gaze towards her. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Shin Luoyan soon regained her composure. He is just a student of mine. This young man seems quite polite, the elder remarked with a smile. If they could be together in the future. Grandma! Shin Luoyan interrupted her grandmother before she could finish her thought. I've told you. I won't consider such things. Chapter 76, the ongoing college entrance examination. Guo Hao was, of course, oblivious to the conversation between Shin Luoyan and her grandmother. At this moment, his heart was filled with profound sentiments. Although he had long been aware of Shin Luoyan's humble background, this was the first time he witnessed the reality of her family's circumstances in both his past and present lives. It was even worse than he had imagined. Given the adversity Shin Luoyan faced, her ability to achieve such academic success was a source of shame for many. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside these chaotic thoughts. After cycling for over 20 minutes, Guo Hao returned home. Hey, why are you still here? Guo Hao exclaimed upon seeing Wang Shi seated on the sofa, warmly attended to by his mother. Wang Shi offered an awkward smile. What kind of talk is that? Wang Shi is a guest. Guo's mother retorted sharply. Guo Hao shrugged and sat beside Wang Shi. Are you leaving then? Wang Shi asked. Yes, Guo Hao nodded in response. Wang Shi stood up. Auntie. I'll be heading back now. Don't go. Stay for dinner. Guo's mother urged Wang Shi. No, my mom is waiting for me at home. Wang Shi replied with a smile, and then he departed from the Guo household. As Wang Shi closed the door behind him, Guo's mother turned her gaze toward her son. You, my child. What kind of talk is that? She chided him. Come on, I was just joking. Guo Hao chuckled. His mother looked at him with curiosity. Did you visit Shen Luoyan's home? How was it? More impoverished than we imagined, Guo Hao replied after a moment of silence. Upon hearing this, a hint of sorrow flashed in Guo's mother's eyes. That poor girl, it's truly heart-wrenching. Guo Hao shrugged. Such is life. In the following 3 days, Guo Hao remained diligent, with Shin Luoyan coming daily to tutor him. The final 3 days were crucial, leading up to the college entrance examination. On June 7th, the weather was overcast, with a palpable humidity in the air. Guo's mother rode her electric bike, escorting Guo Hao to the examination venue. Fortunately, his testing location was at the first high school, saving him considerable time. Outside the examination hall, a multitude of students awaited entry. The doors would open half an hour early. The first exam, Chinese, was scheduled for 9 o'clock, meaning students could only enter from 8:30 onwards. Yet, at present, it was only 8 o'clock, and the school gate was already swarming with people, candidates and their anxious parents, all waiting. Nearby, police and school security maintained order. The annual college entrance examination was undoubtedly one of the most significant events in the region and was treated with the utmost seriousness. The weather was dreary, with numerous awnings set up outside the school gates. "Focus on your exam, don't think of anything else, just do your best, understand?" Guo's mother seemed even more anxious than Guo Hao himself. "I know, Mom," he replied, a touch of exasperation in his voice. He was not particularly nervous, after all. He had weathered many storms in both his past and present lives. Even if there was a hint of anxiety, it stemmed more from concern about completing his system tasks than any apprehension regarding the examination itself. His mother continued to ramble on until the school gates opened. "Mom, you don't need to wait here at the gate. Just come to pick me up when the exam is almost done, I can return home by myself. It's not a big deal." "Absolutely not." Guo's mother immediately dismissed his suggestion. "Other parents are waiting outside, how can I let you go without any guardian? If other kids have their parents, you should too." Guo Hao felt a bit helpless, his mother simply would not listen. "Fine, do as you wish," he conceded, following the throng of students into the school. Upon reaching the examination room, he found his designated seat. The college entrance examination, he never anticipated that he would experience it again after his rebirth. Guo Hao took a deep breath to calm the tumult of emotions within him, checked his belongings to ensure everything was in order, and then closed his eyes to rest, awaiting the start of the exam. 15 minutes before the exam commenced, the proctor entered the room, preparing to distribute the test papers. As the white speaker in front of the classroom crackled to life, the proctor unsealed the exam papers and began handing them out. Guo Hao received his paper and filled in all the necessary information. The examination officially began. Soon, the only sounds in the room were the soft scratching of pens against paper. Guo Hao found the questions to be quite manageable. Despite not having specifically studied Chinese since his rebirth, he understood that life itself is a profound lesson. The subject essentially teaches reading comprehension. And as someone who had navigated the competitive world of business for so long, he found the reading comprehension tasks to be rather straightforward. Having practiced with various test papers, he had acclimated to the high school Chinese curriculum, which meant his performance in the subject was commendable, if not exceptional. This year's essay prompt for the Jiangxi province was "What do you possess?" This topic was particularly fitting for Guo Hao, as he had amassed a wealth of experiences and possessions from both his former and current lives. Inspiration flowed effortlessly, and he quickly penned a compelling essay. The examination proceeded smoothly, even more so than Guo Hao had anticipated. About 10 minutes after he completed his essay, at 11:30, the exam concluded, and he submitted his paper before leaving the examination hall. Upon exiting, he immediately spotted his mother. It had begun to drizzle lightly outside. Guo Hao settled onto the back of his mother's electric bike, donned a raincoat, and throughout the journey home, his mother refrained from mentioning the exam. Instead, she engaged him in discussions about where they might go for a post-exam outing. "See, this is what I truly possess," Guo Hao thought with a slight smile. In the afternoon, he tackled the mathematics exam with ease. The following morning, he completed the science exam, and in the afternoon, he sat for the English exam. The college entrance examination concluded exceptionally well. As he exited the examination hall after finishing the English test, Guo Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. This round of exams had been even more favorable than he had imagined, certainly less challenging than the third mock exam, and comparatively easier than his usual practice sessions. "Forget about the exam now. Let us go. Mom has prepared something delicious for you." Guo's mother, mistaking his contemplative expression for lingering thoughts about the exam, cheerfully beckoned him. Guo Hao chose not to argue. "All right. Let us go," he replied, climbing onto his mother's electric bike as they made their way home. Chapter 77, The Golden Mission. Accomplished. Guo Hao sat in his bedroom, his mind slightly adrift. The examination was over. The pressing urgency that had weighed heavily upon him had, for the moment, dissipated, leaving him with a strange sense of ambiguity. The urgency he felt now was entirely different from that experienced during his business endeavors. The previous anxiety stemmed from survival. A tension that could not simply vanish, especially when the distance to financial freedom loomed so far. However, his current anxiety was merely tied to the short-term objective of the college entrance examination. With that goal now behind him, Guo Hao found himself in a state of perplexity. Sitting there, he instinctively picked up a book. Learning had, under certain circumstances, become a habit for him. And what harm could it do? A faint smile crossed his lips as he casually opened his physics textbook. Without the pressure of the entrance examination, his reading lacked any utilitarian motive or problem-solving mindset. He simply perused the pages, occasionally engaging with a few intriguing problems as a form of mental exercise. Guo Hao. At that moment, the door swung open, and his mother entered the room. She paused, taken aback to see him still reading. "I called your name several times, and you didn't respond. Why are you still studying? Didn't you just finish your exams?" She looked at him quizzically. "You should be relaxing. There's no need to be so hard on yourself." Guo Hao smiled helplessly. Many parents in Longwa shared this sentiment. When their children weren't studying, they perceived them as lacking ambition. Yet, if the children were too diligent, they worried about their health. "All right." Guo Hao nodded. "I've made some dumplings. Come and have some." After leaving his room for the meal, the atmosphere post-examination was electric. Students were buzzing online, exchanging answers and estimating their scores. Guo Hao, however, felt little curiosity about his own results. After all, the official scores would be released in about 20 days. For him, there was only one benchmark, surpassing 640 points. Only then would the examination hold significant meaning for him, otherwise, it would be deemed a failure. In the midst of this excitement, Guo Hao felt somewhat out of place. Conversely, Wang Shi was in despair. "This time, I'm definitely done for." At the internet CAF, Wang Shi's eyes were filled with resignation as he glanced at Guo Hao. "What's up?" Guo Hao inquired, engrossed in his game. He had just been expelled from home by his mother, who feared he would become ill if he continued to stay indoors playing games post-examination. So, he had sought out Wang Shi to join him at the CAF. "What else?" "I checked the answers, and I think I'll be lucky to score 350 points. It's over." Wang Shi's face was etched with bitterness. Guo Hao paused his game, turned to Wang Shi, and rolled his eyes. "Come on. With your usual effort, 350 points would be quite an achievement. What more do you expect? But if that score comes out, I'm finished at home. If I score over 400, I can at least tell my parents it was a setback. But 350? No one would believe that." Wang Shi's expression was one of despair. Guo Hao remained silent, merely gesturing with a middle finger. "You're not putting in the effort, and you're here counting on luck. What a way to go." Just thinking out loud, Wang Shi chuckled awkwardly. "Let's just play." Guo Hao dismissed him, and they continued gaming. Gradually, Guo Hao became accustomed to the League of Legends of this era, especially since it was just beginning. With his current learning ability and reflexes, he found it easy to grasp. After 3 to 4 hours of play, Wang Shi exclaimed, "I knew it. If we team up, we'll dominate. We're almost at gold too. Next time, we'll definitely reach diamond." As they exited the CAF, Guo Hao felt a wave of boredom. Since discovering the joy of learning, the thrill of gaming had diminished significantly. The two rode their bicycles home. "Hey! Isn't that Shen Luoyan?" Wang Shi suddenly pointed out. Guo Hao followed his gaze and spotted Shen Luoyan crouched in a corner of a small, spontaneous farmer's market, surrounded by vegetables and sweet potatoes. He approached her. "Selling vegetables?" he asked with a smile. Shen Luoyan lifted her head, glanced at him without speaking, and merely nodded. "I haven't bought any vegetables for my family yet. I'll get some for my mother." "No need for you to spend money, I'll give some to your mother," she replied. That won't do. I can't take advantage of you like that. You wouldn't let me take advantage of your family, so how could I do that? Shen Luoyan fell silent, unaccustomed to such social exchanges. Guo Hao chuckled lightly and negotiated the price, purchasing some greens. Just as he finished, Shen Luoyan suddenly asked, "How did the exams go?" "Fairly well, thanks to your tutoring over the past few months," Guo Hao responded. "It's nothing, I earned my salary from your family. I merely fulfilled my duties," she replied, her expression still cool. This was typical of her demeanor. Shen Luoyan was inherently reserved, perhaps only truly animated when it came to her studies. Guo Hao was not bothered by her aloofness. He smiled at her. "All right. I'll take my leave now." With that, he departed with Wang Shi. "Wait, Guo Hao. What's up with you and Shen Luoyan? Aren't you two quite familiar? Why is it still so awkward?" Wang Shi asked, puzzled. "It's been 2 or 3 months, and she has been your tutor. Shouldn't that classify her as a friend? You don't know Shen Luoyan's character?" Guo Hao shot Wang Shi an exasperated look. "Just her acknowledging me is already a lot. What does familiarity have to do with it?" "True," Wang Shi conceded. Upon returning home, Guo Hao resumed his reading, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his examination results. This continued until June 23, the day the scores were released. It happened to be the Dragon Boat Festival, and the family gathered at home to check the results online. After several website crashes and amidst the anxious gazes of his parents, Guo Hao's score finally appeared, 668 points, ranking 192nd in the province. Upon seeing this score, his parents' faces lit up with intense surprise. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Guo Hao's mind. Chapter 78, Brain Enhancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the golden task, achieving a total score exceeding 85% in the college entrance examination after 103 days. The host scored 668 points, surpassing the 85% threshold. Successfully awarded 1 brain enhancement attempt and 3 random draw attempts. Ding! Would you like to use the brain enhancement now? Not yet. Guo Hao silently pondered. After all, his parents were still by his side, and no one knew how the brain enhancement would react. The system's voice fell silent. The reward for the silver task would likely be settled only after Guo Hao submitted his university applications. From the current situation, it seemed that the better the university Guo Hao applied to, the higher the level, and consequently, the more free experience he would gain upon admission. These thoughts flickered through Guo Hao's mind. Meanwhile, Guo's father and mother were completely unaware of Guo Hao's unusual demeanor. The two were immersed in a sea of joy, even moisture glistening in the corners of their eyes. They could hardly contain their happiness. Initially, they had contemplated giving up on Guo Hao's education, believing that perhaps it would be better for him to live a carefree life as an ordinary person. Thus, they had maintained a rather relaxed attitude towards him. Yet, which parent does not wish for their child to succeed? Who does not hope for their child to study diligently, gain admission to a prestigious university, and secure a promising future? In essence, Guo's parents had reached a point of desperation. Previously, they had almost resigned themselves to the thought that their son was destined for mediocrity. However, just 100 days before the college entrance examination, their child had suddenly started to apply himself. And not in a superficial manner, but with genuine effort and seriousness, truly dedicated to his studies. At that moment, Guo's parents were filled with astonishment. For them, Guo Hao's score was not the pivotal issue, what mattered was his willingness to learn and strive. As long as he was committed to studying and putting forth effort, Guo's parents would spare no expense in supporting him. Initially, they had prepared for the possibility of Guo Hao repeating the year. They had been content with the notion that if he could eventually secure a place in a top-tier university, they would be even more delighted. However, they had not anticipated that their son would embark on a fervent journey of academic improvement in the dwindling time before the exam. In the second mock examination, Guo Hao scored over 530 points, leaving his parents in disbelief. Was this truly their son, who typically scored only around 300 points and ranked last in his class? To their astonishment, Guo Hao soon delivered another remarkable surprise. In the third mock examination, He achieved over 600 points. This left the couple utterly bewildered. They even harbored a slight concern. Could their son have cheated? Naturally. They could only entertain such thoughts internally, they dared not question him directly. Thus, they could only trust their son while silently praying for his success. Until today. The college entrance examination results. 668. They were nearly moved to tears of joy. Their proud son. Their son. Tonight, Dad will take you out for a grand feast. You can have anything you desire. Was father declared with exuberance. His heart brimmed with joy, his son was thriving. At that moment, he felt like the happiest man in the world. While Guo Hao's family was engulfed in bliss, on the other side, Shen Luoyan was also checking her results through a phone call. Your score is 712, with 129 in Chinese, 150 in mathematics, 148 in English, physics. Ranking, first in Jiangxi province. A mechanical voice announced from the other end of the line. How is it? Shen Luoyan's grandparents gazed at her with eager anticipation. A total score of 712, first in Jiangxi. Shen Luoyan pressed her lips together. That's wonderful. Though her grandmother had a low level of education, she understood the significance of 712 points in being first in Jiangxi. This score, this ranking. In ancient times, it would signify the top scholar. Her grandmother's eyes sparkled with delight. First. That is the top scholar. To think that the Shen family has produced a top scholar. Her grandfather's eyes mirrored her joy. Just then, a commotion erupted at the door. Excuse me, is this the Shen Luoyan residence? A few reporters approached Shen Luoyan. I am Shen Luoyan. The reporters began their interview. That day, news of Shen Luoyan being the top scholar in Jiangxi province spread rapidly across the internet. Various rumors about her circulated widely. The media quickly began to sensationalize the story. This was the treatment reserved for the top achievers of the college entrance examination each year. As for Guo Hao, he naturally did not receive such treatment. Ranking 192nd in the examination was indeed a commendable achievement, but honestly, while this position was quite impressive, it would essentially preclude him from applying to Tsinghua or Peking University. According to previous year's admissions in Jiangxi province, Tsinghua and Peking University typically only accepted the top 50 or even 40 students. Guo Hao's chances of applying to these esteemed institutions appeared dim. However, other universities below them posed little challenge. As for which university to attend, Guo Hao had no immediate plans in mind. Sitting in a hot pot restaurant, he and his parents discussed their future while enjoying their meal. That evening, Guo's father indulged in plenty of wine, and Guo's mother joined him. They were overjoyed. After so many years, they had seldom experienced such happiness. Guo Hao gazed tenderly at his parents, feeling an extraordinary warmth within him. As long as he could bring joy to his parents, it would be worth his rebirth. After dinner, Guo Hao supported his slightly inebriated father back home, while his mother also showed a slight flush from the evening's libations. Time for bed early tonight, Guo's mother said with a smile to Guo Hao. Guo Hao nodded. Returning to his room, a smile graced his face. The feeling of making his parents proud was truly delightful. Now, it was time to utilize the rewards. Guo Hao sat on his bed, eagerly preparing to activate the brain enhancement granted by the system. Commencing enhancement. Guo Hao silently thought. Initiating. In an instant, Guo Hao felt as if he had been scanned from head to toe, his entire being radiating with brilliance. Before he could fully react, a refreshing sensation surged within his mind. Guo Hao could sense the powerful presence of this cool aura, and his consciousness became increasingly clear. The clarity felt as if he could penetrate the very fabric of the world. Yet soon, Guo Hao perceived a dramatic transformation occurring in the scenery before him. Chapter 79, A Surge of Intelligence. Before Guo Hao, the scene transformed into a deep blue vortex. The vortex swiftly morphed into an inky blackness, with countless stars swirling within it. An indescribable sensation enveloped him, a profound dizziness completely engulfing his being. Yet, amidst this disorientation, Guo Hao did not truly lose consciousness, rather, He found himself becoming increasingly lucid within the haze. An intense clarity of awareness emerged, and after an indeterminate passage of time, all perceptions dissipated into nothingness. Guo Hao, as if awakening from a great dream, sat upright in bed. He stared blankly ahead, taking a considerable moment to regain his composure. At that instant of normalization, the world before him became astonishingly vivid, akin to a piece of glass that had lain dusty for centuries, now thoroughly cleansed with a powerful detergent. The feeling at that moment was beyond words. Ding! The system's brain enhancement has concluded. Ding! The host's intelligence has experienced a substantial increase, now reaching 230 points. Two system notification sounds echoed in his ears. Guo Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Remarkable! This brain enhancement has elevated my IQ by nearly 100 points. Such a staggering leap. Guo Hao could sense that his brain's processing speed had nearly doubled, with reaction times and problem-solving capabilities significantly enhanced. More importantly, his perception of the world had become remarkably clearer. This sensation was delightful. After savoring the benefits of his cerebral enhancement, Guo Hao smiled faintly. Feeling that the effort he had invested in reading over the past 3 months had indeed paid off, yielding even greater rewards than he had anticipated. Guo Hao rose from his bed. After taking a shower, he intended to sleep, but he felt invigorated, albeit slightly hungry. After finding something to eat, he settled into his chair. His mind was so clear that sleep evaded him. He casually picked up a physics book and leafed through its pages. The knowledge within was quickly absorbed, transforming what had once been challenging problems into mere elementary arithmetic. The sensation of mastering each step was utterly exhilarating. Guo Hao inhaled deeply and continued to retrieve another physics book. He felt like a wrung-out sponge, placed in water, capable of voraciously absorbing the vast ocean of knowledge. His pace of learning was astonishing. Although his intelligence had not doubled, the enhancement had geometrically multiplied his overall efficiency. It was far more than a simple doubling. High school material, which had previously required contemplation, now revealed its essence to him with a mere glance, allowing him to swiftly arrive at answers. He quickly finished one physics book and, with eyes closed, meditated on the concepts, as if flipping through its pages within his mind. Upon reopening his eyes, joy illuminated his expression. The enhancement of his intellect was comprehensive, his memory had also been greatly fortified. Truly, the system was remarkable. Guo Hao felt his mind teeming with activity, and his excitement rendered him restless. Without hesitation, he resumed his studies, utilizing this time to enrich his intellect. That evening, Guo Hao nearly studied through the night, only succumbing to fatigue around 4 in the morning. He lay down on the bed and quickly drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, Guo's mother attempted to rouse him for breakfast. After several unsuccessful attempts, Guo's father intervened with a smile, saying, "Hao must have been overjoyed by his exam results yesterday, he likely celebrated late into the night. Let him enjoy this rare opportunity for a lie-in." Guo's mother nodded in agreement. Guo Hao finally awoke around 10 in the morning, feeling refreshed. After washing up, he exited his room. "Awake? Are you hungry? I'll cook some noodles for you," his mother said cheerfully. "Sure," Guo Hao replied, nodding. At that moment, his father, seated on the sofa, exclaimed, "Hey! Hao, come look. Is that your tutor on TV?" His father, surprised, called out to him as he pointed at the screen. "Ha?" Guo Hao paused briefly, then approached his father to glance at the television. Indeed, the news was broadcasting an interview featuring Shen Luoyan, with the headline proclaiming, "A talented student from a humble background, the top scorer in Gansu province achieving a bare score of 712. It's her." Guo Hao nodded. The top scorer. A bare score of 712. Impressive. His father expressed awe. This girl has truly brought pride to our city. We've struck gold hiring a tutor who is the province's top scorer. Guo's father smiled at Guo Hao. Indeed. Guo Hao agreed, turning to his father. If it weren't for Shen Luoyan's diligent guidance, my score would likely not have been so high. I would have been fortunate to score over 500. I must remember this kindness and repay it. His father spoke earnestly, although Shen Luoyan may view her tutoring as merely a job. We must see it as a profound favor. Understood. Guo Hao nodded. At that moment, his mother approached with a bowl of noodles. That girl has a strong sense of pride. If you wish to repay her, be subtle about it, she advised with a smile. I understand, Mom. Guo Hao replied with a grin. Now, let us eat while it's hot. As Guo Hao enjoyed his noodles, Shen Luoyan faced a significant life decision. Just moments ago, the admissions offices of both Shuimu University and Yenjing University had called her, offering enticing conditions. However, Shen Luoyan was not inclined to attend either of those prestigious institutions. Earlier that morning, her homeroom teacher had also suggested she consider Shuimu University, likely due to some arrangement made with Gancheng No. 1 High School. Yet, despite the high reputations of these universities, Shen Luoyan's true aspiration was to attend Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Although this school was generally ranked lower and less renowned, its aerospace research capabilities were exceptional, among the best in the country. Since childhood, Shen Luoyan had harbored dreams of exploring the cosmos. Chapter 80, Choices from Childhood. My grandparents have harbored great expectations for me, aspiring for me to attend the finest university in the Tianlong Kingdom. The only institutions they are familiar with are Shuimu University and Yenjing University. Reflecting upon this, Shen Luoyan occasionally hesitates. Observing her uncertainty, her grandfather smiles and inquires. What troubles you, my dear? Shen Luoyan hesitates slightly and nods. Is this related to us, your two old folks? Her grandfather asks with a chuckle. How did you know, Grandpa? Shen Luoyan's eyes reveal a hint of surprise as she gazes at him. Ha ha ha. Her grandfather's laughter resonates as he looks at her with a hint of nostalgia. You are a child I have watched grow since infancy. You have always been resolute. I rarely see you in this state of contemplation, except when it pertains to matters concerning us. Usually, you find a solution. Speak up. Let this old man hear what troubles my newly crowned top scholar. With a warm smile, her grandfather gazes at Shen Luoyan. After a moment of hesitation, she shares her concerns. What could possibly be the matter? He asks, still smiling. Is it about the violations? Shen Luoyan remains silent, lost in thought. Her grandfather chuckles gently. My expectations for you stem from a desire for you to study diligently. It is not about seeking hollow accolades or aiming merely for Shuimu University or Yenjing University to boast about. Besides, who doesn't know that you have achieved the top score in Gansu province? Your grandparents have already basked in that glory. My dear, you ought to consider your own path. His gaze softens as he continues, the journey ahead is one your grandparents have never traversed, we can no longer offer you substantial guidance. We are, after all, on the fringes of this society. The road ahead is yours to navigate. That is not true, Grandpa, you still. Shen Luoyan attempts to protest. Enough, my dear. Flattering words will not sway me. He gazes at her with kindness. As for the future, make your own choices. Your grandparents will not obstruct your path. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Shen Luoyan remains silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, in Guo Hao's home, discussions about his future are underway. Ranked 192nd. That's quite impressive, especially with a score of 668. You have opportunities at nearly every school except Qingbei, Guo's father remarks with a smile. So, it really comes down to where Hao wishes to go, what school he desires to attend, and what place he envisions for his studies. That is the crux of the matter. I don't have strong preferences regarding the city, Guo Hao muses. I mainly want to engage in foundational research and have a keen interest in the realms of intelligence and automation. After a moment's thought, he turns to his father. That's a splendid idea. Guo's father replies, his eyes shining with approval. The future will undoubtedly trend toward automation and intelligence. And foundational disciplines serve as bridges and routes for all. Your thoughts are commendable. With a slight smile, Guo Hao reflects on his rebirth from the future. Aware of the impending explosion of AI technology in a decade. Once he graduates, he envisions establishing a related company, aligning with the major trends of the next 20 years. That's excellent. Do you have any universities in mind? Guo's father inquires. Guo Hao shakes his head. In the fields of automation and intelligence, Yenjing Institute of Technology, Yenjing Aerospace, and Jinling Aerospace are all quite reputable. Currently, I am considering the former two as my top choices, and I believe my score should suffice. Yanjing Aerospace would be slightly better, but the choice is yours. Your father will not make decisions for you, his father responds with a smile. Guo Hao nods and jots down a few universities and programs in front of him. I will explore further. After all, there is still about a week left for applications. Plenty of time for thorough research. Indeed, was father nods approvingly. Your approach is indeed mature, there is no rush. Your grades are excellent. As long as you don't force yourself into Qingbei, other institutions will certainly welcome you. Take your time to investigate. Yes. Guo Hao agrees, leaning towards Yanjing. Knowing it is a central hub. Whether in research or business, Yanjing offers abundant resources, unlike other regions where opportunities may be scarce. Moreover, he has developed an interest in Longhua University of Science and Technology, where he contemplates majoring in foundational physics. However, its remote location in Huizhou gives him pause. After some reflection, he adds it to his list of potential options, though his inclination still leans towards universities in Yanjing. On the third day following the release of exam results, the homeroom teacher sends a message in the group chat, summoning graduating students back to school for a graduation ceremony. Guo Hao ponders for a moment, tidies himself, and heads out. Downstairs, Wang Shi awaits him. Hao Gu! Let us go! He calls out excitedly. Guo Hao looks at Wang Shi with a hint of exasperation. Just yesterday, Wang Shi had called him, lamenting his poor performance and the harsh reprimands from his parents, leaving him in a foul mood. And now, well, perhaps this is a sign of improvement. The two ride their bicycles to school. With the first and second year students on break, the campus is filled with third year students. Many schools do not hold graduation ceremonies, but Gancheng no. One high school hosts one nearly every year, typically within a few days of the exam results. Not all students attend, some, having faced disappointing results, may be disheartened or wish to repeat the year. However, most classmates come to partake in the festivities, where the school provides refreshments and snacks, alongside celebrations and an awards ceremony. It is quite a lively occasion, and following the ceremony, many students consult their teachers regarding application-related matters. Chapter 81, The Stunning Shen Luoyan. When Guo Hao and his companion arrived at the school, they were greeted by a bustling crowd at the entrance. Many of their peers from the same graduating class displayed expressions of excitement, while others remained indifferent. From their faces, one could glean insights into their performance in the college entrance examination. Generally, those who scored highly had already flaunted their results on social media, while others, aware of their lower scores, were content with their prospects, especially those, like Wang Shi, who had no intentions of pursuing a bachelor's degree. Many students shared Wang Shi's sentiment, opting for vocational programs and choosing to revel in the moment, for this was the twilight of their youth. As Guo Hao stepped onto the campus, numerous students recognized him, for he was indeed a prominent figure during the final 100 days leading up to the examination. His remarkable journey from a meager score of just over 300 to surpassing 600 in the mock exams was nothing short of legendary. This transformation left an indelible impression on many. Curiosity swirled around Guo Hao's actual score, yet, due to their unfamiliarity with him, few dared to inquire directly. Just as Guo Hao entered the school, a ripple of commotion surged through the crowd. Who is that? Is it Shen Luoyan? Wow! I always thought she must be beautiful, but I didn't expect her to look this stunning in casual attire. I can't believe it. Had I known she was this gorgeous, I would have pursued her. Seriously? You? The crowd buzzed momentarily. Guo Hao followed their gaze and spotted Shen Luoyan walking in, pushing her bicycle. She wore a delicate pale dress, her long hair neatly tied back. The thick black-framed glasses she usually donned had been replaced with slender silver-rimmed ones. And although her expression remained as frosty as before, an alluring intellectual beauty radiated from her. The surrounding students gazed in awe. Guo Hao himself was momentarily entranced. Yes. In his previous life, she had arrived at school in much the same manner, igniting discussions among students, and he had been among those speculating about her. Her beauty left a profound impact on him. She's truly beautiful, Wang Shi exclaimed, turning to Guo Hao. Indeed, she is, Guo Hao nodded in agreement. You sly dog. You must have always known how stunning Shen Luoyan was. Wang Shi gazed enviously at Guo Hao. Rolling his eyes, Guo Hao replied. Only someone as base as you would think that. It's a stroke of fortune for me to have Shen Luoyan as my tutor. She is the provincial top scorer. Without her guidance, would I have achieved a score of 668? True, Wang Shi conceded, nodding. Though he had his misgivings. He couldn't deny that Guo Hao had been singularly focused on his studies and had never considered such frivolities. Sighing softly, Wang Shi reflected on this. Meanwhile, Shen Luoyan noticed the many gazes fixed upon her and felt a slight frown crease her brow. She had anticipated such attention. Initially, she had planned to wear her oversized school uniform, her hair down, and her usual black glasses. However, her grandmother had insisted, stating that this was an experience she would inevitably encounter. Thus, Shen Luoyan reluctantly styled her hair and made a modest effort to present herself. With her expression still cool, she walked through the crowd, which instinctively parted to allow her passage. As she moved away, a hush fell over the assembly, all eyes following her retreating figure. Once Shen Luoyan vanished from sight, the crowd erupted once more. She is truly exquisite. Although we suspected Shen Luoyan was beautiful, this is our first glimpse of her true allure. In the midst of their chatter, the students congregated on the playground, where the homeroom teachers had also gathered. Everyone took their places, reminiscing with their teachers. Old Huang, beaming with pride, addressed the students of Class 7. Do you know what our highest score was this time? Curious glances were exchanged. Mr. Huang, how much did they score? Come on, Mr. Huang, just tell us. Who was it? What was the score? Was it Li Xian? Yes. Mr. Huang, please reveal it. Among the few high achievers in the class, aside from Guo Hao, only 2 others had surpassed 600 in the mock exams. Class 7 had performed remarkably well, second only to the elite class in the school. Many students were not thinking of Guo Hao, their minds were on the top scorer. Li Xian. No. This time, the best score in our class belongs to Guo Hao. He achieved a remarkable 668 points. Old Huang announced triumphantly. What? Suddenly, silence enveloped the classroom as all eyes turned to Guo Hao. Although Gan City No. 1 High School was a reputable institution, historically, only students from the elite class had scored above 650. Regular class students typically hovered just above 600, making Guo Hao's achievement extraordinary. After all, the starting points were vastly different. The elite students had consistently excelled in their studies, while the regular class was comparatively less rigorous. Thus, achieving a score of 560 or 570 was often sufficient for top ranks in their class. 668 points. He must be among the top scorers in the elite class. Many students regarded Guo Hao with a mix of astonishment and admiration. Old Huang, however, could hardly contain his excitement. This was a tremendous achievement for him, a student from a regular class, undergoing a remarkable transformation to score 668 points. This was nothing short of phenomenal. Guo Hao, please say a few words to your classmates. Old Huang smiled warmly at him. Guo Hao chuckled lightly. I have nothing profound to say, just 4 words, hard work pays off. Well said. Old Huang beamed at Guo Hao. Those 4 words resonate deeply. Hard work pays off. I hope everyone can take this to heart. Whether you are in university or the workforce, these words will always be relevant. As Old Huang prepared to continue, he was interrupted. Everyone, please take your seats and remain quiet. Let us welcome our provincial top scorer from Gan City No. 1 High School, Shen Luoyan, to deliver the graduation address. Let's give her a round of applause. P.S. Thank you to my brothers for your gifts. I appreciate everyone's support. The book's performance could improve. And I hope you can contribute by leaving a rating or a 5-star review, it would greatly aid the author. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 82, Graduation Ceremony. Initially, Guo Hao held little interest in Shen Luoyan's graduation speech. After all, in Guo Hao's recollection, there seemed to be no memory of such an event. Perhaps he simply did not listen at the time, or if he did, it was so bland that it failed to leave an impression. However, after listening for a while, Guo Hao's previous assumptions were entirely overturned. The seemingly cold and socially inept Shen Luoyan delivered a remarkably powerful speech. The content of her address was exceptionally impressive, leaving Guo Hao astounded. It appeared that Shen Luoyan's lack of social graces was merely a facade. In truth, she possessed a profound understanding of human affairs, exhibiting a depth of insight far beyond what one would expect from someone of her age. Guo Hao pondered on this revelation. Furthermore, through Shen Luoyan's speech, he could sense her determination, her immense confidence, and her ideals. She was indeed a young woman of strong opinions and remarkable promise, radiating a palpable sense of conviction that moved Guo Hao. It was only natural that someone with such self-discipline would possess a strong belief system. Without it, such discipline would be implausible. As the speech concluded, the school awarded Shen Luoyan a scholarship of 100,000 yuan in recognition of her achievement as the top scorer in the provincial entrance examination, an unprecedented sum. This immense scholarship would not have materialized had Shen Luoyan not brought honor to Gancheng No. 1 High School by securing the provincial top score. While the other students harbored envy, they understood the significance of being the provincial top scorer. Next came the formal portion of the graduation ceremony. The principal took the stage to deliver some encouraging words. Once the ceremony concluded, students gathered around their homeroom teachers, with some initiating conversations about their future aspirations. Guo Hao remained on the periphery of the crowd, not approaching his homeroom teacher for guidance nor engaging with his peers, as the teacher was already surrounded by students seeking advice on their career paths. To be honest, Guo Hao had always been a rather reticent student, with few friends at school besides Wang Shi. Moreover, having returned from his previous life, he had lost track of most of his acquaintances, save for Wang Shi, and thus had no one to connect with. Nevertheless, some students approached Guo Hao, seeking his contact information or asking him to write postcards, as this might well be their last opportunity to see him outside of student gatherings. Guo Hao was generous with his contact details. As the homeroom teacher conversed with the students about their college applications, he noticed Guo Hao standing nearby. "Guo Hao, come here for a moment." "Mr. Huang," called out with a smile. Guo Hao approached, inquiring, "What is it, Teacher Huang? Which university are you considering? What major do you wish to pursue? Feel free to share, I can offer you some advice." Mr. Huang responded cheerfully. After all, with a score of 668, Guo Hao had a wealth of options available to him, aside from a few prestigious programs at specific universities. Regarding schools and majors, Guo Hao mused for a moment. "I don't have a specific major in mind, I mainly wish to attend Yanjing, as it is the capital, and the prospects for development might be better." "Excellent." Mr. Huang nodded approvingly. "Your thought process is quite sound. Selecting a university must also begin with choosing the right city. The importance of the city is far greater than you may realize, as you are likely to develop your career in an environment you are familiar with after graduation. Moreover, during your internship in your senior year, being in a large city opens up numerous opportunities, and you may even have the advantage of staying in university dormitories, significantly reducing expenses." Mr. Huang's words resonated with many of the surrounding students, who nodded thoughtfully. "With your score, you have the option to choose from several prestigious institutions in Yanjing, such as Yanjing University, Yanjing Normal University, Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, Yanjing University of Science and Technology, and Yanjing University of Technology. Excluding Tsinghua and Peking University, you have a wealth of choices. If you are considering a future in education, Yanjing Normal University would be a suitable option, as it specializes in teacher training. However, Yanjing University may not be the best fit since it primarily focuses on liberal arts. Therefore, I personally recommend you consider either Aeronautics and Astronautics or the University of Technology." Mr. Huang demonstrated a deep understanding of the universities. "I understand, teacher. I am indeed primarily deliberating between those two schools." "Very well." Mr. Huang smiled upon hearing Guo Hao's response. "Since you have a clear direction, I shall not say more." He went on to assist other students with their application plans. On the playground, students from other classes gradually departed, many heading off to celebratory dinners. After 3 years of high school, the bonds formed among classmates were deep, and with the end of the entrance examination, they would soon part ways. Class 7. Tonight, we are heading to Bijiang Banquet. The teacher has already reserved 3 tables. Mr. Huang announced with a smile to the students. The crowd erupted in cheers, though their eyes betrayed a sense of reluctance as they exchanged glances with one another. These were familiar faces, ones they had grown close to over the past 3 years. The students gathered around Mr. Huang as they made their way outside the school, chatting and laughing together. As they departed, Guo Hao caught sight of Shen Luoyan riding away on her bicycle alone. He let out a soft sigh. Perhaps Shen Luoyan truly struggled in social situations. Or perhaps she had no friends at this school. Attending such gatherings would only serve to disrupt the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the students of Class 7 clung to one another in small groups. Guo Hao! Suddenly, a voice called out from beside them. Uncle? Guo Hao exclaimed in surprise, spotting his uncle Li Xing, dressed in police uniform, flanked by 2 officers. Teacher, you all go ahead, I'll have a quick word with my uncle. Guo Hao told Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang nodded, glanced at Li Xing, and continued onward with the students. At that moment, Li Xing beamed, patting Guo Hao on the shoulder. Not bad. You've done well. Just the other day, I received a call from your father, who said you scored excellently, 668 points. Quite impressive. Chapter 83, The Thoughts of a Young Girl. Li Xing looked at Guo Hao with satisfaction. Guo Hao smiled faintly and remarked, It's going well. My efforts over the past few days have not been in vain. Indeed. Li Xing nodded. Focus on your studies in university. And strive to reach as far as you can. Ideally, you should aspire to become a scientist. I want to take pride in you, my dear nephew. With a smile, Li Xing gazed at Guo Hao. Sure, uncle. Alright, I must go patrol now. You should join your classmates and teachers for dinner. Li Xing said, smiling at Guo Hao. Guo Hao nodded and soon arrived at the Bijiang Banquet. The classmates exchanged stories about their shared experiences over the past 3 years of high school, gossiping about each other, with even Lao Huang joining in. The atmosphere was vibrant, punctuated by bursts of laughter. Occasionally, they discussed their aspirations for the future, while Lao Huang reminisced about the previous seniors. Guo Hao sat beside Wang Shi, who appeared somewhat melancholic. Hey, how good, we've graduated. What's wrong? Weren't you quite happy before? Guo Hao asked, puzzled by Wang Shi's somber demeanor. Yes, that was earlier. Hearing them talk about our high school memories just now made me realize that opportunities to see you will become increasingly rare. It leaves me feeling inexplicably sad. Wang Shi said, gazing sadly at Guo Hao. Guo Hao rolled his eyes. Come on. You know where I live, if you want to find me, just come over anytime. But you're going to school in Yanjing. You won't be home much. Wang Shi persisted, still looking forlorn. Guo Hao paused, contemplating. That's true. See? You'll probably be further away from Gancheng in the future. Indeed. Guo Hao felt a sense of nostalgia, yet he remained composed. In his past life, he was accustomed to farewells due to his business dealings. It's all destined, gatherings and partings are part of life. His expression remained calm. The final gathering of high school was markedly different from previous ones, filled with joy intertwined with sadness as many began to let loose and seek out drinking companions. Wang Shi wandered off to reconnect with a female classmate, leaving Guo Hao alone at his table, pondering his future. Guo Hao! A voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Guo Hao turned instinctively to see Wang Lijuan, his classmate from senior year, approaching with 2 bottles of beer. I want to have a drink with you, she said. Her cheeks flushed, whether from the alcohol or shyness, it was unclear. Sure. Guo Hao accepted, as they had developed a decent rapport over time. He took a beer from her, and they clinked their bottles together. I'll drink it all, you take your time, Guo Hao said. Before downing an entire bottle in one go, after all, one must be adept at drinking in business. Wang Lijuan managed to finish half a bottle, her face turning even redder. Guo Hao. She stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. In the end, overwhelmed, Wang Lijuan rushed out and, with a loud retch, emptied her stomach into a nearby trash bin. Watching her retreating figure, Guo Hao smiled faintly. He sensed the girl's feelings, appreciating the beauty of youth. Albeit not in a romantic sense. The final dinner of high school was lively, filled with toasts and shared memories. But as time passed, the food and drinks dwindled. And the atmosphere shifted from exuberance to melancholy. The sadness of parting began to seep in. Perhaps the true essence of the gathering was always meant to be bittersweet. As the evening progressed, students sensed the impending farewell. Eventually, it was time for parting, with some students intoxicated and others tearful. Parents arrived to collect their children. Guo Hao and Wang Shi, sober, did not require parental assistance. After exchanging farewells with Lao Huang, they departed. Observing the scene of separation, even the typically carefree Wang Shi's eyes glistened with tears. Guo Hao, however, remained as serene as ever. In truth, Guo Hao envied the high school students' passionate immersion in their youth, for that was what youth truly embodied. His own youth had long since passed. Even if he could return to the past, he would still possess the soul of a man in his 30s, unable to reclaim the innocence of youth. Let us go, Guo Hao said to Wang Shi, who nodded silently, and they rode away on their bicycles, concluding their final high school gathering. Upon returning home, Guo Hao continued to contemplate his future path. He had a strong desire to attend Yenjing University of Science and Technology or Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. After some deliberation, he chose Materials Science and Engineering, one of the flagship programs at Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, classified as an A-level discipline. For Guo Hao, this was a commendable choice. After all, in his view, materials science was fundamental to everything. For humanity to advance and break through, it must innovate exceptional materials, otherwise, civilization would likely remain confined to Earth. Many significant scientific and engineering breakthroughs hinge on advancements in materials science. With an intellect now reaching 230, Guo Hao felt confident in his decision. That night, he promptly placed Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, Materials Science and Engineering, as his top choice on his application. He filled in the rest of his preferences with schools like Shanghai Jiaotong University. Meanwhile, Shen Luoyan sat in the school's computer lab, surrounded by several teachers who were earnestly trying to persuade her. Shen Luoyan, your grades are more than sufficient for Tsinghua or Peking University. And you can choose any major you desire. Why opt for Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics? The teachers questioned, bewildered. Isn't the aircraft power engineering program at Tsinghua and Peking University excellent? Shen Luoyan replied earnestly. The teachers were momentarily taken aback, their expressions revealing doubt. However, if you attend Tsinghua or Peking University, your job prospects could. I do not believe I need the prestige of a school to secure employment, Shen Luoyan stated calmly. Chapter 84, Random Lottery. Micro-robots. However, the teacher beside them still wished to persuade. After all, the top scorers of the college entrance examinations over the years had almost all attended prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua and Peking University. A mere handful opted for other elite schools like Shanghai Jiaotong University or Longhua University, which offered distinguished programs. Although Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics is indeed an excellent institution and ranks among the top schools, it does not fall within the C9 League. Thus, it remains somewhat inferior compared to the very few top-tier universities in Longhua. In the eyes of these educators, it was a rare achievement for Gongcheng No. 1 high school to produce a top scorer, a student who could easily be accepted by Tsinghua or Peking University. Furthermore, both institutions had promised that if Shen Luoyan chose to attend their schools, they would expand certain collaborative projects with Gongcheng No. 1 High School, such as the Strong Foundation Program. This was the true motivation behind the teachers' attempts to persuade Shen Luoyan to enroll in Tsinghua or Peking University. Nevertheless, Shen Luoyan was resolute. All right, esteemed teachers, she said calmly, gazing at those around her. I understand that you have my best interests at heart. Perhaps Tsinghua or Peking University is indeed my optimal choice. However, this is ultimately my life, my decision. You cannot bear the responsibility for the choices I make, can you? You cannot guarantee that attending Tsinghua or Peking University will lead to the life I desire, can you? Therefore, I kindly ask that you refrain from interfering with my choice. I wish to decide for myself. For I am the primary steward of my own life. With her words reaching this point, the teachers exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. What more could they say? Given her firm stance, there was no justification left for further opposition. Very well. Since you have articulated your position so clearly, we, as your teachers, can only offer you a relatively better option, several educators sighed, addressing Shen Luoyan. She nodded affirmatively, resolutely selecting the Aircraft Power Engineering program at Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics on her application form. Observing her decision, the surrounding teachers displayed expressions of resignation. There was nothing to be done. This was Shen Luoyan's personal choice, a decision free from external influence. Shen Luoyan's determination to attend a school outside the C9 League was clear. Although Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics is a top-tier institution, for her chosen field of aircraft power engineering, it stands as the finest in the nation. Consequently, the teachers found themselves at a loss for compelling arguments to sway her. After completing her application, Shen Luoyan departed the school. Soon after, news began to circulate about the Ganqing top scorer's decision to forego Tsinghua and Peking University, even opting out of the C9 League entirely. Numerous media outlets commenced coverage, with reporters even visiting Shen Luoyan's home to inquire about her choice to attend Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics instead of the more illustrious institutions. In no time, Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics publicly welcomed Shen Luoyan on Weibo, expressing their excitement for her application while highlighting that the aircraft power engineering program was ranked first nationally. They invited all students interested in aerospace to apply. The news garnered considerable attention, as it marked the first instance of a top scorer choosing to attend Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Opinions were divided. Some believed there was nothing wrong with Shen Luoyan's choice, while others felt that a top scorer should at least aspire to join a C9 League institution. Although Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics is indeed prestigious, it is perceived to be somewhat lesser in reputation and standing compared to the very top universities. However, given that her chosen field, aircraft power engineering, is indeed the best in the country at Yenjing University, the controversy did not escalate significantly. Meanwhile, the Guo family took notice of the news. Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics? I never anticipated that Shen Luoyan would select this institution, Mother Gui exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she watched the television report. It seems to be a commendable choice. If she wants to study aircraft, this school is indeed a suitable option. I had originally thought she would choose Tsinghua or Peking University. Guo Hao, too, exhibited a flicker of intrigue. Suddenly, he recalled why the name Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics sounded so familiar. It was indeed the same university Shen Luoyan had chosen previously, which had stirred considerable media attention. This connection made everything feel so recognizable. So, does my decision to attend this school have anything to do with Shen Luoyan? Guo Hao pondered in silence for a moment. He realized he was uncertain. Perhaps, subconsciously, he desired to attend the same university as Shen Luoyan. Feeling somewhat bewildered, he reflected. Since you will be attending the same school as Shen Luoyan, you must look after her. After all, university life will differ significantly from life in Ganqing. Father Guo said earnestly to Guo Hao. I understand, Dad. Guo Hao nodded vigorously. At that moment, Father Guo continued to offer him advice, to which Guo Hao readily agreed, assuring his father that he would indeed follow through. After conversing with his parents, Guo Hao retreated to his room. On his desk lay a calculus textbook, the Tongji edition, which he had borrowed from the city library a few days prior, as Xinhua bookstore did not carry it. He had also borrowed several mathematics books, including those on Fourier transforms, along with undergraduate-level texts on chemistry and physics. After all, he would soon embark on his studies in materials engineering. Now, Guo Hao realized he needed to dedicate himself to studying, for with an intelligence quotient of 230, he ranked among the brightest in the world. Neglecting his studies would be a disservice to his remarkably gifted mind. Of course, Guo Hao had not entered his room solely to study. Following the release of the college entrance examination results, he had utilized brain enhancement technology, but he still had 3 random lotteries remaining to redeem. Since it was a random lottery, he was disinterested in waiting to redeem them later. Perhaps today would be his lucky day. With this thought in mind, Guo Hao silently chanted, "Lottery." A virtual spinning wheel appeared in the air, whirling at a rapid pace. Ding! You have successfully drawn a reward, Micro Robots X10. Micro Robots? Guo Hao paused momentarily, instinctively opening the system panel and navigating to the rewards section to examine the details of this nanotechnology. Micro Robots, Ultra Micro Robots. With a body measuring less than 1 millimeter, equipped with numerous functionalities, operating through the reception of the owner's brainwaves. Maximum signal transmission distance, 100 meters. Wow! This is truly groundbreaking technology. Chapter 85, another droll. Guo Hao gazed in astonishment. 1 millimeter. Such an infinitesimal unit, a centimeter comprises 10 millimeters. Thus, a 1 millimeter robot is about the size of a speck of dust. Remarkably, it can even receive brainwave activity. This is indeed impressive. Guo Hao had not anticipated acquiring such a marvel of advanced technology. Intriguing. However, he did not hasten to examine the item from the system, as he still had 2 opportunities for random draws. Suppressing his curiosity, Guo Hao proceeded with the lottery once more. Ding! Congratulations, user! You have successfully drawn the skill, Mastery of Public Speaking. Upon hearing the system's notification, Guo Hao was momentarily taken aback, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. Mastery of Public Speaking? This skill seems rather commonplace. Is it even beneficial to me? It feels like yet another useless acquisition. Nevertheless, it is a skill. And perhaps it may prove useful in the future. He continued with the draws. Ding! User has successfully drawn a thesis on a special high polymer compound. At the sound of the system prompt, Guo Hao was momentarily stunned. A special high polymer compound? Having exhausted all 3 lottery chances, he eagerly extracted the thesis. It resided within a pure black USB drive, unadorned and devoid of any ostentatious embellishments, its darkness reminiscent of a black hole, absorbing all surrounding light. Placed there, the USB's presence was nearly imperceptible. Curiously inspecting the USB in his hand, Guo Hao sensed that its material was no ordinary substance. It was undoubtedly crafted from some extraordinary material. Regrettably, he lacked a laboratory. Securing access to a lab is no trivial matter, especially for someone like him. It was simply impossible, and he could not hand this over to anyone else for study. With this thought, a tinge of regret washed over him. However, after some contemplation, he realized there was no need for lamentation. Opportunities to study this would abound in the future. Guo Hao approached his computer and inserted the USB drive. Soon, a file transferred onto his device. Just as he was about to remove the USB, it disintegrated into a flurry of tiny black grains, vanishing completely with the slightest breeze. Such a sci-fi spectacle left Guo Hao's eyes wide with astonishment. What just happened? Is this extraterrestrial technology? His gaze brimmed with wonder. Setting aside these thoughts for the moment, Guo Hao focused on the thesis displayed on his screen. After a cursory glance, he found himself bewildered. It was laden with technical jargon. Although he could infer some concepts from his current intellect, he was far from comprehending it fully. Realizing this, a look of helplessness crossed his face. Without acquiring relevant knowledge, he lacked even the ability to gauge the significance of this thesis. With a soft sigh, he carefully stowed the document away. He would need to amass a considerable amount of related knowledge before revisiting it. Unless he could master the content thoroughly and possess a deep understanding of the associated concepts, this thesis could never be published. Otherwise, he would be at a loss to explain how he authored it. One must be well equipped to forge ahead. Only with a solid foundation can one publish any thesis without facing skepticism. With this thought, Guo Hao sighed again. After securing the thesis with layers of encryption, he finally turned his attention to the minuscule robot he had initially acquired. Now, that was a true marvel of science fiction. Absolutely extraordinary. Extracting the robot from the system. Guo Hao's anticipation grew as he beheld 10 tiny robots, resembling grains of sand. Upon closer inspection, despite their diminutive size, they were equipped with all the necessary components. They seemed capable of various modes of movement. Curiosity piqued, Guo Hao wondered what abilities these robots possessed. In truth, with humanity's current capabilities, constructing robots of such minute proportions is feasible, given that chips can be manufactured at the nanoscale. Coupled with some nanoscale metals, the ability to miniaturize robots is certainly within reach. There are even concepts regarding nanobots, which evoke a sense of dread when one contemplates their potential. However, while creating robots of this size is possible, their functionality is inherently limited due to material constraints and size. After all, no matter how advanced the integration, one must consider Moore's law and quantum traversal. These tiny robots, regardless of their high integration, cannot accomplish complex tasks. Yet, it appeared that the miniature robot before him was different. The fact that it could be controlled by brainwaves was already a remarkable feat. While the concept of utilizing brainwaves to manipulate objects is not new, the devices designed to stimulate brainwaves are typically colossal and intricate. Yet, this minuscule robot could be operated via brainwaves. What, then, was its energy source? How did such a diminutive robot incorporate those extensive brainwave reception devices? And what unique functionalities did it possess? To be honest, Guo Hao was genuinely intrigued. This level of technology was akin to magic. After a series of operations within the system, Guo Hao's brainwaves swiftly connected with the miniature robots. A wondrous sensation engulfed him as his perspective underwent a radical transformation. It was an extraordinary viewpoint, one that seemed to embody the robot's perspective. Surroundings appeared magnified hundreds, even thousands of times. Soon, Guo Hao withdrew from the robot's viewpoint, and a stream of information flooded into his mind: an operational manual for the miniature robots. According to the regulations of the 36th Imperial Decree, a preamble to the robot's operational instructions was required. The robot was designated as Civilian Multipurpose Micro-Robot. This robot adhered to the laws of the Alliance and was prohibited from being employed for any criminal activities as stipulated by the law, including violations of privacy. The manual contained a lengthy list of prohibitions, many of which appeared to be redacted. Chapter 86, The Power of Computing. This so-called empire, its name seems to be taboo. It remains unclear whether it was crossed out within the robot or if the system itself has erased the name of this empire. Nonetheless, as a reward bestowed by the system, this purported empire must have a close relationship with it, perhaps being the very technological empire responsible for the creation of the system. Guo Hao pondered this notion thoughtfully. For the moment, however, he set aside these thoughts and focused on the functions of the robot. Below the precautions and relevant laws lay the features of this miniature robot, which were indeed quite numerous. It possessed projection capabilities, a camera, and remarkable mobility, even allowing for silent flight. Most astonishingly, it also had computer functionalities. Guo Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that such a diminutive robot could possess computer capabilities? Truly impressive, it certainly lived up to the legacy of a certain interstellar empire. He promptly began to delve deeper into this function, but soon his excitement began to wane. The reality was rather simple: each of these miniature robots was equipped with a quantum chip, and the so-called computing function was predicated upon these chips. However, due to the robot's minuscule size and the multitude of integrated features, the quantum chips themselves had limited computational power to allocate. Yet, these miniature robots possessed another core function: clustering. They could link with other identical miniature robots, pooling their computational power for unified operation, thereby achieving the computational capacity of an ordinary quantum computer. However, this required thousands of miniature robots, and with only 10 at his disposal, Guo Hao's initial excitement faded. He had harbored hopes of experiencing the immense computing power of that grand empire, perhaps even acquiring a computer with formidable capabilities. Alas! It appeared that such satisfaction was not to be his. With a slight sigh, he resolved to investigate how this clustering function truly operated. Following the instructions, Guo Hao began to attempt to control the 10 robots using his brainwaves. Before long, he succeeded in linking the robots together and initiated the projection. Adapting to his operating habits, he quickly projected a model reminiscent of a computer found on Earth. The alien operating system was rather peculiar, resembling a self-compiling system that could be tailored to individual programming preferences. Fascinating. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Guo Hao's eyes as he observed the projected computer from the 10 robots. The projected keyboard was fully operational. Striking the projection indeed allowed interaction with the virtual computer. Guo Hao swiftly began to familiarize himself with this device. The self-compiling system was remarkably user-friendly, as it was a personal computer that eliminated concerns about compatibility and other issues. In no time, he had crafted a rudimentary system that aligned with his own usage habits. There was no need to contemplate commercial viability or copyright considerations. He could simply extract code directly from x86 architecture. Creating such a simplified personal system was astonishingly effortless. Once he completed the rudimentary personal system, Guo Hao proceeded to test its computational power. His eyes soon reflected profound astonishment. In terms of fluidity and computational speed, it vastly surpassed his own computer. Within 10 seconds, his home computer could only compute pi to a little over 100,000 digits, while this makeshift assemblage had already calculated it to several million digits. The computational power was exponentially greater. Although his home computer was not the latest model nor particularly high-end, the discrepancy was indeed remarkable. This computer's computational prowess was likely equivalent to that of consumer-grade computers a decade into the future. And it would take a 14,900K processor to compute pi to several million digits within 10 seconds. Quite impressive indeed. A satisfied expression graced Guo Hao's face as he regarded this computer, so portable yet wielding such extraordinary computing power, not to mention its multifunctionality as a robot. With such an array of features, what could he possibly find to complain about? He was utterly content. With a mere thought, Guo Hao commanded the robots to disconnect from their linkage, causing the computer projection to vanish. They swiftly manifested wings, delicate and nearly transparent, and during flight, the robots became even smaller, so minuscule that one could hardly perceive them soaring through the air. Remarkable. If these were merely standard civilian robots, what might one expect from the military drones of that empire? Could they not achieve true invisibility, perhaps even deploying powerful quantum bombs? The mere thought was chilling. Larger entities could be evaded and defended against, yet these diminutive devices would be far more challenging to detect and counter. After experimenting with the miniature robots and savoring their capabilities, Guo Hao discreetly retrieved them, carefully concealing them in various inconspicuous corners of his attire. With their durability, shattering them would be nearly impossible. Having completed these tasks, evening had fallen, and Guo's mother called him for dinner. After the meal, he returned to his room, finally at ease to immerse himself in advanced mathematics. The addition from Tongji University was quite engaging. Accustomed to self-study, coupled with Guo Hao's exceptional intelligence, the challenges of learning mathematics were not particularly daunting. However, high intelligence could only lessen the difficulty, it did not mitigate the inherent tedium of study. Fortunately, the system's notification chimed in his ears. Ding. User has engaged in advanced mathematics study for 1 hour, gaining 289 mathematics experience. The prompt brought Guo Hao great satisfaction. The complexity of advanced mathematics surpassed that of high school studies, and correspondingly, the mathematics experience accrued was significantly greater. It was noteworthy that high school mathematics often yielded little to no experience, with occasional rewards being a mere few points. In contrast, the study of advanced mathematics promised ample experience for diligent efforts, and indeed, the rewards were substantial. Simultaneously, Guo Hao felt himself immersed in a vast world, soaring through its depths. Concepts such as calculus, linear algebra, and complex functions awaited his exploration, each one a new frontier in mathematics beckoning for his inquiry. Chapter 87, Mastery of Mechanical Engineering. Aside from advanced mathematics, Guo Hao is also laying the groundwork in the field of materials science. His pursuit of knowledge is for his own benefit. Given his intellect, it would be a pity not to engage in learning. Throughout the summer vacation, Guo Hao immersed himself in self-improvement, a habit that gradually became familiar to his parents. After all, they could not change Guo Hao, only remind him to balance his studies with leisure, encouraging him to step outside and enjoy life rather than confine himself indoors. Guo Hao readily agreed, yet how could the joy of learning be compared to mere recreation? Learning not only filled his mind but also provided a sense of achievement akin to leveling up in a game. Accumulating experience points elevated his intellect, rendering this experience extraordinarily rare and addictive, more perilous than an addiction to the internet. Guo Hao's mind was solely preoccupied with learning until the admission results were announced. Ding! The host has completed the silver-level reward task and successfully gained admission to Yanqing Aerospace University, with the system determining a completion rate of 90%. Awarded 10,000 free experience points. Acquired blueprint, high-intensity carbon fiber production preparation blueprint. Random lottery chances 1. The system notification jolted Guo Hao from his reverie. Excellent! He was mildly surprised. The high-intensity carbon fiber production blueprint was impressive. Although his current knowledge of carbon materials was limited, he was already well acquainted with the significance of those key terms. The creation of such a material would undoubtedly be of paramount importance in various applications. While he remained uncertain about the exact strength and complexity of the production process, it clearly represented a significant avenue for profit and an extraordinary opportunity. However, Guo Hao was not naive enough to believe he could simply replicate the system's material preparation techniques to initiate production. Many production devices likely did not exist on Earth, and he would certainly need to adapt the processes significantly. Moreover, he could not ascertain the difference between the materials produced and those outlined in the original techniques. As for experience, Guo Hao opened his system panel. User, Guo Hao, Intellect, 230, Physical Strength, 9, Power, 8, Speed, 7, Mathematics, LV3, 5219 10,000, Linguistics, LV2, 1200 5000, Informatics, LV3, 3110,000, Chemistry, LV2, 987 5000, Physics, LV2, 2100 5000, Biology, LV2, 1798 5000, Normal IQ ranges from 90 to 109. With scores below 69 indicating intellectual disabilities. Standard values for other attributes in adults are set at 10. Guo Hao had accumulated a considerable amount of experience. Although he had not leveled up, this was likely due to the low academic standards of high school, which were insufficient to support an elevation in his subject levels. Since he began studying advanced mathematics, Guo Hao had noticed a marked acceleration in his mathematical experience, especially when he was fully engaged in learning. Now, with an additional 10,000 experience points, he paused briefly before allocating 781 points to enhance his mathematics level. Ding! User's mathematics experience is now full, successfully advancing to LV4. Ding! Due to the increase in the host's mathematics level, the brain receives stimulation, Intellect 2. The system notification surprised Guo Hao. He had assumed that after enhancing his brain, further increases in intellect would be challenging. To his astonishment, he had achieved another boost. Splendid! However, he was left with just over 5,000 free experience points. After a moment's hesitation, Guo Hao decided to invest 2,900 points into physics. Ding! User's physics level successfully elevated to LV3. Ding! Host gains Intellect 1. Wonderful! Another boost in intellect. Guo Hao was exceedingly pleased. With over 2,000 experience points remaining, he contemplated and allocated all of it to biology. The biology experience surged to 4,117. Perhaps with further self-study, he could elevate his biology level to LV3. Excellent! Guo Hao was quite satisfied with this outcome. With renewed vigor, he gained another chance for a random lottery draw. Without hesitation, Guo Hao initiated the lottery. Ding! User successfully acquired the skill, Mastery of Mechanical Engineering. Momentarily taken aback but soon exhilarated, Guo Hao realized that with this skill, he might comprehend the preparation processes for high-intensity carbon fiber. Perhaps he could even design some equipment to experiment with creating this material. Guo Hao felt content with the lottery result. In no time, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, reminiscent of when he mastered hacking. Guo Hao sensed an influx of information into his brain. Of course, his mind was no longer at the same level as before, having undergone several knowledge infusions and enhancements. The absorption of information proceeded smoothly, leaving him only momentarily dizzy. A sensation that quickly dissipated. With closed eyes, he embraced and assimilated this knowledge. Before long, Guo Hao had digested the bulk of the information. The only remaining step was practical application, and naturally, he anticipated some initial clumsiness despite the theoretical understanding. He was satisfied. Opening his computer, He revisited the blueprint for the high-intensity carbon fiber production process. However, upon a brief examination, Guo Hao furrowed his brow. From an engineering perspective, the machinery required for high-intensity carbon fiber production differed significantly from the devices currently employed on Earth. Redesigning the process would likely necessitate attaining a certain level of expertise in materials science, integrating this knowledge with mechanical engineering principles to fully reconfigure the preparation workflow. Indeed, the engineering effort was substantial. It seemed evident that nothing in this world is simple. After absorbing the knowledge of mechanical engineering, Guo Hao observed a notable increase in his physics and mathematics experience, as mechanical engineering encompasses substantial concepts from both disciplines. Chapter 88, Graduation Feast. Mastery in mechanical engineering is indeed a commendable skill. After all, it enhances one's foundation in mathematics and physics, allowing for a much swifter comprehension than self-study. However, the system's offerings of so-called proficiency in mechanical engineering or hacking seem to be tailored to the current knowledge level of Earth. If measured against the standards of the so-called technological empire described in the robot manual, I would already possess the capability to navigate the entire planet. Regrettably, the system has not bestowed such a loophole upon me. It appears that the system is consciously guiding my learning. Most of what it provides is intended to encourage self-directed study and personal advancement, seemingly undertaking the role of a civilizational mentor. Guo Hao pondered this notion. Perhaps this is the system's true intent, to steer me beyond the current technological prowess of humanity? If that were the case, the system would not supply me with technology surpassing the existing standards. Nevertheless, in any case, diligent study remains imperative. Guo Hao set aside these thoughts and resumed tackling problems. Whether calculus or linear algebra, or even algebraic geometry, all are subjects he must learn, given his still nascent knowledge base. In early August, the admission letter arrived. Although Guo's parents were not particularly fond of grand celebrations, they could not let the occasion of their son's acceptance into Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics pass without recognition. They spent a considerable sum to host nearly 10 tables of banquets at a hotel in Gancheng, inviting numerous friends and relatives. After all, wealth not returned to one's hometown is like wearing splendid garments in the night. Guo Hao certainly did not oppose his parents' decision. One of his key motivations for returning to this life was to bring joy to them. Watching his parents smile broadly at the banquet, surrounded by family and friends, warmed his heart. "I truly envy you," remarked Wang Shi, glancing at Guo's beaming parents. Guo Hao shot a sidelong glance at Wang Shi. "I called on you to study seriously back then. How did you respond? If you had studied with me, even if you couldn't achieve the same results, I could have ensured your admission to a decent undergraduate program. Yet here you are, even after the college entrance exam, still fixated on playing games. Honestly, who can keep pace with you?" Wang Shi sighed in exasperation. "Ask them if you don't believe me." He gestured towards their table, where several classmates from Class 7 were seated, along with some old friends from middle school whom Guo Hao had invited to the graduation feast. Wang Lijuan, seated nearby, chimed in, "Exactly. When Guo Hao first started studying, I was taken aback. Having sat next to him for so long, I had never seen him study before. I thought it was just a fleeting enthusiasm, yet he has persisted." "Indeed. I noticed that too," another classmate from Class 7 added with a laugh. "And after he started studying diligently, he has become so withdrawn that I hardly dare to speak to him. He's even more introverted than before." The other classmates nodded in agreement. "That's not true." Guo Hao chuckled, addressing his classmates. "I acknowledged all of you when you greeted me. Don't spread false rumors about me." "Ha ha, you did acknowledge us, but only a little." The Class 7 students laughed in response. As they enjoyed their meal, conversations flowed about school trends and dreams for their future universities. Only Wang Shi wore a frown, as he was the only one at the table with a notice for a vocational college. The others had all secured at least undergraduate positions. "Come on. Is there no humanity among you? I'm the only one going to a vocational school," Wang Shi said with a bitter smile. Laughter erupted around the table. Wang Lijuan teased him, "Wang Shi, who told you to spend all your nights gaming? Now you see the benefits of studying, don't you?" The surrounding students burst into laughter at her words. Wang Shi shrugged, what can I say? I was simply born disinclined to study. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were served, Guo Hao, now pleasantly tipsy, made his rounds to toast at each table, eventually reaching the teacher's table. I raise my glass to all the teachers. Thank you for your guidance during my time at school. After toasting, the math teacher, Wang Xiujuan, smiled and remarked, Guo Hao. When school started earlier this year, you told me you would study hard, and I thought you were just joking. I never imagined you would take it so seriously. And even more diligently than I anticipated. Indeed. Guo Hao was diligently studying math in my class every day. I didn't want to disturb him. The language teacher added with a laugh. I reprimanded him. Chimed in the physics teacher, directing a grin at the other teachers and Guo Hao. This kid was constantly solving math problems during my physics class. It was infuriating, especially since he scored just over 40 on the mock exam. The teachers shared stories. Their faces alight with smiles, as Guo Hao's talent and hard work left a profound impression on them. It could be said that Guo Hao was one of the fastest progressing students they had encountered in their teaching careers. Over the past 6 months, the teachers had closely observed Guo Hao, and thus they effortlessly recounted various anecdotes about him. Guo Hao listened with a smile, gaining insight into another version of his own diligence from the teachers' perspectives. After finishing his conversations with the teachers, Guo Hao returned to his table with the students. After indulging in more food, it was nearly time to disperse. The classmates gradually began to take their leave. Wang Shi also had matters to attend to and departed. As Guo Hao saw his classmates off, he heard Wang Xiujuan's voice, Guo Hao, may I speak with you privately for a moment? Wang Xiujuan, the last to leave, displayed a hint of hesitation in her eyes as she addressed Guo Hao. Of course, he replied, pausing briefly before nodding. The two made their way to a secluded corner of the restaurant, where they nearly halted in unison. Chapter 89, A Confession. Wang Lijuan turned around. Her demeanor suggesting she was on the verge of speaking yet hesitated, gently biting her lower lip as she gazed at the tips of her and Guo Hao's shoes. Observing this, Guo Hao could discern her intentions without needing to guess. To alleviate the tension, he feigned a casual tone, inquiring, What's wrong, Wang Lijuan? Is there something that necessitates a private conversation? At that moment, Wang Lijuan seemed to have made a resolute decision. She abruptly lifted her head, locking her gaze onto Guo Hao's eyes. Guo Hao, I like you, she declared. Immediately after, she lowered her head, and in an instant, her fair skin visibly flushed a deep crimson. Indeed. Guo Hao sighed inwardly upon witnessing Wang Lijuan's reaction. It was likely that during the graduation banquet, when she had sought him out for a drink, she had wanted to express this sentiment. Unfortunately, her tolerance for alcohol was poor, and after consuming half a bottle, she had succumbed to unconsciousness. After a brief moment of hesitation, Guo Hao looked at Wang Lijuan and said, I'm sorry, Wang Lijuan, but I already have someone I care for. He regarded her with an apologetic expression. Upon hearing his words, Wang Lijuan raised her head, her complexion now pallid, her eyes reflecting profound disappointment. Is it Shen Luoyan? She asked softly. Yes, Guo Hao nodded. I understand, Wang Lijuan replied quietly. I wish you find your true love. Guo Hao responded, and I wish you the best. May you find happiness with Shen Luoyan. Wang Lijuan managed a strained smile. Shall I take my leave now? She asked Guo Hao. He nodded, and Wang Lijuan turned to depart. Watching her retreating figure, Guo Hao felt a twinge of concern. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed Wang Shi. What is it? Wang Shi answered irritably. Aren't you at the internet CAF yet? Guo Hao asked directly. Not yet. What's up? Do you want me to reserve a computer for you? No, Wang Lijuan just confessed to me, and I turned her down. I'm worried she might do something reckless. So please come to the hotel and keep an eye on her until she gets home. What? Wang Lijuan confessed to you, and I wasn't there? What a loss. Damn it. Fine, it's settled. You always drag me into your mess. Guo Hao, uninterested in Wang Shi's complaints, hung up the phone. Their friendship had always been direct, devoid of pretense, forged from years of camaraderie. After concluding the call, Guo Hao returned to the banquet area, where guests were beginning to disperse. He assisted his parents in bidding farewell to the attendees. Once everyone had departed, his parents wore smiles that radiated pride. Their son had achieved much, and nothing could bring them greater joy. After settling the bill at the restaurant, the three of them returned home in high spirits. Upon arriving, Wang Shi called again. Guo Hao answered in his room. I say, can you not be so self-absorbed next time? Just because a girl confessed and was rejected. You think she might be suicidal? Wang Shi scolded. Guo Hao chuckled. It's merely precautionary. After all, Wang Lijuan had been drinking, and given her emotional state, it's unsafe for her to go home alone. I asked you to be her guardian angel. Why must you always complain? How dare you curse me while I help you out? I disdain you. Wang Shi retorted. Guo Hao laughed. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Okay. After disconnecting, Guo Hao felt a slight sense of relief. As long as Wang Lijuan was safe, he considered it a prudent measure. Otherwise, if something were to happen, he would feel immense guilt. Confirming Wang Lijuan was alright, Guo Hao resumed his studies, having nearly finished the advanced mathematics from the Tongji edition. He was now engrossed in a course of pure mathematics by G. H. Hardy, a commendable text for mathematical analysis. The summer swiftly passed. During this time, aside from his studies, Guo Hao invested a portion of his spare funds into stocks, yielding a substantial profit beyond just his tuition and pocket money. He opted not to reinvest in Bitcoin, which had experienced rapid growth, reaching nearly $100 to $200 per coin at its peak. Guo Hao had instead purchased semiconductor stocks, which also proved profitable. Currently, he had over 100,000 in hand, lacking any motivation for further investment. Especially since he possessed thousands of bitcoins, which would potentially make him a millionaire by next year. Additionally, his inventions, once in production, would generate considerable income, alleviating any financial concerns. Before he knew it, September arrived, marking the beginning of the school year at Yenjing Aerospace University. Guo's parents accompanied him to the train station. In this era, high-speed trains were not yet widespread, while Ganshang was not small. It lacked high-speed rail service, only offering direct trains to Yenjing. Air travel was available in Changchun, but it was cumbersome compared to the convenience of a sleeper train. Guo's parents had already purchased sleeper tickets for him, which were discounted for students. The journey from Ganshang to Yenjing would take 24 hours, requiring an overnight stay on the train. Don't cause any trouble at school. Yenjing is unfamiliar territory for you. If you encounter issues, don't confront them head-on, for there will be no Uncle Li to assist you here. Guo's mother said. Her eyes filled with reluctance as she looked at him. Mom, don't worry. Am I someone who enjoys creating trouble? Guo Hao replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Guo's father remained somewhat silent, though his eyes betrayed a sense of reluctance. If you need anything at school, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Stay in touch, Guo's father advised. Alright, Dad, Guo Hao responded, catching sight of Shen Luoyan not far away, accompanied by her grandparents. Isn't that Luoyan? Guo's mother exclaimed. Could it be that she is on the same train as you? As Guo Hao noticed Shen Luoyan, his mother also recognized her, expressing surprise. Guo's father turned his gaze toward Shen Luoyan as well. Luoyan, Guo's mother called out with a smile. At that moment, Shen Luoyan and her grandparents spotted Guo Hao. Isn't that the boy who helped you carry books and called you teacher? Shen Luoyan's grandfather remarked, instantly recognizing Guo Hao. Shen Luoyan nodded, affirming, yes, it is him. Chapter 90, Boarding the Train. At this moment, Guo's parents had brought Guo Hao before Shen Luoyan, both wearing smiles. Luoyan. These two must be Luoyan's grandparents. Guo's parents cheerfully greeted Shen Luoyan's grandparents with warm smiles. The grandparents, clearly feeling a bit awkward, returned the greeting. It is truly thanks to Luoyan that our Hao could receive tutoring, otherwise, his performance in the college entrance examination would not have been so remarkable. We are incredibly grateful. Guo's mother expressed her gratitude towards Shen Luoyan and her grandparents. It is not solely my merit, Shen Luoyan replied calmly. Hao's diligence is commendable. Without his hard work, no matter how well I taught, he would not have achieved those scores. Indeed. Shen Luoyan's grandfather, slightly easing his discomfort, smiled as he addressed Guo's parents. If we are to express gratitude, it is we who should thank you. If not for the tutoring opportunity you provided for Luoyan. With the meager earnings of the two of us, she would have faced considerable hardships. There was a sense of nostalgia in Shen Luoyan's grandfather's eyes as he spoke to Guo's parents. Money is trivial, Luoyan is a wonderful girl. She is a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Moreover, she is dedicated to tutoring Guo Hao. Finding such a tutor is indeed a great blessing for us. After exchanging pleasantries, Guo's mother, curious, asked, by the way, does Luoyan attend school as well? What a coincidence! My son also attends school. And it seems he is in the same school as your daughter, perhaps even in the same carriage. Guo's mother said with a smile to Shen Luoyan's grandparents. What a coincidence indeed! Shen Luoyan's grandfather paused momentarily. After some more small talk, the ticket inspection began. In this day and age, family members could accompany passengers to the platform. Everyone made their way to the platform. Shen Luoyan's grandparents shared a bittersweet farewell with her while Guo's mother continued to give Guo Hao advice on daily life, chatting away. Suddenly, the distant green train entered with a rumble. Everyone understood that it was time for parting. As they boarded the train, Guo's mother kept reminding, at school. Make sure to eat and drink well, don't skimp when it comes to meals. If you run short on money, just reach out to us. Don't be too frugal. Guo Hao, feeling a mix of reluctance and urgency, said, Mom, I need to board the train. Seeing the train about to depart, Guo Hao addressed his mother. All right, then get on board. Guo's father helped Guo Hao with his luggage as they boarded. Coincidentally, they encountered Shen Luoyan, who was also carrying a brand new suitcase. Let me help you. Guo Hao offered to assist Shen Luoyan with her luggage. They boarded the train together. They indeed found themselves in the same carriage, but not in the same sleeping berth. It was not unusual to be in the same carriage, generally. When traveling on the same train and occupying sleeping berths, there was a high probability of being in the same carriage, especially when both had the same destination. All right. I will take my leave now. You two take care of each other. Guo's father said, glancing at Shen Luoyan and Guo Hao. Okay, Dad. Guo Hao nodded. Guo's father stepped off the train. Guo Hao sat down beside the sleeping berth, and after a moment's hesitation, Shen Luoyan took a seat opposite him. I didn't expect you to end up in the same school as me, Shen Luoyan initiated a conversation, breaking the silence. Guo Hao looked at her with surprise, not anticipating that Shen Luoyan would take the initiative to speak. Noticing Guo Hao's astonished expression, Shen Luoyan felt a tinge of confusion. What's wrong? It's nothing. I'm just surprised that you would initiate a conversation with me. Guo Hao replied with a smile. When I tutored you, wasn't it always me who started the conversation? What's so strange about this? Shen Luoyan furrowed her brow. But that's different. Those were formalities, you were fulfilling your role as a tutor. We never engaged in casual conversation. Guo Hao chuckled. Shen Luoyan pondered for a moment, realizing that she had never really socialized with classmates unless it was necessary. Usually, interactions were strictly formal. All right, no need to dwell on it, Guo Hao said with a smile. The reason I chose Yenjing Aerospace University is that my score aligns perfectly with the admission criteria for this tier of schools. Of course, I could have chosen a C9 university, but that would require some compromises in my major. The most crucial factor is that I wish to study materials engineering. And Yenjing Aerospace University ranks third in the nation for this specialty. The first is Shuemu University, followed by Motu Jiaoda. My scores would hardly suffice for them. Hence my choice of Yenjing Aerospace. Guo Hao shrugged. I see. Shen Luoyan nodded, finding his reasoning quite convincing. Choosing a school based on one's major was entirely reasonable. Especially since Yenjing Aerospace University was an excellent 985 institution. What about you? Guo Hao inquired with interest, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. I am passionate about aerospace. My dream is to design aircraft for our Dragon Nation. The aircraft power engineering program at Yenjing Aerospace is the best in the country. Thus, I had no other choice but to attend this university, Shen Luoyan replied after a moment of silence. I understand now. Guo Hao was taken aback. He had not expected Shen Luoyan, with her somewhat introverted nature, to have aspirations in aerospace. If that was the case, her choice of Yenjing Aerospace University seemed entirely reasonable, as it was indeed the best place to delve into the field of aerospace. After their exchange, both fell into silence, the atmosphere growing quiet. By the way, have you started studying your university courses yet? Guo Hao broke the silence, realizing that it might be a bit challenging for Shen Luoyan to find a topic. Upon hearing about studies, Shen Luoyan instantly perked up. Yes, I started studying calculus over the summer. I found it to be manageable. I also self-studied aerodynamics and borrowed some books from the Gongcheng library. What about you? Have you started studying? Shen Luoyan looked at Guo Hao, inquiring. Chapter 91, Allow me to teach you the art of interpersonal communication. During the summer break, I self-studied calculus and found the difficulty to be quite manageable. As the topic of study emerged, it was evident that Shen Luoyan became increasingly engaged, sparking a lively conversation with Guo Hao. The two discussed their academic interests with great enthusiasm, even pulling out their math textbooks to delve into various concepts and challenging problems. Continuing their discourse until nightfall when they eventually retired to their respective beds. With their shared academic pursuits as a catalyst, Shen Luoyan's eagerness to converse markedly increased. Upon rising the next day, after a simple breakfast, they resumed their mathematical discussions until they disembarked from the train. Guo Hao, with a backpack slung over his shoulder and 2 suitcases in hand, followed the directions provided by the freshman group to arrive promptly at the assembly point for new students at Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. You must be the new students of Yenhang. A senior volunteer greeted them enthusiastically as Guo Hao arrived. Yes, we are the new students. Guo Hao replied with a smile. Have you all brought your admission notices? The senior inquired warmly. Yes, we have. Great. Let me take you over to the registration desk, the senior said, leading the pair to a nearby registration area. They presented their admission notices to a few senior students who were in charge of the registration process. After finishing Guo Hao's registration, one of the senior girls looked up from Shen Luoyan's notice and couldn't help but gaze at her several times. Is there a problem, senior? Guo Hao asked, smiling at the senior on behalf of Shen Luoyan, who remained silent. No. It's just that I didn't expect you to be Shen Luoyan. We've heard about the top scorer from Jiangxi province who chose to attend our university. It's quite a surprise to encounter you here. As the senior spoke, the attention of other students from the university, including fellow freshmen, turned towards Shen Luoyan. It was unavoidable, her story had made headlines. The top scorer from Jiangxi province, who had turned down the prestigious offers from Tsinghua and Peking University to attend Yenhang, was indeed unprecedented. While Yenhang is a first-rate university, particularly renowned in certain fields, it is still not among the C9 league of elite institutions. Typically, top scorers would choose from C9 universities, making Shen Luoyan's decision to attend Yenhang quite remarkable. Despite sensing the curious and inquisitive gazes around her, Shen Luoyan maintained her composure. Haha, by saying that, senior, are you implying a lack of confidence in our university? Several of our programs are ranked first in the nation. It is quite reasonable for a provincial top scorer to enroll in a leading program. Guo Hao smiled as he addressed the senior. You have a point. The registering senior replied with a chuckle. All right, your basic information has been registered. You can board the bus over there. Once you arrive at the university, the student union from your respective colleges will assist you with all necessary registrations and enrollment procedures. The senior offered a gentle smile to Guo Hao. Thank you, senior. Guo Hao said, politely declining the senior's offer to help carry their luggage. He grasped his belongings and led Shen Luoyan towards the bus. After placing their luggage in the bus's cargo hold with the senior's assistance, they boarded the bus. Shen Luoyan hesitated slightly before taking a seat beside Guo Hao. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude. Despite her years of accustomed solitude, she recognized Guo Hao's efforts to help her navigate social interactions. There's no need to thank me, you are my teacher. Guo Hao responded with a smile. Shen Luoyan nodded, remaining silent. Observing her demeanor, Guo Hao felt a sense of helplessness. She truly seemed unaware of how to engage with others. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed her. Teacher Shin, I shall continue to refer to you as such. Your dedication to studying in high school was commendable. And I harbor no objections to your previous lack of social engagement. However, in university, both your studies and future career will necessitate interaction with others. I understand. Shin Luoyan replied hesitantly, fully aware of the drawbacks of her introverted nature. Yet, years of ingrained habits would not transform overnight. In university, collaboration in learning and research is unavoidable, especially in her chosen field of aerospace propulsion systems, which requires teamwork and communication. What should I do then? Shen Luoyan inquired, clearly recognizing her own limitations. How about this? Before the college entrance examination, you acted as my teacher, enhancing my studies. Now that you face challenges, I cannot simply stand by. While you may have a general understanding of social interactions, the specifics of engaging with others may elude you. I can assist you in mastering these skills. How does that sound? All right, thank you. She conceded after a brief moment of contemplation. It was evident that Guo Hao was indeed the most suitable person to guide her in learning how to communicate with others. On the bus, Guo Hao began instructing Shen Luoyan on how to converse with individuals of varying backgrounds, the appropriate words to use, and the feelings these interactions might evoke. He shared insights about the essential etiquette to observe in daily exchanges. Having been reborn, Guo Hao had previously navigated the business world where managing interpersonal relationships was paramount, making these lessons second nature for him. However, for Shen Luoyan, grasping these concepts was not as straightforward. Nevertheless, she approached the learning process with diligence, reflecting Guo Hao's initial earnestness in his studies. Their session, however, was brief, as the bus halted at 37 College Road, Haidian District, Yanjing City. This was their campus. Fortunately, both Shen Luoyan and Guo Hao were in the same location, otherwise, it would have posed difficulties. Upon disembarking, enthusiastic seniors from various colleges warmly guided Guo Hao and others to their respective registration points. After leaving Shen Luoyan with a phone number, Guo Hao followed a senior to the registration area. Chapter 92, Could she be a lily? Junior, was that your girlfriend just now? As they accompanied Guo Hao to register, the senior could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Not yet, senior. I just gave her my number. Guo Hao replied with a smile. Ah. The senior exhaled, visibly relieved. What is her name? Do you know? She is incredibly beautiful. I fear the only place one might find such a stunning girl is in the continuing education college's flight attendant program. The senior expressed with a hint of nostalgia. She and I attended the same high school. Her name is Shen Luoyan. Guo Hao chuckled softly. Is that so? Does she have a boyfriend? The senior's eyes sparkled with newfound interest as he gazed at Guo Hao. Boyfriend? Not at the moment, but senior, I advise you to let go of that notion. Guo Hao cautioned. Why? The senior looked at him quizzically. I've known Shen Luoyan since childhood. She has always been indifferent to boys. She ignores any declarations of love without a trace of embarrassment, Guo Hao explained. What? Is she perhaps a lily? The senior's expression reflected disbelief. Well, not exactly. It's just that Shen Luoyan has high standards for herself. She is fiercely independent. She doesn't even have friends at school, only focusing on her studies and research. It's highly unlikely she would take an interest in any man unless he were an extraordinary figure, Guo Hao elaborated. Is that so? The senior's eyes filled with disappointment. Such a beautiful junior is indeed rare. Soon, the senior completed Guo Hao's enrollment procedures. Let us go. I'll show you to your dorm. Despite his disappointment, the senior quickly regained his composure, well aware of his own standing. He understood that a girl as beautiful and accomplished as Shen Luoyan would likely not be interested in him, so he did not dwell on it too much. Our college primarily resides in apartment 21, right next to Chioshir Square, where the canteen is located. However, I wouldn't recommend eating at the first canteen. The food is rather mediocre. The tastier options are in the third and fifth canteens. I can take you there another day. The senior was a warm-hearted individual, sharing school tips and life hacks as he led Guo Hao to the student dormitory. Upon arriving at the dormitory building, he enthusiastically helped Guo Hao with his luggage. Inside the dormitory, there were already 2 roommates tidying their beds. "This will be your dorm. I'll take my leave now," the senior said with a smile. "All right." Zhao Sun, senior. Guo Hao had just learned the senior's name downstairs and they had exchanged QQ information. After Zhao Sun departed, Guo Hao found his designated bed, which had been pre-assigned with his name. Once he settled his belongings, he greeted the 2 roommates who were still arranging their beds. "Hello, I'm Guo Hao." "Hi. I'm Ma Xin." "I'm Li Ming," replied the 2 roommates, smiling at Guo Hao. "We'll all be roommates from now on, living together for 4 years. If I do anything wrong, please feel free to point it out. I hope you will be patient with me as I have my own flaws," Guo Hao said with a grin. "Look at you." Ma Xin was a robust figure, towering and muscular, his t-shirt barely concealing his chest. He hardly resembled a first-year university student. Who doesn't have a few flaws? If someone claims to be perfect, are they even human? We should understand and correct each other, helping one another to improve. Exactly. Li Ming adjusted his thick black-rimmed glasses, appearing somewhat frail yet scholarly, embodying the stereotype of a high school overachiever. We all have our quirks. During our 4 years in university, we should support and correct each other, he added. The incident of Ma Jiajue in 2004 had made many aware of the importance of maintaining good relationships with roommates. Guo Hao nodded in agreement. "You speak the truth. Let us strive for mutual progress." With that, Guo Hao began organizing his belongings. Their dormitory was a 4-person unit with bunk beds and desks, bright and tidy. As he wiped down the desk and wardrobe with an old towel, 2 more individuals entered. "This is your dorm, I won't intrude any further." "Thank you." A boy in a faded green shirt, wearing worn sandals and carrying a colorful woven bag, stammered his gratitude to the departing senior. Once the senior left, the boy cautiously entered the dorm, struggling with his bag. "Hello," he greeted Guo Hao and the others timidly. "Hi, I'm Ma Xin." "And you?" Ma Xin was the first to respond with a friendly smile, showing no signs of awkwardness. "I'm Li Wei," he replied cautiously. "Come on in." "That's your bed," Guo Hao encouraged him with a smile, moving beside Li Wei to help him organize his things. "I'm Guo Hao." "I'm Li Ming," chimed in Li Ming from his bed, also greeting Li Wei. "Please set up your own cupboard in bed, I'll go finish mine," Guo Hao said cheerfully to Li Wei. "Okay, sure." Li Wei nodded eagerly. Guo Hao returned to his spot, swiftly arranging his bed and cupboard. His movements were efficient, and soon his bed was neatly made. "Everyone." After completing his tasks, Guo Hao addressed his roommates with a smile. All eyes turned to him, curiosity etched on their faces. "How about we all go out for a meal once we're settled?" "My treat." "That's not right. How could you treat us right after arriving at school?" "Let us split the bill," Ma Xin interjected. Li Wei looked conflicted. Observing this, Li Ming quickly chimed in, "Since how Gu is treating, let us go with his suggestion. He certainly seems like a wealthy guy." With that, Li Ming exchanged knowing glances with Ma Xin. Chapter 93, An unexpected dormitory gathering. Ma Xin was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Li Wei beside him. Noticing the troubled expression on Li Wei's face, he quickly regained his composure. "Yes, indeed. Since how Gu is treating us, we must honor him. Let us have the dinner tonight on how Gu's tab," Ma Xin said with a bright smile. At that moment, Li Wei hesitated slightly. "You guys go ahead, I won't be joining." His voice dwindled as he spoke. He understood that it would be inappropriate to dampen the mood at such a time, but he also realized that one must eventually repay favors. How could he, after being treated, shamelessly enjoy a free meal? When it came time for him to treat, would he even be able to afford it? The answer was, of course, negative. Thus, it seemed more prudent not to attend from the outset. Guo Hao could readily discern Li Wei's thoughts. "It's fine." Guo Hao smiled gently at Li Wei. "It's just a meal. It doesn't count as a favor, and besides, I'll have plenty of opportunities to ask for your help in the future." Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, a flicker of doubt appeared in Li Wei's eyes. He could tell that Guo Hao had been considering his feelings. However, Li Wei still felt a bit uncertain. Exactly. At this moment, Ma Xian chimed in cheerfully. We're going to live together for 4 years. Who doesn't get a headache or fever during that time? We're all roommates, brothers. It's just a meal. If we let such a generous host go to waste, it would be a shame. Ma Xian deliberately emphasized. Exactly. Later, when this fellow asks for help carrying meals or something, it's all part of lending a hand, no need to fuss over trivial matters. Li Ming added, grinning at Li Wei. Well, all right then. After a moment's hesitation, Li Wei nodded. He was genuinely touched. These 3 roommates were truly wonderful people. They recognized his discomfort and difficulties but did not disdain him. Instead, they went out of their way to uphold his dignity, providing him with various justifications. He silently vowed to contribute more to the dormitory in the future. All right. It's settled then. Everyone, hurry up and tidy up, once we're finished. Let us go eat. Guo Hao said with a smile. Sure. Let us treat the big spender. Li Ming and Ma Xian laughed. The 4 of them cleaned up the dormitory and took out the garbage together before leaving the school. They arrived at a nearby restaurant specializing in pickled fish. I heard from seniors in our school on the forum that this restaurant serves exceptionally good pickled fish. Guo Hao said cheerfully to his 3 roommates. As they entered the restaurant, Guo Hao spotted a familiar face among a table of 4 girls. It was Shen Luoyan. As she looked up and saw Guo Hao, Ma Xian and Li Ming exchanged amazed glances at her beauty. Li Wei, on the other hand, kept his head down, too shy to look up. Luoyan. Is this your friend? One of the girls beside Shen Luoyan asked curiously. Yes, Shen Luoyan nodded. A high school classmate. Her voice remained cool and distant. Hello? Guo Hao smiled and greeted the 3 girls beside Shen Luoyan. Since she is your friend, let us share a table. It's a good opportunity to get to know each other. A strikingly elegant girl smiled at Shen Luoyan. This. Shen Luoyan hesitated slightly. She was not very familiar with such social customs and instinctively glanced at Guo Hao for guidance. Many noticed her gaze, piquing their curiosity about the relationship between Shen Luoyan and Guo Hao. Sure thing. Guo Hao smiled at Shen Luoyan. It's perfect timing for a dormitory gathering. I'd love to meet all you lovely ladies. The girl smiled at Guo Hao's compliment. He was quite handsome. And being praised by a good-looking guy lifted everyone's spirits. Waiter! Please find us a private room. Guo Hao called out to the restaurant staff. Soon, the group of 8 was led to a private room. After ordering, Guo Hao stood up first. It's a pleasure to gather together. You are Shen Luoyan's roommates. And also my friends. My name is Guo Hao. Let us get to know each other and exchange contact information. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. Sounds good. Guo Hao smiled at his 3 roommates. All right, I'll go first. Ma Xian was eager to introduce himself. Standing tall, he quickly drew everyone's attention. I'm Ma Xian, a materials engineering major and a roommate of Guo Hao. If you need anything, feel free to find me, he said, patting his chest. Wow, you look really strong. Make sure to protect us. A petite girl beside him said sweetly. Of course. This muscle of mine is all for your protection. Ma Xian exclaimed, his pride swelling at the girl's praise. Having set the tone, Li Ming also introduced himself, albeit in a more subdued manner. When it came to Li Wei, his visible nervousness was palpable. After stumbling for a while, Guo Hao had to intervene, gently patting Li Wei's back. This little brother here is Li Wei. He is a bit nervous, so please be understanding, ladies. No worries. Shen Luoyan's friend smiled kindly. Have a seat. Guo Hao encouraged Li Wei, who sat down, casting a grateful glance at Guo Hao. Now that we've introduced ourselves, it's your turn. Guo Hao smiled at Shen Luoyan's friends. I'm Xiao Ping, the elegant girl who first spoke up. I'm a major in aircraft power. I'm Zhao Yu, just like Xiao Jie. A girl with thick black-rimmed glasses chimed in. I'm Wang Biyun, the petite girl who had spoken to Ma Xin. Though she was the most ordinary-looking among the four, her voice was charmingly sweet. With that, Wang Biyun turned her gaze curiously to Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan, asking, I'm quite curious, Guo Hao, what is your relationship with Luoyan? Are you a couple? With that, all eyes turned to Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan, awaiting their response. Chapter 94, The Master of Control, Guo Hao. Upon hearing Wang Biyun's words, both Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan maintained their composure. Guo Hao smiled faintly and, turning to Wang Biyun, remarked, one must be cautious with words, Miss Wang. Strictly speaking, Shen Luoyan is my teacher. My academic performance was abysmal. In order to improve, my parents hired a tutor, and that tutor happened to be Shen Luoyan. She excelled academically, being the top scorer in our province's college entrance examination. It is through her guidance that I have the privilege of being in your esteemed company today. From this perspective, Shen Luoyan is indeed my benefactor. The top scorer? The surrounding crowd gazed at Shen Luoyan with astonishment. It is indeed rare for a provincial top scorer to enroll in Yanqing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Even many city top scorers typically opt for C9 universities. I remember now. At this moment, Xiaoping seemed to recall something. With a hint of surprise in her eyes, she looked at Shen Luoyan. During the summer, I watched a news segment stating that the top scorer from Gan province had applied to our school. I had no idea it was you. Shen Luoyan nodded. I wouldn't call it a benefaction. Guo Hao hired me as a tutor and compensated me for my services. My family was quite impoverished at that time, and we were in desperate need of money. If we are to speak of gratitude, then hiring me as a tutor itself is a form of kindness. Wow! This sounds like a love story. Wang Biyun exclaimed excitedly as she turned to Guo Hao. Brother Guo, did you experience any amusing incidents during your tutoring sessions with Shen Luoyan? Did any sparks of romance ignite? Not at all, Guo Hao chuckled. Back then, my grades were dismal, my sole focus was on studying. Each day was a rigorous routine of academic work with Shen Luoyan. There was simply no time or inclination for anything else. You wouldn't believe it, in the 100 days leading up to the exam, I was barely scoring over 300. If I hadn't devoted myself entirely to studying, how could I have possibly achieved a score of 668? Guo Hao smiled modestly. What? Ma Xin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Guo Hao. Li Ming adjusted his black-framed glasses, his incredulity palpable even through the lenses. Even Li Wei, who had been silent until now, raised his head in surprise, staring at Guo Hao. The three other girls shared the same sentiment. Wow! That's impressive. Wang Biyun's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Guo Hao. Brother Gui is truly remarkable. It's nothing, really, Guo Hao replied with a slight smile. It's largely thanks to teacher Shen's excellent instruction. Do not attribute all the credit to me, Shen Luoyan interjected calmly. My teaching is not significantly different from that of an ordinary tutor. If you weren't bright and diligent, achieving that score would have been impossible. In fact, I initially thought scoring over 500 would be commendable, so your result of 668 came as quite a surprise to me. Just then, the waiter began to serve the dishes. Guo Hao assisted everyone, pouring beer for the boys while Wang Biyun requested beer, and the other three girls opted for juice. Let us raise a glass to commemorate our successful gathering at Yanqing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Our meeting is a fortuitous bond. Cheers! Guo Hao proclaimed, lifting his glass. Everyone followed suit, raising their glasses with smiles illuminating their faces. As they dined and conversed, the camaraderie among the young people blossomed rapidly, especially in this unfamiliar environment. They were all recent top scorers from the college entrance examination. Except for the reserved Li Wei and Shen Luoyan, the group quickly became familiar with one another, engaging in animated discussions. Guo Hao's social skills shone brightly, eliciting laughter from the entire table with just a few words, occasionally proposing toasts. The rhythm of the meal was effectively orchestrated by him. Wang Biyun observed in awe, captivated by Guo Hao's evident capability and charm. He not only possessed a touch of handsomeness but also commanded attention effortlessly. His ability to inject humor into the conversation kept the atmosphere lively. Such qualities naturally made him popular among the girls. The other 3 girls at the table, aside from Shen Luoyan, gazed at Guo Hao with bright, admiring eyes. The dining atmosphere was vibrant, filled with laughter and conversation. Soon, they exchanged QQ numbers, including Shen Luoyan, who revealed her newly registered account. She had acquired a smartphone. A gift from her grandparents, following her achievement as the provincial top scorer. The school rewarded her with 100,000, the county government with 300,000. And an additional 30,000 from the township. Alongside scholarships totaling 200,000 from several enterprises in Gon City, she had received over 600,000 in total. It was safe to say that the Shen family was no longer in need of financial assistance. To maintain contact, she had purchased a smartphone and registered for QQ recently. Only Li Wei lacked a phone and QQ account, but no one held it against him. They simply instructed him to remember their QQ numbers until he could register himself. Under Guo Hao's vibrant leadership, the meal was enjoyable, devoid of any awkwardness. After dining, Guo Hao eagerly offered to pay the bill. "Is there any activity you all wish to participate in?" he inquired, smiling at the group outside the restaurant. "Never mind. I've been on a bus for an entire day and night, I'm a bit tired," Xiaoping replied, displaying signs of fatigue. "Yes, I feel a bit worn out too," Li Ning added. Everyone expressed a degree of fatigue, as it was the first day of registration, and the multitude of activities had been overwhelming. "All right. Let us plan to gather again another time. Everyone should head back to rest today." Guo Hao smiled, observing their weary expressions. Afterward, upon returning to the school, the 2 dormitory groups bid farewell and returned to their respective quarters. "Wow! Brother Hao, you've only just entered the school, and you've already organized a gathering for our dorm. Impressive, especially with such beautiful girls," Ma Xian exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked at Guo Hao. Guo Hao chuckled. "It was merely a coincidence. I had no idea we would encounter Shen Luoyan while dining, nor that her dorm mates were gathering as well. Even if it was coincidental, it turned out splendidly. Aside from you, I don't know anyone else at this school." Li Ming smiled in agreement. Chapter 95, Shen Luoyan, could you assist me in finding a romantic connection? Indeed. Ma Xian chuckled as he addressed Guo Hao. Guo Hao smiled and shook his head. At that moment, Ma Xian gazed at Guo Hao with curiosity. "By the way, I forgot to ask you, what is your relationship with Shen Luoyan? Is it truly just that of a tutoring teacher?" "Yes. I feel, Brother Hao, that the way you look at Shen Luoyan is somewhat unusual." Li Ming interjected with a smile, glancing at Guo Hao. Guo Hao chuckled softly. "Currently, it is certainly a teacher-student relationship. As for the future, who can say for certain? Shen Luoyan has always had a unique personality. She is quite clear about what she desires. Compared to emotions and other matters, she is far more interested in learning and research." As he spoke, Guo Hao shrugged. He did not conceal the slight affection he held for Shen Luoyan. This sentiment was not particularly strong. After all, Shen Luoyan was unlike any woman Guo Hao had previously encountered. Ordinary methods would be utterly futile in pursuing her. Thus, from the very beginning, Guo Hao had no intention of chasing her. It seemed meaningless. For a girl like her, attraction was essential. Only through mutual excellence could there be a chance of coming together. "I see." Li Ming and Ma Xian chuckled. "Wishing you success," Ma Xian said cheerfully to Guo Hao. "I actually think that Xiaoping is quite beautiful. Perhaps you should consider pursuing her." Guo Hao responded with a smile. "Sure thing, brother." The group chatted for a while before heading off to freshen up. After washing up, Guo Hao settled into his seat. Several roommates, exhausted, had retired early. Guo Hao remained seated. The fatigue of travel did not weigh heavily upon him. Sitting on his chair, he rubbed his slightly sore forehead. Just as he was about to open advanced algebra, a notification chimed in his ears. Ding! User successfully enrolled. And a new task has been issued. An introduction to research requires a vast foundation of knowledge and an exceptionally broad scope of understanding. Currently, the user's mind is empty. Select some books to fill your brain. Task details: complete the study of 100 mathematics and physics books. Requirements: meet the difficulty baseline. Task rewards: Mathematics experience 50,000. Physics experience 50,000. Random draw chances 2, sample 1. The system's notification momentarily stunned Guo Hao. The system had issued a task once more. It had been an entire summer without any tasks, and Guo Hao had nearly forgotten of the system's existence. Yet now, just as he had begun his studies, a new task appeared. Quite splendid. Guo Hao's eyes brightened. However, the prospect of studying 100 books seemed rather excessive. Moreover, they must all be above the specified difficulty baseline. How long would that take? Guo Hao sighed, his gaze drifting to advanced algebra, which surprisingly displayed a series of numbers 71%. Not included in the statistics. Upon seeing this, Guo Hao felt a twinge of surprise. So that is how it is. He had been pondering how to discern whether these books met the difficulty baseline. If that is the case, it certainly simplifies matters. Tomorrow, he would visit the library, find 100 books in physics and mathematics, and immerse himself in study. It was high time he grounded himself. Although his intelligence had surpassed 230, his mind remained rather vacant, possessing knowledge scarcely above a high school level. The system was correct, he needed a wealth of information to fill his empty mind. 100 books above the baseline, indeed? Guo Hao was filled with determination. This was the first challenge he encountered in university. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, the pace of washing up was significantly slower than that of the boys. Shen Luoyan was an exception. Having finished her routine early, she was already seated at her desk. Nearby, Xiaoping, having completed her own washing up, was patting her face dry. Upon noticing Shen Luoyan engrossed in her reading, she recalled the dominant figure of Guo Hao from earlier that evening. A flicker of curiosity ignited within her, prompting her to ask Shen Luoyan, "Luoyan, may I inquire about your relationship with Guo Hao?" Shen Luoyan furrowed her brow slightly. In her high school days, she would have dismissed such inquiries, deeming them utterly meaningless. However, recalling Guo Hao's earlier advice about responding to questions from those one does not dislike, she hesitated only briefly. "It is merely an ordinary teacher-student relationship." "I suppose one could consider us friends," Shen Luoyan replied directly. "No hints of romance?" Xiaoping inquired with curiosity, her gaze fixed on Shen Luoyan. "None," Shen Luoyan stated firmly. "I see." A spark of excitement flickered in Xiaoping's eyes upon hearing Shen Luoyan's words. She held a genuine fondness for the boy named Guo Hao. In truth, she was quite attracted to mature men. Guo Hao's demeanor and approach to life exuded maturity and tact. Moreover, he appeared to come from a well-off background and possessed striking looks. Engaging in a relationship with such a young man during university would undoubtedly be an enriching experience. Yet, she felt hesitant regarding the dynamics between Shen Luoyan and Guo Hao. To her surprise, it seemed that Shen Luoyan was not involved in any romantic entanglement with Guo Hao. Could it be that she truly had a chance? Contemplating this, Xiaoping felt a stir of eagerness within her. "What do you think? Should I pursue Guo Hao? Do you have any good suggestions?" Xiaoping turned her bright eyes toward Shen Luoyan. Upon hearing Xiaoping's words, Shen Luoyan was momentarily taken aback. I don't know." After a brief silence, Shen Luoyan replied calmly. For some reason, when Xiaoping mentioned pursuing Guo Hao, Shen Luoyan's thoughts drifted. If he were to truly enter a relationship with Xiaoping, would it complicate her own lessons with him? Shen Luoyan found her mind wandering. "Could you assist me?" Just as Shen Luoyan was lost in thought, Xiaoping approached her side. Unaware of the peculiar tone in Shen Luoyan's voice, she felt that Shen Luoyan genuinely lacked interest in Guo Hao. Perhaps she indeed had a chance, as long as Shen Luoyan was willing to help. Xiaoping gazed at Shen Luoyan, urgency evident in her voice. I'm not sure," Shen Luoyan replied, confusion swirling within her. She was uncertain of her own thoughts. "I'm sorry, I might not be good at this. It would be better if you didn't rely on me." "It's all right. I don't need you to do much. I just need you to help me arrange a meeting with him. I'll handle the rest." Xiaoping was not ready to let Shen Luoyan off the hook just yet. Chapter 96, From Calculus to Homology. Well, it seems that Shen Luoyan struggles with interpersonal relationships. Perhaps another person would have numerous ways to decline such matters without leaving any resentment in others' hearts. At this moment, Shen Luoyan could only recall Guo Hao's admonition on the bus. In university, maintaining a good relationship with roommates is of utmost importance. Consequently, having rarely dined out during high school, she acquiesced to her roommate's invitation for a meal together. At this juncture, despite Shen Luoyan's intelligence, she could not conceive a graceful way to refuse Xiao Ping's proposal and reluctantly agreed. Wow! Luoyan, you are the best. Thank you. If this works out, I shall treat you to a meal. Upon hearing Shen Luoyan's agreement, Xiao Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement. What meal treat? At that moment, Wang Biyun emerged from the bathroom, curious about Xiao Ping's words. It's nothing, Xiao Ping replied with a smile, casting a knowing glance at Shen Luoyan before returning to her place. Wang Biyun felt a tinge of confusion, but since they had only recently met and were still unfamiliar with one another, she refrained from pressing further. Zhao Yu finished her wash and stepped out of the bathroom. Everyone has worked hard today, so let us go to bed early, Xiao Ping said cheerfully to the group before retreating to her bed. While the others settled down for sleep, Shen Luoyan remained awake, pulling out a copy of the Tongji University edition of Advanced Mathematics. Like Guo Hao, she did not loosen her standards upon entering university, rather, free from material pressures. She found herself studying with even greater diligence than before. Not sleeping, Luoyan? Zhao Yu observed Shen Luoyan's actions with mild curiosity. You go ahead and sleep, Shen Luoyan replied, turning off the dormitory lights and switching on her desk lamp to continue her studies. She was a person of strict self-discipline, perhaps excessively so, as for many years, her focus on learning had overshadowed any thoughts of friendships. She had never abandoned her studies, driven by her ambitions. The other girls in the dormitory noticed Shen Luoyan's determination with a hint of admiration. It was no wonder she had achieved the top score in Jiangxi province despite a modest background. Such an accomplishment was indeed remarkable. Many from affluent families struggled to surpass a score of 600, let alone attain the highest rank in the province. It is essential to recognize the significant impact one's environment has on learning. The next day, Guo Hao rose early at 6:30. After a brief jog and a breakfast, he arrived at the Yanhang Library promptly at 7 when it opened. To his surprise, the library was bustling with activity, filled with individuals, many presumably preparing for postgraduate studies. Guo Hao found a secluded spot to claim before heading to the shelves. His gaze scanned the ordinary books without much reaction. But upon encountering texts related to mathematics or physics, he noted a small inscription indicating they fell below the knowledge benchmark or were unsuitable for his current level. He continued his search patiently. Soon, a book titled Basic Topology by Mark Armstrong caught his attention. Topology, while there was some foundational theory within advanced mathematics, this book likely contained more extensive knowledge. Without hesitation, he took it and resumed searching for his targets among the shelves. In his mind, he pondered why he was drawn to mathematics and physics when his major was materials engineering. The theoretical connections between materials science and chemistry seemed more pronounced. Was the system subtly guiding him towards the realization that perhaps chemistry was not the path forward for materials science, but rather physics and mathematics held the key? These thoughts flitted through Guo Hao's mind, yet he recognized the futility of dwelling on them now. He resolved to read more and enrich his intellect. The Yanhang Library was decidedly more comprehensive than the library in Gan City, boasting a far greater selection of books. Before long, Guo Hao discovered another book that met the knowledge benchmark, From Calculus to Homology. As a work related to calculus, it represented the foundational concepts of advanced mathematics, typically the first exposure for many university students. Given its alignment with the System S standards, it promised a valuable expansion of his understanding of calculus. Without hesitation, he added it to his collection. Ultimately, he selected around 6 mathematics books, including linear algebra, a learning approach, ordinary differential equations, Lie groups and Lie algebras, and fundamentals of functional analysis. After completing his search for mathematics texts, he proceeded to the physics section and gathered several titles: Principles of Physics, Feynman Lectures on Physics, Electromagnetism, Mechanics, Optics, and Thermodynamics. In total, he amassed 12 books and returned to his study space. The substantial stack of books soon attracted the attention of other students in the library, though most merely glanced before shifting their focus back to them. The titles were relatively elementary, albeit in considerable quantity. Placing the books on his desk, Guo Hao began with From Calculus to Homology. The initial content was quite basic, as he had already self-studied advanced mathematics and had encountered calculus early on. Coupled with his impressive IQ of over 230, his learning pace was naturally swift. Before long, he had flipped through half the book. At 8:30 in the morning, Guo Hao noticed a message in their group chat announcing a class meeting at 9 in room 304. Chapter 97 Unexpected Encounter. Guo Hao stepped out of the library, clutching a stack of books. At the entrance, he was taken aback to see Shen Luoyan, who was also carrying a pile of books. "When did you arrive?" "I didn't see you," he inquired. "I got here at 7:10, Shen Luoyan replied. "Ah. That explains it," Guo Hao chuckled. "Alright, I'll head back to the dorm to drop these off. We have a class meeting later." "Sure." Shen Luoyan nodded. Just as Guo Hao was about to leave, he noticed her biting her lip. "Guo Hao, wait a moment," she called out. Turning around, he looked at her with curiosity. "What is it?" Shen Luoyan hesitated slightly, gazing at Guo Hao. "It's about Xiao Ping from our dorm." With that, she recounted the events of the previous night to him. Guo Hao maintained a calm facade, though his heart stirred with emotion. It seemed that Shen Luoyan was not entirely indifferent towards him. What was his significance in her eyes? He found himself genuinely curious. "So, what kind of response are you hoping for from me?" Guo Hao asked with a smile. "I don't know." Shen Luoyan fell silent for a moment. "It's fine, I won't hold it against you, just do as she suggested. It's just a trivial matter." Guo Hao smiled gently. But. Shen Luoyan hesitated, wanting to express more. "What else is there?" Guo Hao inquired with a slight smile. "Nothing. I just wanted to forget it." "It's nothing." She shook her head. "I'll take my leave then." Guo Hao chuckled and turned to depart. As he walked away, Shen Luoyan's expression grew complex and somewhat bewildered. In her heart, Guo Hao was her first and only friend. Over the past 6 months, she had come to thoroughly recognize his academic attitude and spirit. If Guo Hao were to end up with Xiao Ping, would she lose this friendship? The thought left her feeling desolate, a sentiment she had rarely experienced before. What was happening to her? With a sigh, Shen Luoyan headed back to her dormitory. In stark contrast to her complex emotions, Guo Hao's steps felt lighter. It appeared that he held some significance in Shen Luoyan's heart. Contrary to his previous assumptions that he was like any other classmate, it was likely that he occupied a unique niche as a friend, perhaps even her only friend. Feeling content, Guo Hao smiled, the stack of books in his hand feeling notably lighter. Upon returning to the dorm, he found that aside from Li Wei, his other 2 roommates had just risen. "Wow! Guo Hao! Have you brought the entire library with you?" Ma Xin, who was about to freshen up, exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the hefty stack. "Isn't this just a little over 10 books? Is that a lot?" Guo Hao placed the books on his designated spot. "Not much?" Ma Xin looked at him incredulously. "Bro, we just entered college. Don't you want to take a breather? You're already diving into books like a madman. You can read too. The library is free, just bring your student ID." Guo Hao replied with a grin. Li Ming looked exasperated. "What we mean is, we just got to college. How about we relax for a bit? Let the hard work wait? Enjoyment is for the dead. Why sleep long in life when death brings eternal slumber? We're still young, and a bright future awaits us." Guo Hao responded with a smile. He understood Li Ming and Ma Xian's sentiments well. Most individuals experience a period of confusion upon entering university, many quickly succumb to complacency. The clarity of high school, with its fixed goals and endpoints, had driven them to study fervently. Their efforts were represented by a tangible score, deemed crucial by teachers and parents, ultimately affecting their future prospects. However, once in university, such clear objectives dissipate. After a strenuous journey to gain admission to a prestigious institution, they find themselves in an environment where even the adults often lack first-hand experience of university life. Consequently, they struggle to provide effective guidance. Aside from urging students to study diligently, without a defined academic goal, many students drift aimlessly until they set new objectives, whether pursuing further studies or internships, before they can emerge from the fog of uncertainty. Hey, you! Ma Xin, unaware of Guo Hao's thoughts, shot him a playful middle finger. Guo Hao chuckled. All right. Time to get up. We need to head to classroom 304 for the meeting at 9. Sure. The group hastened their preparations. Once ready, they set out together and soon found their way to classroom 304. The classroom was already bustling with students. Guo Hao and his companions settled into a row at the back. As the clock struck 9, the room filled to capacity. A young man with black-framed glasses entered, beaming as he approached the podium. Everyone is quite punctual, that's commendable. I hope you maintain this habit, he remarked cheerfully, pausing briefly. Before we begin, let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Ming, your counselor. If you encounter any issues during your time here, feel free to approach me. With that, he turned to the blackboard, chalk in hand, inscribing 2 lines of numbers. The first line is my phone number, and the second is my QQ number. You may jot these down. Should you have any questions, don't hesitate to call or message me. After allowing everyone a moment to take note, Wang Ming continued. All of you are top students in high school, the pride of your respective schools. However, here at Yanhang, every individual is exceptional. As you embark on your undergraduate studies, I urge you to adjust your mindset and adopt a more modest view of your position. Here, you are all like empty vessels. Your task is to fill yourselves with knowledge as swiftly as possible and seek opportunities, whether in research or internships. Learning is a lifelong journey. I hope you can ground yourselves. Remember, the college entrance examination is merely a checkpoint in life. Ahead of you lies a world of endless possibilities. Wang Ming's expression grew serious as he addressed the eager students. A commendable counselor, Guo Hao thought, silently appreciating Wang Ming's insights. Thank you, dear friends, for your generous gifts. I kindly request your 5-star reviews. Your support fuels my passion for writing. Every single 5-star rating and act of encouragement inspires me profoundly. Chapter 98. Concern in his previous life, Guo Hao did not attend university. This raises a pertinent question regarding whether vocational colleges qualify as universities. Regardless, Guo Hao had only encountered the counselor during the opening of the semester and a few activities. Typically, there were no class meetings. Matters were usually communicated directly through the class monitor, unlike Wang Ming, who astonishingly commenced psychological counseling for these newly admitted students. Such dedication is indeed commendable for a counselor. Upon entering the school, students are first confronted with military training, which commences next Monday and lasts for 14 days. At that time, military uniforms will be distributed. And I trust everyone has some understanding of military training. I will also distribute this semester's course schedule, available in both printed and electronic forms, which can be accessed in our group chat. Wang Ming, an affable counselor, shared a plethora of information about essential considerations for studying at university. Suddenly, he recalled an important matter. I almost forgot about selecting class leaders. Let's proceed with the election, as I cannot attend to every detail myself. Most matters will be relayed through the class leaders. In the midst of his speech, Wang Ming had an epiphany and smiled, addressing the assembly. Thus, the election for class leaders commenced. Guo Hao harbored no interest in such positions. After all, most individuals seek class leadership for experience, while a minority pursue personal gain. Guo Hao lacked both motivations, viewing the responsibilities of a class leader as nearly a source of trouble. Conversely, Ma Xin and Li Ming eagerly participated in the election. As anticipated, Ma Xin, with his robust physique, successfully secured the position of sports representative, while Li Ming, unremarkable in his attributes, faced disappointment. Thank you all for electing me as class monitor. I assure you I will serve you diligently. Ma Tianyu, the newly elected class monitor, beamed at his classmates. Li Ming sat in his seat, visibly displeased. Guo Hao simply smiled, refraining from offering consolation. Such matters were best processed independently. All right, Ma Tianyu, you may step down. I have a few more things to address, Wang Ming instructed. Certainly, Teacher Wang, Ma Tianyu replied, departing the stage. Wang Ming then approached the podium once more. Additionally, I recall that there are a few students from impoverished backgrounds in our class. The school has allocated a special scholarship for such students, approximately 5,000 yuan. Those eligible may approach me privately to apply, although certain materials will need to be prepared. I will inform you of the specific requirements when you come to see me. Upon hearing this, Guo Hao felt a stir of emotion and glanced at his roommate, Li Wei, whose family circumstances seemed rather ordinary. He pondered whether he could assist him in applying for the scholarship. With that, the class meeting concluded, and Wang Ming exited the classroom. Guo Hao noticed Li Wei hesitating, seemingly wanting to follow, but lacking the courage. Li Wei, come with me. Guo Hao called out with a smile. Ma Xian and Li Ming quickly made room for him. Li Wei hesitated momentarily. Go on. Ma Xian urged cheerfully. With a determined sigh, Li Wei followed Guo Hao out of the classroom. They hurried down the corridor to catch up with Wang Ming. Teacher Wang, Guo Hao began, may I have a moment of your time? Wang Ming looked at him with a hint of confusion. And you are? I am Guo Hao from Class 1 of Materials, this is my roommate, Li Wei. Guo Hao replied with a smile. Wang Ming nodded. What can I assist you with, Guo Hao? Teacher Wang, may we step aside for a brief discussion? Guo Hao inquired. Certainly. Wang Ming agreed without hesitation. The three moved to a quiet corner. Guo Hao then addressed Wang Ming, this is Li Wei, my roommate. His family is facing financial difficulties, and I brought him here to inquire about the necessary materials for applying for the scholarship. Wang Ming regarded Li Wei thoughtfully, offering detailed explanations of the required documentation. Primarily, you will need 3 items, a poverty certificate stamped by the village committee and township, a written statement and signature from a neighbor, and if you possess a 5 guarantees certificate, a photocopy will suffice. Do you understand? Yes. I understand. Li Wei stammered, nodding with slight hesitation. Very well, I must be on my way, Wang Ming said, glancing at Guo Hao. Please, do not let us detain you. Guo Hao replied promptly. Should you require assistance, feel free to call me. Wang Ming added, turning to leave. Guo Hao then turned to Li Wei. So, how do you feel? Any issues? Shouldn't it be an issue? Li Wei responded hesitantly. It's just that contacting my parents may pose some difficulty. We do not have a phone at home, so I can only reach them through the fixed line at the village shop. Then let us call them now. We can arrange for them to send the necessary documents via postal service, Guo Hao encouraged. All right. Li Wei agreed, borrowing Guo Hao's phone. After some time, he managed to convey the situation to his parents. Thank you, he said gratefully as he returned the phone to Guo Hao. It's a small matter, now. Let us get something to eat, Guo Hao suggested, noting the time was already past 11. He led Li Wei to the cafeteria, where they soon found Ma Xian and Li Ming. Have you completed everything? Ma Xian inquired. Almost, Guo Hao replied. They posted the information in the group. Let us eat. The 4 roommates finished their meal and returned to their dormitory. Guo Hao, however, ventured alone to the library. Despite having borrowed numerous books for the dorm, he acknowledged that the atmosphere for studying in the library far surpassed that of their living quarters. Selecting several advanced texts, Guo Hao began to explore. Mathematics is an expansive field, encompassing nearly 20 distinct areas. From number theory and mathematical analysis to algebra, partial differential equations, functional analysis, topology, and geometry. Guo Hao had yet to determine his specific focus. However, based on his previous research, he was currently concentrating on mathematical analysis, functional analysis, and topology. Chapter 99, Computational Materials Science. These 2 domains are intricately entwined with the field of materials science. Functional analysis, a mathematical discipline that emerged in the 1930s. Developed from the study of variational problems, integral equations, and theoretical physics. This subject employs a synthesis of functional theory, geometry, and modern mathematical perspectives to explore functionals, operators, and limit theory within infinite-dimensional vector spaces. It can be regarded as the analytical geometry and mathematical analysis of infinite-dimensional vector spaces. Functional analysis finds applications in various fields such as mathematical physics, probability theory, and computational mathematics, serving as a mathematical tool for investigating physical systems with infinite degrees of freedom. It adeptly addresses problems that seek limits within materials. Guo Hao holds a strong interest in computational materials science. He recently discovered a newly published book on the subject in the library, which piqued his curiosity profoundly. Currently, he is engrossed in its content. However, he cannot help but feel that the material is somewhat esoteric, as he lacks much of the requisite knowledge. To his surprise, he finds systematic benchmarks clearly delineated within the text. The book spans a substantial 460 pages, presenting a considerable tome. Presently, computational materials science employs primarily two methodologies, the first being computational simulation, which begins with experimental data, constructs mathematical models, and utilizes numerical computations to simulate actual processes. The second involves the computer-aided design of materials, predicting or designing material structures and properties directly through theoretical models and computations. This discourse encompasses numerous mathematical models and methods, along with related concepts from physics, including classical thermodynamics and molecular considerations. To comprehend the material, Guo Hao has even begun to seek out related texts and resources. Yet, he finds that engaging with this book is indeed rewarding. With his intellect, he does not face insurmountable challenges in understanding, but rather encounters knowledge gaps that are readily surmountable. Whenever he stumbles upon an unfamiliar concept, he simply retrieves relevant texts from the library shelves, many of which also align with the established benchmarks. This symbiotic relationship enhances his understanding. Gradually, Guo Hao becomes deeply immersed in his studies. His notebook fills rapidly with intricate equations as he occasionally furrows his brow in concentration or contemplates deeply. Unbeknownst to him, his system interface is witnessing a remarkable surge in mathematical and physical knowledge. User Mathematics Experience 126. User Mathematics Experience 223. User Mathematics Experience 102. At this moment, he is oblivious to these notifications, his mind racing as an influx of mathematical and physical concepts floods his consciousness. With an IQ surpassing 230, he begins to unleash his full cognitive potential. Surrounded by the library's tranquil atmosphere, he remains undisturbed, as it is unlikely anyone would interrupt his scholarly pursuits. Indeed, a towering stack of books before him does attract some curious glances from passers-by, but as they glimpse the mathematical formulas and symbols he diligently writes, their skepticism swiftly transforms into admiration. A mathematical prodigy. Truly impressive, they silently muse. Yet, such accolades hold little significance for Guo Hao. With no classes scheduled for the day, as the semester has only just commenced, he resolves to dedicate the entire afternoon to his studies in the library. He perseveres until 6 in the evening. The fatigue from continuous study, coupled with a gnawing hunger, ultimately disrupts his concentration. Exhaling deeply, he reflects on the 20 pages he has managed to cover in computational materials science, a hint of awe glimmering in his eyes. This discipline is indeed vast and profound. His own learning journey reveals numerous knowledge gaps, necessitating a reliance on various reference texts, which slows his progress. Nevertheless, he feels immensely gratified by his accomplishments. Pausing his studies, Guo Hao finally feels inclined to check his system. Mathematics Experience 1598. Physics Experience 948. Quite impressive. He gazes at these numbers with satisfaction, acknowledging the notable growth in both disciplines after an afternoon of diligent study. Is this the weight of experience points accrued from engaging with advanced knowledge? Such achievements would have been unfathomable in high school. An afternoon filled with substantial learning and a wealth of academic experience. Content. Guo Hao rises from his seat and returns his books to the shelf, having already borrowed over a dozen volumes and exhausted his borrowing privileges. Upon leaving the library, he checks his phone and notices an unread call from Ma Xin. Puzzled, he opts not to return the call and heads directly back to his dormitory. Upon arrival, Guo Hao encounters Ma Xin and his companions, who are preparing to leave, as well as a stack of new books on their table. How Gu? You finally returned. Where have you been this afternoon? Ma Xin exclaims with a hint of exasperation. I was at the library reading. Who helped me borrow the books? Guo Hao inquires with a smile. I. Li Wei responds hesitantly. Thank you. Guo Hao expresses his gratitude to Li Wei. No need for thanks. Li Wei quickly retorts. You've helped me so much, I merely borrowed a book for you. Then in that case, when I assist you in the future, you should also refrain from expressing thanks, Guo Hao replies with a chuckle. Li Wei's expression betrays a moment of fluster as he contemplates a response. All right. We're all comrades in the same dormitory. No need for formality. Let us go. Time to eat. Guo Hao cheerfully announces to the group. Indeed. Let us eat. Ma Xin chimes in with a grin. The four friends make their way to the cafeteria. After collecting their meals, they prepare to find a place to sit. But as it is 6 o'clock, the peak dining hour, the cafeteria is teeming with students. After a brief search yielding no suitable spots, someone calls out, over here. Is that Wang Biyun? Ma Xin recognizes the person waving them over, recalling their shared meal with Shen Luoyan and her friends the previous day. Shall we go over? Ma Xin asks Guo Hao with a hint of excitement. Sure, Guo Hao nods in agreement. The four of them approach Wang Biyun, who greets them with a smile. Hello? Everyone. Are you here alone? Guo Hao inquires, returning her smile. Not quite, Xiaoping and the others are still ordering, so I came over to save us some seats. Then we shall take advantage of your generosity. We couldn't find a spot, Guo Hao replies cheerfully. No problem. Feel free to sit. Wang Biyun encourages with a smile. Hey, you little girl. Aren't you saving us seats? You're not being very honest. A voice chimes in from nearby. Chapter 100, Do you have affections for our Shen Luoyan? Xiaoping approached with Shen Luoyan and Zhao, playfully glancing at Wang Biyun beside her. What's this? Have you forgotten us upon seeing a handsome guy? Absolutely not. Wang Biyun exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson. Guo Hao chuckled, let us all eat together. There's just the right amount of space here. Haha, merely jesting, we are all friends here. Xiaoping laughed. As they spoke, the 8 of them sat together for a meal, sharing amusing anecdotes about the start of the school year. Guo Hao initiated the conversation, while Xiaoping subtly directed the topics towards him. Guo Hao, with his adept social skills, skillfully dodged some of Xiaoping's probing questions. It was virtually impossible for someone like her to unsettle him. With military training starting on Monday, you girls should prepare your sunscreen. Guo Hao grinned at Zhao and the others. What kind of nonsense is that? Of course we have sunscreen. Wang Biyun replied, matter-of-factly. Then you must teach Shen Luoyan well, she doesn't have any sunscreen. Such fundamental knowledge is something you should impart to her, Guo Hao smiled. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoping and the others cast surprised glances at Shen Luoyan, but soon recollected her previous admission of her humble background and unfamiliarity with sunscreen. Don't worry. We will definitely teach Luoyan well. After all, it would be a pity if such fair skin were to tan. Zhao remarked, looking at Guo Hao. Then I can rest easy, Guo Hao replied with a gentle smile. I would be heartbroken if such a beauty were to get sunburned. At this, Xiaoping furrowed her brow slightly. Zhao, oblivious to Xiaoping's expression, playfully draped her arm around Shen Luoyan's shoulders, grinning mischievously. Do you fancy our Shen Luoyan? Be honest, how far has your relationship with her progressed? At Zhao's words, Ma Xin and Li Ming began to tease. And everyone's gaze fell upon Shen Luoyan and Guo Hao. Shen Luoyan felt quite out of place in this situation, but Guo Hao was no stranger to such moments. With a thick skin, he smiled and addressed the crowd. Who wouldn't love a beauty? Especially one of Shen Luoyan's caliber. Alas! She has grand aspirations and doesn't have eyes for someone like me. Guo Hao chuckled. Zhao tightened her hold on Shen Luoyan and teasingly asked, Luoyan, what do you think? Our talented Guo has just confessed. I'd rather not discuss this for now. I just started university and wish to focus on my studies. Shen Luoyan said, her tone a bit frosty. Did you hear that? Our Shen Luoyan isn't interested in you. Zhao Yu laughed, directing her words at Guo Hao. What a pity. Guo Hao feigned regret. Xiao Ping, who had been anxiously awaiting Shen Luoyan's response, finally felt relieved. It was evident. Shen Luoyan had no interest in men. That meant she still had a chance. Competing with someone as stunning as Shen Luoyan would be futile. Trusting her instincts, Xiao Ping believed that a man like Guo Hao, a gem in society, would never come to steal her away. But in school, if she could secure Guo Hao's attention, she felt certain that she could live a life of luxury. With this thought, Xiao Ping felt a flutter of excitement. Amidst Guo Hao's seemingly casual conversation, he discreetly showed concern for Shen Luoyan. After finishing their meal, Guo Hao stood to leave, carrying his plate. The others began to disperse as well. On the way out of the cafeteria, Ma Xian hesitated slightly and turned to Guo Hao. Bro, why do I get the feeling that beauty named Xiao Ping from Shen Luoyan's dorm has a bit of a crush on you? Oh? What makes you think that? Guo Hao asked, intrigued. I noticed her gaze at you during lunch. It seemed off, and her tone when she spoke with you was different. Ma Xian replied. Somewhat uncertain. Not bad, Xian Gu. Guo Hao said, surprised at Ma Xian's perceptiveness. I never expected this muscular guy to be so observant. With such keen insight. You should be dating dozens of girls in university. Ma Xian scratched his head sheepishly. I was just guessing. Ha ha. It's better to ponder your own affairs in such matters. Guo Hao laughed. Alright, you guys head back to the dorm. What? Aren't you coming with us? Li Ming asked, taken aback. I'm going to the library. Are you out of your mind? It's almost dark. Ma Xian exclaimed, incredulous. Don't worry. I'll return before the lights go out. Guo Hao assured as he departed from his roommates and headed to the library. Ma Xian and Li Ming exchanged glances. Both bewildered. Were they truly witnessing the impact of attending a prestigious university? Was it common for a genius to dive into studies as soon as they arrived? Was it merely them who were the outliers? Bro, Guo Hao is incredibly diligent. I must learn from him. Li Wei, who had been quietly admiring Guo Hao's back, finally found his voice, which was now far more fluent than before. I'm heading to the library too. Xian Gu, Ming Gu, you guys go back. With that, Li Wei dashed after Guo Hao. Watching Li Wei's retreating figure, Ma Xian and Li Ming fell silent once more. What is happening here? Ma Xian finally broke the silence. Are we heading back to the dorm? Forget that. Ma Xian cursed, an unusual outburst for him. Let us go. To the library. With a resigned expression, Ma Xian acknowledged that his plans for an evening workout had been dashed. Why did his university experience differ so vastly from that of others? How did he end up sharing a dorm with someone as ambitious as Guo Hao? With a hint of confusion in his eyes, Ma Xian followed his friends toward the library. Upon arriving, the four of them dispersed to find books and claim seats. Guo Hao quickly located his stack of books, remembering where he had left them from earlier in the day. Soon, he returned to his spot to continue his reading. Before long, the other three roommates also returned with their books. Ma Xian, upon seeing the pile in front of Guo Hao, was taken aback. Holy cow!